In an unexpected turn of fate, Minli awakens to find himself transformed into the malevolent Omega father-in-law, notorious for his reckless behavior within the narrative of an ABO novel. The original character, in a desperate bid to win the affection of his esteemed alpha husband, Wenjing, exhibited an almost pathological strictness towards his son, Xinghe. Upon discovering that his son intends to marry the Alpha Qi Yizhou, he resorts to tumultuous antics that ultimately culminate in the dissolution of their relationship, leading to his son's severing ties and the original character's tragic demise. Minli, taken aback, muses, "Thank you for the invitation, but I shall leave this misfortune to those who desire it." As a straight man, he harbors no intentions of usurping anyone's partner or disrupting young lovers. Rather, he longs to seize the opportunity for a divorce settlement and embrace a life of freedom and wealth. Chapter 1. The Reluctant Recognition of a Father. "Yizhou, rest assured, I will persuade my father to accept our marriage," Xinghe declared, holding Qi Yizhou's hand with an enthusiasm that lit up his eyes. He was an undeniable alpha, though his pheromones were so faint they could easily be overlooked, gentle and unassuming, lacking the typical alpha's commanding presence. In stark contrast stood his boyfriend, Qi Yizhou, a premier alpha whose pheromones exuded an icy intensity, causing those nearby to tread cautiously. Their backgrounds were worlds apart. Xinghe, the pampered scion of a wealthy family, was both proud and obstinate, a quintessential spoiled darling. Conversely, Qi Yizhou hailed from a modest background, appearing gentle yet possessing a resolute spirit. The two, once mere parallel lines as university roommates, found themselves igniting a passionate spark through their daily interactions. As the saying goes, one army cannot contain two stubborn wills, unless one ascends and the other descends. Clutching Qi Yizhou's hand, Xinghe drew courage from their bond. They stood before the intricately carved doors of the Liu family villa, their reflections shimmering in the gilded handles, mirroring their tense expressions. Pushing the door open, Minli sat ensnared in thought on a leather sofa, a cigarette burning down to ash between his fingers, its remnants dusting the luxurious carpet beneath. "Father, I still wish to marry Yizhou. Please grant us your blessing." Xinghe stepped forward, his earlier bravado wavering under the oppressive silence of the room, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Qi Yizhou immediately followed, standing tall and respectful, his voice steady and commanding. "Uncle, we humbly request an opportunity." Upon hearing father, Minli inexplicably felt a flutter of amusement. Who would willingly seek out a paternal figure in this day and age? As he contemplated the idea of acquiring a dutiful son, his mind suddenly blanked. Wait, wasn't he supposed to have died from exhaustion after 3 sleepless nights spent reviewing manuscripts? Instinctively, he touched his cheek, the warmth of his skin feeling astonishingly real. "He was still alive, Dad?" Xinghe called out tentatively, noticing Minli's prolonged silence, and waved a hand in front of his eyes. The resemblance between them was undeniable, with a hint of stubborn pride evident in his features that Minli blinked, confusion clouding his gaze. "Who are you?" A pang of dread struck Xinghe, his expression faltering instantly. This was it. His father was resolutely opposed, even pretending not to recognize him. His eyes welled with desperation as he tightened his grip on Qi Yizhou's hand. "Please, Dad, don't be like this. Yizhou and I are truly in love. His company is about to go public. He is more than capable of taking care of me. Just give us a chance, will you?" Minli furrowed his brow, his gaze lingering on Xinghe's face before sweeping the lavish expanse of the living room. The sprawling over 200 square meters, adorned with handcrafted Italian sofas that gleamed softly, crystal chandeliers scattering light like stars, exquisite oil paintings hanging on the walls, and plush cashmere carpets that felt like clouds beneath his feet. All of it was far removed from the modest apartment he once inhabited. Where exactly was he? These two self-proclaimed son and future son-in-law. Who were they? "Uncle, are you feeling unwell?" Qi Yizhou noticed the furrowed brow and vacant expression, which lacked his usual sharpness and seriousness, prompting him to step closer with concern. "I'm fine." This was a significant predicament. Minli's mind raced as he began to recall fragments of familiarity regarding the two individuals before him in this setting. "Qi Yizhou, what's wrong, Uncle?" Qi Yizhou inquired with a frown. Yu Minli nearly leapt from his seat, his thoughts racing. No way. In his former life, he was an editor of female-oriented web literature. Recently, the company faced a wave of resignations, leaving him buried under a mountain of manuscripts. After 3 sleepless nights of reviewing, he collapsed at his computer. The last manuscript he had read was an ABO-themed story featuring dual male protagonists, one of whom was named Qi Yizhou, while the other was none other than his own son, Lu Xinghe, who bore a striking resemblance to him and was now visibly anxious that it seemed he wasn't reborn into a stranger's life. Instead, he had quite literally entered the unfinished manuscript he had been editing, assuming the role of the antagonistic Omega father. He rubbed his temples, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples, and sighed heavily. Allow me a moment of solitude. He closed his eyes in contemplation. His mind began to rewind frantically. The outline of the manuscript he had been poring over before his untimely death flashed through his mind like shattered film reels. The original character shared his name. Minli was an obstinate Omega, portrayed as the archetypal villainous father-in-law, consistently at odds with the young couple, Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou, employing various devious tactics to thwart their love. His existence within the Lu household had been nothing short of stifling. His husband, Lu Wenjing, was indifferent, while his son, Lu Xinghe, felt distant. The root of these issues lay within his own obsession. Years ago, he had set his eyes on Lu Wenjing and, utilizing his family's influence, forced a marriage devoid of love, binding them together in a union that lacked emotional connection. However, after the wedding, Lu Wenjing either buried himself in work or remained infatuated with another, leaving Minli feeling perpetually neglected. In a desperate bid to salvage their relationship, Minli took drastic measures, ultimately leading to the birth of Lu Xinghe, whom he believed would serve as the adhesive to mend their fractured bond that he had hoped that by nurturing his son's success, Lu Wenjing would finally acknowledge him as a partner, offering a simple, "You have done well." During his childhood, Lu Xinghe had been obedient, conforming to Minli's rigid expectations. Yet, as he matured, his inherent rebelliousness and pride erupted, especially after meeting Qi Yizhou, leading to constant clashes between them. Minli's disdain for Qi Yizhou stemmed largely from his own feelings of helplessness, compounded by the unwelcome combination of 2 alphas. Even though Lu Xinghe was a weak alpha, Minli had already orchestrated a grand plan for him to marry a top-tier Omega, certain that the elite would come seeking his son's hand. Alas, fate had other plans. Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou ultimately united, both emerging as protagonists of their own story. No matter how diligently Minli schemed to drive them apart, he merely became an impediment, inadvertently intensifying their bond. However, the path of love was fraught with challenges, leading the original character to a desperate act of suicide, forcefully severing their connection, resulting in 5 years of estrangement. Even when they eventually reunited, too much had been lost, exacerbating the family's conflicts. His alpha husband demanded a divorce while his son cut ties with him altogether. In the end, the original character succumbed to despair, meeting a tragic fate of isolation and heartbreak. Minli couldn't help but feel a sense of mental exhaustion emanating from the original character. Why forsake the comforts of a wealthy lifestyle to create chaos? Isn't having wealth sufficient? One could live freely and whimsically as one pleases. What concern is my son's happiness to me? It is not as if I desire to marry and bear children myself. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly facilitate the union of Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou. The two are inherently enamored with one another. Why must one disrupt their romance, transforming a delightful narrative into a tale of bitterness and torment? As for that alpha husband, Minli cannot fathom the original protagonist's humility. If love exists, let flourish. If not, part ways. A direct divorce would yield a substantial fortune, allowing one to metamorphose into a wealthy woman. What sort of man could one not attract? It is indeed a lamentable squandering of such splendid circumstances. Yet here I am, having been cast into the role of the original protagonist, and as an Omega at that. This is a world defined by the ABO dynamics, a realm far removed from the conventional society I hail from, making adaptation anything but effortless. Minli sighed softly. In his previous life, he was a solitary orphan, gritting his teeth to gain admission to university, working tirelessly to earn a living while saving to explore the mountains, rivers, and seas. After finally securing a modest job post-graduation, he harbored hopes of leading an ordinary life filled with marriage and children, only to meet an untimely demise and find himself reborn within the pages of this book. Truly, fate can be capricious. Nevertheless, he embraces it all with optimism. The heavens have granted him the opportunity to live anew, which is indeed a considerable blessing. Dad, I'm sorry. I know I acted impulsively, but I genuinely wish to be with Yizhou, Xinghe implored, grasping Qi Yizhou's hand tightly. That you've rejected us so many times. Can't you support us this once? Standing steadfastly beside him, Qi Yizhou added softly, Uncle Yu, I am sincere. I will treat Xinghe well. It took Minli several moments to regain his composure, his mind racing through the tragic fate of the original protagonist. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, his voice hoarse yet remarkably clear. Xinghe, Yizhou, I consent to your union. See, I told you Dad would never agree. Wait, Xinghe, who had previously been looking down, abruptly lifted his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. His voice rose sharply as he tightened his grip on Qi Yizhou's hand. Dad, what did you say? Do you truly approve? Chapter 2 The original owner's alpha husband. Yes, I agree. Minli nodded, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the most mundane matter. Xinghe, still in disbelief, raised his hand to rub his ears and leaned in closer. Did I hear that correctly? Dad, why the sudden change of heart today? Minli curled his finger and lightly flicked Xinghe's forehead, deliberately adopting a serious expression. What, are you unhappy? Then I shall retract my previous statement. No. Xinghe immediately covered his head, waving his hands repeatedly, his eyes brimming with joy. I'm more than happy. Dad, you can't go back on your word. Qi Yizhou, his tense back finally relaxing, gazed at Minli with genuine gratitude, his tone sincere. Thank you, Uncle, for your consent. I will take good care of Xinghe and will not betray your trust. Ahem, we're family now, so there's no need for such formality. Minli cleared his throat, striving to maintain the composure of an elder while internally rejoicing. After all, these were the two main characters from the story. Clinging to the protagonist was certainly preferable to the original owner's misguided path. His gaze swept over the tightly clasped hands of the two, and he added a candid remark. Although I have agreed to your relationship, the matter of engagement still requires your father's approval. Xinghe nodded and assured him, Dad, don't worry. Father is much more open-minded than you. Hey, you little rascal, do you think I'm too strict? No, I know Dad has my best interests at heart. Minli huffed. Good thing you're not my biological son. Otherwise, you would have experienced the taste of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. By the way, have you graduated? Where is Yizhou living now? Turning, Minli awkwardly instructed the nanny in the distance to prepare 3 dinners and add a couple of hearty dishes. The original owner had always been hands-off, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to delegating tasks. Hearing this, Qi Yizhou looked up and replied, I'm currently living at the company. It just went public, so there are indeed more matters to attend to. Minli nodded, naturally extending an invitation. Stay for dinner. It's a perfect opportunity to taste Zhang Ma's cooking. Her sweet and sour ribs and squirrel fish are truly authentic. Xinghe stood by, utterly bewildered. This was not merely a change of heart. It was a complete 360-degree turnaround. He had always feared Minli, who was as stubborn as a rock and exceedingly strict. In his childhood, any minor mistake would lead to harsh reprimands or, worse, a slap, fostering a deep-seated aversion to this father figure. As he grew older, attempts at rebellion were met with Minli's unwavering authority, leaving him feeling suffocated. Thus, as soon as he entered university, he eagerly moved into the dormitory, allowing their relationship to grow increasingly distant, nearly reduced to mere blood ties. Yet now, the Minli before him not only consented to his relationship with Qi Yizhou, but also proactively invited Qi Yizhou to dinner. His tone gentle, as if he were a different person altogether. Unable to contain himself, Xinghe discreetly pinched himself, wincing in pain to confirm he was not dreaming. Dad, Yizhou and I have a few matters to attend to, so we want to be joining for dinner. Xinghe abruptly patted Qi Yizhou's arm, his tone laced with a sense of urgency. Yizhou, we still have that project report to complete. We must hurry back and finish it, so as not to disturb Dad's rest. Before he could finish speaking, he had already grasped Qi Yizhou's wrist and was hastily pulling him towards the door. Moving as if in flight, Qi Yizhou stumbled slightly from the sudden tug, casting a glance back at Minli. Yet he was still unceremoniously dragged out of the villa by Xinghe. Minli stood frozen in place, staring in bewilderment at the hasty retreat of the two until the villa's door clicked shut. Only then did he exhale a long breath, realizing that a thin layer of sweat had formed on his back without his notice. That was close. Just now, Xinghe's shocked expression nearly exposed him. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, the original owner's memories had surged forth. The original owner had never treated Qi Yizhou kindly, let alone invited him to dinner. Such an unusual demeanor would surely raise suspicions. Rubbing his brow, he secretly rejoiced. It's just a change of person, albeit a shift in essence. Life in this affluent ABO world demands constant vigilance. However, I find myself not lacking in wealth anymore. Meanwhile, Xinghe, still gripping Qi Yizhou's hand, dashed out of the villa and paused at the roadside, releasing his hold, his chest heaving slightly, his face etched with concern. Yizhou, something is terribly off with my dad. This is completely unlike him. I suspect he is plotting something significant, perhaps attempting to keep us close before finding an opportunity to tear us apart. Qi Yizhou studied his tense profile, gently patting his back with his fingertips, his voice soothing. I doubt it. Uncle Yu's gaze was sincere, and his tone didn't seem dismissive. It felt as though he genuinely wished to accept us. He hesitated, adding, moreover, he took the initiative to invite me for dinner and showed concern for my living situation. It didn't seem feigned. You're far too gullible, Xinghe retorted, his brows furrowing with determination. I know him too well. He is the epitome of restraint. No, I'll move back home for a few days to keep a close watch on him. I refuse to believe he won slip up. Seeing Xinghe's resolute stance, Qi Yizhou ceased his persuasion, merely tightening his grip on his hand, his tone affectionate. All right, I'll heed your advice, but don't be too tense. Feel free to share anything with me. Now, let us go. I'll take you to your favorite French restaurant. Minli pushed open the bedroom door, guided by the original owner's memories, and was instantly taken aback by the sight within, his pupils dilating. Haute couture garments, limited edition handbags, luxury watches, and jewelry sparkled under the light. Dozens of car keys glimmered coldly in the crystal bowl by the entrance. His throat constricted, his eyes shining with astonishment. Minli had truly struck it rich. He adorned himself with a luxury watch on each wrist, hastily draping a designer suit over himself, donning sunglasses, and draping a gemstone necklace around his neck, gazing into the mirror, embodying the very essence of a lavish millionaire. Ha ha ha! Such overwhelming opulence. He collapsed onto the soft, expansive bed, chuckling foolishly. Based on his experience with manuscript reviews, it was clear that the original owner must have chosen to leave, allowing his wandering spirit to inhabit this narrative. Thus, indulging in this wealth hardly seemed excessive. After all, assisting the original owner in cleaning up the mess surely deserved some compensation. He planned to first facilitate the marriage of the two main characters, then divorce the indifferent husband, and ultimately wander the world with a fortune. It was a perfect scheme. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, a knock on the door interrupted him. Madam, dinner is ready. I understand. Minli responded, promptly standing up, swiftly placing his watch and necklace in their rightful places. As he approached the door, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his reflection in the hallway mirror. The original owner bore some resemblance to him, yet appeared somewhat aged. He had passed away in his early 30s. This body had a decent foundation, but the outdated attire and persistent aura of despondency made him look well into his 40s. Minli had no fondness for this elderly appearance, so he immediately rummaged through the wardrobe and replaced it with a stylish, light luxury shirt. After fixing a fresh and dapper hairstyle in the mirror, he descended the stairs with renewed vigor. It must be said that wealth is indeed a blessing. The exquisite dishes prepared by the high-end chef made Minli acutely aware of just how unpalatable takeout could be. After dinner, he did not hurry upstairs, but rather explored the villa, his curiosity akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview garden. Exhausted from his exploration, he was promptly presented with fresh fruits and delicate desserts by a servant, and he contentedly sank into the sofa while turning on the television. Though this was an ABO world distinct from the original one, it was still a modern society, and the melodrama of the television series held no less intensity. Not long into watching, fatigue washed over him, and since no one was monitoring him, Minli curled up on the luxurious leather sofa, intending to take a short nap. At midnight, Wenjing had just returned from a business trip abroad. The housekeeper and nanny had long since retired, leaving the villa in tranquil silence. He did not disturb anyone and quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of clear noodle soup. After finishing, he proceeded directly to the living room. Just as Wenjing was about to remove his suit jacket, preparing to head upstairs for rest, he caught a glimpse of a shadow curled up on the sofa. He paused his steps and approached slowly, illuminated by the soft glow of the floor lamp, revealing Minli sprawled comfortably on the sofa. His breathing was even, accompanied by a light snore. The tousled hair on his forehead appeared soft in the light, diminishing the usual aura of despair and harshness. Wenjing's gaze lingered on him, and for the first time, he found that Minli's refreshing outfit accentuated his youthfulness. In truth, Minli was not old. He merely exuded a heavy sense of gloom in the past, too rigid in demeanor. Wenjing took a step closer, opting not to wake the sleeping figure, but instead, gently scooped him up in his arms. Minli seemed to stir, letting out a soft murmur as he nestled closer, his warm breath brushing against Wenjing's wrist. Wenjing hesitated momentarily, but then lightened his steps, carrying him back to the bedroom and softly closing the door behind him before heading to his study. Minli awoke with excitement, ready to embrace a new day in the luxurious villa, relishing the thought. He quickly refreshed himself, bounding down the stairs like a sprightly deer eager for breakfast, only to find Xinghe seated alone at the dining table. "Dad," the young boy called out. Lifting his gaze, Minli felt a sense of disorientation, struggling to comprehend the sudden revelation of having an unexpected biological son. He merely nodded faintly, taking a sip of milk. His peripheral vision caught sight of a set of used utensils on the main table, prompting his curiosity. "Did we have guests this morning?" Xinghe followed his gaze, a hint of perplexity in his tone. "Father returned last night. Didn't you know?" Minli nearly choked on his milk, his pupils dilating in shock. His father. Wasn't it the original's alpha husband, Wenjing? Chapter 3. Can he hear thoughts? When did he come back? Minli clenched the tablecloth with trembling fingers, his voice quavering. "I believe it was around midnight," Xinghe replied, setting down his silver chopsticks, dabbing his lips with a napkin. "When I returned home this morning, Father mentioned it." Minli abruptly lowered his head, the strands of hair falling over his forehead concealing the tumult within. How could he encounter such a significant upheaval so soon after arriving? According to the original's memories, Wenjing had been on a business trip for a month and was not supposed to return for at least another week. How had this man appeared so unexpectedly? Moreover, it was troubling that he had fallen into a deep sleep on the living room sofa last night, only to awaken in the large bed of the second-floor bedroom this morning. It was evident that Wenjing must have carried him back. How deeply had he been sleeping to remain oblivious to the presence of an alpha beside him? Minli, ever mindful that this was an ABO-strong narrative, asked. "Where's he now?" He feigned calmness, his voice still slightly wavering. "Father has just left for the office." Xinghe glanced at him, adding, "When I came down this morning, I saw him emerge from the study, looking quite urgent, as if he had pressing matters to attend to." Minli instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him, the cold sweat on his back nearly drying. Thank goodness. It seemed they had not truly been together last night. Yet, contemplating the situation further, he remembered this was an ABO narrative. Minli tightened his nerves once more. If Wenjing were to remain in the country, his identity as an Omega, coupled with their legitimate marital bond, could lead to dire consequences if they were ever compelled to share a bed. He mused silently. My self-control is commendable, But how can I resist against an alpha who is naturally dominant over omegas? However, he also recalled fragments of the original's memories. In over 20 years of marriage, Wenjing had only lost control once, and that was due to a scheme drugging. This suggested that even when the original shared a bed with him, the man had never crossed the line, making him somewhat of a gentleman, albeit a precarious one. Yet, Yin Li's heart remained heavy, his brow still furrowed. Who could say whether a gentleman in an ABO narrative might one day shatter his facade? Moreover, could a top-tier alpha truly lack physical desires? How had he managed to suppress them for over 20 years? As his thoughts spiraled further afield, Yin Li suddenly snapped back to reality, a faint blush rising to his cheeks. He quickly redirected his focus to Xinghe across from him. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to firmly grasp the protagonist's support. He forked a piece of sandwich into his mouth, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the other person, his tone deliberately intimate. Xinghe, which company are you working for now after your graduation? Xinghe, just setting down his milk cup, looked up at the mention, his expression filled with bewilderment. Dad, have you forgotten? I'm currently working as an artist in the entertainment department under your company. I mentioned it to you last month. I am set to participate in a reality show arranged by the company. Coughing, Minli nearly choked on a piece of sandwich, hastily grabbing his water cup for a few gulps to mask the panic in his eyes. This was a disaster. There was no hint of this in the fragments of the original owner's memories. Oh no, the company has been so busy lately that I momentarily lost my bearings. He silently scoffed to himself. The original owner's life seemed excessively fragmented. Before marriage, he was a formidable figure in the entertainment industry, having founded an entertainment company that thrived in the field, and now he was the chairman. Yet after marriage, all his thoughts centered around Wenjing, living like a parasitic flower revolving around the alpha, forgetting even his son's work dynamics. Minli sighed inwardly. The identity of chairman was indeed a useful buff, but the gaps in the original owner's memories were rather excessive. After breakfast, Minli decided to take a stroll around the company. He sought to familiarize himself with his own enterprise while simultaneously filling in the memory gaps. Coincidentally, Xinghe was headed to the company to negotiate a variety contract, so the two set off together. The driver had already parked the black Maybach at the villa's entrance, and as Minli settled into the back seat, he gazed out at the swiftly retreating tree-lined path, still contemplating company matters. Half an hour later, the car smoothly entered the underground parking garage of the Chongqing International Office Building, a landmark structure in the city center, which served as the headquarters of the Xinghe Entertainment founded by Minli. As he pushed open the car door, a rush of cool air mixed with a faint hint of alpha pheromone assailed him, causing Minli to instinctively tense up. This scent felt oddly familiar. Dad, Father is at the elevator entrance. Xinghe's voice was filled with excitement, his gaze falling on a figure not far away, nudging Minli beside him. Minli's heart raced. Oh no, the test came so unexpectedly. As Wenjing descended the stairs, he encountered Xinghe, who was eagerly leading Minli toward the elevator to the parking garage. He raised his eyes, observing his son, typically fashionably dressed, wearing a broad smile, while beside him, Minli had surprisingly shed his usual composed demeanor. Clad in sharp, well-tailored attire, he stood tall, exuding a striking fashion sense that rendered him unrecognizable compared to his everyday appearance. Suddenly, it was as if he had transformed into another person. Wenjing withdrew his casual gaze, his voice deep and steady. Is there something going on? Are you two heading to the company? Xinghe replied, yes. I recently took on a variety show, and Dad is helping me review the contract details. Wenjing's gaze fell upon Minli, who was staring intently at him, his eyes betraying an unabashed scrutiny, devoid of the usual fervor and obsession. Wow, is this my top-tier, alpha-domineering CEO husband, Wenjing? He looks absolutely stunning. His features seem chiseled. No wonder Xinghe is so handsome. He takes after his father. Oh, and me too. This height must be at least 188 centimeters, and with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. How could he possibly be in his 40s? Wenjing's brow furrowed slightly, a whisper of disbelief crossing his mind. Was it mere auditory hallucination, Or was there an issue with his hearing? Minli, feeling the weight of Lu Wenjing's gaze, instinctively grasped Lu Xinghe's arm and spoke rapidly. Lu Wenjing, let us head upstairs first. Before the words had completely left his mouth, he was already pulling Lu Xinghe towards the elevator. Lu Wenjing, still ensnared by the peculiar auditory experience, responded with a distracted Just as he was about to turn away, a clear thought pierced through his mind in the final moment before the elevator doors closed. No, we must hurry. It feels too strange here. Why do I feel this awkwardness akin to a young bride? No wonder he is a top-tier alpha. The pressure he exudes is overwhelming. The elevator doors chimed shut, severing their line of sight and silencing the incessant mental murmurs. Lu Wenjing remained rooted in place, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the cuff of his suit, a glimmer of curiosity dancing in his deep-set eyes. Could he truly hear Minli's thoughts? As Minli and Lu Xinghe ascended to the 88th floor in their private elevator, the moment the doors opened, the opulence of the entire floor struck them like a tidal wave. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wealth truly allows one to wield power as one pleases. An entire office building in the heart of the city belongs solely to Lu Wenjing. This 88th floor had been the understated wedding gift Lu Wenjing had casually tossed his way on their wedding day, specifically designated for establishing his company. No wonder the original owner was able to secure a foothold in the business world, with such a formidable alpha husband as a support. It seems nearly impossible not to succeed, he mused, his steps instinctively lightening. The office area of Xinghe Entertainment was hardly bustling. It carried an air of desolation. Especially over the past 20 years since Minli had married Lu Wenjing, seasoned artists had departed upon their contract's expiration, and few newcomers had managed to rise to prominence. As a result, the company now boasted only a handful of employees, clinging to their share of the 88th floor. Minli, however, felt little anxiety about this. He had never harbored grand ambitions. If he could merely keep the company afloat without losses or gains, he would count himself fortunate, especially since he was not reliant on this venture for his livelihood. Moreover, he now possessed a trump card in the form of his beloved son, Lu Xinghe. According to the original outline, Lu Xinghe was supposed to focus solely on his career after breaking up with Qi Yizhou, demonstrating his resilience to navigate the entertainment industry and, by the age of 26, claim the title of Best Actor, becoming the pillar of the company. But what of their continued relationship? A flourishing career paired with love was the ultimate jackpot. With this thought, Minli couldn't help but revel in his good fortune, a son, wealth, and a career. While others faced catastrophic beginnings or destitution upon entering a new narrative, he found himself standing atop the pinnacle of life. How fortunate he felt! Settling into the leather office chair, his fingers glided across the smooth surface of the desk, and with each passing moment, he felt increasingly blessed. Surely, in his past life, he must have saved the galaxy. No, it must have been in the life before that, accumulating such virtue to earn this level of good fortune. Chapter 4. This is your pheromone. Lu Xinghe has taken on the role in Where Did My Son Go? 2. The nation's inaugural reality show documenting a mutual healing across generations of celebrity parent-child travel. This program transcends traditional narratives of filial piety, eschewing the overt dramatization of children honoring their parents, and instead illuminating the reverse growth experienced by young artists traveling alongside their parents. It is not merely a sentimental journey where children guide their parents through breathtaking landscapes, compensating for lost companionship, but also an adventurous path for elders to break free from stereotypes and embrace the new. The authentic interactions and adjustments during the travels subtly mend the generational rifts, conveying a vibrant warmth of family. Lu Xinghe's meteoric rise to fame through this show was a serendipitous twist of fate. At that time, he had just endured a profound emotional upheaval. Minli, in a desperate act, forced a separation between him and Qi Yizhou. This extreme intervention left Lu Xinghe disillusioned and filled with animosity toward his father. Upon receiving the invitation for the show, he immediately declined Minli's participation. extending an invitation instead to the perpetually busy Wenjing, with whom he had scant interaction. However, to his dismay, Wenjing, a top-tier alpha entrepreneur, had an incredibly packed schedule and could only spare 3 days for the initial recording before withdrawing due to an urgent international meeting. The atmosphere of the program took an unexpected turn. While the other 5 pairs of guests enjoyed the company of both parents, artists accompanying their parents to popular destinations, and elders engaging in novel experiences alongside their children, Xinghe found himself isolated. Surrounded by families bustling with activity, he was left to manage his luggage alone, shouldering the duo task solo. During late-night discussions around the hearth, while others shared humorous family anecdotes, he sat silently in the corner. These poignant moments were faithfully captured on camera, igniting a viral response online. Discussion surrounding Xinghe's loneliness and the absence of parental support surged, with netizens expressing empathy. He should be supported by family, yet he stands alone. While others experience mutual healing, his journey is one of solitary resilience. Seeing him care for others' parents, one wishes for someone to care for him too. Initially, the production team worried that Wenjing's departure would adversely affect the show's reception. But this unforeseen solitude became its greatest attraction. Xinghe's resilience, independence, and occasional glimpses of his yearning for familial warmth resonated deeply with countless viewers. He did not seek pity. He simply bore the burden silently, helping lost elders find their way and guiding parents unfamiliar with navigation. These gestures earned him widespread admiration for his politeness and maturity. Once a relatively unknown figure, he emerged into public consciousness through this program, paving a robust path toward achieving the title of Best Actor in the future. Gazing into Xinghe's expressive eyes, Minli felt a tightening in his throat. Caught in a dilemma, should he adhere to the original narrative, denying this parent-child reality show to allow Xinghe to follow the predetermined trajectory to fame? Or should he, in accordance with his paternal instincts, seize the opportunity to spend this rare time together with his child? Minli recalled his past life, also a solitary figure, having grown up in an orphanage, unaware of his parents' whereabouts, and thus envied those with families. Although he endeavored to make amends for the emotional void of his childhood as an adult, that absence remained irreplaceable. "Father, could you accompany me to participate in this variety show?" Xinghe implored. Minli felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Refusing to participate might lead to Xinghe's rise to fame, yet it could also deepen the chasm between them. Conversely, joining the show could disrupt the original narrative trajectory and alter Xinghe's future career path. "If you do not wish to go, it is perfectly fine," Xinghe quickly added upon noticing his silence. "I can complete the task on my own." Those words struck Minli like a hammer to the heart, instantly dissolving all his inner turmoil. What did it matter if he became a sensation? What significance did the plot hold? He had been granted a second chance at life. Should he allow his child to endure the hardships he once faced? Although this child was not his biological offspring, as a responsible member of society, safeguarding the sanctuary of the child's heart was paramount. Moreover, this was the protagonist. Even if he could not become a top-tier movie star, he still had his father's immense fortune to inherit. What was there to worry about? Minli swiftly reviewed the contract and decisively announced, "I will participate." Xinghe's manager, Zheng, who was not only a top agent at Xinghe Entertainment, but also an old classmate of Minli, was elated to hear that Minli would accompany his child to the variety show. She promptly finalized the itinerary and meticulously arranged the subsequent preparations. The company had no pressing matters, leaving Minli with an abundance of free time. After playing games in the office for a considerable length of time, feeling his eyes strain and his head grow heavy, he decided to step outside for some fresh air. As his fingertips brushed against the elevator button, he suddenly recalled that aside from the 88th floor where he worked, all other floors belonged to Wenjing's enterprises. Feeling somewhat out of his depth, he resolved to broaden his horizons. Guided by the original owner's memories, he pressed a button for the 99th floor, Wenjing's office. The original owner had only visited under the pretense of delivering meals, but the most vivid memory was of the expansive platform outside Wenjing's office, where one could behold the entire splendor of City A. Such a beautiful place warranted a visit. Minli made a beeline for the 99th floor, unhesitatingly pushing open the door to Wenjing's office. The space was astonishingly bright, yet its decor was minimalist to the point of restraint. A white genuine leather sofa, a square wooden coffee table, a starkly modern computer desk and chair, and an entire wall of dark bookshelves comprised the entirety of the furnishings. The desk was immaculately organized. Aside from a stack of documents and a metallic pen holder, there was only an old-fashioned mechanical metronome, its ticking resonating sharply in the spacious room. Intrigued, Minli glanced at it, his fingers almost reaching out to touch the metronome, but he reconsidered and withdrew his hand, turning instead to push open the glass door leading to the grand platform. The evening breeze, laced with a hint of chill, enveloped him as the dazzling panorama of city unfolded before his eyes. The neon-lit commercial districts, the bustling traffic on the elevated highways, and the serpentine river view glimmering with shimmering reflections painted a picture of the city like an expansive galaxy of stars beneath the twilight. Indeed, it was breathtaking. He whispered in admiration, instinctively leaning against the railing, utterly unaware that the office door behind him had swung open, revealing a tall figure standing in the shadows, their gaze intensely fixed upon him. "What are you doing here?" A chilling, deep voice suddenly resonated behind him, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. As Wenjing stepped through the door, he encountered the familiar figure by the railing. Minli froze, nearly gasping in surprise, his heart racing uncontrollably. He swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing Wenjing, instinctively patted his chest, a nervous smile escaping his lips. "Goodness, do you walk without making a sound? You startle me." Once these words left his mouth, Minli felt as if he had shattered his persona, for the original character was merely a sycophant to Wenjing, who would never dare speak in such a manner. He promptly adjusted his tone. "Ahem. I was wondering if you would like to join Xinghe in participating in a parent-child variety show." "Goodness, you nearly terrified me," he added. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have been exposed," he thought to himself. "Is Wenjing a ghost? He moves without a sound." This was yet another echo of his thoughts. Wenjing was now certain that he was not imagining things. He discreetly sidestepped the inquiry, responding in a calm voice, "I've been inundated with work lately and don't have much time. If you're free, you can accompany him." Minli let out a sigh of relief and nodded eagerly. "All right then, I won't disturb your work any longer. I'll take my leave." Just as he was about to turn away, Wenjing called out, "Wait." He lifted his gaze, meeting the probing look of the other man. "Do you smell something fragrant?" Minli paused, sniffing the air thoughtfully. The rich, sweet aroma of passion fruit had been faintly wafting since he entered the elevator, and he had assumed someone was eating fruit. Was there someone on this floor indulging in passion fruit? He rubbed his neck, a look of confusion etched on his face. Wenjing's gaze fell upon the gland on the side of his neck, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. "It's not someone else eating. It's your pheromones." "Is today your heat period?" Chapter 5. The Old Fox's Test Heat Period. Was he a cat or a dog? How could he be in heat? Minli slowly came to the realization that he was now an omega. Goodness, no wonder he had been feeling a tightness and soreness at the back of his neck. He had thought it was merely the onset of age-related ailments, but it turned out to be the arrival of his omega heat. How do omegas and ABO narratives endure their heat periods? With pheromone suppressants? Or perhaps by finding an alpha for temporary marking? Minli dared not ask Wenjing, his alpha husband, for assistance, so he simply inquired, "Do you have any pheromone suppressants here?" Wenjing did not respond immediately. His dark eyes swept over Minli's flushed ears before he turned towards the desk. His fingers slid open the bottom drawer, retrieving a sealed pack of suppressants. The aluminum foil shimmered coldly under the light as he spoke in a low, husky voice, one at a time. The presence of omega pheromones could elicit a resonance in an alpha's heat cycle, the air thick with the sweet, cloying scent of pheromones, wrapping around Wenjing like an invisible net, causing his throat to constrict slightly. Fortunately, he had taken a calming agent the previous night. He was now barely able to withstand the onslaught of Minli's pheromones. Minli clutched the cool, aluminum pack, his fingertips tracing the sealed patterns. heat coursing through his veins, his ears reddening to the point of nearly bleeding. As he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Wenjing turning away, his shoulders taut and the muscles beneath his black shirt subtly flexing, evidently struggling to suppress the instinctive urges awakened within him. Goodness, does he think I deliberately approached to entice him? Ugh, what a bothersome heat cycle. It's making me utterly uncomfortable. Why can't I open this damn packaging? His grip on the suppressor tightened, his fingertips whitening under the pressure, but the wretched aluminum foil seemed impervious, refusing to yield to his efforts. The peculiar sensations within him intensified, the sweet scent of passion fruit uncontrollably seeping out, causing his fingers to tremble. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as the weakness of his estrus spread through his limbs, leaving him almost devoid of strength to raise his hand. Wenjing turned back to retrieve the pheromone suppressor, the edges of the foil now crumpled in his palm. Without hesitation, he bit into the packaging, the sharp sound of tearing echoing painfully in the silence. Spitting out the fragments, he deftly picked up the syringe, expelling the air with precision. The liquid within glimmered softly in the syringe. Minli's Adam's apple bobbed as he opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, a hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. The Alpha's palm, imbued with the scent of cedar, exerted an irresistible warmth mingled with an icy chill, momentarily quelling the heat of estrus. Leaning closer, Wenjing's breath brushed against Minli's ear as he spoke in a hushed tone. Bow your head. Instinctively, Minli exposed the nape of his neck. The needle pierced with precision, delivering a slight sting accompanied by a rapidly spreading coolness. As the medication coursed through him, the restlessness was forcibly subdued. Yet, the hand on his shoulder remained, the warmth of the palm and the Alpha's restrained possessiveness seeping through the fabric, rendering Minli's ears flush with heat and his heart racing like a drum. All done. Wenjing withdrew, but his fingertips inadvertently grazed the skin at Minli's neck. Both paused momentarily. He turned to discard the syringe, his posture still upright, though the line of his neck appeared somewhat tense. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your assistance. Minli sensed that the atmosphere had become excessively thick, the residual scent of pheromones mingling in the air, fermenting an indescribable tension. He hastily turned to exit, the door softly closing behind him, effectively sealing the mixed aromas within the room. The office fell into complete silence. Wenjing remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the spot where Minli had stood moments before. The air still seemed to linger with the sweet, soft scent of the omega as estrus, intertwined with his own cedar pheromones and the odor of the suppressor, creating an irritating yet inescapable ambiguity. Upon returning home, the earlier awkwardness still clung to Minli, simmering beneath the surface of his heart. During dinner, it was surprising to find Wenjing back home as well. The three of them sat around the dining table, the clinking of chopsticks punctuating the silence that pervaded the air. Minli focused intently on the delectable dishes before him, particularly the oil-braised lobster, relishing the act of peeling it with enthusiasm. His cheeks puffed out, temporarily casting aside any discomfort. In contrast, Wenjing and Xinghe appeared lost in their own thoughts, their chopsticks merely tapping lightly on the plates, lacking any real appetite. Father, Dad has already agreed to my relationship with Qi Yizhou. Xinghe was the first to break the silence, his gaze settling upon Wenjing. At the sound of his voice, Wenjing lifted his eyes, his profound gaze sweeping over his son, yet inadvertently drifting towards Minli, who was engrossed in devouring a lobster. You agreed? His voice, though not loud, resonated precisely in Minli's ears. Huh? Minli suddenly raised his head, a large chunk of lobster meat still in his mouth, responding indistinctly, I agreed. Wenjing raised an eyebrow, a hint of perplexity rising in his eyes. Minli had previously insisted that Qi Yizhou was unworthy of Xinghe, seemingly eager to thwart their relationship at every turn. How is it that he so readily acquiesced this time? His fingers paused on his chopsticks, his gaze resting on the young man's puffed cheeks. The lobster shells piled on a small plate, remnants of sauce lingering at the corners of his mouth. He appeared blissfully unconcerned. Lu Wenjing's Adam's apple bobbed lightly as he spoke, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Didn't you previously assert that Qi Yizhou came from a poor background and was unworthy of Xinghe? Minli, busy licking the sauce from his fingers, faltered at the question, the taste in his mouth fading slightly. Was that really what I said? Is this cunning fox testing me? He quickly cleared his throat, picked up a napkin to wipe the corners of his mouth, and replied with feigned composure. After some contemplation, I realized that the two children genuinely love each other. One cannot solely judge by family circumstances. Although Qi Yizhou's current situation is modest, he possesses a steadfast and ambitious nature, and it is not beyond reason that he may carve out a successful path in the future. The male protagonist is destined to become a formidable force in the business world, a billionaire at that. His current poverty is but a temporary phase. One must adopt a long-term perspective. Lu Wenjing's keen ears captured that disjointed thought, pausing momentarily. Could he foresee the future? Just as that notion surfaced, it was interrupted by Lu Xinghe's voice. "Thank you, Dad, for supporting me," and Yizhou, the youth, said, genuine joy lighting up his face as he turned to Lu Wenjing, his tone tinged with cautious anticipation. "Father, you have always been somewhat disapproving. Can you, now, bless our union?" Lu Wenjing's gaze returned to his son, subtly scanning Minli in the process. "I have no strong objections." Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled instantly. "That's wonderful. I'll tell Yizhou right away." Darn it, the author has made me seem like the villain, the sole obstacle on the protagonist's path to love, Minli thought, biting down hard on a piece of lobster, unable to suppress his internal grumbling. Lu Wenjing observed his son's elation, yet his gaze shifted back to Minli. His tone inscrutable. "You have changed quite a bit recently." "Aha!" Minli was caught off guard by the unexpected remark, swallowing the meat in his mouth and laughing awkwardly. "Perhaps I have become more enlightened with age. As for the children's affairs, it is best to let nature take its course." As he spoke, he instinctively averted his gaze from Lu Wenjing. Goodness, this person is remarkably perceptive. If this continues, I'll soon run out of fabrications. Just as Minli was growing anxious, Lu Xinghe suddenly stood up. "Dad, Father, I'm full. You both enjoy your meal." The youth, with his heart set on sharing the joyous news with Qi Yizhou, walked away with a buoyant step. Minli felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, immediately rising to his feet, scarcely finishing the lobster in his bowl. "I'm full too. Let us take a stroll." The two of them set down their chopsticks and briskly exited the restaurant, their backs reflecting a sense of urgency. Minli truly dared not linger for another second. Lu Xinghe was rather naive and easily deceived, yet Lu Wenjing, the cunning old fox, possessed a gaze sharp enough to pierce through the human heart. After all, Lu Wenjing had lived a decade longer than this foreign soul, and experience spoke volumes. Indeed, the old were truly more seasoned. With only Lu Wenjing remaining in the restaurant, he surveyed the scarcely touched dishes on the table and then glanced toward the entrance, his fingers gently tapping the surface of the table, a playful glimmer evident in his eyes. A stroll, he chuckled softly, his tone ambiguous, yet he had departed rather swiftly. Chapter 6. Let nature take its course. As night enveloped the window panes, Minli indulged in a comforting hot bath, dried his hair, and was just about to retire for the night when he abruptly halted. There lay a figure on the bed. Lu Wenjing had already completed his evening routine. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his prominent nose, his fingers deftly gliding over a tablet, engrossed in his work. The contours of his profile illuminated by the soft glow of the night lamp. Minli froze in place, his mind erupting with thoughts. What on earth? Is this to share a bed? What should I do? Should I approach or not? Sensing his discomfort, Lu Wenjing glanced up, his voice calm and steady. It's getting late. Today is my sensitive period. Perhaps I should sleep in the guest room? No need. Lu Wenjing averted his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion, his fingers still tirelessly dancing across the screen. Hesitantly, Minli climbed onto the bed, attempting to be as quiet as possible, turning away from Lu Wenjing as he lay down. We're both men. What is there to fear? It's just sharing a bed. It's not as if I'll lose a limb. He repeatedly reassured himself, quickly closing his eyes, feigning sleep. After tossing and turning for quite a while, Minli could no longer contain himself and gently turned over, squinting towards his companion. In the dim light, Wenjing's silhouette was distinctly outlined, the soft glow from the tablet casting a focused light upon his face. Ahem, Wenjing, aren't you go to sleep? He whispered. I can't sleep with the light on, Wenjing replied, pausing for half a second before setting down the tablet, removing his gold-rimmed glasses, and placing them on the bedside table. In the next moment, he reached out and turned off the lamp. The room was suddenly engulfed in complete darkness, leaving only the sound of their intertwined breaths. Minli remained wide awake, the darkness amplifying his unease. He instinctively sought a topic to break the silence, his mind drifting to the matter of the two children. Wenjing, when will you arrange the engagement for Xinghe and Yizhou? Notorious. Wenjing's voice came from beside him, maintaining that same unruffled tone, revealing no hint of concern. Minli pressed his lips together and inquired further. Should we visit Yizhou's relatives sometime soon? Next month. Minli was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to think of anything further to discuss. His concern seemed to resemble that of a biological father to Xinghe. In contrast, the children's actual father appeared utterly unperturbed. Sleepiness suddenly washed over Minli, and his eyelids grew heavy, swiftly leading him into the realm of dreams. Wenjing, a habitual night owl, found it difficult to succumb to slumber until the late hours, when the world fell silent. In the stillness of the night, the rhythmic breathing of the person beside him grew increasingly steady, even revealing a soft snore. Wenjing gazed at the pitch-black ceiling, his mind swirling with the peculiarities of Minli. First, there was a complete transformation in his attire. Next, he found himself able to hear the thoughts of the other. Furthermore, his dietary preferences had shifted, as Minli had never cared for shrimp before. It seemed as though the other possessed the ability to foresee the future. He could hardly believe such absurdities, unless a significant upheaval occurred. It was implausible for one individual to undergo such drastic changes in a brief span, unless the person before him was not Minli at all. Just as this thought settled in, a sudden weight pressed down on his abdomen, as Minli's thigh unexpectedly draped over him. The two were now in close proximity, and the sweet scent of passion fruit emanating from the omega intensified with each breath, mingling with the lingering fragrance of a shower gel, penetrating Wenjing's nostrils. Strangely enough, it was rather pleasant. He gently shifted the leg resting on his stomach, but before he could settle back, a warm hand unexpectedly rested upon his chest. Minli's face was merely half a foot away, his warm breath brushing against Wenjing's skin, tinged with the sweetness of passion fruit, sending delightful shivers through him. With a resigned sigh, Wenjing stepped back slightly, creating some distance, and closed his eyes once more to cultivate sleepiness. The next day, when Minli awoke, he found himself alone, as Wenjing had left without his knowledge. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow upon the bedding. The indulgence of waking naturally on such a day was simply addictive. Minli was somewhat self-aware. His claim of accompanying Xinghe on a variety show was merely a preparatory measure. After all, in his previous life, he had been a mere wage slave, only occasionally filming daily vlogs, utterly ignorant of the ins and outs of variety show production. Fortunately, Where Has My Son Gone To had lenient requirements for guest parents, promoting a relaxed and genuine atmosphere, offering not only a free vacation, but also an excellent opportunity to distance himself from the imposing alpha husband, Wenjing. The thought of temporarily escaping that commanding presence brought a sigh of relief. However, his expression fell as he realized there were still a full 2 weeks until filming began, during which he would have to share a bed with Wenjing every night. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Unskilled at concealing his emotions, he had been relying on sheer willpower to get through the past 2 days. If he inadvertently revealed his true self and Wenjing discovered he was not the authentic Minli, the consequences would be dire. After wrestling with his thoughts all day, Minli found himself contemplating honesty. Since Wenjing held no affection for the original owner of this body, a divorce was inevitable. Rather than living in fear of exposure, it might be better to lay everything bare. Even if he walked away from the divorce with nothing, it would surely be preferable to a humiliating revelation. After all, this body did not truly belong to him. Yet, when it came time to dial the phone, he faltered. His fingers hesitated over the dial pad for an eternity. And when the call connected, his tongue stumbled over itself. "Hello." Lu Wenjing's deep voice resonated from the other end, tinged with the fatigue of a recently concluded meeting. That Lu Wenjing, Yu Minli swallowed hard, steering clear of the main topic. "Tonight, Xinghe will bring Qi Yizhou home for dinner. I will personally prepare the meal. Will you be joining us?" "All right, I understand." Lu Wenjing's response remained succinct, devoid of emotion. "I'll hang up then. If you return, do come back early." He hurriedly concluded the call, not waiting for a reply, his palms already damp with perspiration. Ultimately, it was fear that gripped him. The icy demeanor of Lu Wenjing and his penetrating gaze made even direct eye contact daunting, let alone confessing such an astonishing secret. What if the other party dismissed him, thinking he was merely seeking attention or pursuing wealth, fabricating an outlandish time travel tale that would only complicate matters further? Sigh. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold naturally. In the afternoon, Lu Xinghe returned home with Qi Yizhou. Now that he was convinced Yu Minli genuinely accepted his relationship with Qi Yizhou, Lu Xinghe confidently brought him back. In the living room, the two young boys nestled together in the corner of the sofa, their heads close as they whispered to each other. Lu Xinghe discreetly brushed his fingertips against Qi Yizhou's hand, causing the latter's ears to flush with color. Yet, he did not shy away. Instead, he inched closer, unable to conceal the affection evident in his eyes. Their tender demeanor resembled that of a pair of lovebirds, blissfully enamored. Yu Minli stood at the kitchen door, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight. In his previous life, he had never even experienced romance. Now, he found himself witnessing the love between two male leads, both A-class and equally strong. It was rather novel. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by Lu Wenjing's voice, calm and unperturbed. "Is dinner almost ready?" Yu Minli turned to find Lu Wenjing standing in the dining area, his gaze fixed on the two boys in the living room, a fleeting softness gracing his eyes before retreating back to his usual coolness. "Almost done, just a final soup." This evening, it was Yu Minli who had taken the initiative to cook, now that he had decided to reveal the truth. He no longer wished to feign the original persona, but instead wished to follow his own desires. Once the dishes were served, the atmosphere among the four was harmonious. Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou frequently praised the food. Even the usually taciturn Lu Wenjing sampled the braised ribs 3 times, casually remarking that they were quite tasty. They even opened a bottle of red wine, sipping leisurely, the ambience growing increasingly relaxed. Lu Wenjing's gaze occasionally fell upon Yu Minli. Previously, this Omega lady would frown at the sight of wine, yet now she poured several glasses herself, her cheeks flushed. The kitchen, once a forbidden domain for him, now yielded such delightful and fragrant dishes. These peculiarities reinforced his belief that his assumptions from the previous night were not unfounded. With half of the wine's effects on him, Yu Minli felt emboldened. He planned to take Lu Wenjing upstairs after dinner to confess, using the drinks as a means to bolster his courage. After their meal, as Lu Xinghe was busy tidying the dishes with Qi Yizhou in the living room, Yu Minli took a deep breath, stood up, and directed his gaze towards Lu Wenjing. His voice slightly husky from the wine, yet resolute. "Lu Wenjing, please come to my room for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." As Lu Wenjing stepped into the bedroom, he observed the other party closing the door and remained silent for a moment before speaking. With unwavering gaze, he addressed Yu Minli, enunciating clearly, "I am not Yu Minli. To be precise, I am not your Omega wife, Yu Minli." Chapter 7. Why divorce? The revelation came rather early, Lu Wenjing mused. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Minli, with an air of righteous conviction, explained, "Do you believe in the concept of borrowing a corpse to return a soul? The original owner of this body voluntarily vacated it, and I merely took residence." Lu Wenjing regarded him quietly, his expression devoid of any ripples, as though he had anticipated this. The air in the room seemed to stagnate for a few seconds, with only the faint whisper of the breeze from outside. "Borrowing a corpse to return a soul?" he echoed, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. Are you implying that the person before me is now another soul? Yu Minli nodded vigorously, the alcohol causing his cheeks to flush, yet his gaze remained strikingly earnest. Yes, I'm not the Yu Minli you once knew. As for the original, I have no idea where he went. All I know is that I opened my eyes in this body. Wenjing moved to the window, turning his back to Yu Minli, his long fingers lightly tapping on the windowsill. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow upon his shoulder. When did this happen? He inquired. A few days ago, Yu Minli replied honestly, the day you returned from your business trip. No wonder, Wenjing thought, recalling the peculiarities of Yu Minli's behavior since that day. The sudden transformation in his attire and the incessant murmurs that only he could hear all became explicable. Who were you originally? He turned around, his gaze once again scrutinizing Yu Minli's face. I'm also named Yu Minli. He paused, lowering his voice. Just an ordinary office worker who died from overwork and woke up like this. After speaking, he nervously observed Wenjing's response. The anticipated shock, skepticism, or even panic did not manifest. Wenjing merely nodded slightly, his expression remaining stoic, as if he were merely listening to an utterly mundane report. So, Wenjing spoke slowly, his voice deep. You are aware of the future of Xinghe and Yizhou, aware of events yet to unfold. He had no intention of concealing his ability to hear the thoughts of the other. Yu Minli was taken aback for a moment, then quickly pieced it together. How do you know? Can you hear my thoughts? Yes, came the succinct reply, light yet profound, causing Yu Minli's eyes to widen in astonishment. So, he was aware of all his chaotic inner monologues and fragmented memories of the plot? The limitless narrative formula. Did that mean he should also possess a system? Regrettably, he had called out in his mind the previous night for a long time, yet no system materialized. Then why did you not say so earlier? Yu Minli exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Wenjing approached the bedside table, retrieving a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and donning them once more. The gaze behind the lenses appeared even more inscrutable. I was waiting for you to speak up. He paused, adding, or rather, I was confirming. It remains to be confirmed whether this is a meticulously orchestrated performance or a truly unfathomable miracle. Now, he has found his answer. Yu Minli opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. He had envisioned countless scenarios following a revelation, but never anticipated such a tranquil, almost eerie conversation. What do you intend to do now? He inquired cautiously, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his garment. Are you planning to divorce? I can sign. I do not wish to claim any of the assets. As long as you allow me to reside here until the completion of the variety show for Star River. Why divorce? Wenjing interrupted, his tone imbued with a hint of perplexity for the first time. Yu Minli was momentarily taken aback. Legally, you remain Yu Minli. Wenjing stepped closer, looking down upon him with an air of authority. Social relationships, property ownership, and familial alliances will not dissolve merely due to a transformation of the soul. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade behind his glasses. Moreover, you possess foresight regarding certain matters. This is of great value to me. A sense of heaviness enveloped Yu Minli's heart as he grasped Wenjing's insinuation. In his current state, he could not leave. Rather, he had become a unique entity requiring oversight. So, am I now your prisoner? Yu Minli managed to articulate with difficulty. Wenjing raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly amused by the term. No, he corrected, you remain my Omega partner, another master of the Liu family. Simply, he leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against Yu Minli's ear as his voice lowered. From now on, you must not conceal anything from me. Any recollection you have concerning the future must be conveyed to me immediately. Yu Minli instinctively wished to retreat, but was restrained by Wenjing's grip on his shoulder. In their locked gaze, he discerned an undeniable desire for control lurking within those fathomless eyes. Yu Minli often felt that Wenjing did not resemble a man in his 40s. He lacked the languor that time bestows, instead resembling a blade sheathed in its scabbard, its edge retracted yet commanding. His brow was sharply defined, and his deep-set eyes concealed a tumult of emotions. The high bridge of his nose bore a light brown mole on the left side, akin to dust inadvertently resting upon cold jade, both ascetic and striking. The fine lines at the corners of his eyes only deepened the somberness within them. As he swallowed, the pronounced veins on his neck exuded an aura of authority. In exchange, Lu Wenjing continued, his tone softening slightly. You may pursue your desires. Participate in the variety show for Star River work. Even wreck heart your life, as long as it does not jeopardize the interests of the Lu family. He released his grip, restoring his tranquil demeanor. How do you find this arrangement? Minli remained silent. He was acutely aware that this was not an arrangement, but rather a unilateral notification. Yet Lu Wenjing was correct. In his present circumstances, leaving the Lu family would not yield a better outcome. At least here, he had access to unlimited funds. All right, he eventually replied in a subdued tone. Lu Wenjing seemed satisfied with this answer, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Then let us enjoy our collaboration. He extended his hand, addressing him as Mr. Minli. Minli gazed at the distinctly bony hand, hesitated for a moment, and eventually clasped it. As adults, there are myriad considerations to ponder. Minli is no fool. It was evident that the other party merely sought a nominal wife, and his role was to embody this character. Furthermore, there was no strict necessity to adhere to the notion of stand-in. He could navigate this situation as he pleased, prioritizing his own happiness above all. The instant their palms touched, a subtle current surged from his fingertips, coursing through his entire being. This body still responded to Lu Wenjing's pheromones. Suddenly, Lu Wenjing recalled something and added, in front of others, you will still be Minli. This matter is known only to you and me. What about Lu Xinghe? Not for now. Lu Wenjing turned towards the doorway. He was still too young to grasp the complexities of such matters. As his hand rested upon the doorknob, he paused momentarily without looking back. Tonight, I shall sleep in the guest room. You should rest well. The door gently closed. Minli remained rooted in place for a long while. The sun had fully descended below the horizon, enveloping the room in twilight. He gradually approached the window, observing Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou strolling side by side in the garden below. The two youths were engaged in conversation, and suddenly, Lu Xinghe burst into laughter, prompting Qi Yizhou to ruffle his hair affectionately. The scene was so beautiful it felt surreal. Minli sighed softly. He had initially believed that after revealing the truth, he would attain freedom. Yet, he now understood that some truths, once unveiled, do not lead to liberation, but rather to a more intricate, intangible web. And the weaver of this web stood silently in the shadows of the corridor, just beyond the door. Lu Wenjing did not leave immediately. He leaned against the wall, removed his glasses, and gently massaged his brow with his fingertips, borrowing a corpse to return to life. Foreseeing the future. These terms, once confined to myths and legends, had now materialized into reality. Strangely, he felt no panic. Instead, he experienced a long-forgotten sense of intrigue. More importantly, his inner voice was quite fascinating. Lu Wenjing donned his glasses once more, adjusted his cuffs, and walked steadily towards the study. He needed to recalibrate certain matters. Chapter 8. I love my older husband. Minli had been indulging in a rather sumptuous lifestyle over the past few days. Upon awakening, he found himself in a luxurious villa complete with a garden and swimming pool, surrounded by bespoke suits worth thousands, limited edition watches, and haute couture jewelry at his disposal. Not to mention the exclusive chauffeur for his million-dollar vehicle. He had thoroughly succumbed to the hedonistic lifestyle of the affluent. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is easy. However, the reverse is a challenging endeavor, a realization he was acutely aware of since disclosing the truth. Their relationship had transformed from a nominal contractual marriage to a clearly defined partnership. In front of Lu Xinghe, Minli would still maintain a semblance of paternal authority. Yet before Lu Wenjing, he had completely let go of pretense. At that moment, he lay sprawled across the expansive mattress, one hand propping up his head as he gazed at Lu Wenjing, who was seated a short distance away on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Old Lu, are you truly going to make me, an outsider, accompany your son on his first variety show? Lu Wenjing lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over the casually unbuttoned collar and the elegantly defined contours of his collarbone, settling on his nonchalant visage. You are now his legal father. TSK. Minli touched his nose, his eyes drifting toward the thick, velvety night outside. The two had recently begun sleeping in separate beds. But since Xinghe had brought Qi Yizhou home to stay, in order to avoid any exposure, he had to proactively propose sharing a room with Wenjing. Although they merely occupied half of the bed each, avoiding interference with one another, this proximity always felt somewhat delicate. Minli, straightforward by nature and disliking circumlocution, laid his concerns bare. I fear I might make a blunder. In my past life, I had no ties to the entertainment industry. If I were to say or do something wrong on camera, it would be a minor embarrassment for me, but a significant detriment to your son and the Liu family's reputation. He sat up, his legs dangling at the edge of the bed, his tone turning earnest. Moreover, that child is introspective. I am not well acquainted with him, making our interactions rather awkward. It would be far better if you went yourself. Wenjing closed the book, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the cover, twice with a clear precision. After a moment, he rose and approached the bedside. His tall shadow loomed, imbued with the natural authority of an alpha, accompanied by a crisp scent reminiscent of cedar. I have no time. His voice was deep, leaving no room for debate. Xinghe trusts you now. You go, and I will feel at ease. He paused, then added, do as you wish. The Liu family will not be swayed by such trivial matters. This is what you said? Minli's eyes curved with a hint of amusement, the smile escaping before the words could form. Then I shall truly unleash my potential. Wenjing, where did my son go to? Garnered widespread attention from netizens upon its scheduled release last month. This interest stemmed, in part, from the solid reputation established by the previous guest appearances. The heartwarming interactions between the film emperor father and his son, alongside the authentic parenting experiences of ordinary families, not only garnered a staggering 20 billion topic views across the internet, but also cultivated a genuine, unscripted core reputation, with many netizens eagerly anticipating the sequel. Furthermore, the production team had devised innovative and poignant new designs to meet fan expectations, thereby heightening the anticipation. Reports even surfaced that the production team would fulfill the parents' wishes by facilitating interactive matchmaking on the show, allowing viewers to witness the lively daily lives of adorable children while also observing the romantic encounters of their single offspring, a delightful blend of parent-child reality and dating show elements. As the anticipation reached a crescendo, the show finally approached its premiere day. Where Did My Son Go To adopted a real-time live broadcast format, enabling viewers to send comments via the airing platform and engage in immediate interaction. The moment the live signal was established, comments surged like a tidal wave. Here it comes. Your father arrives with expectations. Who has been waiting for a year? It's me. First, hurry up and reveal the guest list for this episode. I heard there will be matchmaking this time. I'm here to witness a miracle. Indeed, matchmaking is an eternal theme ingrained in parents' DNA. Haha. The first stop of the program took them to be city Xinghe, where the parents would accompany their children to experience film shooting, immersing themselves in the performance and creativity before the camera. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Xinghe, are we about to witness a parent-child acting showdown? I'm already looking forward to the masterclass from the acclaimed actor and his son. Will the amateur parents feel nervous on camera? Let me see which family will break first. After a brief introduction, the host swiftly transitioned to the main topic, introducing the guests. To align with the film and television theme of the episode, the production team specially arranged for each family to showcase a performance related to acting. The first to take the stage was the lawyer Shi Chuan's family. Alpha lawyer Shi Chuan, alongside his Omega father Pei Xiaoyan and Alpha father Shi Dai. They presented a skit titled My Family's Salty Fish Son, humorously depicting their daily life. With both parents being luminaries in the legal field, Shi Chuan, who appears to be an idle slacker, yet is, in fact, quite exceptional, brought forth a delightful contrast through meticulously choreographed interactions that elicited continuous laughter from the audience and viewers alike. The comments flooded in with joy. Shi Chuan is just like me. On the surface a slacker, yet truly competitive. Doesn't this represent today's youth? Shi Chuan is clearly handsome and remarkable, yet pretends to be a slacker. How adorable. Salty fish son versus competitive parents. Not to mention, This family of three is stunning. Sichuan resembles his father more. Is Sichuan really that lazy? He clearly follows in his father's footsteps, both being esteemed lawyers. As the performance concluded, the second family promptly took the stage. Omega A-list star Yuan appeared alongside his alpha amateur father Guanju. They delivered a graceful and passionate Latin dance performance. Under the spotlight, Yuan's movements were fluid and captivating, while Guanju, though an amateur, exhibited steady steps and a composed presence. The chemistry and emotions between the father and daughter flowed naturally through their spins and gazes. The comments erupted once more. Yuan is stunning. That figure and aura are phenomenal. I hereby unilaterally declare, Yuan is my wife, and Guanju is my father-in-law. The darling danced beautifully, and the father is still quite dashing. Their synergy is remarkable. With the dance concluded, the third family took to the stage. Alpha actor Xinghe appeared alongside his Omega mother Xinghe. They reenacted a scene from Xinghe's classic film, with Xinghe portraying a cunning villain, while Xinghe took on the role of the justice-seeking character about to apprehend her. In just a few minutes, the mother and son amplified the dramatic tension. Xinghe's gaze and delivery rivaled that of professional actors, while Xinghe's composed performance captivated the audience, leaving them breathless. The comments surged with awe. Jiang Mama's acting, how thrilling. Help, their mother-son scene is so captivating. Is this a free show for me? Husband. Haha, capturing one's own mother. Has the husband been wanting to do this all along? Following their performance, the fourth pair of guests, Minli and Xinghe, took the stage. Minli felt a twinge of anxiety, having never faced a live camera before, especially not for a performance. In contrast, Xinghe appeared remarkably calm. The duo prepared a piano performance. Xinghe would sing, while Minli accompanied on the piano. In his previous life, Minli had indeed studied the piano and even received accolades, but he had long since lost his touch. Initially reluctant to play again, he recalled the original storyline where Xinghe and Wenjing garnered immense popularity through their harmonious duet, with Wenjing's exceptional piano skills and Xinghe's enchanting voice. Inspired, he entertained the idea of emulating them and even took a few piano lessons. The melodious notes filled the air, and comments began to flood in. Oh my ladies, a new talent has emerged in the entertainment industry. Such looks, a charming young pup. I shall indulge first. Wait, this father has something special. Is anyone else noticing how incredibly attractive this father is? Who understands the gentle and romantic feeling while playing the piano? It strikes me deeply. In 1 minute, I want all the information on this father-son duo. Even during a meeting, Qi Yizhou kept the live stream on mute, captivated by his wife's performance. Today's client was none other than the Lu Corporation. On screen, Minli was seen in profile, absorbed in his piano playing. Wenjing, seated at the main position, casually glanced at Qi Yizhou's illuminated phone screen, catching a few rapidly scrolling comments. The son belongs to you, but this Omega father is mine. I adore older husbands. With that aura, I am directly swooning. Wenjing's gaze momentarily faltered, his eyes darkening slightly before he discreetly shifted his attention, his fingers gently tapping on the conference table. Chapter 9. The mentor said, do not rush. The fifth group of guests feature the Omega internet sensation, Yin Shueding, and her alpha entrepreneur mother Yi, alongside her Omega architect, father Xiao Qiong. Their presentation was a family-themed musical drama. My wife is stunning. Little snowflake has arrived. Mother is so fierce. Father is so handsome. No wonder they are products of a highly educated family. A soft spotlight suddenly pierced through the darkness, warmly illuminating the center of the stage with golden hues. The host, Xinghe, made her entrance. Welcome, dear audience, to continue tuning into the live broadcast of Where Is Our Son 2. The previous performances were indeed splendid, providing us with a visual feast. Yangzi's words elicited rounds of applause from the audience, while the comment section exploded with laughter and praise. Next, we shall delve into the exhilarating and joyous second segment, the classic character challenge. Yangzi raised her voice to heighten the atmosphere, explaining that each family would draw a classic film or literary character combination, which could even include animated characters. After a costume change, they would search for hidden task cards within a designated area, with the first family to find and complete their task emerging victorious. The clue: task cards randomly distributed among NPCs. Staff members promptly brought forth a lottery box adorned with cartoon stickers. Xinghe cheerfully announced, "Let the drawing begin." The first group, the Sichuan family, drew characters from Bears Can't Be Bothered, Bear Big, Bear 2, and Balchong. The second group, the Guanyuanyuan family, selected Jiabaoyu and Lindayu from Dream of the Red Chamber. The third group, Zhuanghanji and her son, drew the historical rivals Xiangyu and Liu Bang. The fourth group, Lu Xinghe and his son, pulled Tang Sun and son Wukong from Journey to the West. The fifth group, the Yin Shueding family, selected Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, and son Shangxiang from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. The costume change segment quickly transformed into a lively spectacle of chaos and laughter. Minli gazed intently at the dazzling golden headband and the imposing costume of son Wukong, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as he reached out to grasp them, he noticed Lu Xinghe had already seized the golden staff with remarkable agility, beginning to twirl it with an air of authenticity. "Huh, take a blow from your old son," Lu Xinghe exclaimed, his voice accompanied by sound effects, the staff whirling through the air with a resounding whoosh, nearly swiping a passing crew member in the process. Startled, Minli swiftly stepped forward and grabbed the back of his collar, exclaiming, "You rascal, put that down. It has always been my dream to be the great sage equal to heaven." Lu Xinghe nimbly twisted away, clutching the golden staff tightly in his embrace, retorting confidently, "No way. Son Wukong should be played by the youth. At your age, you would be better suited to portray Tang Sung." As he spoke, he shoved a monk's robe into Minli's arms, urging, "Master, quickly don this. Your disciple will protect you on your journey for scriptures." Minli, bewildered as he held the monk's robe, exclaimed, "Who are you calling old?" Laughter ensues. Yu's expression management has gone awry. Lu Xinghe, heart-piercing words come easily. Minli, "I can't keep this son. Whoever wants him can take him. Child, please give your father a break." He on the verge of tears. With a look of indignation, Minli reluctantly changed into the monk's attire. He distinctly remembered the original storyline where Lu Xinghe drew the roles of Xiangyu and Liu Bang. Evidently, the timeline had veered off course. Once everyone had donned their costumes, they all surged into the film city's Qingming town. Isn't this challenge a bit too difficult? There are more NPCs than tourists. Why is that greedy girl stuffing everything in her mouth? Quick, cut the camera. Look at the actor Zhuang, already locked onto his target and interrogating them. Maximum action. Yuan, charge. Yu's appearance is breathtaking. Does Sichuan's bald-headed costume really not fall off? Ha ha ha. The snowflake guard is here, clearing the way for the princess. Wait, what is the fourth group doing? Did they wander into the wrong set? Tang Sung is sipping an iced Americano while son Wukong plays with the golden staff for selfies. I'm dying of laughter. Are these two just here for stroll? Minli, clad in a splendid robe, sported sunglasses and held a cup of iced coffee with poise. Meanwhile, Lu Xinghe swaggered along with the golden staff slung over his shoulder, strutting as if the entire street belonged to his water curtain cave. "Dad, where do we find the task card?" Lu Xinghe inquired. At Ba, my disciple. Do not rush," Minli replied leisurely. Lu Xinghe, slightly anxious, pressed, "Are we really not going to search for it?" He lowered his voice in urgency. Minli, savoring his iced Americano, remained unfazed, his gaze lingering on a nearby sugar painting stall. "No need to fret, let's stroll a bit longer." Lu Xinghe, fidgeting with impatience, watched as Minli remained calm and composed. It was indeed Minli's first visit to the film city. Everything appeared novel, and he was eager to peek into every shop. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Xinghe, and he leaned in to whisper, "Dad, have you already discovered a clue?" Minli glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I have no idea." Laughter erupted as Lu Xinghe exclaimed, "I truly appreciate it." Confused, he urged, "Then why aren't you hurrying to find it? Everyone else is nearly done." No sooner had he spoken than the announcement rang out. "Congratulations to the Yin family for being the first to locate the task card." Lu Xinghe's expression fell instantly. See, I told you so. If you want search, I will. With that, he hoisted his golden staff and charged into the crowd, interrogating each NPC in turn. Having just arrived from the neighboring livestream, the Yin family drew the scenario of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Yukong, quickly utilize your discerning eyes. Am I the only one who finds Teacher Yu's calm demeanor somewhat suspicious? Watching his child's frantic figure, Yu Minli shook his head with a sigh. The youth lacks composure. He strolled to a quaint little shop adorned with a sign for fateful matches. Behind the counter sat a robust NPC from the northeast, sporting blush and a matchmaker's mole, warmly beckoning. Elder, please come in. I have the finest threads of fate here. Minutes later, the announcement chimed again. Congratulations to the 4th group, the Lu family, for finding the task card. The chat exploded with comments. What did I miss? Just returned from a Yuan live stream, and they've already found it? I saw it. Teacher Yu entered that matchmaker's shop and then obtained it? What luck? Or could it be that Teacher Yu is secretly a hidden master? Lu Xinghe stood frozen, bewildered. What is happening? Isn't my dad just wandering around sipping coffee? How did the task card come to him before I even figured anything out? He quickly turned to head back, only to see Yu Minli sauntering out of the fateful match's shop, casually waving a beautifully crafted task card. A faint smile on his face that seemed to say, I told you not to rush, Dad. Lu Xinghe dashed in front of him, his eyes wide with astonishment. How did you find it? Yu Minli handed him the task card and replied with a mysterious smile, Ba. When the opportunity arises, the card naturally appears. The chat burst forth with disbelief. I don't believe you. Teacher Yu, you must be cheating. Ha ha. Look at Lu Xinghe's face of existential doubt. So what secrets does the matchmaker's shop hold? I'm so curious. How did you find it? Quickly tell me. You want to know? The chat was instantly flooded with enthusiastic requests. I want to. Dad, hurry up. Don't make me beg. I'm so curious I'm on the edge of my seat. Lu Xinghe nodded fervently, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to know. I want to know. Yu Minli smiled gently, patting his shoulder. Be good, just watch the replay. Lu Xinghe. The laughter continued to echo, with comments flying. Yu Minli, concealing both merit and fame. Not really. Lu Xinghe. Am I not your biological child? The program team was urged quick. Cut to the replay. Right now. Chapter 10. Social Terrorist. The replay began, focusing on the entrance of the fateful match's shop. Yu Minli did not rush to enter. He adjusted his sunglasses, casting his gaze across the shop adorned with red threads, faux marriage certificates, and the robust matchmaker boredly curling wigs behind the counter. Business was rather sluggish. Yu Minli stepped inside. The elder matchmaker from the northeast immediately raised his voice. Please, come in. We have the finest threads of fate. Minli did not engage with his words. He leaned against the counter, removed his sunglasses, and casually remarked, Brother, business seems a bit slow. Doesn't it? The matchmaker paused, his northeast accent nearly slipping out. Cough. Fate has yet to arrive. Elders seek marriage. Monks do not desire such things. Minli smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic of fate. He picked up the red thread bell, twirling it between his fingers. The bell emitted a crisp sound. He casually inquired as he glanced at the faux marriage certificates. How many threads of fate do you tie in a day? It seems there aren't many genuinely seeking marriage on this street. This question struck a chord with the matchmaker. The professional smile on his face faded slightly, revealing a hint of genuine resignation, and his tone unconsciously relaxed. Indeed, most are merely onlookers or like you with a mission. We are merely living backdrops. Being a backdrop is also arduous. Minli nodded, placing the bell back. Standing here all day, one must remember to act like a matchmaker. Unlike us, at least we can move about. This statement resonated deeply. The matchmaker felt he had encountered someone who understood him, and his tension eased as he waved his hand. You have it tough too. Just now, several groups passed by, asking about mission cards like headless flies. Those who designed this segment enjoy watching your frantic haste. Indeed, Minli replied, especially my little apprentice, so impatient, he is likely to question every NPC on the street. It's exhausting just to watch. He paused, as if struck by a thought, his gaze turning to the matchmaker with a hint of negotiation. Brother, you've seen much here. In your opinion, isn't the key to such treasure-hunting missions not in the hard search itself, but elsewhere, perhaps with certain specific individuals, or by identifying those who seem least likely to have a mission. He refrained from directly asking if the matchmaker had insights, but sought the wisdom of an experienced individual, subtly conveying a message. I believe your establishment, being so tranquil, seems unlikely. The matchmaker's eyes brightened. He felt he was no longer the one being interrogated, but rather a seasoned advisor capable of offering strategic insights. He stroked a faux beauty mark, pondering aloud. Your line of thought is intriguing. Sometimes the most conspicuous places lack what you seek. It's often hidden in the least noticeable spots. He halted mid-sentence. Yet his gaze instinctively darted toward the drawer beneath the counter, emblazoned with the logo of a production team. Minli appeared oblivious, yet his interest was piqued. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice to create a sense of intimacy. How about this, brother? I feel a connection between us. I have some knowledge of palmistry. Would you like me to take a look? Just as friends, passing the time, absolutely no charge. Palmistry? The matchmaker became intrigued, extending his large hand. Can you really read palms? Minli held his hand, feigning seriousness as he examined it, his brow furrowing and relaxing in turns. The career line is clear, but today seems to bring obstacles. It is advisable to remain still rather than act. However, the wisdom line here shows a fork, indicating you possess a keen insight, capable of discerning the core amidst superficial distractions. His words were a blend of poetic and plain, delivered with earnest expression. The matchmaker was taken aback, grinning widely. Hey, you're quite interesting, elder. Our meeting is indeed fateful. Minli released his grip, a gentle smile gracing his face. You are a forthright individual. It is not easy to manage a shop in this sweltering heat. If there is a way to provide fortune for those destined to cross our paths, it is indeed a virtuous deed. Wouldn't you agree? His gaze subtly hinted at a small drawer beneath the counter adorned with the logo of a production team. The matchmaker, following his line of sight, recalled their congenial conversation and chuckled heartily, shedding all pretense. Very well, the elder speaks wisely. We do possess a stroke of good fortune here, perfectly suited for those who are destined. He bent down and retrieved a task card from the drawer, handing it over directly. Take it. May your task proceed smoothly. As the playback concluded, the scene shifted back to the present. Xinghe, holding his phone, stared in astonishment. His expression traversed from bewilderment to shock, ending in a deep sense of admiration mixed with frustration. Dad, is it really that simple? Minli adjusted his sunglasses and took a sip of his lukewarm Americano. How come you haven't obtained it? His demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Ba, kindness begets kindness, and good fortune follows. This is what we call wisdom, my dear. What a clever approach. I thought I was opening my third eye, but instead, I opened chatroom. NPC. He called me big brother, and even read my palm. Friends are made. Xinghe. I'm bouncing around like a monkey. And my dad just uses a card for conversation. A dimensional strike. While others see clues, teacher Yu cultivates connections. Is this a social bandit? Xinghe covered his face, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Resigned, he scratched his head. All right, Dad, you're impressive. What are we supposed to do with this card? Minli elegantly unfolded the task card and read aloud. Please have Tang Sung and Sun Wukong. Without revealing their identities or directly requesting, solicit 3 different passersby for 3 distinct types of food and return within 10 minutes. Completing this task will yield the next clue and priority. Xinghe exclaimed, solicit? 10 minutes? And we can't directly ask? He glanced at his chainmail and then at his robe, pondering how to proceed. Minli expertly tossed his empty coffee cup into a distant trash bin and clapped his hands. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, twinkled with amusement. Fear not, my disciple. I have a strategy. Observe your remarkable skills. If not now, then when? A sense of foreboding washed over Xinghe. What skills? Minli pointed to a nearby open area where a few scattered tourists rested. Go, he encouraged. You have 1 minute to showcase the majesty of the Monkey King. Perform a couple of somersaults, wield your staff with flair. Make it lively. Xinghe stood frozen. Dad, you want me to perform for money? Sure. Minli gestured for silence, adopting a serious tone. The affairs of a monk should not be called busking. This is merely a display of the prowess of a seeker of knowledge. to forge good connections. Hurry, I shall promote you. Ha ha. You Minli. Disciples are meant to be exploited. Xinghe. I thought I was coming for a family variety show, but it turns out I'm street performing. The demeanor of seeker of knowledge. Get on with it. Mom will send you rockets. The atmosphere is becoming increasingly peculiar. Steeling himself, Xinghe trudged to the open space, his golden staff in hand. A curious 7- or 8-year-old boy was watching him intently. Clearing his throat, he summoned a friendly smile. Little friend, I am the great sage, Sun Wukong. Today, I pass through this sacred place, here to showcase my divine abilities and forge a benevolent bond. Having spoken, he disregarded the bewildered gaze of the child and wielded the golden staff with a flourish, culminating in a daring somersault that left him momentarily wobbling before regaining his balance. The young boy's eyes sparkled with admiration as he clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Brother, you are amazing." Seizing the moment, Xinghe pointed to the nearby Minli, saying, "Along with my master Tang Sung, journey to the west in search of scriptures, yet my stomach growls with hunger. Might you, dear child, be so kind as to offer some sustenance?" The boy blinked, dashed to his mother, and soon returned holding a packet of chocolate bars, exclaiming here, "Even Sun Wukong needs to eat. Ha ha, success. Xinghe darling is all in. Chocolate bars acquired." Teacher Yu smiles kindly, watching the show. Xinghe, with a complex expression, returned and handed the chocolate bars to Minli, addressing him as father. Minli solemnly accepted them, nodding, "Well done, my disciple. Let us seek the next fated soul." Xinghe interjected, "No, this is too slow." Suddenly, Minli thrust the chocolate bars back into his hands, commanding, "Wait here." He turned and approached a nearby fruit stall, whispering a few words to the vendor, who chuckled as he retrieved a handheld megaphone from beneath his cart. Minli tested the sound. "Hello? Hello?" Xinghe stood bewildered. "Father?" Minli raised the megaphone to his lips, his face regaining an air of profound solemnity. Yet the words that followed made Xinghe's toes curl in embarrassment. "Let me teach you about efficiency." Adjusting the volume, he spoke into the megaphone in a clear, steady voice, devoid of shame. "Namo Amitba. Esteemed patrons, I have traveled from the Eastern Tang Dynasty, accompanied by my unruly disciple Wukong, on a pilgrimage to the west to seek scriptures. As we pass through your esteemed land, we find ourselves penniless and famished. Though my disciple may be mischievous, he possesses remarkable skills and is willing to perform for your entertainment, merely seeking a kind connection and some food offerings." His voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the cacophony of the street, drawing the attention of half the block. Xinghe stood frozen, the golden staff clattering to the ground. His ears flushed a noticeable crimson. After a moment of stunned silence, the comments erupted in a frenzy. "I literally laughed so hard my neighbors called the police. Minli, a social terrorist. Help out." Tang Sung with a megaphone begging for alms. Xinghe, where's the nearest crack in the ground? I want to hide. Efficiency. Master, the times have changed. Tearing up. This ISNTA pilgrimage, it's a hardcore roadshow. Chapter 11. Each to their own as the crowd began to gather around. Minli enthusiastically continued. "This is a rare opportunity. Capture a photo with the great sage Sun Wukong for just a meal, and forge a kind bond." His words were succinct, striking at the heart of the matter. After finishing, he elbowed the still-stunned Xinghe, whispering urgently, "Quick, strike a cool pose. It's your turn." Taking a deep breath and braving the curious gazes from all directions, Xinghe positioned the golden staff in front of him, awkwardly attempting to adopt a formidable stance. Could they really take a photo? A young girl was the first to step forward with a smile, presenting her box of egg tarts. "Is this okay?" "Well done." "Thank you, kind lady." Minli took over, signaling Xinghe to cooperate. "The young man is quite handsome." With this beginning, others eagerly joined in. An uncle offered an apple, while a student contributed a rice ball. "Come closer, look at the camera." Minli even temporarily assumed the role of photographer, directing the group for their photos. Under his guidance, Xinghe acted like a sophisticated prop, posing with various pedestrians, some holding sticks, some turning to the side, some pretending to swing, his smile gradually shifting from stiff to numb. Within 5 minutes, 3 different types of food were effortlessly gathered, along with 2 bottles of drinks. Yu Minli counted their spoils with satisfaction and turned off the speaker. He patted Lu Xinghe, who was still wearing a professional smile, and said casually, "Disciple, we're done. Let's head back." Lu Xinghe, clutching a bunch of food, stared blankly, silently following the light-footed, humming Yu Minli. Upon their return to the meeting point, the Yin family had long completed their task and were leisurely watching the live broadcast replay. Seeing Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe return laden with goods, Yin Shiwiding stood up first with a smile. "You 2 teachers are remarkably efficient, finishing the task so quickly." "Oh, I can't take that title." Yu Minli waved his hand, his smile gentle. "Shiwiding is so lovely. Just call me brother. As for Xinghe, refer to him as younger brother." A sudden silence enveloped the air. Yin Shiwiding blinked her big eyes, glancing at Yu Minli in his robe, then at the expressionless Lu Xinghe, who was clutching a pile of snacks. Her CPU seemingly overloaded. "Brother? Younger brother? Ha ha! Each to their own. Shiwiding, what should my parents call you then?" Lost in thought, Lu Xinghe, expressionless dad. "As long as you're happy." Finally snapping out of his daze, Lu Xinghe twitched his mouth at the remark. However, Yu Minli had already turned to the staff, handing over the task items and successfully obtaining the priority selection card for the next segment. The whole process flowed seamlessly, as if the earlier chaotic familial title suggestions had merely been a light breeze. Yin Yi, a seasoned entrepreneur, quickly regained her composure and smiled at Yu Minli. "Mr. Yu is indeed quite amusing. I hope for your guidance in the next segment." "Certainly," Yu Minli responded with a cheerful smile. Just then, the calm and composed Omega father, Xiao Qiong, who had been standing beside Yin, suddenly spoke gently. "Mr. Yu, I wonder if you still remember me?" He adjusted his thin-rimmed glasses, his smile tinged with familiarity. "I was responsible for the interior renovation and landscape design of the lakeside villa, where you and Mr. Lu are currently residing." He then exchanged a glance with the host, Yoko, signaling for a close-up. The smile on Yu Minli's face instantly froze. "Is there gossip? Who is Yu Minli that Mr. Yin and Mrs. Yin would give him such face? No. How is it that, even in a variety show, he encounters acquaintances?" Lu Xinghe was also momentarily taken aback, looking at Yu Minli. Yu Minli quickly adjusted his expression, letting out a dry chuckle. "So it's designer Qiao. No wonder the designs at home feel so comfortable. My apologies for not realizing sooner." Xiao Qiong smiled graciously, expressing, "As long as you and Mr. Lu are pleased. During the last visit for the final inspection at your residence, you were unfortunately absent. Mr. Lu specifically mentioned to dim the lighting in the master bedroom's dressing room, concerned it might disturb your rest. Haha, your design is truly distinctive." Yu Minli chuckled. "It's all just pretense." He continued, "Interestingly, when I took over this project, Xinghe was merely this tall, gesturing to a height at his waist while casting a gentle glance at Lu Xinghe. Now he has grown into a fine young man. I once brought Xueting along, and the 2 children played in the garden all afternoon. Xueting insisted on showing her new doll to her brother Xinghe." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinghe displayed a hint of confusion, evidently lacking any recollection of his childhood companion. Yin Xueting's eyes brightened. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she smiled. "I had no recollection of that." Yu Minli felt a sudden clarity. It seemed this family had their eyes set on his son, Lu Xinghe, intending to rekindle an old connection akin to a childhood romance from variety show. No wonder Xiao Qiong appeared casual while subtly highlighting the ties between their families, paving the way for the younger generation. His smile remained unchanged, yet his mind raced with calculations. Lu Xinghe was indeed the protagonist, and his future son-in-law had already been determined to be Qi Yizhou, so they ought not to entertain such thoughts. However, he refrained from voicing this outright. Thus, his smile grew warmer, articulating with careful precision, "It seems there is a shared destiny here. Xinghe is quite unique in character, having few friends. Xueting is such a delightful and charming girl. I hope she visits our home often. It would be wonderful for the young ones to interact more. Their future, however, will depend on their own rapport, and as elders, we can only wish for their happiness." This statement honored both parties while delicately distancing himself from any implications. Xiao Qiong and her husband, being perceptive, exchanged knowing smiles and chose to refrain from further commentary. Yan Xueting felt a slight blush creeping to her cheeks, while Lu Xinghe, oblivious to the adult's subtle exchanges, played with the golden staff, entirely unaware of the underlying dynamics. Unbeknownst to him, Minli seized the moment. Ushering his son away, "Let us move along. There are benches over there where we can rest and observe the progress of the other teams." Lu Xinghe responded with an obedient, "Oh," hoisting the golden staff as he followed suit. As they turned, Minli discreetly cast a glance towards the camera, silently reflecting, "Qi Yizhou, look at how sought after your wife is. If you don't act fast, I might just start charging for my guardianship services." Meanwhile, the other three families continued their endeavors within the scenic area, some anxiously searching for task cards, while others had already located their assignments and were exerting every effort to complete them. The live broadcast adeptly shifted to capture their real-time activities, the competitive atmosphere quietly intensifying. Sichuan is remarkable. The task was completed with ease. Sichuan is truly exceptional. Yuan the goddess encountered a minor mishap. An alpha harassed her, but was swiftly subdued by Guanba's pheromones, sending him flying. Strange. Has no one noticed that the tasks they found are all related to their characters? For instance, the poignant scene of Yu mourning the flowers, Liu Bei's 3 visits to the thatched cottage, the banquet at Hongmen, and Tang Seng's quest for alms. Is it conceivable that NPCs possess 5 sets of task cards, with the first group to be discovered receiving the corresponding rewards? Look, the esteemed actor Zhuang has completed the task. My husband is so dashing. Shortly thereafter, 3 groups of guests returned to the gathering point, joining the earlier arrivals, Minli, Lu Xinghe, and the Yin family. The 5 families gathered, each adorned in unique styles. Yet the atmosphere felt more familiar due to their shared experience during the initial round of challenges. The host, Yangzi, appeared with a microphone, beaming with joy. "Congratulations to all our guest families for successfully completing the tasks in Xinghe Town. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." He led the applause, and a wave of clapping resonated throughout the venue. However, he continued, "In fact, today's tasks have all been accomplished." A moment of surprise swept through the crowd. Lu Xinghe, wielding the golden staff, cast a puzzled glance at Minli, who merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. Yangzi elaborated. The core purpose of the task cards found in the first segment was to enable everyone to immerse themselves in the town's ambience, experience their roles, and interact with visitors. In truth, as long as everyone actively participated and engaged, it counts as a success, regardless of whether the tasks were strictly completed as per the cards. Therefore, all 5 families have successfully passed. The production team has not made things difficult this time, so the focus was on experience and interaction, rather than mere mechanical collection. The production team has a commendable vision. Yangzi continued, "The golden cards you receive upon completing your tasks are the crucial clues for tomorrow's official challenge. Please keep them safe, as our main challenge in the peculiar city will revolve around them. Tonight, I invite you all to rest well and enjoy the tranquility of the town along with the surprises that the production team has prepared for you. Now, dear families, please follow our guidance to the 5 cozy abodes that the production team has thoughtfully arranged for you. These residences are scattered throughout the town's scenic area, each boasting its own charm. You may confer among yourselves and choose your preferred neighbors. Dinner will be a communal gathering arranged by the production team, where we will welcome you at the largest restaurant in town, the Jushin Building. For now, please take a moment to explore your future homes in the town." At the appropriate moment, staff members approached, presenting photos and brief descriptions of the 5 residences, along with their general locations. Chapter 12, The Parental Marriage Pressure Gala After Work. Qi Yizhou immersed himself in watching the live broadcast on his phone. His wife's portrayal as Sun Wukong was breathtaking, and the way she wielded the golden staff exuded such majesty. The stance she struck was incredibly cool. He hurriedly took a screenshot to save it. Although aware it was a task, a twinge of jealousy lingered in his heart as he glimpsed her in photos with others. No, once she returns, he must ensure they take plenty of pictures together. Just as he was engrossed, a call from Wenjing interrupted him. It turned out that Mr. Liu was also keeping an eye on his wife and son's variety show debut and had extended an invitation to Qi Yizhou for dinner, hoping to watch the broadcast together. Qi Yizhou gladly accepted. In the lakeside villa's dining room of the Liu family, a sumptuous dinner was laid out before the two alphas. Yet their attention remained fixated on the enormous projection screen on the opposite wall. The live broadcast vividly captures the unfolding events in the quaint town. Minli has deliberately chosen a secluded, standalone cottage, seeking tranquility. Xinghe has exchanged his armor for a sleek black work outfit, exuding a coolness that enhances his youthful vigor. In contrast, Minli has donned a soft beige shirt paired with light gray casual trousers and white sneakers, radiating a warm and relaxed demeanor, which starkly contrasts with the striking presence of Xinghe beside him. Once the two are prepared, they set off toward the dining venue. Inside the gathering hall, the ambience is bright and inviting. A grand, antique round table is already occupied by a majority of guests. Guan Yuan and Yan Shueting sit closely together, quietly sharing beauty tips, punctuated by their light-hearted laughter. Meanwhile, several parents engage in deeper discussions. My child shies away at the mere mention of marriage, Dai remarks, glancing at his son, Chuan, who is focused on devouring a piece of rib. Indeed, although Yuan is still young, such thoughts should be nurtured early, Guanzhu adds with a gentle smile, her gaze drifting toward Guan Yuan. Yanni interjects with a tone of exasperation yet affection. Shueting is entirely absorbed in her acting. She blushes and flees at the mention of finding a partner. Jiang Xuan nods in agreement, offering a gentle addition. The children now have strong opinions and prioritize feelings. Our urgency is of little consequence. Occasionally, the younger alphas and omegas attempt to interject and ease the tension, only to be quickly silenced by their parents. Come on, didn't you all act the same way back in the day? Zhuang Hanji tries to advocate for his younger siblings. Jiang Shui subtly pulls him back under the table. Whispering with a smile, don't stir the pot. Chuan sets down his chopsticks, stating, let things unfold naturally. Wouldn't you agree, Zhuangingdi? Zhuang Hanji glances at him, a smirk gracing his lips. The atmosphere delicately oscillates between parental concern and youthful defiance. At that moment, the door to the private room swings open. Minli and Xinghe enter in succession. Minli wears a warm smile, seemingly illuminated by a soft glow, while Xinghe's strikingly handsome face carries an edge. Their arrival instantly captivates the attention of everyone at the table, momentarily disrupting the undercurrents of marital discourse. Here they come, the stunning duo. The contrast between this father-son pair is striking, yet they harmonize surprisingly well. It seems Xinghe has entirely shed his daytime son Ryukong persona. Haha, help! Zhuangingdi's smile just slayed me. Hello, everyone. It's great to see you all. Minli greets with a cheerful demeanor. Lu Xiaodi, come over here. I've saved you a seat. Chuan enthusiastically gestures to the vacant spot beside him. Xinghe nods, silently making his way to sit down, while Minli casually selects a seat. The parents naturally steer the conversation toward this seemingly understanding newcomer, who also has a son of suitable age. Oh, Yulaudi, Dai quickly resumes the interrupted topic, casting a knowing look at Minli. What do you think? Nowadays, the children are well off. Why are they so unhurried regarding significant life events? Yenny chimes in with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Yu, with Xinghe's exceptional qualities, he must have many admirers, right? Do you, as parents, also feel a sense of concern? Jiang Shui inquired. Young people today have their own thoughts and rhythms. Sometimes we wish to give them a nudge, yet fear it may have the opposite effect. What insights does Mr. Yu offer? In an instant, several gazes converged upon Minli, with even Xinghe glancing at his father, eager to discern his response. Minli lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip, his smile remaining warm, as though the topic was merely a casual springtime conversation. I cannot claim to possess profound insights, he began, setting down his cup with an easy tone. In truth, I once shared the same concerns as all of you, always thinking I should safeguard and plan for my child. His gaze swept over Xinghe and the other young individuals at the table, and he continued with a serene shift in tone. But now, I find myself indifferent. What wisdom does Father Liu have? Is Father Liu truly so open-minded? Dear, do I seem suitable? The lightheartedness of these remarks momentarily stunned everyone at the table. "Allow me to share a tale," he said. "Once upon a time, there was a prominent family surnamed Li, with only one son whom Old Li cherished as a precious jewel. When his son, Xiao Li, matured, Old Li was determined to find him a fitting match. However, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Li had fallen for a destitute scholar at school. The two, deeply enamored, knelt before Old Li, pleading for his blessing. Minli spoke with a calmness that carried the weight of a long-buried story. Naturally, Old Li was furious and resolutely opposed. He believed that the impoverished scholar, with nothing but empty words to offer, would inevitably drag his son down. Thus, he hardened his heart, forcibly separating the pair. He confined Xiao Li and employed monetary influence to render the scholar unable to find a foothold locally, ultimately driving him far away. And what happened next? Yin Shuiting asked, captivated. Well, Minli gently rotated his teacup. Xiao Li, disheartened, acquiesced to his father's wishes and married a gentle and refined young lady. He proved to be ambitious. Advancing in his career, and with his family background and abilities, he attained a respectable official position, living a life of comfort and stability. Yet he often reminisced about the scholar. And what of the scholar? Guan Yuanyu pressed. The scholar, forced to leave his homeland, was filled with resentment and indignation. He channeled all his emotions and humiliation into a relentless drive for success. He was more astute and determined than Xiao Li, and with a stroke of fortune, he gradually made a name for himself in a foreign land, ultimately achieving a high rank, far surpassing Xiao Li's position. The table fell into a contemplative silence, as everyone sensed an impending storm. Upon his return, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the Li family, particularly Old Li, who had thwarted his aspirations. Thus, he began to meticulously plot, wielding his power and connections to subtly undermine the Li family. Mysterious setbacks plagued the Li family's business, and their political ties began to falter, leaving Xiao Li feeling increasingly hindered in his role, struggling to make progress. In just a year or two, the once illustrious Li family, Minli paused, seemingly weighing his words. Like a precarious building in the midst of a downpour, Old Li was fraught with anxiety and anger. Falling ill and unable to rise from his sickbed, it was only then that he learned, through a series of twists and turns, that everything stemmed from the impoverished scholar he had cast away years ago. Lying on his sickbed, he grasped his son's hand, tears streaming down his face, filled with regret for his past decisions. As the tale concluded, a subtle air of melancholy enveloped the room. The story was met with a contemplative sigh. Reflecting on the whims of fate, Jiang Shui softly remarked, "A forcibly plucked fruit lacks sweetness. Sometimes, severing bonds leads to bitter consequences." Minli smiled gently, casting his gaze over the assembled parents before resting his eyes on his own son. With a tone both warm and clear, he conveyed thus, "It is often said by the elders that children will find their own fortunes. As guardians, we can guide and advise, but we must never presume to fully control the course of our children's lives, especially their romantic destinies. At times, in our efforts to shield them from pitfalls, we may inadvertently steer them towards a more arduous path, even sowing the seeds of calamity for the entire family." The essence of Minli's narrative echoed the emotional core of the original tale, revolving around Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou. However, in the original work, Lu Xinghe did not remarry, and Qi Yizhou's oppression of the Lu family was halted midway due to the tumultuous love-hate relationship that unfolded between them, filled with themes of captivity, vengeance, and passionate pursuits. For Minli, who had spent years as an editor and had seen through countless dramatic tropes, such plotlines were all too familiar. The character of Old Li was, in fact, a manifestation of his own tragic fate within the original narrative. He shared this story primarily for Lu Xinghe's benefit. Having traversed into this world for over a month, Lu Xinghe still harbored doubts, constantly testing whether Minli genuinely accepted his relationship with Qi Yizhou. Minli felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The parents around him appeared contemplative, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xinghe observed his father's calm profile, sensing a familiarity in the tale being told. "This story feels so real. Mister, you subtly hinted Don't meddle in your children's romances or risk backlash. Such occurrences have been plentiful throughout history. Thus, Lu's father's stance is, I won't rush you, and you'd best not rush either. Grinning, Chapter 13, Parents' Marriage Encouragement, Evening 2, all right, let us eat. The children must be famished. Pei Xiaoyun interjected to ease the tension. Only then did everyone begin to use their chopsticks and partake in the feast. Yu Minli had little interest in engaging with the conversations of the middle-aged crowd, despite being of that age himself. Instead, he quietly focused on his bowl of rice, blending into the background like an invisible presence. Conversely, the other four families at the table took turns engaging him in overly enthusiastic chatter. Yu Minli was acutely aware that their interest was not genuinely directed at him, but was rather a means to curry favor with his husband, Lu Wenjing. The way they addressed him, with such awkward affection, made him cringe. It was overly sentimental. Given Lu Wenjing's esteemed position in a city, these individuals were merely seeking to leverage their connection with Yu Minli to gain favor with Lu Wenjing. Furthermore, capturing Lu Xinghe as a son-in-law would undoubtedly bolster their prospects in a city. Yu Minli navigated the superficial conversations with a polite smile, though his appetite had diminished significantly. He suddenly recalled Lu Wenjing, realizing that being with his benefactor allowed him the freedom to pursue his interests and enjoy endless wealth. This thought prompted him to cling tightly to this advantageous connection. Thus, he discreetly retrieved his phone and sent a message to Lu Wenjing. Civilized person, what are you doing? Civilized person, have you eaten? Lu Wenjing had just finished dinner and was seated in his study attending to official matters when his phone vibrated twice. Upon checking, he saw a message from Yu Minli, his fingers hesitating for a moment before he pondered and replied. I have. What about you? Yu Minli, upon hearing the notification sound, felt a surge of joy at Lu Wenjing's swift response. However, his expression soured when he opened the message. Civilized person, we didn't watch the live stream? Civilized person, oh, you don't even watch your own son's stream? I'm going to report you. Civilized person, angry, hands on hips, fuming emoji. Lu Wenjing glanced at the words on the screen, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips. He tapped the screen, initially intending to type, I am handling official matters, but after a moment's thought, he deleted it and rephrased. I just watched it. How did it go today? Civilized person, everything went smoothly, except I found that all the guests know me, yet I don't recognize any of them. I looked at the list. They all have collaborated with the Lu Corporation. Civilized person, oh, so I'm riding on President Lu's coattails. Civilized person, pouting, pathetically cute emoji. How long do you think it will last? Civilized person, what's wrong? Already missing me? Civilized person, being cool, sunglasses, cigarette emoji. Have you always been this witty? Civilized person, not at all. But this dinner is so awkward that I can't bear to engage in pleasantries with them. I can only find you to pass the time. If you want to come back, just come back. Yu Minli stared at that sentence, his fingers pausing for a moment, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart. He glanced around the table at the others, quickly typing a line of text, only to find it overly sentimental, delete it, and rewrite it several times before finally sending. No way, the contract isn't up yet. I have to be professional. He added a striving worker emoji. Lu Wenjing promptly replied with a succinct 2 words. All right. Yu Minli, how dull. After everyone had eaten halfway, the host, Xinghe, proposed a game to heighten the excitement. Yu Minli claimed he felt unwell and retreated to a small room. Upon returning to the 2-story villa assigned by the production team, the living room on the first floor was still illuminated by several ambient lights reserved by the crew, casting a warm yellow glow that gently outlined the wooden furniture. The upstairs bedroom area was shrouded in darkness, so quiet that he could faintly hear the chirping of insects outside. He changed in his slippers, refrained from turning on the bright lights, and sank into the spacious fabric sofa in the living room, letting out a long sigh of relief. The screen of his phone brightened in the dim light, revealing another message from Lu Wenjing. I watched the live stream. Are you really not feeling well? Yu Minli pursed his lips and began to type. Civilized person, my social energy is depleted. I desperately need solitude to recharge. Civilized person, what's this, mister? Lu, Are you expressing concern for your partner? After sending this message, he felt a tinge of boredom. Just as he was about to toss his phone aside, the screen lit up again. L, do you need a doctor to take a look? It was the same rigid tone, and Yunanli rolled his eyes. Civilized person, no need. It's a matter of the heart. No doctor can cure it. Only money can mend it, smirking. L, how much? Yunanli stared at the succinct 3 words, momentarily taken aback, before he couldn't help but chuckle. This person truly was blunt and straightforward. However, he found it endearing. He was contemplating whether to jokingly demand $1 billion or seriously extort some pocket money when he suddenly heard a faint sound from outside. Yunanli looked up to see the motion sensor light in the small courtyard illuminate, revealing a tall figure at the door. It was Xinghe. He had returned as well. Their gazes met in the dim light. Xinghe paused momentarily, then entered the room quietly. Did you sneak away too? Aren't they just starting their game? Yunanli asked, sitting up straight. Yes, Xinghe replied, changing his shoes and walking to the island in the open kitchen to pour himself a glass of water. It was too noisy, not enjoyable. His movements were silent, and his profile appeared somewhat blurred under the warm light. As Yunanli observed him, he suddenly sensed a tranquility within the youth that belied his age. An awkward yet delicate silence enveloped them, as both father and son were still unaccustomed to this unusual quietude in each other's company. Clearing his throat, Yunanli took the initiative to break the silence. Have you eaten? Yes. Xinghe placed the cup down and turned to him, his voice clear. Dad, thank you. Thank me for what? Yunanli was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected gratitude. For the story you told at dinner. Xinghe paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. About respecting a child's choices. I understand you were referring to the matter between me and Yizhou. Yunanli recalled the tale of old Li and his son, surprised that Xinghe had discerned the underlying message and identified with it. He looked at Xinghe, who stood at the edge of the light. The outline of his shoulder blades visible beneath his work attire, his expression marked by a cautious seriousness. Yunanli attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. So you think I am that stubborn old Li then? Well, I must admit, I wasn't entirely in favor of you two being together. That's not it. Xinghe quickly clarified, his voice a touch urgent. Dad, you have changed so much recently. You are far more open-minded than before. I believe father must feel the same way. I can see that your relationship has improved. As he spoke, Xinghe seemed to realize he had treaded into sensitive territory. He pressed his lips together, lowered his gaze, and his voice softened. Father truly cares about this family. This anxious demeanor, as if afraid of saying the wrong thing, inexplicably touched a soft spot within Yunanli's heart. Watching the youth's bowed head, he suddenly smiled. Not the usual professional smile, but one imbued with genuine warmth. Understood, good son. Minli reclined comfortably on the sofa, his tone gentle. Your father and I simply seek joy now. As for money, he winked at Xinghe. With your family's Lu, there is more than enough. This remark carried a sense of affection amidst its levity. Xinghe relaxed his shoulders, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Within Minli, a flicker of unfamiliar kinship emerged. Ah, having a son seems rather delightful. Rising from his seat, he patted his backside and turned to ascend the stairs, stating, their essay live stream tomorrow, so let us get some rest. Chapter 14. Escape Room 1 on the second day of recording. The group arrived at the eerie-themed park to engage in an escape room challenge. This game had been selected through fan votes, as everyone wished for the parents to experience the thrilling atmosphere and savor the joys of youth. The entrance of the park was shrouded in dim light, with ancient brick walls entwined with vines, and the air was infused with a deliberately crafted scent of dust and aged wood. As the 5 families gathered, the host, Xinghe, held a megaphone to explain the rules. Welcome to the eerie city, dear parents and children. Today's escape room is not only a test of intelligence and courage, but also a true measure of family synergy. You will be divided into 2 groups, entering the themed rooms of the castle's secret and the hospital's mystery. Each family must work together to unravel puzzles, gather clues, and ultimately find the key to escape the room. Be aware, there will be surprises within the escape room. The group that escapes the fastest will be rewarded with a lavish dinner. After the grouping draw, Xinghe's family and Yuan's family were assigned to the hospital's mystery group, alongside the Zhuang family. Before the game commenced, Minli's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. He had adored escape room games in his past life, and now he was thrilled to experience it on someone else's dime while recording a show. Prior to entering the escape room, the staff distributed dim flashlights and headsets to each participant. The heavy iron door closed behind them with a dull thud, instantly severing the external light and sound. The interior of the hospital's mystery was even more realistic than anticipated. Dark corridors flanked by dilapidated patient room doors revealed crumbling paint and exposed, mottled concrete. The air was filled with a strange amalgam of disinfectant and rust. Flickering green emergency lights cast intermittent glows, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. In the distance, the faint sound of dripping water and muffled cries could be heard. Yuan felt a twinge of fear and instinctively drew closer to her father, Guanzhu. Noticing his daughter's tension, Guanzhu shifted to shield her protectively. It's begun. High energy warning ahead. Guandad is so warm. Instantly, in protective mode. Yuan, don't be afraid. Come into your husband's embrace. Am I the only one who finds this sound effect a bit fake? It sounds like it was recorded with a plastic bucket. Minli switched on his flashlight, its beams slicing through the darkness. He instinctively glanced at Lu Xinghe beside him. The boy's expression was inscrutable, his gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. The flashlight steadily illuminating the path ahead as he walked at a measured pace. Let us find the clues first, Lu Xinghe murmured, his voice resonating clearly within the spacious corridor. The others nodded in agreement. As Minli inspected the marks on the wall with a flashlight, he couldn't help but mentally critique. Does Wenjing know how composed his son remains in such a place? Perhaps he has inherited his aloof demeanor. No. It's more akin to remaining unperturbed in the face of disaster. The first room resembled an abandoned nurse's station. Cabinets were askew, and papers lay strewn across the floor. Guanzhu discovered a blood-stained patient record in a drawer, which bore a series of indistinct numbers, 196507. Zhuang Hanji, with keen eyes, spotted an old-fashioned iron box in the corner that required a password to open. A classic setup, searching for a code. Surely this blood is just ketchup? Is the production team on a tight budget? Zhuang's observational skills are impressive. I haven't even noticed where the box is yet. Should we try the numbers on the patient record? Zhuang Hanji suggested. Lu Xinghe took the record, carefully illuminating it with his flashlight. The blood obscured the last 2 digits, and the arrangement of the numbers resembled a date. Minli leaned closer. The year 1965 and July were barely discernible. Could it be the year the hospital was founded? Or perhaps the date of a significant event? They attempted 196,507 and various combinations, yet the iron box remained unresponsive. Incorrect password. Unlocking failed. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Quickly, let us search for other clues. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the depths of the corridor, followed by the sound of dragging chains, approaching gradually. Everyone froze in place. Oh no, it's coming. Step back. My poor heart. Hold on to my little blanket. It was sound effects, or perhaps a mechanism, Guanzhu deduced. Yet the flashlight still cautiously illuminated the source of the noise. However, Minli was examining the wall of the nurse's station, slowly sweeping the beam of his flashlight until it settled on a crooked portrait. The portrait depicted a woman in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform. Her smile conventional, yet her gaze somewhat vacant. The frame was wooden, with signs of wear along the edges. Help me out, Minli gestured to Lu Xinghe. Together, they removed the portrait. Behind it, etched into the wall, were a few small words. She remembered every child's birthday, but forgot her own. Looking at the birthday, Minli turned to Lu Xinghe, holding the patient record. Could this be her birthday? The nurse's? It's possible. Zhuang Hanji thought quickly, hypothesizing that if the date on the patient record was July XX, 1965, it might be the birth date of some child. Then the nurse's birthday. The portrait. Yuan suddenly pointed at the lower right corner of the image. There was a signature along with a date, White, 1940-312. There it is. Hidden information. Yuan has sharp eyes. That signature is minuscule. White? Nurse White? That name sounds familiar. March 12, 1940. Yu Minli immediately connected the dots and suggested trying 19400-312. Lu Xinghe swiftly entered this sequence into the iron box's lock. With a click, the lock opened. It's open. Excellent. Father and son worked harmoniously, their labor rendered effortless. This mind, so quick-witted, outshines that of my own household. Inside the iron box lay an aged brass key and a note. The blood bank in the morgue harbors the truth. The sound of Gwen Yuan's voice trembled as they approached the morgue. It seemed the next step was indeed to venture into the morgue. Yu Minli tucked away the key, striving for a light-hearted tone. Let us proceed and uncover the truth swiftly, so we may indulge in a grand feast. He jingled the key deliberately, as if the sumptuous dinner was beckoning. Following the flickering green lights of the corridor signs, the group made their way toward the so-called morgue area. As they delved deeper, the temperature dropped, and the atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. Refrigerated doors lined the sides, some ajar, revealing dark, gaping voids within. Do we truly have to enter the morgue? Please. No. Is the production team really going this far? I bet 5 dimes that an NPC will suddenly jump out. At the center of the morgue stood an operation table, atop which rested a metallic box that required a key to unlock. Scattered nearby were bloodied gauze and instruments. Inscribed on the box were the words blood bank. Yu Minli produced the brass key and inserted it into the lock. With a turn, the box opened, revealing not the anticipated blood bags, but instead a smaller silver key and several fragments of torn photographs. When pieced together, the images seemed to depict a family portrait, though the face of one individual had been deliberately torn away. What could this signify? Guanju pondered. Zhuang Hanji picked up a photo fragment, scrutinizing its reverse side. On one piece, in delicate script, was inscribed, "His greatest fear is not death, but being forgotten." Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, leaving only the erratic beams of a few flashlights dancing in the darkness. A series of thuds emanated from the direction of the cold storage, as if something within sought to escape. The lights have gone out. High alert. My phone just flew out. The cabinet is moving. I'm done with this. Empecé, inuk. Is the overtime pay sufficient for such exertion? Guan Yuan could no longer contain her scream. Guanju clutched his daughter tightly, his own face paling with fright. Mom, don't be afraid. Zhuang Hanji positioned himself protectively in front of his mother, Jiang Shui, his voice tinged with tension. Yu Minli felt a jolt of alarm, yet he was more irked by these intentional scares. Just as he was about to voice his discontent with the production team, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. It was Lu Xinghe, who had somehow edged closer, the flashlight steadily illuminating the photograph fragments on the operation table. In a hushed, composed tone, he noted, "This is a clue. Being forgotten, look here." He directed the flashlight toward an inconspicuous drawer beneath the operation table. The drawer bore no lock, only a small screen displaying a question. What is his most treasured anniversary? Xinghe remains so composed, such mental fortitude. This question is quite philosophical. What is his most treasured anniversary? Chapter 15. Escape from the secret room 2 on the anniversary. Yu Minli furrowed his brow, the torn faces in the family portrait evoking a fear of being forgotten. His mind swiftly connected the previous clues. The nurse remembered each child's birthday, yet neglected her own. The blood-stained medical record bore a missing date. The erased figures in the shattered family photograph. I'm getting goosebumps. This isn't a ghost story, is it? The loss is far more terrifying than any specter. Lu Xinghe is remarkably perceptive. He has unraveled the essence at once. Perhaps, Lu Xinghe pondered slowly, this is not a tale of horror, but rather one of memory and loss. He could be a person who has lost family or someone forgotten by them. The most precious anniversary may not be one's birthday, but rather the day of family reunion or the day of loss. As Yu Minli gazed at the fragmented photographs, an unsettling realization struck him. This young man seemed particularly attuned to the metaphors surrounding loss and memory. What about the possible date the family portrait was taken? Jiang Shui suggested. The photo appears ancient, reminiscent of the 70s or 80s. That range is too broad, Lu Xinghe replied, shaking his head. He picked up the fragment inscribed with his greatest fear, not death, but oblivion, his fingers unconsciously caressing the edges, lingering on the coarse paper. That statement carries profound significance. Is he onto something? A spark ignited in Minli's mind. What if he is the person with the torn face? If he fears being forgotten by his family? Might the most treasured anniversary for him be the day he was overlooked? Or rather, the last day his family remembered him? This notion was somewhat convoluted. Yet upon hearing it, Xinghe abruptly raised his gaze towards him, a flicker of something passing through his eyes. The others nodded in agreement. Teacher Yu, that's brilliant. One exceptional angle. The day of being forgotten is such a mournful anniversary. The screen beneath the operation table continued to glow faintly, awaiting input. Minli turned to Xinghe. What do you think? Xinghe remained silent for 2 seconds before focusing on the blood-stained medical record. July 1965, supposing that was the birth date of a child, the beginning of his neglect, the gradual descent into oblivion, or perhaps the date of his complete disappearance? But we lack a specific date, Zhuang Hanji interjected. Perhaps a specific date is unnecessary. Xinghe suddenly remarked, his voice softer than before. Being forgotten is not a singular moment, but rather a process. Thus, the most precious anniversary might not even exist on a calendar. He paused, lifting his gaze, his eyes seemingly unfocused. Or perhaps the answer lies in the very act of forgetting itself. As he spoke, he extended his finger and slowly typed into the input box on the screen. 000000000. 8 zeros. You press confirm. What? Is that it? 8 zeros signify everything reverting to zero, as if it never existed. I swear, this is the first time I've found someone so strikingly handsome, both precise and ruthless. The screen flickered momentarily, the green light transforming into a gentle blue hue. With a click, the drawer sprang open automatically. Inside, there was no key, only a small card printed with a line of text. The true key lies within the memories you dare to confront. Simultaneously, the room's lighting flickered back to life. Although still dim and green, the intentionally crafted horror sound effects and knocking noises ceased. A concealed door hidden within the wall silently slid open, revealing a passage leading to the exit. Wow, it's opened. So the answer is indeed nothing? Completely forgotten, hence the anniversary is blank. This escape room is quite ingeniously designed. Its impact is profound. Is it over? Guan Yuan asked tearfully, gripping Guan Zhu's arm tightly. It seems so. Minli let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Xinghe. The youth faced the exit, his profile shrouded in the eerie glow, casting a subtle shadow with his eyelashes beneath his eyes. His gaze was profound, lost in thought. They walked along the passage, emerging back into the light. Another group from the ancient castle's secretive team had yet to exit. The barrage of comments continued to flood in. Come on, Chuan Chuan. You'll be out soon. Princess Xue Xue. Don't be afraid. That's just fake. Dad sure is remarkable, truly a senior lawyer. His decoding speed is astonishing. Fortunately, they didn't T-release any NPCs. The production team still considered the heart conditions of middle-aged individuals. Yoko approached them, congratulating them on being the first to escape. Guan Zhu pulled his daughter back, recounting their harrowing experiences inside, particularly praising Xinghe's composure and Minli's cleverness. Minli stepped aside, twisting open a bottle of water and taking a few sips. Xinghe followed him, standing beside him and gazing at the eerie rooftops of the strange city in the distance. How did you come up with entering 8 zeros? Minli inquired, handing him another bottle of water. Xinghe accepted the water, his fingertips slightly cold. Intuition. I felt that what he needed was not a specific date, but nothingness, representing that everything had been erased, reset to zero. That's quite a pessimistic thought, Minli remarked, his gaze resting on Xinghe's expressionless profile. But effective, Xinghe replied, twisting off the cap of the bottle and taking a sip, his Adam's apple bobbing. And the card mentioned that the true key lies within the memories you dare to confront. Perhaps the exit has always been there. It merely required acknowledging certain empty existences. Minli observed him, suddenly reaching out and tousling his hair vigorously, leaving it in disarray. Well done, kid. You become philosophical. But could you give me a heads up before your intuition strikes next time? If you're going to act all clever, What am I supposed to do? Lu Xinghe swayed slightly from the rough treatment, awkwardly tilting his head but not pulling away, muttering softly, "That's just you unable to keep up with my thought process." Yu Minli retracted his hand, feeling quite pleased. Lu Xinghe's maturity and sharpness, transcending his years, as well as his final reflections on forgetfulness and emptiness, stirred a deeper curiosity within him about his son. He took out his phone, and indeed, he had a message from Lu Wenjing, likely having watched snippets of the live broadcast. Are you out? Civilized person. First of all, your son is quite remarkable. He cracked the code. He has never favored dark, enclosed spaces, yet he excels at solving puzzles. Yu Minli raised an eyebrow. Not fond of darkness? Yet just moments ago, Lu Xinghe displayed no hint of aversion or fear. Civilized person. Is that so? It is entirely unnoticeable. He appears as composed, as if he were merely strolling around his own backyard. He is adept at controlling his emotions. Yu Minli considered this statement, then glanced at Lu Xinghe, who sat quietly drinking water. The youth lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. Adept at controlling his emotions. He tucked away his phone and approached, draping his arm around Lu Xinghe's shoulders. He felt the boy's body stiffen momentarily, yet he did not pull away. Culminate. Let us celebrate. Although the lavish dinner will likely be a mere buffet, let's lower our voices and return to have your father treat us to a proper feast. Lu Xinghe walked forward with him, turning his head to glance at him. The sunlight fell into the depths of his dark pupils, reflecting a faint glimmer, akin to scattered gold. He replied softly, yet distinctly, resonating in Yu Minli's ears. Chapter 16. The CP ships cannot be torn apart, just as he was about to step under the nearby awning for a respite. Zhuanghanji suddenly leaned in and said, "Teacher Yu, Brother Xinghe, I've ordered milk tea and cake for everyone. Would you care to join us?" He smiled warmly, holding a dessert bag adorned with cartoon patterns, while his gaze subtly flickered towards Lu Xinghe, positioned behind Yu Minli. A jolt ran through Yu Minli's heart as he suddenly recalled a mention of this individual in the original outline. In the source material, after Lu Xinghe's breakup with Qi Yizhou, Zhuanghanji consistently remained by his side during a variety show, offering considerable support. Especially during the nascent stages of Lu Xinghe's career, Zhuanghanji was ever the reliable big brother, providing assistance during his professional downturn. Later on, after being turned down in his confession to Lu Xinghe, he continued to offer silent help, embodying the role of a deeply affectionate second male lead. It was only in the latter stages, when Qi Yizhou pursued his wife with fervor, that Zhuanghanji gradually retreated from Lu Xinghe's life. This young man is already attempting to curry favor at such an early stage. A professional smile immediately adorned Yu Minli's face as he politely waved his hand. No, there's no need. My blood sugar is a bit high, so I must refrain from indulging in too many sweets. Xinghe also needs to maintain his figure, so we shall pass, thank you. As he spoke, he subtly shifted his position, effectively placing himself between Lu Xinghe and Zhuanghanji. Though you are not without merit. Lu Xinghe belongs to Qi Yizhou. The CP ships cannot be dismantled. At that moment, another group, including Shichuan and Yin Xueding, successfully escaped from the secret chamber, completing their challenge. The livestream's comments surged with activity. Finally out, Princess Xue is amazing. Daiyan couple synergy is delightful. Yin Yi is full of vigor, while Qiao Qiong stands beside like a delicate little wife. Haha. Shichuan, I am merely an emotionless tool, doghead. The 6 individuals emerged from the chamber, their expressions still charged, and the host, Yangzi, promptly approached for an interview. Zhuanghanji noticed Shichuan's dazed state and quickly approached with a concerned expression. Yu Minli's eyes lit up with curiosity. Was there something amiss? Lu Xinghe, observing his father's intrigued demeanor, whispered, "Dad, why do you look like that? You would understand." Yu Minli replied, quietly, "The atmosphere feels off." Lu Xinghe glanced at him, then at the 2 individuals not far away, perplexed. What seems off? Yet, Yu Minli merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation, his gaze still fixed on Zhuanghanji and Shichuan. As a seasoned editor well-versed in countless female-oriented novels, He immediately sensed the subtle signals. Zhuang Hanji's gaze upon Shichuan was evidently more focused and bright than when he looked at Lu Xinghe. What kind of affection would inspire such a gaze, akin to seeing a revered figure directed at another man? Yu Minli's previously alarmed heart now settled. The livestream's comments erupted once more. It seemed many shared his sentiments. Doesn't anyone find Zhuang the actor particularly attentive towards Shichuan? He's been caring for him since the broadcast began. Why doesn't he show the same concern for Yuan and Shueting? Stop stirring the pot. Everyone focus on your own. Forget it, I'm going to ship this pairing. You all do as you please. It had been over half a month since the last episode aired. Yu Minli had felt unwell in the confined space, but thankfully, he had managed to stabilize himself with the isolation materials he had previously requested from Wenjing. He returned to his room without dinner, administered an injection, and fell into a heavy slumber. Upon awakening, he found Lu Xinghe sitting beside his bed, watching him. Yu Minli croaked, his throat dry and painful, his head heavy. Don't move. Lu Xinghe pressed him down gently. You have a fever, 38.7 degrees. Water. Lu Xinghe helped him drink and took care to provide him with antipyretics. Feeling any better? Yu Minli massaged his temples. What time is it? You've been asleep for a day. I've already informed the production team on your behalf. Yu Minli nodded silently. The room enveloped in a stillness that allowed him to hear the sound of his own breath. After a moment of silence, Lu Xinghe spoke again. I've informed my father about your condition. He will be coming. Yu Minli was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. He said the show wants you to continue participating, and he will come and take care of you. Upon grasping the full meaning of his words, Yu Minli's eyes widened as he exclaimed, there's no need to trouble him. It's just a common cold. However, Lu Xinghe noted the time and replied, but he is already on his way. Just then, the doorbell rang. Lu Xinghe stood up. You should rest well. I'll head to the recording. Yu Minli watched him walk towards the door, internally pleading, don't go. Yet, Lu Xinghe had already opened the door. In a moment, the light from outside outlined a tall figure, a familiar, cold aura subtly emanating. Yu Minli sank deeper into his blanket, feeling a surge of pain in his head. Lu Xinghe opened the door, meeting Lu Wenjing's gaze. How is he? His tone revealing his characteristic aloofness. The two stood half a step apart, and Lu Xinghe replied, he just took his antipyretics. Please take good care of him. Lu Wenjing nodded, bypassing Lu Xinghe as he entered the room. Lu Xinghe turned to observe his father's retreating figure, his gaze lingering for a moment before shifting towards the direction of the production team. On the other side, within the confines of a quaint room, a subtle aroma of passion fruit lingered in the air. Yu Minli nestled beneath the covers, the atmosphere heavy with the presence of a figure standing at the doorway. The silence enveloped the space, inducing a sense of unease. Yu Minli could distinctly feel the familiar, oppressive chill emanating from the approaching individual, gradually permeating the air around him. With his eyes shut tight, he feigned sleep, even moderating his breath. The footsteps halted beside the bed. Moments later, the mattress sagged slightly as someone settled on the edge. Yu Minli's eyelashes fluttered, yet he refrained from opening his eyes. Still pretending? A deep voice resonated from an unnervingly close distance, devoid of emotion. Yu Minli's heart raced, realizing he could no longer deceive, and reluctantly opened his eyes. Lu Wenjing sat at the bedside, his suit jacket draped over one arm, the cuffs of his shirt rolled up to reveal a sturdy wrist. He leaned in slightly, one hand reaching out to rest gently against Yu Minli's forehead. The cool touch instinctively prompted Yu Minli to shrink back. You're not burning up, Lu Wenjing remarked, withdrawing his hand, his gaze lingering on Yu Minli's slightly flushed cheeks. Is there anything else amiss? No, Yu Minli replied in a hushed tone. I'm just a bit tired. Lu Wenjing scrutinized him for a few seconds before refraining from further inquiries. He rose and poured a glass of warm water from the table, returning to offer it to Yu Minli. Accepting the glass, Yu Minli sipped slowly, his eyes cast down, avoiding Lu Wenjing's gaze. Xinghe mentioned that you were acting strangely in the private room. Lu Wenjing's voice broke the silence again, calm, yet imbued with a sense of scrutiny. Is it merely a cold? Yu Minli tightened his grip on the glass. Yes. Lu Wenjing remained silent, merely observing him, his gaze heavy as if it bore weight upon Yu Minli's shoulders. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. Have you been adhering to the isolation protocol? Minli choked slightly, nearly spilling the water. He lifted his head to meet Lu Wenjing's profound eyes, opening his mouth to respond, yet no words emerged. Lu Wenjing discerned the answer in Minli's fleeting panic. He reached for the small, empty box of inhibitors emblazoned with the Lu Corporation logo from the bedside table, his fingertips gliding over its surface. How many? Minli felt a shiver run down his spine, mustering the courage to reply. One, Lu Wenjing echoed, his tone inscrutable, yet sending a chill down Minli's back. Minli, wasn't your last dose taken over a month ago? This was not a question, but a statement. Minli's throat ran dry, his fingers instinctively clutching the blanket. You must know that it's already overdue. Lu Wenjing set the inhibitor box down and returned his attention to Minli, his voice lowering. Why didn't you mention it? Minli found himself at a loss for words. What could he say? That it was a live broadcast, and he did not wish to lose composure before the camera? That he was not the original occupant and wished to limit his entanglements with the original's husband? Or that he instinctively feared this commanding man? Particularly during such a sensitive time, it seemed Lu Wenjing had no expectation of a response. He had already gleaned the turmoil within Minli's mind. Rising from his seat, he moved to the window, drawing the curtains to block the glaring light from outside, plunging the room into a dim haze. Reclining in repose, he turned his back to Minli, his voice regaining its tranquility. I am here. Minli observed his erect silhouette gradually slipping back into the covers, wrapping himself tightly. The headache seemed to intensify, yet what troubled him more than the ache was the palpable presence of another alpha's essence, silently permeating the room. Chapter 17. A successful appointment for the next life, uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Minli stirred from his drowsiness. A faint aroma of Xinghe wafting through the air. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Lu Wenjing approaching with a bowl of porridge, adorned in a pink checkered apron. The apron, belonging to the kitchen downstairs, featured a petite bow, draped over Lu Wenjing's tall, imposing figure, dressed in formal attire, a juxtaposition so striking it bordered on absurdity. Unable to contain himself, Minli burst into laughter. How amusing! Lu Wenjing in that pink apron, he exclaimed, like a formidable wolf forced into a floral dress. Lu Wenjing paused momentarily, his expression neutral, yet a faint hue of red crept into his ears. He placed a bowl on the bedside table, his tone flat. No laughing. Minli quickly stifled his laughter, though his eyes remained twinkling. Oh, this Xinghe smells delightful. Glancing at him, Lu Wenjing refrained from responding, deftly untying the apron and draping it over the chair, as if the earlier scene had never transpired. Eat it while it's hot. He resumed his seat by Minli's bedside, his demeanor returning to its usual calmness. Minli accepted the bowl, warmth enveloping his palms. The porridge was cooked to a tender consistency, sprinkled with sweet corn kernels. He sipped at the Xinghe, yet his peripheral vision could not resist stealing glances at the forsaken pink apron on the chair. Wait, did the camera cut incorrectly? Is this Minli's room? Was the teacher you on sick leave? Why is there someone in his room? Did I just glimpse Lu Xinghe's father? The one in the suit? He resembles Lu Xinghe. It's President Lu. I captured a screenshot. Though his face was only visible for 3 seconds, it's undoubtedly him. A suit-clad CEO in a pink apron? What a surreal image. He looks so handsome, even in an apron. I am enchanted. So, Teacher Yu is ill, and President Lu specifically came to care for him? What a beautiful romance. I am utterly captivated. Director, switch the camera back. I want to see what happens next. The comments erupted like fireworks, and moments prior, a minor commotion ensued in the director's studio. Cut wrong. Quickly switch back to the main live feed. The director urged in a hushed tone. The technicians scrambled in confusion. Right away, we accidentally picked up the signal from the morning backup camera. Each guest's quarters were equipped with miniature cameras, typically activated during designated morning hours to document interactions between parents and children. Somehow, the camera signal from Minli's room was inadvertently connected to the main live stream. Although it lasted only a fleeting minute, it was sufficient for the keen-eyed audience to capture crucial information. The scene quickly shifted back to the main studio, where the host, Yangzi, was interviewing Yin Xueting's team. who had just completed their task. However, the barrage of comments had entirely shifted focus, with viewers clamoring for a replay or a return to the previous footage. In the director's booth, the director wiped the sweat from his brow, gesturing for the host to regain control while monitoring the incessant stream of comments. What is this? Everyone wanted to see the recently aired footage. The technician cautiously inquired, Director, what should we do? The director, witnessing the rising viewer count, his eyes gleaming, commanded, cut back. In the small room, Minli remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. He quietly finished his porridge and handed the empty bowl to Wenjing, softly expressing his gratitude. Wenjing accepted the bowl, his gaze lingering for a moment on Minli's still pale face. Are you feeling better? Much improved. Minli hesitated, but eventually asked, how is it that the busy Lu has time to personally care for me, a mere collaborator? Is the company not busy? Humph, you lazy Wenjing. Making me accompany your son on a program. I can't hear you. Wenjing almost imperceptibly sighed, placing the bowl aside. Xinghe said you burned the midnight oil, so I came to check if you were planning to revive yourself again. He paused, raising his eyes to Minli, adding in a steady voice. And he's also your son. Minli felt a sudden silence envelop the air, his mouth agape, the back of his ears flushing with warmth, his toes curling beneath the blanket in quiet embarrassment. Awkwardness washed over him. Was it still possible to retreat to the safety of his own room? What are they discussing? Why can't I comprehend? This is hilarious. What does revive mean? How do they interact in private? The term collaborator is quite intriguing. Are you hinting at something, Teacher Yu? He's also your son. What is the origin of that statement from CEO Lu? The banter of an old married couple is on display. All right. You should head back now. I truly am fine. Minli began to usher him away. Wenjing raised an eyebrow. Really? You seem like you could benefit from a doctor's examination. I told you I'm fine. Minli, with a sudden burst of energy, attempted to sit up straight to prove his vitality, challenging, do you believe I could be lively and spirited by tomorrow? I do not believe. Wenjing reached out, firmly pressing him back onto the bed with an undeniable authority. Do not move. Minli struggled briefly, but to no avail. He glanced at Wenjing's sturdy arms and broad chest, then down at his own somewhat frail physique. How infuriating. How can this person's physique surpass mine so greatly? I miss my past self's robust form and 8-pack abs. Wenjing paused almost imperceptibly, clearing his throat twice as he averted his gaze. Just then, the warm golden glow of the setting sun streamed through the open window, casting a soft halo between the two. Wow, this scene is breathtaking. It's a feast for the eyes. I'm enchanted. True couples are simply sweet. Can the director invite Papa Lu to be a regular guest? I am begging. 1. The ambience is utterly captivating. As the sun sets, every element of their gaze is complete. I declare this the best shot of the episode. Minli's eyes fixate on the face so close before him, his attention inadvertently drawn to the long lashes that hang low. Old Lu, he suddenly speaks, his voice slightly hoarse from recovering from a fever. Your eyelashes are so long. Wenjing's gaze flickers, as if he anticipates a heartfelt confession. Instead, Minli blinks and, with utmost seriousness, inquires, what did you eat to grow them so long? Wenjing, the delicate atmosphere dissipates in an instant. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and when he opens them again, only a trace of helpless amusement lingers. Minli, he calls his name, his tone calm, yet imbued with a certain weight. Are you still feverish? Minli chuckles, shifting under the blanket to make a bit of space for him. I was just joking. No need to be so serious. Wenjing refrains from responding, merely extending his hand to gently touch Minli's forehead once more. After confirming his temperature is normal, he withdraws his hand. The rays of the setting sun flow quietly between them. Some sentiments need not be voiced, and certain atmospheres require no deliberate cultivation. In this moment, it seems quite perfect. Yet, if Minli had not murmured in the next breath, can you really not share your secret? I wish to have lashes like that in my next life. Wenjing would have maintained his composure. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he flicked Minli's forehead lightly with his fingers. Rest quietly. Do you still wish for a next life? Why not? I want to have another life, Minli replied, unabashed. The comments clearly misinterpreted the exchange, unintentionally fed a bowl of dog food. What is this? Are we making promises for the next life? Lu, you're thinking about the next life when this one isn't even over? Translation: this life is mine. And the next must be mine too. You look so adorably dazed, he didn't even react to being flicked on the forehead. Director, I command you to create a dedicated live stream for these two immediately. The phrase rest quietly carries such a mix of helplessness and affection. Screenshots taken. A snapshot of the sunset flick of the finger. A classic masterpiece of this episode. It seems that the daily bickering of true couples is coded in an alarming sweetness. Did anyone else notice Lu's ears turning slightly red? He's definitely shy, just pretending to be calm. Next life successfully booked. May the two of you continue your fate. Chapter 18. Family Relay Challenge. I not only want a next life, but also a subsequent one, and another after that. Yu Minli declared with conviction. Wenjing laughed. You talk too much. Lie still. He stood to retrieve his suit jacket draped over the back of a chair. Resting on his arm. I'm leaving now. The show should be wrapping up. Xinghe will return shortly to look after you. Oh, Yu Minli blinked. Thank you. Wenjing paused, casting his gaze down upon him. The warm, golden light of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating Yu Minli. He was clad in loose-fitting blue pajamas, his form nestled within the soft embrace of the bedding. His cheeks, flushed due to fever, appeared especially gentle in the halo of light. He lay there languidly, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at himself, his eyes shining with clarity and brightness. For a fleeting moment, Wenjing felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he were witnessing a reflection of himself from a decade prior. He averted his gaze, his voice now tinged with a somber tone. The door was gently closed behind him. Xinghe had just concluded today's filming and was preparing to return to his small room to care for Yu Minli when director Tusi hurried over, his face alight with a broad smile. Xinghe, you did exceptionally well today. You were fantastic. He affectionately patted Xinghe on the shoulder and rubbed his hands together, adding, there is something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Xinghe inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Well, director Tusi lowered his voice, a mix of embarrassment and excitement evident in his demeanor. We had a minor mishap with the broadcast earlier. The live feed accidentally cut to your father's room for just a few seconds, capturing a moment of interaction between President Lu and Teacher Yu. Observing Xinghe's expression for any sign of displeasure, he continued, surprisingly, the audience reacted with overwhelming enthusiasm. They seemed to really enjoy it. The chat room is flooded with requests for President Lu to officially join our program. Everyone is eager to witness the daily interactions between him and President Yu. Director Tusi tentatively asked, do you think you could possibly inquire about President Lu's thoughts? Even as a special guest for a couple of episodes would be wonderful. At this, Xinghe raised an eyebrow. You captured him on camera? His tone was neutral, yet it left room for negotiation. I can't decide that. If you wish to discuss it further, you might want to speak directly with my father. Really? Director Tusi's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision the soaring ratings. I'll message President Yu right away. Xinghe nodded, offering no further comment as he turned to head back to his small room. He let out a soft sigh, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. If his father were to come, perhaps the invisible barrier between his father and himself could, through this opportunity, gradually dissolve. The following day, Yu Minli was indeed brimming with vitality, exuding an invigorating energy. His robust demeanor drew the attention of the other 4 groups of guests, who gathered to express their concern following his illness the previous day. With a bright smile, Yu Minli waved his hand dismissively, his tone light and cheerful. I'm perfectly fine now. Thank you for your concern. In truth, he felt quite fond of the other guests, although their enthusiasm was somewhat heightened due to his status. He sensed that, at heart, they were all genuinely kind individuals. There was no underhanded rivalry. Instead, there was camaraderie and playful banter among them. This relaxed atmosphere allowed him, an outsider in this narrative, to gradually feel more at ease. As the morning sun cast its glow, the production team set up a new task point on the lawn in front of the villa. Today was designated as an outdoor collaboration day, themed around a family relay challenge. requiring parents and children to work together to complete a series of obstacle courses, with the family that finishes in the shortest time declared the winner. The prize was a specially crafted wish card from the production team, said to grant one reasonable wish. As Minli engaged his wrists and ankles, he gazed at the balance beam, rope net, and pressure board course set up not far away, eager to begin. Xinghe approached him and softly inquired, "Dad, are you truly feeling all right? Perhaps you should inform the director so we can merely observe." "Observe what?" Minli clapped him on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. "I'm full of energy and just need to stretch my limbs. But you, on the other hand, must have worn yourself out yesterday, right? Don't let me down later." Xinghe studied his father's spirited profile. The words about yesterday's fever and delirium poised on his lips, yet he swallowed them back, merely curling the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. "All right, just don't falter halfway." Meanwhile, other families were warming up. Yin Yiqiao and Xiong were assisting Yin Xueting in adjusting her sportswear collar. Sichuan and Zhuang Hanji stood together, quietly discussing the relay order, with Zhuang Hanji's hand casually resting on Sichuan's shoulder, their demeanor intimate. Guan Yuan and Guan Zhu were munching on seeds, while Xiao Shidai and his partner were stretching, with Shidai chuckling at something, causing Pei Xiaoyan's ears to flush as she gently pushed him away. Everything appeared harmonious and vibrant. The live broadcast commenced punctually, with viewers flooding in and comments flying by. "Teacher Yu is fully revived. He looks splendid. Today is unexpectedly an outdoor activity. Can't wait. The Yin couple is so gentle with their daughter. Hanji and Sichuan are close. My CP radar is buzzing. Xiao Shidai and his partner are adorably flirting sweet. Am I the only one concerned about whether President Liu will show up today? Director, please deliver." Director Toast took the microphone and stood at the center, announcing the competition rules. The relay race consisted of 4 segments. The first was synchronized movement, 3-legged race. The second was climbing the rope net. The third was a nerve-wracking balance challenge, walking on the pressure board and balance beam. And the fourth was the ultimate sprint, children carrying their parents to the finish line. The tasks must be completed in order, and any failure would require returning to the starting point to retry. With the whistle blown, the race began. The first group to set off was Yin Xueting's team. Their 3-legged coordination was unexpectedly harmonious, and they swiftly passed the first segment. While Yin struggled a bit on the rope net, Yin Xueting provided steady support from below, softly encouraging her, and they successfully advanced. The pressure board and balance beam proved to be a challenge, as Xiong winced in pain upon stepping on it, prompting Yin to half support, half carry her through the course. Yin Xueting received a taste of the competition's camaraderie. In the end, the trio sprinted successfully, achieving a commendable start. The second group, comprised of Sichuan and Xiao Shidai, was filled with laughter. Their 3-legged race nearly saw them trip over themselves, and while climbing the rope net, Pei Xiaoyan slipped, but Shidai's quick reflexes saved her. Prompting a flurry of comments, "Hero saves beauty," on the pressure board. Their expressions were contorted, yet they continued to tease one another. Ultimately, Sichuan easily carried Pei Xiaoyan in the sprint, while Shidai couldn't contain his laughter. Their performance was average, but brimming with joy. The third group featured Zhuang Hanji and Jiang Shui. Their cooperation was remarkably fluid, displaying an almost unspoken understanding. Zhuang Hanji protected Jiang Shui beneath the rope net, and as she traversed the pressure board, his gaze remained unwaveringly focused on his mother's feet. At last, with determination, Jiang Shui wrapped her arms around Zhuang Hanji's neck, who moved with steady and swift strides. They astonishingly shattered the record set by Yin Xueting's team, momentarily claiming the top position. "Brother Hanji, your strength is max. So steady." Finally, it was Minli and Xinghe's turn. Minli rubbed his hands together, securing their legs as he instructed, "Son, follow my commands. 1, 2, 1, 2. We'll definitely be fast." Xinghe replied, "Don't shout too quickly. I can't keep up." The whistle blew. Minli charged forward with exuberance, shouting the mantra, while Xinghe was compelled to follow. Initially, their steps were somewhat chaotic, nearly resulting in a fall, but fortunately, Xinghe maintained his balance, adjusting in time, gradually finding their rhythm, and surprisingly picking up speed as they successfully cleared the first obstacle. As they ascended the rope net, Minli, bolstered by his regained strength, climbed up with vigor. Lu Xinghe watched anxiously from below, urging Dad slow down. No sooner had he spoken than Minli's foot slipped. Watch out! Lu Xinghe instinctively rushed forward, his arms firmly supporting his father's falling body. Minli, momentarily startled, hung on the rope net, glancing down to see his son's tensed jawline and the fleeting glimmer of anxiety in his eyes. He chuckled sheepishly. Just a misstep. I'll be steady from here on. The pressure board and balance beam proved to be the true test. As Minli stepped onto it, he gasped in surprise. Ah, this is quite the challenge. His expression contorted, yet he persevered, inching forward while muttering, I'm doing this for the wish card. Lu Xinghe stayed close, his arm casually draped around him to prevent any falls, watching his father grimace yet persist, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Finally, they reached the last challenge. Lu Xinghe squatted before Minli, urging get on. Minli hesitated, observing his son's slender yet well-defined back. I'm heavy. Maybe hurry up. Lu Xinghe urged once more. Steeling himself, Minli climbed on. Lu Xinghe effortlessly stood up, carrying him as they began the final sprint. The wind rushed past their ears. And Minli, clutching Lu Xinghe's neck, felt the boy's vibrant energy and warmth as he ran. Sunlight bathed them, and in that moment, an inexplicable sense of profound connection enveloped them. They crossed the finish line. The clock indicated that they were merely a fraction of a second slower than Zhuang Hanji's team, temporarily placing them in second. Not bad at all, Minli exclaimed as he jumped down, patting Lu Xinghe on the back. Son, you did great. Lu Xinghe, slightly breathless, cast him a sidelong glance, saying, It's you who needs to lose some weight. Hey, you little rascal. As they jested, Minli suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned to look towards a window on the second floor of the villa. There, the curtains fluttered slightly, as if someone had just stood there. Was it merely an illusion? Minli's heart inexplicably quickened. The final pair consisted of Guan Yuan and her father, Guanzhu. Guanzhu, with his elegant demeanor, contrasted sharply with his lively daughter. Their three-legged race was filled with uncoordinated rhythms, generating laughter yet radiating warmth. During the rope net and pressure board segments, Guan Yuan continuously cheered for her father, who, despite lacking skill, consistently cooperated. Ultimately, Guan Yuan half carried her father in a determined sprint, while their score was lower. The tenderness between father and daughter touched everyone present. Round's father is truly remarkable, a testament to his Latin dance teaching prowess. Round, my dad is so heavy, painful mask. All families completed the challenge, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Chapter 19, An Unwavering Commitment to Ratings. Yoko dashed over with the results sheet, her smile radiant. Congratulations to all families for successfully completing the challenge. The ultimate champion is the team of Zhuang Hanji and Jiang Shui, with the runner-up being Minli and Lu Xinghe. In the third place going to the Yin Shiwedding family. As her words concluded, the venue erupted in fervent applause. Zhuang Hanji held his mother's hand, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, while Jiang Shui gazed at her son, her eyes brimming with pride. Minli draped his arm over Lu Xinghe's shoulder, smugly lifting his chin. Did you see that? We were so close to first place. Next time, victory is assured. Lu Xinghe brushed off his arm, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Just focus on yourself. Don't trip on the rope net again. Minli shot him a glare. That was an accident. Do you understand what an accident is? Their playful banter was captured by the live broadcast, and the comment section exploded. Ha! Teacher Yu and Xinghe's interaction is so heartwarming. These two are like elementary school kids bickering. I could watch 100 episodes of this. Director Toast cleared his throat, raising 3 wish cards in his hand. Next up is the thrilling award presentation. These 3 wish cards can fulfill a reasonable wish for everyone. Now, please let the 3 families express their wishes one by one. First up is the champion team, Zhuang Hanji. Jiang Shui smiled at her son. Why don't you go ahead? Zhuang Hanji nodded slightly, his voice steady. My wish is for the production team to provide an extra meal for all the staff. Everyone has worked hard today. As he spoke, the room fell silent for a moment, followed by an even more enthusiastic round of applause. Hanji is such a good person. Not only talented, but also so warm-hearted. This perspective has broadened. I love it. When it was the turn of the third-place team, Yan Shueting S group, Yan Yi and Xiao Qiong exchanged glances and said in unison, "Our wish is to enjoy an outdoor barbecue with everyone." This down-to-earth wish instantly enlivened the atmosphere. And Guan Yuanyuan immediately raised her hands in cheer. "I wholeheartedly agree." Finally, all eyes turned to Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe. Director Toast, smiling, handed over the wish card. "Teacher Yu, Xinghe, what is your wish?" Yu Minli stroked his chin, his eyes darting as he prepared to speak, but before he could, Lu Xinghe calmly interjected, "My wish is for my father, Lu Wenjing, to participate in the next episode." At this declaration, the entire venue fell silent. Even the comments section paused for a moment before erupting. "Wait, is Xinghe referring to President Lu? The Lu Wenjing? Did I hear that correctly? That's the wish. Director, please make it happen." I knew it. I watched yesterday's live clip 800 times. President Lu and Teacher Yu are such a delightful pairing. Yu Minli was also taken aback, turning to glare at Lu Xinghe. "When did you develop this wish? Why didn't you consult me first?" Lu Xinghe nonchalantly glanced at him. "I just thought of it on the spot." He paused for a moment before adding, "I believe you must be quite eager as well." The face of Yu Minli instantly flushed, and just as he was about to retort, he noticed Director Tusi. His face flushed with excitement, grasping his hand fervently. "Teacher Yu, the production team will certainly make this wish come true. I shall contact General Manager Lu right away." His fervent demeanor suggested a fear of Yu Minli retracting his words. Yu Minli thought, no, he does not wish for this. The previous day, Director Tusi had messaged him about this matter, but after some contemplation, he had declined. He had not anticipated that Lu Xinghe would orchestrate such a scene. Observing the director sprinting away, Yu Minli glanced at Lu Xinghe, who wore a look of innocent nonchalance and could not help but ruffle his hair. "Lu Xinghe, you are nothing but a source of trouble." Lu Xinghe did not evade, allowing him to tousle his hair, the corners of his mouth curving into a more pronounced smile. The others had begun preparations for an outdoor barbecue. Director Tusi, like an eager shadow, trailed behind Yu Minli, his hands clasped together, his tone earnest. "Teacher Yu, please. I implore you, could you say a few kind words to General Manager Lu on my behalf? We are counting on him for the next episode." Yu Minli, exasperated by his persistence, quickened his pace in an attempt to shake him off. "I've already said no. Did he not reply to you himself?" Director Tusi darted forward, unexpectedly wrapping his arms around Yu Minli's leg, playfully pleading, "General Manager, Lu has no time for me. If you could just speak a few words on my behalf, it would be entirely different. I can increase your appearance fee." He glanced around, lowered his voice, and leaned closer to Yu Minli's ear. "I will double it. No, I will double it for both you and General Manager Lu. As long as he can come. A permanent position would be ideal, but even a single episode would suffice." Yu Minli, unable to move with the director clinging to his leg, felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. "Let go of me. What do you think you are doing?" Director Tusi immediately released him, but continued to gaze at him with hopeful eyes, resembling a large dog awaiting a treat. Yu Minli adjusted his wrinkled trousers and sighed at the director's obstinate expression, unwilling to leave without a response. He understood that it would be a miracle for Lu Wenjing to agree to appear even once, let alone for a permanent role. Furthermore, what influence did he possess to persuade such a busy individual to participate? Yet, seeing the director's fervent demeanor, he resigned himself to try. "I can only make an attempt." Yu Minli conceded, "but do not harbor excessive hopes. He is quite aloof." All right. A try is all I ask." "Thank you, Teacher Yu. You're like a brother to me." Director Tusi's face lit up with joy, nearly launching himself at Yu Minli for another embrace, only to be deterred by a stern glance. The director is truly risking it all for ratings. Clinging to a leg, what a sight. What happened to the director's principles? Teacher Yu appears so helpless, yet he has still agreed. Doubling the appearance fee. Now that's a serious commitment from the director. Honestly, I too wish for General Manager Lu to become a regular. Go for it, director. Yu Minli reluctantly retrieved his phone and messaged Lu Wenjing. "Civilized individual, did you watch today's live stream?" The response came swiftly. "Yes, Xinghe hopes I can participate in the program. Civilized individual, not just him. Many fans also wish for your participation. The director asked if you could consider recording an episode. I will check my schedule and provide you with a response as soon as possible. Civilized individuals. After dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Xinghe had changed into a black short-sleeve shirt paired with loose-fitting jeans, exuding a refreshing yet slightly cool demeanor. He tidied up briefly, preparing to step out. Minli leaned against the sofa and observed him. Are you going out? Yes, Xinghe replied casually, his tone unremarkable. Just going for a walk. To get some fresh air. Minli recalled the inexplicable sensation of being watched during the day and felt a twinge of unease. Although the town was peaceful, there was no guarantee against fans or paparazzi. With Xinghe's rising popularity, a solo night run didn't seem particularly safe. Wait, I'll join you, Minli said as he stood up, grabbing a light jacket, which would also help with digestion. Xinghe glanced at him, but did not object. Okay. The two exited the small house and strolled slowly along the cobblestone path. The town was quiet at night, illuminated by dim streetlights, with few pedestrians around. The evening breeze carried a refreshing chill, dissipating the heat of the day. Xinghe appeared quite familiar with the route. After turning a few corners, he headed directly into a modest community park. The park was densely wooded, and the lighting was even dimmer, with only a few winding paths revealing a hazy glow. As Minli followed him, an unsettling feeling grew within him. This did not feel like a leisurely stroll. It seemed to have a distinct destination. Xinghe. He couldn't help but inquire, where are we headed? Just for a walk? Almost there, Xinghe replied succinctly. Minli's apprehension grew. Surely, this fellow wouldn't be leading him somewhere dubious? Though reason told him that Xinghe posed no threat, the silence of the night, the secluded surroundings, combined with Xinghe's somewhat mysterious demeanor, sent shivers down his spine. Countless snippets from legal shows flashed through his mind as he swallowed hard and slowed his pace. Xinghe, haven't we walked enough? It's completely dark now. Shouldn't we head back? Minli suggested, reminding him that there was recording tomorrow and that an early rest would be wise. Xinghe halted, turning around. In the dim light, his face was half-shadowed, and a faint, perhaps slightly eerie smile seemed to curve at the corners of his lips. Dad, he said, his voice steady yet sending a chill down Minli's spine. We're almost there. Minli thought to himself, oh no, this atmosphere, this conversation, there is definitely something off about him. He contemplated whether to turn and run, though he might not outrun him, or to shout for help, which might go unheard. But Xinghe had already moved forward. Reluctantly, Minli followed, internally reciting the core socialist values, praying fervently that no strange beings or people would appear. Chapter 20. Youth is wonderful. After just a few steps, a warm yellow light appeared ahead on the path, and a figure became discernible. Xinghe, a clear voice called out, as a tall figure emerged briskly from under a nearby tree, cradling a large bouquet of flowers. Upon closer inspection, Minli recognized Qi Yizhou. The young man wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, and the flowers he held stood out vividly against the night, his face radiating unrestrained joy and urgency. Dad? Upon encountering Minli, Qi Yizhou paused momentarily, instinctively blurting out something before realizing his error. His face flushed crimson as he quickly corrected himself. "Ah no, Uncle Yu." Minli was initially taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned, and he cast a bemused glance at Xinghe. It became clear that this lad had dressed up elaborately for a clandestine rendezvous with his young beau, shrouded in secrecy as if engaging in some covert operation. Minli had been on edge, conjuring dramatic scenarios worthy of a legal drama. "You sly little rascal," Minli elbowed Xinghe playfully, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "You're out here meeting Yizhou and keeping it from me? Just out for a stroll, are we?" He deliberately elongated his words, then turned to Qi Yizhou, beaming, "Call me Dad. I find it quite pleasant to hear. Call me Dad sooner. And when you two finally tie the knot, I can retire comfortably with my share of the divorce settlement and live a life of leisure," Minli mused contentedly, the divorce plan still at the forefront of his mind. Xinghe's expression flickered with discomfort as he explained, he came over secretly, claiming to want to surprise me, but then sent a message in advance. I thought it would be fun to bring you along to surprise him as well. So, am I merely a pawn in your little romance? Just here to witness your affection? Yu Minli remarked with a sardonic smile. Qi Yizhou hurriedly handed a bouquet to Xinghe, feeling slightly embarrassed as he addressed Yu Minli. Ahem, Uncle Yu. I just missed Xinghe a bit and couldn't resist driving over. Yu Minli recalled the piercing gaze from earlier that day and narrowed his eyes. Were you the one spying on us from the second floor of a villa this afternoon? Qi Yizhou scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Ah, you caught me. All right. All right. Yu Minli waved his hand dismissively, stifling a yawn. You two carry on. I'll sit over on that bench for a while and catch my breath. Make sure you don't stay out too late. As he spoke, he ambled towards a nearby bench designated for rest, intending to grant the young couple some privacy. Thank you, Uncle, Qi Yizhou exclaimed, his gaze immediately returning to Xinghe. Seated on the bench, Yu Minli felt the coolness of the gentle night breeze. He observed the two young figures not far away, closely huddled together, faint whispers and occasional laughter drifting toward him. The initial shock of being deceived had dissipated, replaced by a subtle, complex sense of satisfaction, akin to the joy of seeing one's homegrown cabbage finally being devoured by pigs. Though the divorce plan seemed a distant prospect, at least the narrative appeared to be unfolding favorably. Leaning back against the chair, he gazed up at the night sky. The stars shone with exceptional clarity over the small town, twinkling softly. Nearby, Xinghe accepted the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance, a gentle smile gracing his lips. While Qi Yizhou whispered something, his eyes sparkling with delight. The night was tender, and the youthful romance shimmered with a sweet, innocent glow. Yu Minli chuckled softly, redirecting his gaze. Well, if it's dog food, then so be it. This night, after all, was rather pleasant. Suddenly, his phone chimed, and upon checking, he saw a message from Wenjing. I have discussed with the director and have agreed to participate in the next episode with you all. Yu Minli's fingers paused for a moment. Was it settled so quickly? It seems the director's persistent increase in the appearance fee had some effect, albeit through relentless nagging. He pondered briefly before typing a response. Civilized person, what did the director say about your appearance fee? The reply arrived almost instantaneously. Did not inquire. Do you need it? Yu Minli. This conversation feels oddly familiar. A similar exchange occurred this afternoon. Civilized person, no need. It seems this dialogue is about to conclude. Yu Minli gazed at the simple and, for some reason, recalled the care shown to him yesterday. He hesitated, contemplating whether to say something more, perhaps inquire about what the other was doing now, or even question how he knew he was pondering the director's fee increase. When another message popped up. Has Xinghe gone out? Yu Minli looked up, glancing at the two figures nearly entwined under the distant tree shadows. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Civilized person. Yes, he went out for a walk. He had deliberately placed quotation marks around walk. Alone? Civilized person, with Qi Yizhou. This time, there was a delay of a few seconds before the reply came. Got it. Where are you? Civilized person, on a park bench, being a third wheel while enjoying the breeze. After sending this message, there was a prolonged silence. Yu Minli waited several minutes, thinking that Wenjing was likely busy or found the topic uninteresting. He set down his phone, leaned back against the chair, and felt the night breeze caress his face, bringing with it the fragrance of grass and trees. Just as he believed the conversation had concluded, his phone screen lit up again. Return to rest early. Don't catch another cold. Yu Minli stared at the message for several seconds, then self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth. What was he expecting? This person, even in concern, exuded a sense of bureaucratic stiffness and distance. He sighed silently, put away his phone, stood up, and brushed off any dust that might have settled on his pants. He then strolled leisurely over to the young couple, deeply engrossed in their own world, and cleared his throat. I'm leaving now. Let us meet again next time. The couple, locked in their gaze and enveloped in a romantic atmosphere, jumped in surprise. Qi Yizhou quickly retracted his hand, which had intended to venture further, his cheeks flushed. Uncle Yu. Xinghe, though more composed, had noticeably reddened ears. Xinghe. Good night. Qi Yizhou, perhaps caught in a moment of impulse, suddenly leaned in and quickly kissed Lu Xinghe on the cheek. Lu Xinghe was momentarily stunned, then felt his ears burn with embarrassment, instinctively lifting his foot to give Qi Yizhou a light kick on the shin. Get lost. Minli. He watched the exuberant interaction before him, devoid of expression, silently rolling his eyes. Am I invisible? This dog food is becoming increasingly grating. Enough, enough. He waved his hand in resignation and turned to head back, urging himself to return and get some sleep. Lu Xinghe followed, the warmth on his face still lingering, deliberately walking ahead without glancing sideways. Qi Yizhou stood rooted to the spot until they had walked a considerable distance, and then he softly called out, "Uncle, Xinghe, see you tomorrow." Lu Xinghe did not turn back. He merely waved his hand in response, his back to him. Minli, listening to the vibrant farewell from the young man behind him, glanced at his son beside him, whose ears were still tinged with red, and shook his head. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. However, he found himself preferring the quietude of solitude instead. The two walked back to the small house in silence. The night breeze seemed to have grown a bit chillier, dispersing the remnants of earlier warmth and awkwardness, yet stirring a vague emptiness within his stomach. He felt a twinge of hunger. Minli rubbed his belly. He had eaten a decent meal, but after a stroll and the cool breeze, he inexplicably longed for something warm to eat. Suddenly, an incongruous image of the bowl of soft, palatable porridge adorned with golden corn kernels flashed through his mind, along with the tall figure clad in a pink apron. He paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow. What am I thinking? Chapter 21, the first episode, conclusion. Good morning, family. Today marks the final day of the first episode of Where Has Our Son Gone To? I extend my heartfelt gratitude for all your efforts these past few days. Xinghe stood in the morning light, holding a megaphone, her face adorned with a signature radiant smile. Yet, the seasoned guests, familiar with the program's format, began to sense an ominous undertone. Usually, the more joyfully Xinghe smiled, the more challenging the tasks assigned by the director became. Today's final task, she deliberately elongated her tone, her gaze sweeping over faces filled with either anticipation or wariness, is a family exchange day. As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the venue. It was Xinghe who first exclaimed, "What? A family exchange?" Indeed, Xinghe's smile widened. The rules are simple. The children will randomly draw lots to spend half a day experiencing life in another family, while the parents will be responsible for taking care of someone else's child. At noon, we shall host a lunch exchange at the town square to showcase our respective experiences. Wow, this is getting exciting. The production team certainly knows how to stir things up. Family exchange. How thrilling. Taking care of another family's child? The thought is somewhat unfathomable. This is amusing. Being someone else's child sounds fun. Now, dear children, please come forward to draw lots. Xinghe pointed to a red lottery box nearby. Lu Xinghe and the others exchanged glances, a blend of tension and curiosity evident among them. Lu Xinghe glanced at Minli, who nodded reassuringly, signaling him to relax. The drawing commenced. Lu Xinghe reached in a box, retrieving a small ball and unfolding the paper inside. Xinghe family. He was momentarily taken aback. Xinghe and Pei Xiaoyun also saw the result, and Xinghe patted his shoulder with a smile. "Xinghe, welcome to our home." Meanwhile, Xinghe had drawn Lu Xinghe family. While the exchange was set, on the other side, Yin Xueting drew Guan Yuanyuan family, prompting Guan Yuanyuan to cheer. "Hooray! Dad, take good care of Xueting." Guan Yuanyuan herself drew Zhuang Hanji family, and Zhuang Hanji ended up with Yin Xueting family. The intricate web of exchanges was established, eliciting both joy and concern, while most were simply intrigued and entertained. All right, let the exchange begin. Dear new families, embark on your journey back to the cottage and commence your half-day experience. At noon, we shall gather at the square for lunch. With a command from Xinghe, the groups began to reorganize in a delightful and chaotic manner. Lu Xinghe followed Xinghe and Pei Xiaoyun, casting a glance back at Minli before departing. Minli waved him off and turned his attention to Xinghe. "Uncle, I hope you will take good care of me." Xinghe smiled warmly and courteously. "Very well, let's look after one another." Minli nodded with a smile, though a hint of apprehension lingered in his heart. While he felt a certain familiarity in guiding Lu Xinghe, the prospect of looking after another child left him uncertain about how to interact. The two made their way toward the cottage. As they walked, Minli's mind raced. What should I do with Shi Chuan? Surely, it wouldn't he do to interact as he did with Lu Xinghe, each pursuing their own interests or engaging in playful banter. In Minli's cottage, Xiao Chuan, what do you typically enjoy doing at home? He attempted to initiate a conversation, pouring a glass of water for Shi Chuan. I read, manage some work messages, or chat with my parents. I didn't expect Shi Chuan to be so diligent, handling work even in his leisure time. I find Shi Chuan's type of charm rather appealing. Shi Chuan accepted the cup, responding thoughtfully, Uncle, you need not fuss over me. Please attend to your own matters. I can simply sit here and read. As he spoke, he indeed retrieved a hefty law casebook from his bag, settling comfortably on the sofa to peruse it. Minli sighed in relief, but upon observing Shi Chuan's quiet and focused profile, he felt that being a temporary father was perhaps too effortless, lacking a certain depth. After a moment's reflection, he ventured to the kitchen. You read, and I shall prepare lunch. Is there anything in particular you would like to eat? Shi Chuan looked up from his book, smiling. I'm not picky. I enjoy whatever you make, Uncle. Do you need any assistance? No. Just continue with your reading. Minli waved his hand dismissively, though he felt a bit challenged. What to prepare? Too simple would seem dismissive, yet too elaborate might be beyond his capabilities. At Shi Chuan's home, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Pei Xiaoyan poured a glass of freshly squeezed juice for Lu Xinghe, while Shi Dai brought forth a large platter of washed fruits and snacks. Xinghe, please make yourself at home, Shi Dai said cheerfully. Shi Chuan often mentions how interesting you are, and today we finally have the chance to invite you over to play. I hear you have an interest in records? I happen to have brought some of my favorites. Would you like to check them out in the study later? Lu Xinghe, somewhat taken aback, nodded. Sure, thank you, Uncle Shi. No need for formalities. Shi Dai patted him on the back. Just have a bite to eat and take a moment to relax. Lu Xinghe quietly sipped his juice, listening as Shi Dai and Pei Xiaoyan engaged in easy conversation, occasionally inquiring whether he found the recording process tiring or what he liked to eat. This kind, homely concern gradually eased the tension in his shoulders. Xinghe resembles how I feel when visiting a friend's house. Haha. Other families were also immersed in their unique experiences. Yan Xueting was warmly ushered into the dance studio by Guanzhu, who insisted on teaching her some basic steps of Latin dance. Yan Xueting found herself in a perplexing yet amusing situation, but she cooperated gracefully. One was teaching with utmost seriousness, while the other learned with elegance, creating an unexpectedly harmonious scene. As Zhuang Hanji arrived at Yan Xueting's residence, he and Xiao Qiong settled at the stone table in the courtyard to engage in a game of Go. Xiao Qiong exhibited a steady playing style, while Zhuang Hanji advanced cautiously. Their conversation was sparse, punctuated only by the soft sounds of the pieces being placed on the board, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility and focus. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui was knitting with Guan Yuan. Guan Yuan was lively and talkative, constantly eliciting laughter from Jiang Shui. Observing this vibrant girl, Jiang Shui felt a genuine fondness and engaged her in extensive conversation. Time flowed gradually in their distinct rhythms. As noon approached, Minli glanced at the bubbling soup in the pot, then at Shi Chuan, who remained engrossed in his book on the sofa. Finally, he spoke up. Xiao Chuan, could you lend me a hand? Please taste this soup and let me know if it's seasoned properly. Shi Chuan promptly closed his book, walked over, and took a spoonful. The flavor is just right, very fresh. Uncle, your culinary skills are truly commendable. Minli felt a bit bashful at the compliment. Oh, it's just a casual attempt. By the way, what book were you reading? It looks quite thick. It's a compilation of international business law cases, Shi Chuan replied casually, leaning against the countertop. Are you interested in law, Uncle? Not particularly. I simply find it impressive that you all study this. As Minli stirred the vegetables in the pan, he inquired, you must be quite busy with work, yet still find time for shows? It's manageable. It provides some balance, Shi Chuan smiled. Moreover, having my parents on the show to experience different lifestyles is quite rare. His words caused Minli to pause slightly in his cooking. Experiencing different lifestyles, he echoed casually, huh? Indeed, like today, how does it feel to experience life in my home? Sichuan turned his head to look at Yu Minli. His gaze was clear and gentle, devoid of probing, simply stating, Every person and every family has their unique way of interacting. For instance, the dynamic between Uncle Lu and Xinghe feels quite different from ours. It's rather intriguing. Yu Minli's heart skipped a beat. Different? In what way? Maintaining a composed demeanor, he plated the stir-fried dishes. Is that so? Our household is rather casual, without many rules. Relaxed and easygoing, quite rare, Sichuan remarked as he took the plate to set on the table. Xinghe appeared much more at ease than at the beginning of the show. His words flowed naturally, yet they stirred something within Yu Minli. Reflecting on it, he realized that indeed, when he had first arrived, Lu Xinghe had been polite yet distant. Now, despite their occasional banter, there seemed to be a newfound vivacity. Perhaps it's just a matter of getting used to it, Yu Minli said vaguely, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Together, they prepared the meal, a simple trio of dishes accompanied by soup, steaming warmly. Meanwhile, in another household at Sichuan's study, Lu Xinghe was perusing a collection of records with Xinghe. Xinghe, an enthusiastic music aficionado, eagerly shared the stories behind each record, and the two found themselves engaging in a surprisingly harmonious conversation. I never expected Xinghe and Uncle Xinghe to connect so well. Xinghe possesses a wealth of knowledge, causing Xinghe's eyes to sparkle with excitement. This scene is harmonious, resembling that of a father and son. Under the rigorous training of Guanju, Yan Xueting has finally managed to keep pace with several fundamental dance steps, her forehead glistening with perspiration, yet her face radiates a carefree smile. Guanju feels a profound sense of satisfaction with his teaching results. Meanwhile, the chess match between Zhuang Hanji and Xiao Qiong has reached its final phase, both deeply engrossed, culminating in Zhuang Hanji's narrow victory. Xiao Qiong chuckles heartily, proclaiming, "The youth are formidable." On the other side, Jiang Shui and Guan Yuan are engaged in their own activity. Guan Yuan has successfully crafted a small, albeit crooked, scarf, which she excitedly presents to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui cannot help but chuckle, patiently guiding her on how to weave more evenly. At noon, in the town square, families gather with their respective creations. The long table quickly brims with an array of dishes. Though simple, each bears its unique character. Yu Minli and Sichuan's homestyle meals are displayed together, creating a feast for the eyes. Lu Xinghe has brought along several signature dishes requested by Xinghe, lovingly prepared by Pei Xiaoyan. Yan Xueting and Guanju present a beautifully arranged fruit platter alongside Guanju's specially crafted beverages. Zhuang Hanji contributes a bento box, a delightful medley of color, aroma, and flavor, completed in collaboration with Yan Yi and Xiao Qiong. Guan Yuan proudly showcases a selection of petite pastries she helped create, while Jiang Shui watches with gentle affection. As everyone gathers around the table, they sample one another's dishes, offering critiques and laughter. The atmosphere is light and joyful. The initial novelty and slight awkwardness dissipate amidst the food and conversation. Yang Zi observes the group, raising her glass. Let us toast to the successful conclusion of our first session and to this special family exchange experience today. Thank you all for your contributions and companionship. A chorus of cheers follows as glasses clink together, producing a melodious sound. The sun shines brightly, a gentle breeze stirs, and smiles adorn every face. The first session gracefully concludes amidst this lively and warm luncheon. That was quick. I already miss it. The exchange experience was truly fascinating. I saw a different side of everyone. I'll look forward to the next session. Hurry and air it. The second episode of Where's My Son 2 will air in a week. We hope for your continued support, marking the conclusion of our first episode. Chapter 22. Father says he wants to meet you. The business vehicle glides smoothly away from the recording site, heading towards the expressway. Once the door closes, effectively severing the connection with the cameras and crew, Yu Minli finally relaxes. The distance from B City to a city is merely 3 to 4 hours, and both Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe seem somewhat fatigued, leaning back against their seats with their eyes closed. The interior of the vehicle is enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the subtle hum of the air conditioning and the rhythmic sound of tires gliding over the pavement. As the scenery transitions from urban landscapes to rural fields and back to the outskirts of the city, the setting sun casts a gentle orange-pink hue across the skyline. Upon entering the city limits of a city, Minli's phone vibrates. He opens his eyes and unlocks the screen. "Elle, are you back?" These simple 4 words come from Wenjing. Minli's gaze lingers on a message for a few moments as his finger hovers over the screen, preparing to reply. "Civilized individual, just arrived in City A en route." The message was read almost instantly, yet the recipient did not respond immediately. Minli placed his phone back into his pocket and glanced at Xinghe beside him. The young man remained with his eyes closed, his eyelashes casting a delicate shadow upon his eyelids. This week of recording had evidently drained considerable energy from him, even in sleep. A subtle trace of fatigue lingered upon his brow. The vehicle traversed familiar streets, eventually halting at the underground parking lot of the Liu family's villa district. "Xinghe, we've arrived," Minli said softly. Xinghe opened his eyes, momentarily dazed, before regaining clarity. He nodded and picked up his backpack. The two exited the car in succession, with Minli retrieving their luggage from the trunk. The driver assisted in carrying the items to the elevator entrance before politely taking his leave. The elevator ascended slowly, its metallic walls reflecting their figures. Minli noticed Xinghe looking down at his phone, the screen illuminating half of his face. With a ding, the elevator arrived. The corridor's sensor lights flickered on in response. In the foyer, 2 well-dressed maids awaited them, bowing slightly upon their arrival. "Sir, young master, welcome home." "Thank you." Minli nodded, handing his coat to one of the maids. Stepping into the spacious and brightly lit living room, he was greeted by the warm glow of a crystal chandelier, expensive furniture silently displayed against the walls, and a meticulously tended garden visible through the floor-to-ceiling windows. In that moment, Minli truly felt a sense of fulfillment. This was the opulent life he desired. Xinghe passed his backpack to the maid, changed his shoes, and headed deeper into the house. "I'm going to take a shower first." "All right," Minli replied, watching the young man's figure vanish around the corridor's corner. He moved the luggage into the living room, contemplating whether to ask the maid to prepare a light dinner when his phone vibrated again. This time, it was not a message, but a call. The screen displayed the name Wenjing. Minli answered the phone, his tone casual. "Hey, Lao Lu, have you arrived?" Came the deep, steady voice on the other end, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Just got home. Xinghe is taking a shower." Minli walked over to the coffee table and poured himself a glass of water. There was a 2-second silence on the line. "You've had a tough week." "Oh, it was too hard." Minli chuckled lightly, half-jokingly adding, "After all, I do get paid for it, haha." Wenjing seemed unimpressed by the jest, his tone remaining calm. "Don't wait for me for dinner. You both should have your meal and rest early." "All right. How considerate of you," Minli teased, about to say more when the other party delivered an unexpected piece of news. "We're going back to the old residence tomorrow. Dad wants to see you." "What?" Minli nearly choked on his water, his voice involuntarily rising. "No way. I just got home, and now I have to face such a serious test. Can I request not to go?" A brief silence ensued on the other end. Minli instantly realized that his reaction was perhaps inappropriate and cleared his throat. "What I mean is, it's so sudden. I'm not prepared." "Why does the old man want to see me all of a sudden?" "Live broadcast," Wenjing replied succinctly. He watched it. Minli's heart sank. Old Master Liu, the father of Wenjing and one of the leaders of the Liu family, has always been a figure of intrigue in the business world, known for his reclusive nature and nuanced attitude towards their marriage. The sudden summons following the airing of the program is likely no trivial matter. "Did he say anything?" Minli tentatively inquired. "Let us discuss it in person tonight." Wenjing clearly preferred not to elaborate over the phone. "Wait, is Xinghe going?" "Dad only mentioned wanting to see you." Wenjing paused, "But if you wish to bring Xinghe along, that is permissible." After hanging up, Minli stood in the living room, holding his phone for quite some time. The sound of water from a bathroom on the second floor ceased. Shortly thereafter, Xinghe emerged, towel in hand, having changed into comfortable loungewear. He glanced at Minli, who was lost in thought by the window. "What is the matter?" Your grandfather wishes to meet with me. Yu Minli turned, managing a wry smile. Tomorrow. Lu Xinghe hesitated in his towel-drying motion. Is it because of the program? It seems so. The youth fell silent for a few seconds, draping the towel over his shoulder. Do you need me to accompany you? Yu Minli studied Lu Xinghe's calm demeanor, feeling a pang of anxiety. If you're willing, you may come, Yu Minli replied. But your grandfather only expressed a desire to see me. He always says that. Lu Xinghe moved toward the kitchen. Yet each time I go, he appears quite pleased. This remark brought a modicum of reassurance to Yu Minli. He followed into the kitchen, observing as Lu Xinghe retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, seemingly with no intention of having the housekeeper prepare dinner. Your grandfather, Yu Minli pondered his words carefully. Is he perhaps somewhat dissatisfied with me? Lu Xinghe paused in his actions. Not really. After all, my relationship with your father isn't exactly stellar. Yu Minli spoke softly, acknowledging the unspoken truth that lingered between him and Lu Wenjing. Lu Xinghe turned to him with earnest eyes. All right, I'll accompany you. Don't worry. Although grandfather may speak harshly, he has never truly put us in a difficult position, so rest assured. The dinner was simple, consisting of 3 dishes and a soup, prepared together by Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe. As they settled at the dining table, the night deepened outside, and the streetlights in the villa area flickered to life, casting a warm glow in the courtyard. Speaking of which, Yu Minli said as he picked up a pair of chopsticks, the next recording will involve camping in mountains. The director mentioned it might be a bit challenging. Setting up tents and making fires? Lu Xinghe inquired. Yes, and cooking outdoors. From what I saw, we might even have to compete in teams. Lu Xinghe contemplated this. Sichuan should excel at such tasks. He has attended wilderness survival training camps. And you? Yu Minli asked curiously. Don't you recall the times you took me camping? Lu Xinghe responded, I know the basics. This was yet another forgotten memory for Yu Minli. Ha ha ha. I must be getting old and forgetful, he said awkwardly. Then we can experience it together again. Lu Xinghe nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed. After dinner, Yu Minli finished his wash-up early and changed into comfortable loungewear, yet sleep eluded him. He paced restlessly in his bedroom, his mind consumed by thoughts of meeting old master Lu the following day. Yu Minli had waited for half a day, yet Lu Wenjing was nowhere to be found. The messages he sent had sunk into silence, with not even a red receipt to acknowledge their existence. Yu Minli clicked his tongue, pondering uneasily. Even if he were working overtime, it couldn't possibly extend to 10 o'clock, could it? Oh, but he's the boss himself. He spread his arms and flopped onto the bed, lying in a starfish position, his gaze fixed on the chandelier above, filled with irritation. Chapter 23. He just wants to be a couch potato. Lu Wenjing returned home shortly after 10, and the moment he opened the door, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was Yu Minli, his hair in disarray, his complexion pale in the dim light, standing stiffly in the hallway like a lost spirit, as if he were a ghost waiting to confront him. Despite the shock of encountering this unexpected guardian, Lu Wenjing remained composed, only slightly raising his eyebrows. You're back. Yu Minli's voice was feeble, drifting towards him like wisps of smoke. What is wrong with you? Lu Wenjing inquired. What do you think? Yu Minli retorted softly, then turned and floated back onto the bed, slumping down. After some contemplation, Lu Wenjing attributed the situation to himself and explained, I apologize for the late return. I had some unexpected matters to attend to this evening. As he spoke, he casually removed his suit jacket and hung it on the coat rack. I assumed you and Xinghe had already retired for the night. Just as I arrived home, you drop a bombshell. Yu Minli propped himself up slightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. Who could possibly sleep? Father said nothing, Lu Wenjing interrupted, pouring himself a glass of water, his tone calm, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. He merely suggested we have dinner at the old residence tomorrow. Oh, I distinctly remember how your father made things difficult for the original owner. Yu Minli slumped back down. Lu Wenjing paused, his hand hovering momentarily over the glass. The bedroom was enveloped in silence, save for the ticking of the wall clock. He set the glass down and rubbed his temples. He truly did not know how to respond to that statement. Discussions about the original owner had always been a taboo between them. He resolved to change the subject and conclude the conversation. It's late. Let's wash up and rest. After saying this, he turned to walk towards the master bathroom. Half an hour later, having completed his evening routine and donned his pajamas, Wenjing returned to the bedroom. Minli remained in the same position on the bed, his eyes wide open, staring intently at the ceiling. Wenjing approached the edge of the bed, gently adjusted Minli's position, tucked him in, and then lay down on the other side. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Sleep now. No sooner had he spoken than Minli sprang up like a jack-in-the-box, clasping his hands together in front of Wenjing. Mr. Liu, Boss Liu, young Master Liu, now that we are at least friends, you must protect me. Wenjing turned to face him, frowning in the dim light of the bedside lamp. Friends? Yes. Minli nodded vigorously, his hair becoming even more disheveled with emotion. Friends, good brothers, sharing blessings and bearing difficulties together. Wenjing observed him in silence for a few seconds before turning back, lying flat, and closing his eyes. That is your unilateral definition. Hey, Minli protested. Then what do you think our relationship is? A professional relationship, Wenjing replied succinctly. I have been taking care of your beloved son. Minli continued to haggle. That is your obligation, Wenjing replied, still with his eyes closed. Legally, you are also his guardian. Minli was momentarily taken aback, yet undeterred, he leaned in closer. At the very least, we are partners, right? A stratégique alliance? Wenjing finally opened his eyes and turned his head to look at him. Under the dim light, their gazes met, and Minli's eyes were filled with a plea for validation. Minli, Wenjing began slowly. Your anxiety is not about meeting my father tomorrow. Of course it is. Well, Wenjing sat up, leaning against the headboard. Then you should get a good night's sleep to have the energy for tomorrow. The expression on Minli's face gradually solidified. Moreover, Wenjing continued, his voice resonating clearly in the quiet room. I said I would protect you. Did I not? His heart raced violently in his chest. Minli looked at him earnestly. The other remained in his position against the headboard, his profile sharply defined in the shadows. Damp strands of hair falling across his forehead, with a few strands of white. Will you? Minli's throat felt slightly dry. Wenjing did not respond immediately. He reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. In that darkness, his voice emerged, deeper than before. Sleep. In the dark. Minli lay quietly, yet his mind was in constant motion. He had only arrived here about 2 months ago, and from the moment he confessed the truth to Wenjing, he had regarded him as a necessary partner to maintain, with the intention of developing a friendship. After all, in this unfamiliar world, clinging to Wenjing's support provided a measure of stability. He recalled that the original outline contained little description of Wenjing, a cold, aloof entrepreneur, a top alpha, one of the actual leaders of the Liu family. However, after spending some days together, Wenjing did not entirely conform to the cold persona described in the book, nor did he align with the distant and serious husband remembered by the original character. What puzzled Minli the most was Wenjing's inexplicable tolerance towards him. He did not demand further explanations due to his confession, did not deliberately avoid physical contact, nor did he display the wariness or restraint one would expect when dealing with a stranger occupying his wife's body. Instead, he cared for him when he was ill and promised to protect him when he felt anxious about meeting the elder Liu. This demeanor was hardly characteristic of a partner in a contractual agreement. Minli turned over to face Wenjing's direction. In the darkness, he could make out a sturdy silhouette, breathing steadily, seemingly already asleep. With his experience of reviewing manuscripts for 5 or 6 years, he sensed something amiss. Moreover, it was not just Wenjing, there was also Xinghe. How could that child not have doubted whether he was his biological father until now? Minli had not refrained from revealing his true nature in front of him, displaying habits, preferences, and even mannerisms that starkly contrasted with those of the original character. This was unsettling. Minli's editorial instincts kicked in. Any abrupt plot twist concealed an unarticulated foreshadowing by the author. How could a 21-year-old boy, as astute and perceptive as Xinghe, remain utterly oblivious to such a drastic change in his father's temperament? Unless he already knew something. Alternatively, he chose ignorance. Minli lay awake in the darkness, his gaze fixed upon the shadowy patterns on the ceiling. Moonlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains, tracing a silvery line upon the floor. Suddenly, Minli felt a tightness in his throat. Had that child been waiting for him to confess all along? Or more cruelly, was he safeguarding the last vestiges of his family's integrity in his own way? In the dark, Minli let out a gentle sigh. Enough of this. He came to a realization. Let the foreshadowing be, let the intrigue be. He turned over, unconsciously curling the corners of his mouth. What does it matter if there are more hints? He had resolved to be a carefree fish, a fish securely carried by the great vessel of the Liu family. He needn't worry about making a living or navigating treacherous intrigues. He simply had to occasionally indulge in a performance, occasionally participate in recordings, and for the most part, he could lie at ease. As for why Wenjing treated him so well, why Xinghe feigned ignorance, or why the old patriarch Liu suddenly wished to meet him, was it truly significant? Not all. What mattered was the present. He resided in a grand house, drove a fine car, and had a bank account filled with more wealth than he could ever spend in this lifetime. This was akin to a dream beginning for a time traveler. What more could one desire? Minli closed his eyes, resolved to cast aside the excessive analysis brought on by his editorial profession. Life is seldom so clear-cut, since Wenjing chose silence and acceptance, and Xinghe opted for tacit cooperation. He would simply go with the flow and contentedly be Minli. He would eat when hungry, drink when thirsty, record programs, and meet parents when necessary. Should the sky fall, Wenjing was clearly someone who could shoulder the burden. With this understanding, Minli felt himself relax entirely. He even stretched languidly, burrowing deeper into the warmth of his blankets, finally free from anxiety. After all, the pinnacle of a carefree existence is to let things unfold naturally. If they don't, then one simply lies back. In any case, someone else would worry. All he needed to do was to be a happy, content fish, occasionally participating in a performance. That was ample. Chapter 24. Returning to the old residence in the end. Wenjing and Minli did not take Xinghe to the old residence. The two had prepared to leave early. As the morning light had just begun to bathe the courtyard, the situation arose unexpectedly, and Minli had not prepared a gift. Fortunately, Wenjing had been ready. In the back seat lay a dark-colored gift box, simply yet elegantly wrapped, its contents concealed, but exuding an air of appropriate solemnity. "What is it?" Minli casually inquired as he fastened his seatbelt. "Tea that father enjoys," Wenjing replied, starting the car. Age poor, he had mentioned it several times. Minli nodded, feeling some of the embarrassment from arriving empty-handed dissipate. The car ventured out of the villa district, merging into the bustling morning traffic. The Liu family's old residence was not close to their home. It took over an hour of driving to arrive. As the car turned into a secluded alley, Minli caught sight of the heavy black lacquered wooden door. The door stood ajar, as if it had anticipated their arrival. The driver parked, and the two stepped out. Minli carried the gift box, following Wenjing across the threshold. With that single step, it felt as if they had traversed through time itself. Before them, a serene expanse unfolded, revealing a profound and expansive Suzhou-style garden residence. Upon entering, a still wall stood silently, adorned with ancient cloud patterns in relief. As they navigated around the wall, a winding corridor emerged, flanked by flourishing flora on either side. In the month of April, the begonia blossoms were at their peak, their delicate pink and white petals scattered across the azure stone pathway. Silken lanterns hung gracefully from the corridor, depicting intricate floral and avian motifs. Here, Wenjing led the way, guiding them through a moon gate where a pool of jade-green water suddenly came into view, bordered by taihu stones mottled with moss, while koi swam leisurely among the lotus leaves. Across the water, the main building rose 2 stories high, its white walls and dark tiles reminiscent of wings poised for flight. Despite its location amidst the bustling city, the tranquility enveloped them, with only the whisper of bamboo leaves, the gentle murmur of the pool, and the occasional chirping of birds at the eaves breaking the silence. This serenity could only be cultivated through the passage of time and the accumulation of wealth. "Where's the old master?" Minli inquired in a hushed tone, as if wary of disturbing the peaceful ambience. The waterside pavilion, Wenjing indicated, pointing to a structure adjacent to the pool. It was a semi-open pavilion, 3 sides surrounded by water, connected to the main building by a long corridor. Faint silhouettes could be discerned within. The two made their way along the pebble-strewn path, where delicate blades of grass emerged between the stones. As they passed an ancient locust tree, Minli noticed a small wooden plaque hanging from its trunk, inscribed with characters. He leaned closer to read, planted at Fengtai, 10 years hence, in the spring of the year of Jiu. The inscription was weathered, its origins unknown. Minli paused, grasping Lu Wenjing's arm, and whispered, "Old Lu, who is Fengtai?" Lu Wenjing halted, glancing back at the plaque, his gaze lingering there as he responded, "My third uncle." As they approached the pavilion, Minli spotted an elderly man, in his 70s, seated in a wrought-tan chair, facing away from them, lost in contemplation of the pool's waters. Dressed in a deep gray traditional jacket, his hair was entirely white yet meticulously arranged. On the small table beside him rested a set of purple clay tea utensils, wisps of steam curling upwards. "Father," Lu Wenjing called out, coming to a stop outside the pavilion. The elderly man slowly turned his head. This was Minli's first encounter with the venerable Lu Zheng, whose face bore the etchings of time, wrinkles carved deep, yet his eyes remained bright and piercing. His gaze first fell upon Lu Wenjing, acknowledging him with a nod before shifting to Minli. That gaze was calm, devoid of scrutiny or judgment, merely an ordinary glance that, nonetheless, compelled Minli to instinctively straighten his posture. "Come in," Lu Zheng spoke, his voice slightly hoarse yet resonant. "Have a seat." The two entered the pavilion, and as soon as they stepped inside, Minli was enveloped by a scent reminiscent of Lu Wenjing's alpha pheromones, imbued with a similar overwhelming presence. He placed a gift box on the small table, saying, "Father, a small token of my regard." Lu Zheng glanced at the box without comment, merely gesturing towards the chair opposite him. "Sit." Minli complied, while Lu Wenjing took a position at his diagonal. A place conducive to conversation, yet not overly intimate. A servant silently presented fresh tea before retreating, leaving the pavilion in a momentary stillness, interrupted only by the bubbling of the boiling water. A breeze swept across the pool's surface, sending ripples cascading outward. A red koi leaped from the water, splashing back with a delicate spray. Lu Zheng lifted his teacup, savoring a sip, then turned his attention to Minli. "I heard you and Xinghe appeared on a program. I watched the live broadcast." Minli, somewhat apprehensive, spoke up. "I did not expect you, father, to have watched it as well. This is Xinghe's first appearance on a variety show, and I thought it quite commendable." Lu Zheng interrupted him, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger. Minli felt his words catch in his throat. The heir of the Lu family could certainly showcase his exceptional qualities before the public, and promoting the Lu Corporation was merely a matter of time. Lu Zheng set down his teacup and cast a calm gaze over Minli. "Yet I am not merely focused on this." The surface of the pond stirred, ripples dancing lightly. "This child, Xinghe, is no longer young," Lu Zheng remarked in a flat voice, devoid of emotion. "It is time to consider more long-term matters." A tightness gripped Li's heart as he vaguely sensed the impending conversation, his fingers instinctively tightening around the teacup. "The head of the Yin family," Lu Zheng continued, his gaze fixed on the koi gliding through the water. "Her daughter, Yin Xueting, seems quite promising. The two families are well acquainted, and their backgrounds are fairly compatible." A moment of silence enveloped the pavilion, as the wind rustled through the bamboo grove. "Father," Lu Wencheng suddenly interjected, his tone steady. "Xinghe has his own thoughts." "And what of that?" Lu Zheng turned his attention to his son, his eyes sharp. "I merely suggest that the two children should spend more time together." He paused, shifting his gaze to Minli. "What do you think?" The question came both directly and unexpectedly. Minli felt the weight of two gazes upon him, Lu Zheng's scrutiny and Lu Wencheng's silent observation. He raised his teacup and slowly sipped, allowing the warmth of the tea to settle his nerves. Goodness, he thought, realizing that today, as conversation was not centered on him at all. The tension within Li suddenly eased. How foolish of him to have worried so long. It appeared that the true objective of the elder Lu was indeed the marriage of Lu Xinghe. Fragments of the original narrative flickered in his mind. This elder Lu was famously known as a stumbling block in the romantic journey of the protagonist. He placed great importance on family lineage and was an advocate for strategic marriages, expressing dissatisfaction with the protagonist's pursuit of love. The original character, the timid and sycophantic Minli, relied on this formidable father-in-law to feel emboldened enough to meddle in the protagonist's love life, attempting to steer it onto a more acceptable path. The book did not reveal the eventual fate of this obstinate elder, but as Minli looked at the calm-faced Lu Zheng across from him, a sense of foreboding settled within. The conclusion would likely not be favorable. "I concur with your perspective, Father." Minli set down his teacup, his voice steadier than before, yet he shifted the topic. "However, I have given some thought to Xinghe's marriage." "Oh." Lu Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly, a glimmer of scrutiny in his eyes. "Do share which family's child? What is their lineage? Are they an Omega?" His inquiries were direct, a reflection of his traditional mindset. Family background, gender, and mutual benefit were all essential. Minli responded leisurely. "At present, lineage is not the primary concern. After all, in City A, which family can rival the Lu family standing? We do not need to rely on marriage to solidify anything." Lu Zheng regarded him in silence, but his expression noticeably darkened. "As for whether the child is an Omega," Minli continued, his tone as casual as discussing the weather, "that is, in truth, not of great significance. In this era of advanced technology, the technique of in vitro fertilization has reached a level of maturity. However, the essence of humanity, character, ability, and compatibility remains paramount." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the pavilion seemed to momentarily stagnate. Wenjing cast a sidelong glance at Minli, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his expression before he regained his composure. Lu Zheng set down his teacup, the porcelain clashing with the wooden table, producing a crisp sound. "Are you suggesting," he inquired with a voice calm, yet imbued with the weight of an impending storm, "that lineage and gender are inconsequential, and that it all hinges on compatibility?" "Indeed." Minli met his gaze without flinching. "Reminiscent of the time when Wenjing chose me despite my modest background and not being a top-tier Omega. Although you were initially displeased, you respected his choice." He paused, his tone softening, "because you understand that only those who are compatible can find happiness together." Wenjing, who had been silently observing, imperceptibly curled the corners of his lips. A clever maneuver, shifting the pressure onto Lu Zheng. For elders, it is often most challenging to refute their own past words and choices. Lu Zheng chose to redirect the conversation. "I had someone prepare a few of your favorite home-cooked dishes. Since that incident, you have not visited this old man in quite some time." "Dad!" Wenjing suddenly interjected, interrupting his father's unfinished sentiment. Lu Zheng turned to look at his son. Wenjing maintained a calm demeanor, but spoke with an authoritative tone. "I need to discuss something with you privately." Upon hearing this, Minli promptly stood up. Sensing the shift, "You two carry on. I will wait in the living room." He exited with decisive steps, his footsteps gradually fading in the corridor outside the pavilion. It was only when the figure had completely vanished around the corner of the moon gate that Wenjing slowly turned back to face his father. The restrained sharpness he had displayed in front of Minli now emerged in full force. His gaze was serene, yet sharp as ice, piercing directly at Lu Zheng. "Dad," he began, his voice lowered, each word clear and resolute. "What were you about to say?" Lu Zheng froze, feeling as though he had stepped into a frigid abyss. Chapter 25. Returning to the old residence, Minli navigated his way to the living room of the old residence. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, a figure suddenly burst forth from the side and collided squarely with his shoulder. Caught off guard, he staggered back a couple of steps before regaining his balance. "My apologies," Minli instinctively blurted out. However, the individual who had bumped into him was unyielding. A petulant male voice boomed, "Who are you? Can't you watch where you're going?" As Minli lifted his gaze, he beheld a young man clad in a black leather jacket, his gray-blue hair tousled, rubbing his shoulder with an irritated expression. The young man's features were striking, adorned with a row of silver hoops glinting in the light, exuding a brash aura that starkly contrasted with the old residence's antiquated elegance. Yu Minli felt a sense of familiarity, yet the memories of the original owner seemed shrouded in mist, leaving him momentarily at a loss as to who this person was. "And you are?" Yu Minli inquired cautiously. "Oh, have you truly forgotten?" The other party seemed to have heard something intriguing. His eyes suddenly brightened, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. He stepped forward. An overwhelming scent of rich, sweet chocolate pheromones unexpectedly enveloped Yu Minli, forcefully invading his senses. Physically, Yu Minli frowned. He had always disliked overly saccharine fragrances. "Excuse me, have we met before?" Yu Minli retreated half a step, creating distance, and inquired again. "Yu Min Li." The man enunciated his name deliberately, elongating the final syllable with a hint of mockery. He advanced another step, swiftly raising his hand to grasp Yu Minli's chin with his cold fingertips, compelling him to lift his gaze. A remarkably handsome face loomed closer, exuding unabashed aggression and a captivating smile, nearly brushing against Yu Minli's nose. "Take another look." The man lowered his voice, his breath almost caressing Yu Minli's face. "Think carefully. Who am I? Alpha." This realization detonated like an alarm in Yu Minli's mind. Unlike the restrained, composed aura of Wenjing, this Alpha's pheromones radiated brazen provocation and oppression, akin to an impenetrable net, aggressively ensnaring him with an undeniable desire for control. Yu Minli felt a slight hitch in his breath as an unsettling sensation began to rise from a physiological level. This was the first time since his crossing that he had so vividly experienced the aggressive pheromone suppression emanating from another Alpha. The original host was an Omega, whose body instinctively reacted to such overwhelming pressure. His gaze turned icy as he grasped the man's wrist, exerting force in an attempt to break free. "Let go." The man's temper remained unchanged. Instead, he chuckled, tightening his grip on Yu Minli's chin, the concentration of pheromones intensifying, the sweet chocolate scent becoming almost tangible, accompanied by a dizzying sense of oppression. "It seems Wenjing has truly cured you." "Cured? What do you mean?" Yu Minli frowned, trying to sift through his chaotic memories for clues regarding the treatment, but came up empty. The man was disinclined to answer. Instead, he returned to his previous inquiry, lowering his voice further, infused with an eerie intimacy and curiosity. "Yu Minli, I am Xinghe. We are old acquaintances." Xinghe. This name struck like a key, unlocking a dusty box deep within his memories. Yu Minli recalled that he was the private nutritionist of the old Master Lu, a top student for medical school, an individual who, in the original host's recollection, always donned a white coat, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and appeared scholarly, meticulous, and somewhat rigid. The original host regarded him positively, considering him professional, responsible, and trustworthy. Yet, the man before him, exuding an air of danger with a fanatical gaze and aggressive pheromones, was a stark contrast to the disciplined and meticulous medical doctor from his memories. Moreover, beneath that sweet chocolate scent, there seemed to linger a faint, unsettling odor reminiscent of decay, which stimulated Yu Minli's nerves and churned his stomach. "Xinghe." Yu Minli squeezed out the name between his teeth, his gaze turning entirely frigid. The initial unfamiliarity and confusion supplanted by a complex emotion mingled with wariness and a visceral aversion. He instinctively recoiled from this individual. "Let go of me," he demanded, struggling fiercely, yet the Alpha's pheromones acted like invisible shackles, rendering his resistance futile. What further unsettled him were the other's words and eyes. What did it mean to be awakened again? What had transpired with the original host? "Are you afraid?" Xinghe seemed quite pleased with his reaction, his icy fingertips even teasingly grazing Yu Minli's jawline, his eyes swirling with a fervor and chill that Yu Minli could not decipher. How delightful it was to witness such a vibrant yet resistant demeanor, far more intriguing than the previous state of lethargy and submission. Half dead? Submissive? Alarms blared in Yu Minli's mind. What did this person know? A ludicrous yet horrifying thought flashed through him. Could he possibly be the original host's former lover? But as far as he recalled, the original host had not been unfaithful. At that moment, a deep, steady voice, laced with an imperceptible pressure, erupted from behind, shattering the suffocating aura of sweetness. Xinghe, what are you doing? The voice was not loud, yet it sliced through the oppressive atmosphere with surgical precision. Xinghe's fingers, which had been gripping Minli's chin, momentarily stiffened. He lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, meeting the calm, yet unfathomable eyes of the newcomer. The playful smile on his lips faded slightly. Yet he did not immediately relinquish his hold on Minli. Wenjing approached with deliberate steps, his figure casting a distinct shadow between Minli and Xinghe, obstructing part of the light in the corridor. He emitted no pheromones, yet his cold, austere aura, born from a long-standing position of power, thickened the air around them. Mr. Lu, Xinghe smirked, his tones still flippant, yet his eyes now held a hint of trepidation. Is it not permissible for old acquaintances to reminisce? Reminiscing? Wenjing's gaze fell upon the hand still gripping Minli's chin. His expression remained tranquil, yet Xinghe felt an unseen prickling pain in his hand. Using such a method? The smile on Xinghe's face faltered. He glanced at Minli, who was subdued yet devoid of panic, radiating only cold disdain. Then looked at the impassive yet evidently irate Wenjing, ultimately relenting and loosening his grip. Minli immediately stepped back 2 paces, raising his hand to vigorously rub his chin as if to erase some filth, his brows knitted tightly, openly displaying his disgust. It was merely a jest. Was it necessary to react so? Xinghe shrugged, attempting to mask his embarrassment with indifference. Yet the cloying pheromones involuntarily diminished significantly. Mrs. Lu is truly precious now. She is to be handled with utmost care. Wenjing disregarded his sarcastic tone and walked directly to Minli's side, positioning himself protectively half a step behind him. Gazing calmly at Xinghe, the old master is waiting for dinner. Do not cause a scene here. Should there be a next time, he paused, his tone remaining flat, yet each word resonating clearly. I would not mind administering a lesson on behalf of the old master. Xinghe's countenance darkened completely. He fixed his gaze on Wenjing, casting a disdainful glance at the retreating Minli, before letting out a cold huff and striding away toward the opposite direction of the living room, his black jacket billowing in the air. It was not until the unpleasant scent of chocolate had completely dissipated down the corridor that Minli slowly exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration, his taut shoulders easing slightly. Are you all right? Wenjing turned around to look at him, his eyes lingering for a moment on Minli's slightly pale face, finally settling on the faint red mark on his chin. I'm fine, Minli replied with a shake of his head, releasing a sigh. But how is it that Xinghe is so completely different from my memories? He seemed perfectly normal before. Indeed, Wenjing replied with a nonchalant tone, his gaze drifting toward the direction in which Xinghe had vanished, an underlying meaning in his words. He is merely a jester in a new guise. There is no need to concern yourself with him. A jester in a new guise? Minli found himself even more puzzled. What does that mean? Are you implying that Xinghe is duplicitous, adept at masquerading? Or is there a deeper significance to your words? The mention of Xinghe's awakening, his healing, the hollow shell he had become, gave rise to a more chilling hypothesis. Could it be that Xinghe was also? But how could Wenjing possibly know that? The thought sent a chill down Minli's spine, prompting him to glance at Wenjing, who had already withdrawn his gaze. His expression as composed as ever. Let us go. Do not dwell on it any longer. There is no need to concern yourself with that individual. Minli swallowed his doubts and nodded in agreement. Chapter 26. Return to the old residence, Old Lu. Old Lu. Minli settled onto the sofa in the living room, mentally repeating the name. Wenjing took a seat beside him, glancing over at the sound. You must tell me about Xinghe. What am I to do if I encounter him again? Minli conveyed his urgency through his gaze. Wenjing remained silent. Is he the former lover of the original owner? Did the original owner abandon him, causing him to harbor resentment? Minli's imagination conjured a melodramatic scenario. No, Wenjing suddenly replied in a low voice. Minli's eyes widened in surprise. Then what exactly is their relationship? You need to clarify. How should I respond when I see him next? Wenjing retrieved a deep gray handkerchief from the pocket of his suit, raised a hand to steady Minli's shoulder. and gently wiped the faint red mark on his chin with a corner of the handkerchief. His movements were meticulous, his expression focused. Xinghe changed abruptly 10 years ago. He explained slowly, in a tone only the two of them could hear. At that time, you had already severed all ties. He is not your former lover. Minli felt a slight sense of relief, yet his curiosity intensified. Then who is he? Wenjing folded the handkerchief away and looked at him, his tone calm and unruffled. He is my father's lover. Oh, Minli instinctively replied, only to freeze moments later, his eyes widening slowly, as if he had not heard correctly, or perhaps had heard but could not comprehend. What? Your father's what? He exclaimed, each word dripping with disbelief. A lover. But the old man has always been deeply devoted to his late wife, never having another by his side for all these years. In the original owner's memories, Xinghe was renowned for his unwavering fidelity. Wenjing seemed to have anticipated his reaction, his expression unchanged as he calmly stated, that was 10 years ago. Xinghe was still a student at the medical academy then, serving as a family health assistant at the old residence. He has since transformed into what he is now. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming, leaving Minli momentarily unable to process it. He glanced at Wenjing's tranquil face and recalled Xinghe's wild and sinister demeanor, juxtaposed with the authoritative presence of the elder Lu. This combination was indeed unsettling. So, Minli struggled to articulate his thoughts. His earlier behavior towards me was due to the old master? But what does that have to do with me? Wenjing remained silent for a moment before replying. I do not know. Do not know? Minli was perplexed. He gazed into Wenjing's eyes, which reflected a calm depth, devoid of any hint of deceit or avoidance. After contemplation, it seemed evident that Wenjing had no reason to deceive him. Given their previously distant and nearly unfamiliar relationship, it was normal for him to be unaware. Moreover, the situation was far too peculiar, almost surreal. Young master, young mistress, the old steward has arrived, they announced quietly at the entrance of the living room, bowing slightly. The elder is waiting for both of you in the dining room. Wenjing stood up, deftly folding the used handkerchief and placing it back into his inner pocket. His movements fluid and natural, as if the astonishing conversation had never occurred. Minli hastily followed suit, his mind still swirling with the explosive information regarding the elder's lover. His steps feeling somewhat unsteady. He instinctively glanced at Wenjing, who had resumed his usual composure, offering a barely perceptible nod, signaling him to follow. Even after finishing their meal and walking down the corridor back to the living room, Minli's heart had yet to settle. Xinghe had been present at the dining table as well, seated at the lower end on Lu Zheng's right side, discreetly overseeing the elder's dining experience in his capacity as a personal nutritionist. Throughout the meal, he scarcely touched his own chopsticks, occasionally adding a spoonful of light dishes to Lu Zheng's plate or quietly reminding him that the soup was still hot. Yet, Minli felt a chill creeping up his spine. He sensed the subtle dynamics at play between them. He looked up at Wenjing's back, pondering what emotions this man must harbor while observing his father with such a lover. The corridor twisted and turned, the summer breeze flowing through, carrying the damp scent of the garden's foliage, yet could not dissipate the chill that lingered in Minli's heart. The sunlight cast their shadows against the wall, elongating and shortening. Just as they were about to enter the living room, Wenjing's footsteps faltered imperceptibly, his voice lowered to a whisper, barely discernible amidst the wind. Do not overthink. See what you see and treat it as if you have not seen it. Minli was momentarily taken aback, responding vaguely with an "oh." In the next instant, a warm, dry hand grasped his wrist. Startled, he instinctively attempted to pull away, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" However, Wenjing's grip was steady and reassuring, guiding him unyieldingly down another corridor leading to the guest rooms. I will take you to rest. Father mentioned that you would be staying here tonight. Huh? But Father is still in the living room. Shouldn't we spend more time with him and converse? Minli was led away by him, somewhat struggling to keep pace. After all, he was the elder. Without any hesitation, Wenjing maintained his calm demeanor, stating, I will accompany you. Some matters are more appropriately addressed with me present. Minli paused for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing that Wenjing was clearing the space for him, allowing him to distance himself from those individuals. He felt a surge of gratitude. "Old Lu, you truly are a man of integrity," he silently mused, refraining from uttering more. Simply allowing Lu Wenjing to grasp his wrist as they navigated through one moon gate after another. Lu Wenjing's hand was steady, warmth radiating through his skin, oddly dispelling the lingering chill that had previously settled upon him. They ultimately halted before a secluded chamber. Lu Wenjing released his grip, pushed open the intricately carved wooden door, and gestured for Yu Minli to enter. Yu Minli had some recollection of this place. It seemed to be the room they occasionally used during their stays at the ancestral home. Upon entering, they discovered a pristine room, elegantly appointed, with a faint scent of sandalwood pervading the air, indicating it had been meticulously maintained. "We shall sleep here tonight," Lu Wenjing announced, moving to the window to check the latch for security. The bathroom was to the left, stocked with new toiletries. "Oh, splendid," Yu Minli nodded, surveying the surroundings. The room was modest, but radiated warmth and comfort, featuring a spacious bed draped with a plain canopy, a low couch by the window adorned with cushions and a small table, and even a corner bookshelf with a few scattered old tomes. After completing his inspection, Lu Wenjing turned and noticed Yu Minli's slightly fatigued visage. "Rest early," he advised, pausing momentarily before adding, "I shall return later." With that, he pivoted and exited, closing the door behind him. Yu Minli watched his figure vanish beyond the threshold, listening to the footsteps fade until silence enveloped him, allowing a long, silent sigh to escape his lips as he relaxed completely. Having such a formidable ally was truly exhilarating. He silently cheered, nearly wanting to twirl in place. Was this the feeling of clinging to the right support? The sensation of being enveloped in the protective circle of a strong individual was overwhelmingly reassuring. From this day forth, Lu Wenjing would be his de facto elder brother. Yu Minli clenched his fist in determination, vowing to closely follow President Lu's lead and perform well, striving to secure this golden support even tighter. Upon Lu Wenjing's return to the reception hall, he found Lu Zheng seated in the prominent chair, leisurely savoring tea. Xinghe stood at a respectful half-step beside him, head slightly bowed, presenting a demeanor of subservience that starkly contrasted with his earlier self. Instead of approaching the empty guest seat, Lu Wenjing halted a few steps before Lu Zheng, standing tall like a pine tree. A moment of silence enveloped the hall, interrupted only by the delicate sound of the tea lid brushing against the cup's rim. "I had thought," Lu Wenjing began, his voice low yet as crisp and clear as ice-forged jade, resonating distinctly in the ears of the two seated individuals, "that today it was only you here, and your thoughts have wandered rather excessively." His gaze settled calmly on Lu Zheng's face, though his words were directed towards both present. "I did not anticipate that the creatures under your command would dare act independently and cause chaos." Chapter 27 returned to the old home, for Lu Wenjing once again retrieved the deep gray handkerchief from his pocket, methodically wiping his bony hands. His movements were elegant and unhurried, yet they exuded an inexplicable aura of coldness and menace. "Wenjing." Lu Zheng set down his teacup, the porcelain clinking crisply against the table surface. Under the sunlight, the old man's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Wenjing did not respond immediately. He slowly raised his gaze, allowing it to first sweep over the sullen face of Xinghe, who was tightly clenching his fists before finally resting upon his father's countenance. "Xinghe." He uttered the name with a tone as flat as recounting an old tale. "It has been 10 years. He paused, as if lost in recollection or weighing his words. "I had thought that a decade would be ample time for you to recognize your place and learn to be content." Wenjing's voice remained steady and unhurried, yet unexpectedly, he took a half-step forward, an overwhelming presence akin to a deep-sea current silently pressing down. The cloyingly rancid aura surrounding Xinghe instantly dissipated, firmly confined. His complexion turned ashen, staggering backward, cold sweat beating at his temples, trembling under the absolute pressure, unable to utter a single word. 10 years. Lu Wenjing's gaze was like an icy blade, slicing through the facade of calm that his opponent desperately maintained. The vile thoughts concealed beneath your skin remain unchanged. In fact, they have only intensified. The final 4 words, though spoken as a mere whisper, bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Xinghe trembled. His eyes now filled solely with fear and malice. Lu Zheng inhaled sharply, his chest heaving, observing the nearly incapacitated Xinghe before shifting his gaze to his son, whose expression was as unyielding as iron. Father, Lu Wenjing returned his gaze to Lu Zheng, his tone regaining its usual steadiness, yet resolute. Some old scores need to be settled, for the sake of the Lu family and those who still live. With that, he cast aside the handkerchief and turned away, his steps firm as he exited the parlor without looking back. This time, even Lu Zheng lacked the strength to shout in anger. Only a heavy silence remained, accompanied by Xinghe's increasingly labored yet desperately suppressed breaths. The air felt laden with the suffocating pressure of the earlier phenomenal dominance, chillingly lingering. Lu Zheng did not immediately look at Xinghe. He merely gazed toward the direction where his son had vanished, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a long moment, he finally spoke, weariness evident in his hoarse voice. "Speak. What have you done behind my back?" Xinghe abruptly lifted his head, meeting Lu Zheng's unfamiliar gaze, his heart gripped by an icy hand. He instinctively sought to defend himself, hoping to obscure the truth with his usual feigned innocence or submission. Yet the weight of Lu Wenjing's earlier dominance and Lu Zheng's unabashed suspicion loomed over him like 2 insurmountable mountains, nearly suffocating him. He opened his mouth. I said something I shouldn't have." Only then did Lu Zheng raise his eyes to regard him. He recalled a similar experience from that morning, having uttered words he ought not to have, subsequently being threatened by his own good son. Yet now, it was clear that within the Lu family, it was indeed Lu Wenjing who called the shots. Cold sweat trickled down the side of Xinghe's forehead. "Go to the small black room." Lu Zheng's voice was weary and indifferent, as if he were merely disposing of an inconsequential item, implying that no further punishment was necessary. The term small black room caused a barely perceptible tremor in Xinghe's body. It was not a term of endearment, but rather referred to a neglected storage chamber in the back garden of the old residence, cold, damp, devoid of sunlight, a place designated by the Lu family for punishing severely errant servants or undisciplined distant relatives. Yet, it had now been repurposed by Lu Zheng as their secret base. A torrent of humiliation, fear, and intense resentment surged within him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, inflicting a sharp pain that paled in comparison to the hatred swelling in his heart. With great effort, he managed to produce a dry, hoarse reply from between clenched teeth. Lu Wenjing had not unleashed the full force of his alpha presence in quite some time. At that moment, he walked slowly along the corridor, the reactions within him unmistakable. His pheromones surged through his veins, tumultuous and unruly, refusing to settle. He paused, leaning against the cold corridor pillar. The chill emanating from it could not quell the near uncontrollable agitation within him. The primal instincts of a top-tier alpha roared, clashing violently with the will he had forcefully suppressed. It had been far too long since he had felt this way. His breath grew heavy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He closed his eyes, focusing intently as he gradually pushed the remnants of that violent energy deep back into his bloodstream. Then, he raised his hand and loosened the top button of his shirt, inhaling deeply the cool, damp air of the courtyard. Only when the burning restlessness finally began to subside did he take a step forward. He entered his chamber and closed the door behind him. Inside, Minli was reclining against the headboard, quietly exchanging messages with Lu Xinghe. Upon hearing the faint sound of the door opening and footsteps approaching, he instinctively looked up. There stood Lu Wenjing, entering the room with an unusual flush to his face. Not the healthy hue of vitality, but rather a deep redness that seemed to emanate from within, indicative of exhaustion or excessive restraint. His breathing seemed heavier than usual, and the strands of hair on his forehead appeared somewhat disheveled, presenting an unusual sight. He looked rare and almost fragile in his fatigue. Minli paused for a moment, straightening up, and blurted out, "What is wrong with you? You look off." He instinctively got out of bed and took a couple of steps toward Lu Wenjing. But before he could say more, Lu Wenjing raised a hand almost imperceptibly, signaling him to halt, his voice deeper and more gravelly than usual. "It's nothing." He approached the table, intending to pour himself a glass of water. But his fingers trembled slightly, causing the kettle to wobble and emit a gentle clanking sound. Minli's heart raced at the sight, and disregarding any need for distance, he hurried over to take the kettle from him. "Let me do it." He poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Lu Wenjing. His gaze filled with concern as it roamed over his face. "Is your pheromone stability off? It smells strongly of pine." Lu Wenjing accepted the cup, the warmth of the porcelain seeping through to his fingertips, causing him to pause momentarily. He lowered his gaze and took several sips of water. Yet the parched feeling in his throat remained unrelieved. "Just handled some matters." He set down his cup. His voice regained a semblance of steadiness, yet remained tinged with fatigue. Hinting at exhaustion, he refrained from elaborating, but Minli could surmise the day as circumstances, leading to an inkling of understanding. For Lu Wenjing to appear so drained was likely indicative of a significant matter. "You should rest," he urged, swallowing the question that hovered on his lips, instead inquiring with an undertone of concern that he himself scarcely recognized. The strange sensation evoked by the lingering, aggressive alpha pheromones in the air made him wonder. "You aren't in your sensitive period, are you?" Lu Wenjing hesitated, meeting his gaze. The room was modest in size, and despite Lu Wenjing's efforts to suppress his potent pheromones, a faint yet assertive presence still lingered in the air, undeniably stimulating for Minli's omega body. It was evident that he too was affected. A peculiar flush crept across his cheeks. His breath came in slightly quicker bursts, and his once clear eyes now appeared somewhat dazed as they fixated intently on Lu Wenjing. Beneath the slightly open collar of his nightwear, a patch of skin had taken on a delicate pink hue, rising and falling gently with his unsteady breaths. He seemed unaware of this change, merely sensing the room's warmth, an accelerated heartbeat, and an inexplicable allure emanating from Lu Wenjing that seemed more potent than usual. Lu Wenjing detected the subtle intermingling of a faint, sweet aroma belonging to omega passion fruit in the air. This was becoming precarious. Minli, Lu Wenjing's voice emerged, deeper and more gravelly than usual, striving for steadiness. "Please retrieve something from the bedside table for me." Minli's dazed gaze sharpened momentarily, as if he hadn't quite heard. "What?" The bedside table, left drawer. Lu Wenjing turned away, his jaw clenched tightly. "There's a silver metal box inside. Please bring it to me." After a brief pause, he added, "It's a calming agent. I left it behind last time I visited." Without hesitation, Minli sprang into action, sensing that any further delay could lead to dire consequences. He extracted the calming agent and an alcohol swab from a drawer. Tearing through the aluminum foil packaging, the cold pre-filled syringe settling into his palm. Turning around, he hesitated, casting a wavering glance at Lu Wenjing. The man faced him, his forehead damp with a light sheen of sweat, hair clinging to his skin. The air was thick with the rich scent of cedar, gradually enveloping the sweetness of passion fruit. Minli clutched the icy syringe, yet his palm began to perspire. He was uncertain of his next move. Should he hand it over directly, or offer assistance? The memories of the original host regarding alpha sensitivity periods or pheromone control were murky at best, suggesting he had never encountered such a situation. He observed Lu Wenjing's evident discomfort, his heart racing with anxiety. Tentatively, he began to speak, his voice slightly hoarse. "Lu Wenjing, how do I administer this? Is it for you, or—" His words were abruptly interrupted as Lu Wenjing made a sudden move. He didn't step forward but extended a hand instead, the definition of his arm becoming strikingly pronounced through exertion, the veins on the back of his hand subtly raised. "Come here." His voice emerged from the depths of his throat, raspy and hoarse. A sudden jolt coursed through Minli's heart, prompting him to hasten forward without delay. As he drew near, a searing hand abruptly grasped his wrist with such force that he gasped in pain. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an irresistible power, swept him into a hard and burning embrace. Lu Wenjing held him tightly, resting his forehead against Yu Minli's shoulder. His heavy breaths cascading over the sensitive skin of his neck, provoking a shiver. Yu Minli could distinctly sense the abnormal tension and warmth radiating from the other's body, along with the aggressively potent alpha pheromones that, despite being forcefully suppressed, still trickled forth, mingling with the uncontrollable passion fruit scent emanating from him. "Help me." Lu Wenjing's voice was muffled against Yu Minli's shoulder, his breaths labored. He sat with Yu Minli on a nearby hardwood chair, his right hand hastily tearing open the cuff of his left shirt sleeve, extending his left forearm toward Yu Minli. Beneath the taut muscle, the pale blue veins were starkly visible. Injected. Yu Minli was nearly suffocated in his embrace, his face flushed, heart pounding like a drum. His hands trembled as he clutched the cold syringe, his fingertips quaking with anxiety. Gazing at the arm, so close before him, and feeling the burning breath against his neck and the firm chest pressed so closely, his mind was a tumult of confusion, nearly devoid of coherent thought. Yet Lu Wenjing's pained, suppressed gasps and the increasingly unstable waves of pheromones pricked at him like needles, urging him not to linger any longer. Taking a deep breath, Yu Minli forced himself to regain his composure. He extended his slightly trembling hand, searching for the most prominent vein on the inside of Lu Wenjing's elbow, hastily wiping it with a cool alcohol swab. Then he closed his eyes, steeling himself, relying on the vague memories left by the original owner, perhaps gleaned from basic medical courses at school, as he positioned the needle and pierced the skin. The sensation of the needle breaking through the surface made Lu Wenjing's body momentarily stiffen, his arms tightening around Yu Minli before he compelled himself to relax again. Yu Minli, unable to look, relied on his instincts to push the plunger, the icy liquid gradually flowing into the heated vein. Time seemed to stretch, the silent room echoing only with their uneven breaths intertwined. At last, when the syringe was fully depressed, Yu Minli swiftly withdrew the needle, instinctively grabbing a nearby cloth of unknown origin to press against the slightly bleeding puncture. Almost simultaneously, he felt the grip around his arm loosen, Lu Wenjing exhaling heavily, burying his head deeper into his shoulder, the alarming tension and heat of his body beginning to subside gradually. The crisis appeared to have been averted. Yet, Yu Minli remained rigid, still leaning against Lu Wenjing, unable to move. "Shouldn't that do the trick? I feel as if I've been taken advantage of," he ventured cautiously after a moment. Lu Wenjing's voice was muffled against his neck, raspy and low, imbued with a rare, almost vulnerable dependency. "Just hold me a little longer." The empty syringe clattered to the floor, its sound strikingly clear in the silence. Yu Minli's heart skipped a beat. His face was still flushed, the skin on his neck retaining the lingering warmth of the other's breath. Lu Wenjing leaned against him in serene stillness, as if utterly drained of energy, remaining motionless. What was happening? Yu Minli cautiously nudged him, softly calling old Lu. "Lu Wenjing?" There was no reply. The head, resting on his shoulder, shifted slightly, seemingly seeking a more comfortable position, and soon the breathing became even and prolonged, as if he had truly fallen into slumber. Yu Minli froze. He lowered his gaze, only able to see the thick crown of Lu Wenjing's hair and a small segment of his straight nose. The man, usually cold and sharp, appeared defenselessly relaxed in this moment, eyes closed, a faint trace of lingering fatigue etched upon his brow. Is he truly asleep? Am I now being used as a human cushion and sleeping aid? He found the situation amusing yet exasperating. He wanted to shift Lu Wenjing away, but feared waking him. Given how exhausted Lu Wenjing seemed, it must have taken immense effort for him to finally settle down. Moreover, having just received a sedative, this was precisely when he needed rest the most. Yu Minli resignedly sighed, abandoning his struggle. He adjusted his posture to sit more securely, ensuring Lu Wenjing could lean against him in greater comfort. The room fell into complete silence as the evening deepened. After an indeterminate amount of time, a deliberate soft inquiry came from outside the door. "Young master, madam, master wishes to know if you require dinner." Yu Minli jolted, instinctively tried to sit up, only to remember the weight of Lu Wenjing on his shoulder. He paused, and Lu Wenjing seemed disturbed, frowning slightly, mumbling indistinctly, yet showed no signs of waking. Instead, due to his movement, his head nuzzled further into the nook of Minli's shoulder, seeking a steadier position. Minli instantly stiffened, his face once again faintly flushed. He took a deep breath, striving to lower his voice as he addressed the door. "Thank you, we—" He hesitated, glancing at the seemingly slumbering Lu Wenjing, and rephrased. "We do not need anything for now. Lu Wenjing is a bit tired and is already resting. Please inform father that we will come over later." There was a brief silence outside, followed by the butler's respectful response. "Understood, madam. We shall not disturb you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." The footsteps gradually faded away. Minli exhaled, yet the tension in his shoulders remained. He looked down at Lu Wenjing, still leaning against him, breathing steadily. His heart a tumult of emotions. He was now certain that Lu Wenjing was concealing something from him, undoubtedly related to his connection with the original owner of this body. Lu Wenjing was indeed exhausted. He had held Minli and slept for over 2 hours before rousing slowly. The moment his consciousness returned, he first registered the warmth of the body in his arms and the rhythmic breathing emanating from the neck beside him, belonging to another. He opened his eyes, his vision sharpening from a haze to clarity, revealing Minli's tranquil sleeping face, resting against his shoulder with long lashes lowered and brow relaxed. It was evident he, too, was deeply asleep. Lu Wenjing's gaze lingered on Minli's face for a moment, his eyes darkening slightly. He watched quietly for several seconds before attempting to move his somewhat numb arm with care, gently lifting Minli to cradle him horizontally. In his slumber, Minli murmured indistinctly, instinctively raising his hand to encircle around his neck, burying his face deeper into the warmth. Lu Wenjing paused momentarily, then steadily approached the bedside, bending down with gentle grace to lay him upon the prepared bedding. As he withdrew his arm, Minli furrowed his brow at the sudden loss of support, but quickly rubbed his face against the pillow and surrendered to sleep once more. Lu Wenjing stood at the edge of the bed, adjusting the covers around him, his gaze lingering on Minli's unguarded, serene visage. After a brief moment of contemplation, he averted his eyes and silently retreated into the adjoining washroom. The door closed softly, sealing away the tranquility of the bedroom. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face. The icy droplets cascaded along his jawline, whisking away the last remnants of drowsiness. Lifting his gaze to the mirror, he noticed his eyes had regained their usual clarity and sharpness. Extracting his phone from the inner pocket of his suit, he unlocked the screen, the pale glow illuminating his expressionless face. He swiftly navigated through his contacts, pausing at a name labeled Yizhou. After a moment's hesitation, he composed a message and sent it. "I used a sedative today." The message was dispatched successfully. He placed the phone on the edge of the sink, supporting himself with both hands on the countertop, and gently closed his eyes for a brief moment. Chapter 29. There must be something he is hiding. The phone vibrated shortly thereafter. Lu Wenjing picked it up to see a message from Yizhou. And another follow-up. "Isn't today outside your sensitivity period? What's going on? How is your body feeling now?" Just as Lu Wenjing began to type a response, Yizhou's name suddenly danced across the screen, accompanied by the ringing sound of an incoming call. Maintaining his composure, Lu Wenjing answered the call, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello? Lu, what is happening?" Came a slightly urgent male voice from the other end, with a faint ticking sound of machinery in the background. "Didn't I advise you to avoid using high-concentration pheromones recently and to steer clear of sedatives? Your health data had finally stabilized. I suppressed the pheromones today." Lu Wenjing replied calmly, as if recounting an event detached from himself. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before Yizhou's voice rose in pitch, suppressed. "On whom did you use it? How much? How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort? Is your pheromone level still stable?" "Lu Wenjing, let me remind you. Regarding your last checkup report, I'm fine," Lu Wenjing interjected, cutting off the barrage of inquiries. "It was merely a routine suppression with a minimal dosage. I used half a standard unit of sedative." "Half a unit?" Yizhou's tone conveyed disapproval. Even that is an extra burden given your current state. Do you understand the consequences of forcibly intervening in pheromone balance? Especially for someone like you. I am aware, Wenjing again interrupted, his tone firm. Lu, I am your doctor. Yizhou's voice turned serious, adopting an authoritative professional tone. I urge you to adhere to medical advice. Your chip was implanted not long ago. Your hormone levels and nervous system have yet to fully adapt and integrate, and you are at a critical point of stabilization. Any exogenous drug interference, particularly the forceful suppression or induction of pheromones, may provoke unpredictable rejection reactions or functional disorders. At best, this could exacerbate your neural pain and disrupt your cycles. At worst, it could affect the synchronization between chips and glands. He paused, seemingly finding the subsequent words too grave, and rephrased. In short, the risks are exceedingly high. The soothing agent I prescribed previously was intended to address these occasional pheromone fluctuations, not for you to endure or misuse potent sedatives. Wenjing listened in silence, his gaze fixated on the cold crevices of the porcelain tiles at the sink. The situation is exceptional. Ultimately, he uttered 4 words, devoid of emotion. Yizhou sighed on the other end of the line, aware that further persuasion would be futile. Once Wenjing made a decision, no one could alter it. I understand. It's because of the lady. I assent to it. Wenjing did not respond. His only concern was for Minli. Yizhou settled for a compromise, but promise me, for the upcoming week, you will strictly monitor your own data. If you experience intensified neural pain, abnormal fluctuations in pheromone levels, or any symptoms of dizziness or tinnitus, you must notify me immediately, without delay. All right. Additionally, Yizhou supplemented, his tone softening somewhat, striving to maintain emotional stability to avoid drastic fluctuations. Your current state means that emotions will amplify the stimulation of pheromones and the nervous system. Wenjing acknowledged, intending to end the call when Yizhou's voice came through again, tinged with a subtle hint of concern. By the way, how is the lady faring now? Wenjing paused. He raised his eyes, as if capable of penetrating walls to see the sleeping figure in the adjacent room. He is well. On the other end, Yizhou seemed to exhale in relief, yet his worries seemed to deepen. That is good, but Mr. Lu, I must reiterate, the lady's current state is delicate. His mental domain and memory layer are exceedingly unstable. Any intense external stimuli, especially high concentrations of alpha pheromones, whether soothing or suppressive, could inflict irreversible effects upon him. I'm aware of the boundaries. Wenjing interrupted him, his tone calm, yet resolute, assuring that he would not allow exposure to anything beyond the threshold. Yizhou fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately refraining from further discussion on the subject, and shifted to, I will continuously monitor the chip's data. You should be attentive to your bodily feedback. By the way, regarding today's events, including the abnormal pheromone fluctuations and medication records, I will synchronize this information with Yizhou, enabling him to conduct a cross-analysis based on both of your real-time physiological data. All right, thank you for your efforts. The call ended. After completing his personal care, Wenjing returned to the bedroom, where the person on the bed remained deeply asleep. He stood by the bedside for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Minli's serene sleeping face, and then gently lifted a corner of the blanket, seamlessly slipping in beside him. He turned onto his side, extending his arm to draw Minli and the blanket closer into his embrace. The action bore an effortless familiarity, as if it had been performed 1,000 times before. Minli murmured softly, offering no resistance, and instead snuggled closer to the warmth, resting a hand on Wenjing's waist, breathing steadily. Wenjing lowered his gaze upon him, remaining still, merely tightening his arms to embrace him securely, before closing his eyes. The following morning, after breakfast, the two bid farewell to Wenjing and departed from the serene, yet stifling, old residence. As the car pulled away from the ancient gates, leaving the secluded courtyard behind, sunlight streamed through the windows, infusing the interior with the vibrant warmth of the outside world. Minli leaned back in his seat, exhaling a long breath. The driver navigated smoothly, while Wenjing maintained his usual stoic profile, though a hint of burden seemed to lift from his brow. Neither spoke of the events that transpired the previous afternoon. Mr. Liu, Madam, Lin Xing, Liu Wenjing's secretary, turned from the front passenger seat, his tone respectful as he inquired, "Shall we head directly to the office, or shall we first drop Madam at home?" Liu Wenjing glanced at Yu Minli through the rearview mirror. Yu Minli immediately waved his hand. "No need to drop me off. I will accompany you to the office." He preferred not to be alone, especially after the unsettling occurrences at the old residence. Being near Liu Wenjing provided a sense of security. Liu Wenjing seemed to discern his thoughts, giving a barely perceptible nod before instructing Lin Xing to the office. "Understood, Mr. Liu," Lin Xing replied. The car smoothly veered towards the direction of Chongqing International. As Yu Minli gazed out at the increasingly familiar urban landscape, the oppressive feelings from the previous night began to fade from his mind. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Liu Wenjing, speaking, "I'll head straight to my place. Since you're participating in the next program, I'll inform Xinghe to see if there's anything we need to discuss in advance." Liu Wenjing lifted his gaze from the tablet screen, giving him a brief glance and a non-committal in agreement before returning to his emails. The car arrived at the underground parking of Chongqing International Tower. The three disembarked, and the elevator ascended directly to the floor of the executive office. Yu Minli stopped on the 88th floor, waving goodbye to Liu Wenjing and Lin Xing. "I'll go ahead." Liu Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. As the elevator doors closed in front of Yu Minli, he turned and walked toward the other side of the corridor, where a subtly designed, yet unassuming sign read Xinghe Entertainment. Chapter 30. Hot pot. Upon entering, the receptionist immediately stood up, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Yu, you've come." "Good morning." Yu Minli smiled and proceeded directly to his office. The company was sparsely populated, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. A few familiar faces among the staff greeted him with smiles as he arrived. Just as he settled behind his desk, his manager and partner, Xinghe, burst through the door, clutching a stack of documents. "Oh my, Mr. Yu, you finally made an appearance," Xinghe exclaimed, slapping the documents onto the desk and plopping down in the chair opposite him, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Congratulations, boss. Your Weibo followers have surpassed 500,000, and Xinghe's fanbase has skyrocketed to 1 million. The response to the first episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? 2 Foot has been explosive. The interaction between you and Xinghe is trending across the internet. The production team just sent over the proposal for the next camping episode and was hoping to discuss it with you." Yu Minli rifled through the documents, but remained preoccupied with the scheduling matters concerning Liu Wenjing. "Is Liu Wenjing available for timing?" "Rest assured, Secretary Lin has already coordinated with me. President Liu's itinerary has been adjusted accordingly, and there should be no issues with the recording," Xinghe said with a beaming smile, clearly feeling honored to have direct communication with the office of the president of the Liu Corporation. However, he leaned in suddenly, lowering his voice, and asked, "Is everything truly all right on President Liu's side? I've seen discussions online suggesting that his commanding presence hardly aligns with someone who would participate in a family variety show." Furthermore, Xinghe lowered his voice even further, almost whispering into his ear, "What about your personal matters?" Yu Minli paused in his perusal of documents, lifting his gaze to Xinghe. This agent, a remnant from the original owner, was exceptionally capable and loyal. Yet it was evident that he too was curious about the true relationship of this affluent couple. "We shall focus solely on our responsibilities," Yu Minli replied, his tone indifferent. "The program's effectiveness and audience feedback can be monitored as usual. There is no need to concern ourselves with anything beyond that." Xinghe, a seasoned observer of nuances, nodded in immediate understanding. Understood. She tactfully shifted the topic, beginning to report on the latest developments of several other projects within the company. While Yu Minli listened, his gaze occasionally drifted toward the window. From this height, a large portion of the city's scenery unfolded before him. What might Liu Wenjing be doing at this moment? The thought surfaced uncontrollably. Yu Minli rubbed his brow, forcing himself to refocus on the documents at hand. Regardless of the circumstances, diligence in work remained paramount. As noon approached, he finally concluded his tasks. Lifting the thermos cup from the table, he took a sip of warm water, his fingertips grazing the cup's surface, when suddenly he recalled something and looked up at Xinghe, who was still reporting. "By the way," he interrupted her, "where is Xinghe? I haven't seen him around the office today." Given his usual demeanor, he would have been here by now if anything was amiss. Xinghe paused for a moment before realizing, Xinghe, this morning when I arrived, I happened to see him leaving with that Qi family's boy, arm in arm, saying they were going to Guangxin. She shook her head helplessly. These two are always together, acting rather unrefined. If paparazzi catch them, there will surely be a torrent of baseless gossip. Guangxin? Minli's brow furrowed slightly. That is the company founded by Qi Yizhou, is it not? Zhang Lu replied casually, yes, Guangxin Technology, which reportedly specializes in neural repair chips. It sounds quite intriguing. Minli's expression darkened. He recalled that Qi Yizhou's Guangxin Technology had been emphasized in the outline, noting that their research on neural chips had made significant progress, even prompting Lu Corporation's medical division to assess potential collaboration. He set down the thermos, the cup making a faint thud against the solid wood surface. Leaning back into his chair, he silently tapped his fingers twice on the armrest. Neural repair chips, he repeated, his voice steady, devoid of any overt emotion. Observing his apparent interest, Zhang Lu elaborated, yes, I've heard their technology is quite cutting-edge, capable of precisely locating damaged areas to assist in nerve regeneration and similar applications. However, the specific principles elude me as well. That child, Xinghe, is likely just here for the spectacle. Minli refrained from responding, appearing contemplative. He unlocked his phone, his fingers dancing across the screen in a flurry of edits, ultimately dispatching 3 messages in quick succession. Civilized person. What are you up to? Civilized person. Have you eaten? Civilized person. If not, let us invite Qi Yizhou for lunch. Minli gazed at the screen, his fingertips absent-mindedly tracing the edge of his phone. He indeed harbored a modicum of interest in Qi Yizhou's company. After all, the future of Guangxin technology could potentially stir monumental waves in the medical technology sector of a city. Moreover, one must not overlook the fact that Wenjing is an undisclosed investor in this enterprise. Minli had only recently overheard Secretary Lin mention it in passing, initially dismissing it as a routine expansion of the Lu Group's medical endeavors. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that Qi Yizhou's success in elevating this company, which specializes in neural repair chips, was significantly bolstered by Wenjing's involvement. After all, Wenjing never partakes in uncertain investments. He is indeed a premier alpha entrepreneur. Naturally, as the future father-in-law of the protagonist, Minli felt compelled to pay a visit. Moments later, the phone screen illuminated. Xinghe, not yet, what are we eating? Civilized person, the hot pot place we went to last time. Minli glanced at Zhang Lu. Sister Lu, shall we have hot pot for lunch? Zhang Lu, engrossed in her documents, replied without looking up, I'm not going. I've finally managed to do some serious work. If I slack off, the company will be left to fend for itself. She paused, finally lifting her gaze from the pages to give him a cool glance. Though Mr. Yu has a husband to support him, I cannot afford to be so lax. I want to save up for some male models in the future. Minli retorted, what if I have someone supporting me? Salary deductions. Absolutely must have salary deductions. He pressed his lips together, his cheeks slightly puffing out as he lowered his head to tap open a certain conversation. Civilized person, lunch hot pot, are you in? If not, forget it. Civilized person, command JPG after a prolonged silence. His phone finally vibrated. Which place? Minli swiftly selected the nearby hot pot restaurant they frequented and sent the address. Rising, he adjusted the hem of his traditional coat and nodded towards Zhang Lu. I'm heading out. As the dishes Minli ordered began to arrive, nearly filling the table, Qi Yizhou and Lu Xinghe hurriedly entered. Just as they reached the entrance, a keen-eyed fan recognized Lu Xinghe and excitedly sprinted towards him with a raised phone. Lu Xinghe, evidently accustomed to such encounters, raised his hand to shield the camera, wearing a polite yet distant smile, and gestured for Qi Yizhou to enter first. Qi Yizhou's brow furrowed slightly as he quickened his pace, making a beeline for Minli's table. Apologies, Uncle Yu, Qi Yizhou said as he took a seat opposite Minli. I was recognized on the way, which delayed me. Minli, leisurely blanching a slice of tripe, glanced up, his eyes flickering between Qi Yizhou's slightly solemn expression and Lu Xinghe, who was still managing fans at the door. It's fine, he replied nonchalantly. The dishes have just arrived, perfect timing. At this moment, Lu Xinghe finally concluded his enthusiastic interactions with fans, swirling to the table like a gust of wind, and plopped down beside Qi Yizhou in the vacant seat. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, his face had not been captured. He patted his chest, still a bit shaken. Minli cast a glance at him. Placing the freshly cooked beef tripe into a bowl, his tone casual. Xinghe, Yizhou, when do you plan to publicly announce your relationship? Lu Xinghe clicked his tongue, his shoulders sagging slightly. I would indeed like to go public. After all, deceiving fans is not a trivial matter. His voice lowered, tinged with a hint of irritation. But Antler said I'm at a peak in my career. If we announce it, the repercussions could be significant. Losing fans is minor. But I worry about potential objections from collaborators and brands. Qi Yizhou silently set down his chopsticks, slowly wiping his hands with a napkin. The hot pot broth bubbled and boiled, the steam blurring the air between the three of them. Minli observed them, not responding immediately. He recalled the scant notes in the outline regarding Lu Xinghe's romantic storyline. At this moment, they were in a Cold War phase, and the plot was straying further from its original trajectory, leaving him uncertain about the forthcoming developments. Zheng Lu had accurately anticipated the situation, and finally, Minli spoke. His tone calm. Publicly announcing a relationship is indeed a hurdle for idol-type entertainers. However, this is a minor concern. Your father's connections are formidable. Even if you wish to avoid leveraging them, many will undoubtedly seek to align themselves with you. He subtly shifted his focus to the silent Qi Yizhou, adding, yet, some matters, when prolonged, become increasingly unpredictable, especially when one party's career extends beyond the spotlight. Qi Yizhou ceased his hand movements, lifting his gaze to meet Minli's direct stare. Minli continued, yesterday, during my visit to the ancestral home, your grandfather mentioned wanting to consider your future partner. Both of them inhaled sharply in unison. Lu Xinghe was the first to break the silence, his voice taut. Has Grandpa selected someone? Yes. Lu Xinghe's eyes fell, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow upon his eyelids. I know who it is. Yan Shuiting told me that her parents spoke with Grandpa, and he hopes she and I can cultivate a relationship. Qi Yizhou's complexion visibly drained, his lips paling slightly. His grip on the chopstick stiffened, the knuckles protruding due to the strain, veins surfacing. He did not look at Lu Xinghe or Minli, his gaze fixed intently on the boiling hot pot before him, as if something within it had captivated his entire attention. Minli halted his action of serving food, raising his eyes to calmly survey the space between the two. Lu Xinghe bowed his head, his profile taut with a mix of guilt, irritation, and stubborn defiance. Qi Yizhou resembled a jade sculpture suddenly stripped of warmth, with only a flicker of light in his eyes, trembling intensely. Time seemed to elongate, each second laden with weight. It was no wonder Minli gently clicked his tongue, breaking the almost palpable tension in the air. He picked up the serving chopsticks and gracefully placed a slice of perfectly cooked fatty beef into Lu Xinghe's bowl, then naturally served a slice to Qi Yizhou as well. Rest assured, his tone was calm, even infused with a casual familiarity, as if the weighty conversation that had just transpired was nothing but idle chatter. I did not acquiesce. Lu Xinghe abruptly raised his head, gazing at him in astonishment. Qi Yizhou's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly, his gaze finally lifting from the hot pot to rest upon Minli's face. Meeting their eyes, Minli leisurely wiped his hands, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, almost teasing smile. As for your father, he paused, his gaze lingering momentarily on Qi Yizhou's pale countenance. His voice clear and steady. I hold a very favorable opinion of you as a son-in-law. At that moment, the air seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand. Both Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou were momentarily stunned, and then, almost visibly, a rush of color returned to their cheeks. Lu Xinghe was the first to react, his eyes widening in disbelief, a mix of anger and amusement evident. Dad, you actually jest with us. With that, he playfully punched Qi Yizhou on the shoulder, who was still somewhat dazed. Ha ha ha! Minli could no longer contain himself, chuckling softly, his shoulders shaking. The deliberately serious demeanor of an elder had vanished, replaced by a glint of mischief in his eyes. All right, he said, pulling out a tissue to wipe away the tears of laughter, his breath still unsteady. Who told you to sneak around like thieves? Qi Yizhou, jolted back to reality by Lu Xinghe's playful punch, still bore a blush on his face. Uncle Yu, he began helplessly, yet his voice was devoid of the previous gravity, now tinged with a hint of indulgent sigh. Enough, enough, Minli waved his hand, picking up his chopsticks once more, a smile still lingering on his lips. I won't tease you any further. However, what I said earlier is true. It is quite normal to encounter resistance from the old man, but ultimately, it depends on you both. Xinghe, if you lack the resolve, it would be best not to delay. Yizhou, if you feel overwhelmed by this pressure, now is the time to withdraw. His tone regained its earlier calmness. Yet his gaze was particularly earnest. A relationship is a matter between two individuals, but if you wish to proceed, you must be prepared to face the storms ahead. My support does not guarantee an easy path. Do you understand? The smile faded from Lu Xinghe's face as he nodded, grasping Qi Yizhou's hand tightly. I understand. I will not let go. Qi Yizhou reciprocated the grip, turning to Minli, and solemnly stated, Thank you. Uncle Yu, I will bear the pressure. Very well. Minli nodded in satisfaction, picking up the last piece of beef from the pot. That's commendable. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he glanced towards the entrance. By the way, why hasn't your father arrived yet? I clearly called him for lunch. Qi Yizhou was somewhat taken aback. Is Uncle Lu coming too? Yes, Minli replied, casually adding more beef into the pot. If he doesn't show up, I will never invite him out for a meal again. I'll just let him eat his bento alone at the office. Who will eat their bento alone? Before Minli's words could settle, a deep, slightly hoarse voice emerged from the direction of the door. The three of them looked up simultaneously to see Wenjing walking in from the somewhat crowded aisle, casually tugging at the collar of his suit shirt, seemingly seeking a breath of fresh air. In the bustling hot pot restaurant, steam rose in thick waves, and the air conditioning, despite its steady hum, could not quell the oppressive heat. Minli and his companions donned light, airy short sleeves. Yet he remained a stark contrast in a sharply tailored dark suit, an incongruity amidst the surrounding casual clamor. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and while he furrowed his brow slightly, the tension born of discomfort and impatience seemed to dissipate subtly as his gaze fell upon the trio at the table. Traffic congestion, Wenjing succinctly elucidated, naturally settling beside Minli, deftly unbuttoning the lowest clasp of his suit jacket and draping it over the back of his chair. Minli cast him a sidelong glance, picking up a spare clean bowl and chopsticks from beside him, placing them before Wenjing with an air of casual reproach. Knowing there's traffic, why didn't you leave earlier? Isn't it hot dressed like that? Wenjing accepted the chopsticks, his tone unruffled. A sudden meeting just concluded. He glanced at the bubbling red broth, reassured. Not too late, I trust? Just in time. Minli gestured towards the table laden with an abundance of dishes, noting that there was still plenty of food and that Xinghe and Yizhou had only just arrived. At this moment, Lu Xinghe exhibited a remarkable decorum, addressing his father with a respectful call. Qi Yizhou also nodded slightly, greeting politely, Uncle Lu. Wenjing acknowledged with a brief sound, his gaze momentarily resting on Qi Yizhou's face before flitting to his own son, finally landing on Minli, who was serving him food with his chopsticks. His expression remained neutral as he took a sip from a nearby glass of ice water that Minli had just consumed. While Minli continued to serve Wenjing, he casually remarked, Come, let us heap some more meat onto our illustrious President Lu's plate. A fitting tribute to this financial deity. Remember, the last to arrive picks up the tab. That's the rule. The atmosphere revitalized, and the four began to engage in light conversation as they tackled the steaming, spicy hot pot before them. However, it wasn't long before Minli found himself unable to watch any longer. The two young lovers across the table seemed ensconced in a realm of their own, oblivious to the world around them. Qi Yizhou had just placed a succulent beef roll, drenched in rich sesame sauce, into Lu Xinghe's bowl, his voice gentle. Xinghe, this one is ready, give it a try. Lu Xinghe cast a quick glance, wrinkling his nose as he prodded the meat with his chopsticks, muttering softly, I don't want it, it's too fatty. Qi Yizhou chuckled amiably. Then I'll take this piece. I'll cook you a leaner one. With that, he reclaimed the piece and deftly scooped up a vibrant red slice of lean beef from the clear broth, meticulously monitoring its cooking time. Minli silently diverted his gaze. Feeling akin to an intruder in a couple's intimate cocoon, he turned to Wenjing beside him, silently conveying a complex message with his eyes about their sons. Wenjing, undistracted, methodically peeled a shrimp, seemingly impervious to the affectionate antics unfolding before him. He placed the translucent, perfectly peeled shrimp into Minli's dipping sauce with an effortless grace. Damn it, I didn't come here for this mushy display, he later confided to Wenjing. Old Lu, I plan to visit Yizhou's company this afternoon. Wenjing acknowledged with a quiet deftly picking up a piece of beef. Minli lowered his gaze, fixated on the exquisitely beautiful shrimp in the dipping sauce, his ears tinged with warmth. This man, so considerate, he couldn't help but curve his lips slightly, picking up the shrimp, rolling it in the garlic oil before savoring it. Xinghe, from the corner of his eye, noticed their actions and unconsciously smiled. What a delightful moment it was. After lunch, Minli expressed his intention to visit Qi Yizhou's company, which was warmly welcomed by the young couples. Guangxin Technology was not far from the city center, merely a 10-minute drive. Minli drove himself, navigating through the bustling traffic, and soon, a modern building in shades of gray and white came into view, its clean lines and expansive glass facade reflecting the azure sky. On one side of the structure was a sign displaying the minimalist yet stylish logo of Guangxin, Qi Yizhou's company. The group parked in the garage and took the elevator to the first floor. Welcome, Uncle Yu, to my lair, Qi Yizhou gestured invitingly as the elevator doors opened, his eyes shimmering with a hint of unspoken anticipation. Chapter 32. A tour of Guangxin Qi Yizhou's company was modest in size, comprising just a few floors. The first floor featured an expansive reception area, an open office space, and a staff lounge. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the light-toned, minimalist interior with a bright clarity. Unlike many tech companies, the atmosphere here was not tense. Engineers occasionally hurried by with coffee in hand, their hushed conversations peppered with terms like process, architecture, and wafer. Uncle, this way, Qi Yizhou said, walking half a step beside Minli, his arm casually extended in a gesture that balanced respect with familiarity. He nodded to several employees glancing their way, offering no further introduction. Yet their gazes were warm and knowing, indicating that the boss's family was not a stranger to the premises. Minli's attention was drawn to 4 blue acrylic display panels mounted on the wall, each etched with minimalistic text: Nature's Core, Humanity's Core, Medical Core, and Technological Core. The 4 panels stood side by side, resembling chips poised to be embedded in the foundation of an era. Yizhou, he inquired, is your reach truly this extensive? Qi Yizhou followed his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Not extensive, but profound. Our chips are akin to water. Wherever they flow, specific containers are required. He gestured to the first panel. Nature's Core primarily focuses on environmental monitoring and smart agriculture. For instance, high-precision sensor chips can monitor soil composition, water quality changes, and even predict pest infestations. He pointed to the next panel. Humanity's Core is the essence of biomedical chips and wearable devices, utilized for real-time health data collection and early disease screening. For example, it aids in more accurately predicting and regulating pheromone cycle fluctuations, enhancing the quality of life and safety for individuals during critical periods. Medical Core delves into specifics, encompassing implanted medical devices and high-definition endoscopic imaging chips. Our chip technology has now advanced into the realm of brain repair. The technological core spans a broader spectrum, covering fields from artificial intelligence, computing power, to autonomous driving perception. He paused, his tone becoming straightforward. Our strategy involves deep cultivation of several key arenas, honing our expertise rather than spreading ourselves thin. Behind each core lies a complete solution team. Minli listened intently, captivated by the discourse. He initially believed that chips were merely components within mobile phones and computers. Yet at this moment, he truly comprehended that these silent silicon wafers intricately weave into the fabric of nature, the human body, and technology, becoming the metronome of the era's heartbeat. Much like a Lego set, Qi Yizhou suddenly employed a metaphor, a faint smile gracing his eyes, suggesting that while the fundamental modules may be similar, the direction of construction diverges, resulting in an entirely different world. Our responsibility lies in ensuring that each block is absolutely reliable and efficient within its respective realm. As he spoke, his demeanor was relaxed, devoid of any air of technical superiority, resembling more a dutiful report to an elder regarding the results of his earnest endeavors. The sunlight grazed the collar of his crisp shirt, casting a warm glow upon the billboard of the core of humanity, rendering the words exceptionally gentle. He paused, his tone growing more somber. The company is small and cannot spread itself too thin. The selected points are pivotal as they pertain to the fundamental thresholds of environmental integrity, health, and technological safety. Upon concluding his statement, Qi Yizhou stood quietly, awaiting the elder's response. Xinghe regarded Qi Yizhou with admiration and pride. It was a rare sight to witness his boyfriend earnestly detailing the intricacies of his company's plans. He couldn't help but smile subtly, discreetly intertwining his little finger with Qi Yizhou's. In turn, Qi Yizhou grasped his playful hand. Minli's gaze shifted from the display back to Qi Yizhou's face. He nodded slightly, uttering a single word, "Good." His voice was not loud, but steady, akin to a stone dropping into water, the weight of acknowledgement spreading profoundly. Qi Yizhou's shoulders relaxed imperceptibly, and the light in his eyes brightened further under the sun's rays. He turned slightly, raising his arm again. "Uncle Yu, this way please, my office is on the 3rd floor." Minli nodded and followed Qi Yizhou and Xinghe to the elevator. The elevator ascended directly to the 3rd floor. Qi Yizhou's office was modest in size. One side adorned with a cityscape window, the opposite wall lined with bookshelves filled with technical materials, and a large workbench in the center cluttered with blueprints and models, including an unfinished, intricately structured Lego-style assembly model that appeared to be a scaled-up display of some miniature chip architecture. "Please make yourself comfortable, Uncle," Qi Yizhou said, swiftly walking to his desk, efficiently yet calmly closing a few opened confidential documents and placing them into a drawer. His movements were natural, safeguarding business secrets without making Minli feel deliberately guarded. Xinghe, well acquainted with the surroundings, approached the smart tea cabinet in the corner. "Dad, would you like something to drink? We have this year's new Lion Peak Wenjing, as well as some delightful guaxia." "Wenjing will be fine, thank you," Minli replied as he settled onto the sofa, his attention drawn to the assembly model. This is a simplified conceptual model of the internal interconnection structure of our next-generation chips. Qi Yizhou approached, picking up a part of the model, his expression instantly shifting to one of keen focus and brightness. Using this topological approach theoretically enhances data exchange efficiency by 15, although heat dissipation and wiring present challenges. I created this physical model to facilitate a more intuitive exploration. He spoke eloquently, striving to elucidate complex technical concepts in the most accessible language possible. Minli listened attentively. Though not an expert in this field, he could discern the solid professionalism and fervor emanating from Qi Yizhou's clear logic and sparkling gaze. Xinghe brewed tea and quietly sat beside him, resting his chin on his hand, watching the exchange between his boyfriend and father, a satisfied smile gracing his face. At that moment, the internal phone rang. Qi Yizhou answered and after a brief conversation replied, "All right, please hold on. I will be there shortly." He hung up and glanced apologetically at Minli. "Uncle Yu, there's an urgent matter in the RD department that requires my attention. Please, work takes precedence." Minli waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Just have Xinghe keep me company." "Very well," Qi Yizhou said before turning to leave the office. Minli thought to himself that it was no surprise Qi Yizhou was destined to become a business magnate. He was indeed exceptional. After listening to so much about chip technology, it felt as if he were deciphering an ancient script. "Dad, what do you think?" Xinghe suddenly spoke. "Very impressive," Minli replied earnestly. Having such young talent in the realm of future technology is indeed reassuring. He paused for a moment, turning to Xinghe with a wistful smile. Though I must admit, I barely understood a thing. One moment it's about nanofabrication, the next it's neural network bridging. It's all quite bewildering. Xinghe chuckled softly. Dad, it's remarkable you can understand anything at all. Even I needed a while to digest what he said. Minli smiled, but remained silent. Although in his previous world, the chip industry in Z country had not yet reached such heights as depicted in books. He believed that one day it would come to fruition. After sitting for a short while, Minli asked Xinghe to take him for a stroll. As they ascended to the second floor, Minli's attention was immediately drawn to the first room. It was a medical chamber filled with intricate instruments, the screens alive with flickering green data streams. In the center of the room lay a man with closed eyes, connected to several slender wires. One end linked to a small computer terminal beside his pillow. This is a patient with cerebral palsy, Xinghe explained softly. He has been in a coma for 5 years. His family had planned to cease treatment, but a year ago, they signed a cooperation agreement with Guangxin. Now, his brain has been implanted with a neural bridging chip we developed. Xinghe spoke in hushed tones, as if fearing to disturb the steady rhythm displayed on the instrument screens. He pointed through the glass at the still figure in the center of the room. Current medicine cannot awaken him, so we have attempted alternative methods. This chip's purpose is to maintain and fine-tune the signals between his basal ganglia and brainstem, which are not yet completely severed. It prevents the nerves from further atrophy due to prolonged silence, while offering him a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope? Minli whispered, unable to tear his gaze from a sleeping man. Who knows when he might awaken? In the room, the instruments emitted a rhythmic low hum, and the screens flowed with complex data. A technician in a white coat was meticulously recording something, her movements delicate and gentle. Minli observed in silence, lost in thought. He suddenly found it difficult to distinguish whether this was reality or a fictional world. Even if it were a fictional realm, the advancement of technology could bring hope to countless families. Minli resolved to invest more in this child. Yizhou. Chapter 33. The System Arrives. Though late, Minli and Xinghe spent the afternoon at Guangxin, thoroughly exploring the company before finally driving home. Upon returning, Xinghe noticed his father's unusual silence, which felt somewhat unsettling. During a pause while preparing dinner, he inquired, Dad, why have you been so quiet? Are you tired? Minli's hand, which was busy with vegetables, hesitated momentarily. It's nothing, he replied in a low voice, just a slight headache. Are you unwell? Xinghe set down what he was holding and stepped closer, reaching out to feel his father's forehead. You're not feverish. Why would you suddenly have a headache? Minli released the vegetables and rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. I'm not sure. You should go upstairs and rest, Xinghe said, concern evident in his tone. Aunt Zhang and I can handle dinner. Minli nodded, yielding to his son's suggestion, and ascended the stairs. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed, intending to sleep early. Yet the headache persisted, accompanied by a growing discomfort, and sleep eluded him. After an indeterminate period, Minli found himself feeling somewhat better, even slightly relieved. The tormenting discomfort had quietly receded, replaced by an unusual lightness. Ding! System 3329 at your service. A chilling electronic voice erupted in his mind without warning. Minli instinctively sat up in bed, stunned. System? He was incredulous. Is this a joke? After all this time, the system finally decides to show up? Though late, the system has arrived. Greetings, host Minli, the 256,792nd host. I am the book transporting system number 3329, now forcibly bound to you. Please select whether to accept the task. I refuse, Minli exclaimed, wide-eyed, addressing this sudden apparition in his mind. 3329 replied, it hasn't even stated what the task is yet. Detection indicates the host has declined the task. The cold electronic voice resonated again. System 3329 requests the 256,792nd host, Minli, to provide a reason for refusal. Minli reclined once more, his tone laced with evident reluctance. Don't think I'm unaware. This must be one of those deceitful book transporting tasks. I've finally managed to lead a comfortable life here and have no desire to be embroiled in trouble again. Besides, which system binds a host without consent and resorts to threats? 3329 fell silent for a moment. Please accept the task promptly. The system's voice remained steady, yet carried an unmistakable tone of insistence. Completion of the task will reward you with a return to the real world. Failure will result in key character Yu Minli following his original trajectory to an end, and the host's soul energy will be forcibly extracted by the system. Wait. Yu Minli could no longer contain himself, interrupting the voice. Hold on a moment. He rubbed his temples and sat up, the room enveloped in silence, while the twilight outside seeped in, imparting a sense of unreality. He beheld the task panel materializing in his mind. Main quest: fulfill the destiny of the character Omega. The malicious villain, Yu Minli. Current node: separate the protagonists, Xinghe and Qi Yizhou, to restore the original timeline. Final node: catalyze the emotional connection between Xinghe and Qi Yizhou, publicly humiliate Qi Yizhou at the family banquet, and after divorcing Wenjing, leap to his demise 3 days later. Task deadline: from acceptance until the conclusion of the original novel Yizhou's Starlight, approximately 5 years. Failure penalty: the fate of the key character Yu Minli shall be forcibly reset, with the host's soul energy being reclaimed. The cold words appeared line by line, reminiscent of a judgment, or perhaps a gravestone inscribed solely for him. Did you just mention the key character Yu Minli? He inquired, his tone peculiar as he articulated each word deliberately. Indeed, came his system's flat response. It refers to the identity vessel currently employed by the host. The original trajectory concludes? Yu Minli raised an eyebrow. Does that imply I shall perish? Affirmative. Silence enveloped the air for several seconds. Intriguing. Yu Minli suddenly let out a low laugh, though devoid of warmth. Are you suggesting that if the task fails, it is not Yu Minli who dies, but I myself? Correct. Why? His voice turned icy. On what grounds do you threaten my life to compel me to complete this task? Let's not forget, this is merely Yu Minli's fate, not mine. Furthermore, this character is fated to be a villainous side role in the original text. Must I tread this wretched path simply because I have entered this realm? The system's judgment mechanism is based on the weight of fate entanglement. 3329's voice remained devoid of emotion, yet resonated with a chilling intensity due to his emotional turmoil. Yu Minli is one of the pivotal points in this world, and his state of existence directly influences the fate of Xinghe. A failure in the task signifies ineffective intervention, and the pivotal point will revert to its original trajectory, culminating in an end. Ah, the original trajectory? Yu Minli scoffed, pressing his fingertips deeply into his palm. So, regardless of whether I am an interloper or Yu Minli, as long as I remain here, I must play the role of this crucial pivot, even if it leads to a dead end? The system offered no answer. The silence itself served as the most definitive response. Yu Minli slowly leaned against the headboard, the mockery in his gaze intensifying. So after all this, the threat is to my own life? He paused, his tone suddenly rising with a hint of absurdity. Can I interpret this as meaning if I were to end my life immediately, my task would fail outright, and everything would revert to the beginning? If Yu Minli dies, the protagonists continue as per the original text. Would it not be simpler to let me die directly, thus sparing you the trouble? 3329 remained silent for a longer duration this time. It is inadvisable for the host to engage in extreme evasion behaviors. Self-destruction will result in abnormal soul energy assessment, prompting the system to initiate a forced reclamation protocol, which may lead to irreversible damage. Yu Minli let out a short laugh, though his gaze had turned completely frigid. You not only require me to act, but also demand that I do so while preserving my life. Otherwise, even in death, you will not spare me. Is that correct? 3329? The system remained silent. Yet that silent sense of oppression has already provided an answer. Speak. From which system do you hail? Where is the system certificate? What is its number? And who is the principal overseer of the main system? What are the binding conditions that trigger my involvement? Who granted you the authority to meddle in the life and death of a living being? Yu Minli's voice was laced with ice. each word enunciated as if he intended to crush them before swallowing them down. Do not speak to me of rules and restrictions. If you possess the ability to bind me and interfere with my existence, there must be a trace to follow. A profound silence spread across the sea of consciousness, erasing even the customary electronic tones of the system. After an indeterminate span of time, the voice of 3329 finally resonated again, imbued with a rare, almost stuttering hesitance. Insufficient permission level, unable to retrieve relevant information. Warning: the host's persistent inquiries into classified content will trigger a secondary alert mechanism. At that time, what? Minli raised an eyebrow, a mocking glimmer surging in his gaze. Will you directly sever my consciousness, or transform me into a puppet for your manipulation? System 3329, your insatiable greed is truly remarkable. Minli's eyes turned frigid. Do you believe I have truly forgotten everything? Chapter 34. You are no longer alone. Ding. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected within host 256,729. Defense mode activated. Defense mode activation failed. System energy is about to be depleted. The sound of electricity vanished entirely, and silence engulfed everything like an overwhelming tide. Yet Minli chuckled softly, his laughter devoid of warmth. When he first arrived, he was indeed bewildered. It was as if he were conversing with himself, or declaring to the void, in a strange body, in a foreign world. Waiting for the system that delayed its arrival, he truly believed he was the unfortunate chosen one, destined to struggle for survival within this broken narrative. His gaze suddenly sharpened, as if capable of piercing through the void before him. Yet some things are etched into instinct. For instance, why does the mere sound of the system activating evoke such an intense, reflexive alertness and aversion within him? Why? Upon seeing the descriptions of death nodes on the mission panel, does his first reaction not revolve around fear, but rather a damned sense of familiarity? Furthermore, he lowered his voice, his tone dangerously calm. Why do I possess knowledge of the internal regulations of the system, while you are exploiting loopholes for your nefarious purposes? Deep within his mind, a cacophony of sharp, chaotic electronic noise erupted. It was as if 3329 had triggered some defensive mechanism, or perhaps the core program had suffered a violent jolt, altering its electronic tone. Impossible. Memory suppression is absolute. Host Minli, identification number 256729. Initial scan confirms no abnormal data remnants. Initial scan? Minli interrupted with a scoff. That was when I first arrived. But 3329, have you ever considered that perhaps I, too, could determine your life and death? This statement fell like a boulder into a deep pool. All sounds ceased abruptly. The realm of consciousness was ensnared in a suffocating, frozen silence. Did you not contemplate that your absolute measures would one day lead me to remember? Minli gently shook his head. Regrettably, I have yet to recall everything. However, should I truly recall all that has transpired, your fate awaits you in the depths of hell. The moment those words left my lips, the forced clarity and confrontation reached their utmost limit. A distinct, shattering sound reverberated deep within my mind, followed by an excruciating wave of vertigo and pain. The system vanished. Darkness enveloped Minli, as if all strength had been extracted from his being, causing him to collapse heavily back onto the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment. Simultaneously, in the distant ancestral home of the Liu family, Xinghe's figure abruptly swayed, as though struck in the chest by an unseen force. He stumbled, clutching his heart. It could not suppress the metallic sweetness rising in his throat, violently expelling a mouthful of crimson blood. The vivid stains splattered across the dark carpet, a sight both shocking and harrowing. He raised a hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his gaze darkened to the point of being almost tangible, and through clenched teeth, he uttered two chilling words. Damn it. That person has truly returned. Almost simultaneously, the door creaked open. Wenjing entered, carrying a glass of warm water, only to find Minli lifelessly sprawled across the bed. His face was devoid of color, his brow furrowed, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, enveloped in an aura of impending death. Lu Wenjing's pupils dilated in shock, causing the glass in his hand to slip and shatter. The sharp sound of breaking glass echoed harshly in the stillness of the room. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before consciousness struggled to resurface from the abyss of confusion. Minli's eyelashes fluttered gently as he slowly opened his eyes. His vision remained somewhat blurred, yet he could distinctly see 3 figures standing beside his bed. Identical expressions of worry and grave concern mirrored one another. As if they had been copied and pasted, their unblinking gazes fixed upon him. "Dad." Lu Xinghe, standing at the forefront, spoke first, his eyes reddened. Voice hoarse as if he had cried, "You've finally awakened." Beside him, Lu Wenjing's lips moved as if to speak, yet ultimately fell silent. His gaze unwaveringly locked onto Minli's face. Slightly further back, Qi Yizhou exhibited a barely perceptible pallor. Leaning slightly forward, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. "Uncle, you're finally awake. We were all quite worried when you suddenly fainted." Minli raised a hand to massage his throbbing temples, a dull ache still lingering in his mind. He braced his somewhat weak arms in an attempt to sit up. Lu Wenjing immediately stepped forward, his movements gentle yet insistent, supporting his back and placing a soft pillow behind him. "I am fine." Minli's voice emerged hoarsely, still bearing the dryness of awakening. "Dad, what exactly happened to you?" Lu Xinghe grasped his cool hand, concern etched across his features. "We called a doctor to examine you thoroughly at home. He said all your health indicators are normal. There is no issue whatsoever." "No issues whatsoever?" Minli closed his eyes, struggling to piece together the fragmented images swirling in his mind. The piercing electronic tones, the sudden appearance of the system, and the ominous message of soul energy reclamation upon mission failure. Yet, the memories appeared shrouded in a thick fog. The harder he tried to recall, the more indistinct they became. Why did he lose consciousness? What became of the system? As Minli pondered, the dull ache at his temples became increasingly pronounced, akin to a needle incessantly probing. His brow furrowed tightly, and his complexion paled slightly as turbulent thoughts surged within him. Lu Wenjing's deep voice interrupted his reverie, imbued with an undeniable authority. "The doctor advised that you need rest. Matters you cannot recall should be set aside for now." His gaze was calm and focused, perceiving every subtle discomfort etched upon Minli's face. Beside him, Lu Xinghe quickly nodded in agreement, his voice laced with nasal undertones. "Dad, your foremost priority is to rest well. Do not pressure yourself." "Indeed, Uncle, your health is paramount." Observing the anxious and concerned expressions of the 3, a warm current quietly flowed through Minli's heart. "Very well, I shall not dwell on it." Minli acquiesced, then patted his abdomen, lamenting, "However, I'm quite hungry now." "Very well, I shall prepare something." Lu Xinghe almost instantly sprang to his feet, his movements stirring a breeze. "I shall assist as well." Qi Yizhou, noticing, followed suit and exited the room. The door was gently closed behind them. Only the 2 remained, the air seemingly settling in their shared silence. Lu Wenjing did not move immediately. He continued to stand still, his tranquil gaze fixed upon the bed, observing Minli's pale face, which struggled to conceal its weariness. The color drained from his lips, and the lingering fatigue etched between his brows. He remained silent, approaching to sit on the chair beside the bed. He then extended his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing Minli's slightly furrowed brow, as if wishing to smooth away the fatigue. His touch was gentle, imbued with an undeniable concern. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly, his voice even more husky than usual. Minli lifted his gaze to meet his, staring into the depths of those eyes, which unveiled an unmasked worry, stirring something within him. Why does he say such things? What is the purpose of such words? Is there any pain? Lu Wenjing did not respond, but continued, his tone steady, yet each word crystal clear, regardless of what has transpired or what you anticipate may occur. He paused, fixing his gaze firmly upon Minli's eyes. "You're no longer alone." "Lu Wenjing." Minli's expression turned cold. "What exactly is our relationship? What kind of relationship prompts you to regard me with such eyes?" He admitted that recently, he had indeed developed an unusual fondness and stirrings for Lu Wenjing. despite having previously held a clear orientation. This did not hinder his attraction to the man's steadiness, reliability, and the subtle tenderness that occasionally surfaced. This stirring felt like driftwood in the ocean, compelling him to grasp it. Yet, this fondness should not serve as a rational answer to the complex and intense emotions reflected in the other's gaze, nor should it justify such unreasonable ambiguity. Lu Wenjing's hand froze in midair, slowly retracting. He watched as Minli's expression suddenly shifted to one of distance and frostiness, his gaze like icy needles, piercing through the warmth that had just existed between them. Silence spread between the two, the air taut enough to almost wring out water. Lu Wenjing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the turbulent waves in his eyes were gradually replaced by a deeper, almost painful darkness. He seemed poised to speak, his lips parting slightly, yet ultimately no sound emerged. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed, shattering the silence within the room. "Dad, father," came the cautious voice of Lu Xinghe from outside the door. "Aunt Zhang has prepared the porridge. Should I bring it in now?" Chapter 35. A slightly ill-fitting situation following the successful conclusion of the first episode of the program. Where are we going, Dad? 2. The 7-day period of rest quietly slipped away, with the fervent anticipation and discussions from the online community. The recording of the second episode was set to commence under the watchful gaze of many. Xinghe wore her signature, exuberant smile, energetically waving at the camera. "Hello, dear viewers. We meet again. Have you missed us and our esteemed guests?" Her voice rang out, bright and clear, igniting the atmosphere in the studio. After a week of rejuvenation, both parents and children were brimming with vitality. What unexpected fun and challenges await us this time? Let us eagerly anticipate. However, her words paused momentarily, a playful and expectant gleam flashing in her eyes as she stepped aside from the camera's view. Her voice suddenly rose, filled with infectious enthusiasm. In this episode, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome a remarkable new member to our team, the father of our dear Xinghe, Mr. Lu Wenjing. Lu Wenjing appeared in his signature black suit, impeccably tailored, accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs, exuding a cool demeanor. With a pair of straight, elongated legs, he strode into the camera's view with a steady gait. Unlike Yangzi's enthusiastic engagement, he simply nodded slightly towards the camera, his jawline sharp and defined. His gaze was calm, radiating an aura of detachment and steadiness. "Oh my, Xinghe is simply a replica of Lu Wenjing. They're both so handsome. Help with all this handsomeness. I might just lose my mind. The domineering CEO husband loves to eat. Ha ha. Why isn't teacher you looking at her husband? How could he be so handsome? Is it because she sees him too much in bed?" Dog emoji to the girl in front. "You might want to wear some pants. But teacher you, do take a look. Mr. Lu is watching you." Off topic. Am I the only one who noticed that Mr. Lu looked for teacher you the moment he entered? That gaze had something special. Yangzi briefly introduced Lu Wenjing's identity to the camera before smiling and gesturing for him to return to the family group. As he stepped down from the stage, the other guests greeted him with cheerful smiles. He maintained a calm demeanor, nodding in response, courteous yet retaining a sense of distance. Without pausing, he walked directly towards the family group, finally standing beside Minli. "Dad," Lu Xinghe called up to him, whispering, "We're going outdoors later. Shouldn't you change out of that suit?" Lu Wenjing glanced down at his son, raising an eyebrow slightly, as if just now considering the entire issue. "I forgot to bring a change of clothes," he admitted, his voice low. Lu Xinghe immediately tugged at Minli's sleeve, lowering his voice. Yet his tone carried an air of urgency. "Dad, didn't you pack plenty of clothes? Why not lend father an outfit?" Minli, sandwiched between the two, couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. How infuriating. Did they consider him a mobile wardrobe and logistics manager? "I understand," Minli replied, his tone flat, devoid of any emotion. Lu Wenjing's gaze then fell upon him. Minli felt the weight of that gaze pressing down on him. He pursed his lips and said, "Follow me." What a hassle, Lu Xinghe thought as he watched his father closely follow Minli, arms crossed, shaking his head like a miniature adult, unable to suppress a sound of disapproval. "Oh, father," he silently mused, adopting an all-seeing demeanor. With your pace and methods in pursuit, the road ahead seems long. May you find your own fortune. One might fear you'd chase him to the crematorium, he added inwardly. Meanwhile, Minli was disinclined to engage with the person beside him. Ever since they had parted ways on an unhappy note that day, he had deliberately kept his distance from Wenjing. More accurately, he was attempting to revert to a state of normalcy. After all, their relationship was merely sustained by a contractual agreement. Although he had developed some inexplicable fondness and reliance on Wenjing, it was imperative to draw a clear line. Moreover, according to the original plot's outline, Wenjing harbored a lingering affection for someone else, which was precisely why he ultimately divorced the original protagonist. However, in Minli's view, this premise felt like a flaw. Given Wenjing's character, if he truly cherished someone so dearly, he would have overcome any obstacle to win them over, rather than remain here, playing the role of a contractual spouse. Alternatively, it was possible that Wenjing harbored feelings for the original protagonist, perhaps even considering him a mere substitute. This thought stirred a deeper annoyance within Minli. He despised the notion of being a stand-in and loathed the self-deception of those who believe themselves to be deeply affectionate while failing to untangle their own emotions. He swiftly approached his suitcase, crouched down, and began searching with deft movements, not sparing Wenjing a single glance. Soon, he retrieved a set of casual attire suited for outdoor activities, a pair of comfortable sports pants, and a simple dark cotton t-shirt. Standing upright, he extended the clothes toward Wenjing, deliberately widening the space between them. Here, he said flatly, his gaze fixed on the garments, avoiding eye contact. This should fit. Observing his aloof demeanor, Wenjing's hand hesitated briefly in the air before he accepted the bundle of clothing, which bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice somewhat heavy. Minli instantly withdrew his hand, as if that brief contact had scorched him, and turned to leave. "You're welcome. Change quickly. Don't delay the recording," he responded in a polite, businesslike tone, leaving no room for further conversation. Wenjing stood rooted to the spot, watching the indifferent figure depart, his fingers gripping the fabric of his clothing, tightening slightly. Inside the changing room, Wenjing felt a tinge of shyness, yet found himself compelled to speak up. "Madam, are you there?" Minli had not wandered far. He stood in a discreet corner not far from the changing room, where he could observe the entrance without drawing attention. The production team was bustling with numerous personnel and equipment moving about. His concern was not for Wenjing, but rather the predicament that might arise if a careless staff member or an unrelated individual happened upon Wenjing while he was changing clothes. Given that the garments were a gift from him, he leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze appearing casual as it fell upon the busy crowd in the distance. Yet a fraction of his attention remained directed towards the changing room, with an expression devoid of emotion. He couldn't help but indulge in a moment of self-mockery. How meddlesome of him. The agreement had certainly not included the role of a doorman. "Madam?" A deep call emanated from the direction of the changing room, its sound slightly muffled through the curtain. Minli's brow furrowed imperceptibly. This form of address prompted him to take a deep breath before responding calmly. "What is it?" The voice from within the clothing paused, as if weighing its words, conveying a sense of awkwardness. Minli silently exhaled, nearly tempted to rub his temples in exasperation. "What a nuisance." "Just a moment," he uttered, resigned, and turned back toward his suitcase, crouching down to rummage through it once more. This time, he selected with care, retrieving a soft, loosely fitted white polo shirt. He returned to the entrance of the changing room, gently tapping on the curtain twice. "Here you go." He slid the shirt through the gap in the curtain. A hand emerged to accept the garment, but did not withdraw. "Come in for a moment," Wenjing's voice called out, now closer, as if he stood just behind the curtain. Minli thought little of it, assuming Wenjing merely needed assistance adjusting or had further inquiries regarding the clothing. He lifted the curtain and stepped inside, only for his words to falter abruptly. In the cramped changing room, Wenjing faced away from the entrance, his upper body unclothed. The warm light illuminated the graceful yet powerful contours of his back, the shape of his shoulder blades distinctly outlined, trailing down his spine and disappearing into the waistband of his partially donned athletic pants. He still held the white polo shirt that Minli had just handed him, seemingly preparing to put it on. Upon hearing the movement, he slightly turned his body, revealing a portion of his sharply defined profile. Time seemed to suspend in that instant. Yu Minli's gaze inevitably collided with the taut skin, causing his breath to hitch almost imperceptibly. He quickly averted his eyes, though his face betrayed a flush of warmth. His tone now laced with an awkward stiffness. "What is it?" Wenjing turned to face him, his movements unhurried, his expression neutral. Yet his tranquil gaze met Yu Minli's as if the awkwardness of the moment were the most ordinary occurrence. The tag on the back was somewhat irritating, and he explained in a calm tone, raising the hand that held the shirt to gesture. "Could you help me take a look?" Chapter 36. What does he truly desire? Yu Minli's gaze involuntarily fell upon the garment in his hand, deliberately avoiding the expanse of bare skin, and he stated stiffly, "I sent it enough to just pull it." Yet, despite his words, he took a step forward, reaching for the polo shirt. However, Wenjing was intentionally luring him closer. With deftness, he slipped into the polo shirt, the fabric rustling softly as he slightly turned his head, presenting the nape of his neck to Yu Minli. Here, Wenjing's voice, deep and steady, resonated with an undercurrent of temptation. "Look." Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Yu Minli could distinctly observe the graceful curve of Wenjing's neck. Beneath the pristine collar of the white polo shirt was a long, pale neck, its skin smooth and its lines fluid. At the center of his nape, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible bulge, the location of an alpha's gland. This area is profoundly intimate and sensitive for any individual exhibiting secondary sexual characteristics, especially for an alpha of Wenjing's caliber, who displayed his glands so openly, almost brazenly, before another, a silent, yet forbidden exhibition. Wenjing revealed it without hesitation. There were no bite marks or claims, only the most primal and essential physiological trait of an alpha, quietly nestled beneath that cool, white skin. Under the light, the skin exuded a delicate, almost fragile sheen, creating a striking contrast to his overall austere demeanor. Yu Minli's breath caught, barely perceptible. The two were now exceedingly close. Close enough for Yu Minli to distinctly sense the crisp, steady scent of cedarwood pheromones emanating from Wenjing, subtle yet profoundly present, wrapping around him in tendrils. He reached out, his fingertips just brushing the soft cotton fabric, but before he could proceed further, Wenjing's voice, lowered and warm, brushed against his sensitive ear. "Did you see clearly?" These 5 words, delivered with a calm and almost gentle tone, felt to Yu Minli like a jolt of electricity surging down his spine, triggering a slight shiver. The voice was so close, it seemed to caress his eardrum, enveloped in the faint presence of alpha pheromones. "Right away," Yu Minli replied, forcing himself to divert his attention from the overly intimate area, redirecting his focus to the issue of the tag that had previously been raised. His gaze followed down the nape, and indeed he spotted a somewhat coarsely sewn square tag on the inside of the polo shirt, situated just below the shoulder blade. Its edges slightly rigid, likely to irritate the skin with movement. "I see it." He cleared his throat. "It's a small tag. It might indeed be a bit bothersome." He raised his eyes to Wenjing's still-turned profile, tentatively asking, "Would you like me to cut it off for you?" Wenjing responded with a low, throaty monosyllable, signaling his acquiescence. As Yu Minli was about to turn and rummage through his suitcase for the portable scissors or small knife he had brought along, a warm hand suddenly grasped his wrist. "No need to search." Wenjing's voice resonated as he extended an object towards Yu Minli. It was a pair of small, silver scissors, their blades not particularly sharp, likely belonging to the production team. Yu Minli gazed at the unexpectedly presented scissors, then at the hand that held his wrist, momentarily rendered speechless. Wenjing maintained this rather peculiar posture, one hand firmly gripping Yu Minli while the other offered the scissors closer. The implication clear. "Here, take them, and cut." Internally, Yu Minli couldn't help but think, has this guy been prepared all along? His claim about the trademark pricking me to prompt this is false. But treating me as a mere tool is all too real. And where did these scissors come from? Does he carry scissors with him when changing clothes? What peculiar habit does CEO Liu have? Wait, Isn't the real issue that he is still holding on to me? A flurry of sarcastic thoughts raced through his mind, and he could feel the veins on his forehead pulsating. Wenjing, however, seemed to dismiss Minli's internal grievances and jibes. His expression remained calm, even nonchalant, as though it were entirely reasonable to hold someone's wrist firmly and demand they perform such a task at such close proximity. He was acutely aware that his actions were somewhat deliberate, bordering on immature provocation. Yet, he had no desire to entertain rational analysis at that moment. After all, he had been deliberately ignored these past few days. "Let go of me," Minli attempted to retract his wrist, his tone tinged with a barely perceptible grit. "Otherwise, how can I cut?" Upon hearing this, Wenjing's gaze fell upon Minli's slightly furrowed brow. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he slowly released his grip. As his fingertips withdrew, they seemed to inadvertently brush against Minli's skin, leaving a fleeting sensation of mild itchiness. Minli quickly accepted the scissors, still warmed by Wenjing's hand. The cool metal brought him back to his senses. He took a deep breath, refocusing on the small label. This time, he avoided the nape and glands of Wenjing, concentrating solely on that tiny piece of fabric. Leaning slightly forward, he pinched the fabric around the label with 2 fingers, carefully creating a distance between the label and the skin beneath. With his other hand, he deftly maneuvered the scissors into the gap. With a soft snip, the fragile thread snapped. Minli's movements were steady and precise, ensuring the scissors never grazed Wenjing's skin. After a meticulous inspection to confirm that no sharp threads remained, he straightened up and returned the scissors to Wenjing. "All done," he stated succinctly, striving to avoid glancing at Wenjing's potential expression, and turned to leave this site of emotional turbulence. "Thank you," came Wenjing's voice from behind him as he accepted the scissors. As Minli paused momentarily, he did not look back. Instead, he nodded slightly and hastily lifted the curtain, stepping outside. The sunlight was just right, and Xinghe, having grown somewhat bored, was engaged in light conversation with others. Minli raised a hand to press against his still warm ear. The sensation of being manipulated intertwined with an inexplicable restlessness lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. What was Wenjing truly scheming? The curtain fell, severing the connection between the inside and the outside. Wenjing stood still, gazing down at his palm, where the warmth and delicate touch of Minli's wrist seemed to linger. After a long silence, he sighed softly, almost inaudibly. Minli hastened back to the family group area, the heat on his face not yet faded. Xinghe, catching sight of someone approaching, turned his head and blinked upon seeing him return alone. "Dad, where's father?" "He'll be here shortly," Minli replied tersely, grabbing a bottle of water and taking a couple of sips. The icy liquid glided down his throat, soothing his tumultuous thoughts. Not far away, Yangzi was already calling everyone to gather, preparing to announce the tasks for this session. Just then, the changing room curtain was lifted once more. Wenjing emerged, clad in a white polo shirt and dark athletic pants, presenting a more approachable demeanor compared to his previous formal attire, yet still captivating. The dark trousers accentuated his long, straight legs, and his simple outfit could not conceal the innate charisma he possessed. However, his expression was even more composed than before, his deep gaze sweeping across the area, pausing for a fleeting moment on Minli before calmly shifting away. He approached and stood beside Minli. "Father, that outfit suits you quite well," Xinghe remarked, his eyes brightening. Wenjing acknowledged him with a simple Minli stared straight ahead, seemingly disinterested in the two. Chuan, standing next to Xinghe, noticed the peculiar atmosphere among the three and quietly asked, "Xinghe, what's wrong with your father? He seems unhappy." Xinghe glanced at his father and replied, "He's just enjoying himself." Chuan. Yangzi's vibrant voice resonated through the microphone. "Dear parents, thank you for your patience. Now that everyone is dressed in comfortable attire, we shall officially commence the second phase of Where Are We Going, Dad 2. This time, our theme is Wilderness Home. Over the next 3 days, we will immerse ourselves in this beautiful nature reserve, experiencing a primitive life far from the city's clamor. Parents will need to lead their children, utilizing limited resources to construct temporary shelters, forage for ingredients, and cook over a fire. Everything will rely on your own hands. Sichuan and Guanyuan were already bubbling with excitement, eager to participate. Meanwhile, the parents exhibited a range of expressions, some with wry smiles, others displaying genuine interest. Chapter 37, A Perfect Pair. Working together with ease, Xinghe tugged at Minli's sleeve, asking Dad, "Do you still remember how to set up a tent?" Looking into Xinghe's sparkling eyes, Minli momentarily cast aside his earlier worries and smiled. "Of course I remember. In his previous life, he was an avid traveler, frequently braving the elements while camping outdoors. How could he possibly be unable to pitch a tent? Not only could he set one up, but he could also do so quickly and securely, even in adverse weather conditions, having devised several methods for constructing simple shelters. He felt quite confident in his wilderness skills. Out of the corner of his eye, Wenjing slightly turned his head towards Xinghe and with a steady voice added, "I have also studied the fundamentals of wilderness survival." Xinghe immediately tilted his head upward, glancing between the two fathers, a sly smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "That's wonderful. Father will handle the shelter, and Dad will take care of the cooking. What a perfect division of labor." Minli chuckled, ruffling his hair. "You think too naively. Everyone will have to pitch in." Wenjing observed the fleeting smile on Minli's lips, his gaze shifting slightly, but ultimately chose not to say anything further. Yangtze had already begun distributing basic supply packs and maps. The challenge was officially underway. Minli took the heavy supply pack, weighing it in his hands while calculating how long the provisions would last. He sensed Wenjing's gaze upon him again, yet he did not turn around. Wilderness survival. Was it? Minli was determined to be the first to conquer the challenge. The three of them, map in hand, followed the marked route to a fairly open and level hillside. The slope faced south, avoiding the damp chill of the valley, with relatively dry ground covered in soft meadows and low shrubs. Not far below, a clear stream flowed gently, its waters providing a stable and reliable source, making for easy access. Indeed, it was an excellent location for setting up camp. Minli surveyed the surroundings, glancing at other marked points on the map, and nodded. "The position is quite good. The view is expansive, close to water, shielded from the wind, and the ground is even." He turned to Xinghe. "What do you think, little steward?" Xinghe, imitating Minli with hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the area and nodded. "Yes, there is a stream and shade from the trees. Let us settle here." Wenjing remained silent, merely placing the heavy supply pack on the ground, his gaze sweeping over the hillside as if assessing something. "Oh my, Dad is spoiling Xinghe too much. I wish I had a father as interesting as him." "President Liu, I will quietly observe my wife and son. This choice of location is commendable. Teacher, you have some insight. Xinghe's imitation of you, Dad, is adorably charming." Soon, the hillside buzzed with activity as other groups of guests arrived at the designated camping area, according to the map's instructions. The production team had evidently planned this out, with the 5 predetermined camping spots spaced neither too far nor too close, ensuring each group had a certain degree of independence and exploration while facilitating interaction and mutual assistance. After all, the production team had not prohibited cooperation among the guests. Before long, the hillside was filled with the sounds of children's exclamations, parents' discussions, and the rustling of materials being transported. "Wow, this place is amazing. There is a river," Guanyuan exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the stream. "Mom, where should we pitch our tent?" Yin Shuiting tugged at her mother Yin's sleeve. "Dear, what do you think of this spot? Is it too sloped?" Shurdai inquired of Pei Xiaoyan. "Cold," Jiang Shui said as she set down her backpack. "First, let's inspect the ground." The 5 families, each embodying their unique styles, instantly breathed life into the tranquil hillside. Minli withdrew his gaze from the neighbors and began to focus on his own territory. He did not rush to open the tent bag. Instead, he bent down to meticulously examine the ground, brushing aside the surface debris and grass leaves to ensure there were no sharp stones or entangled roots beneath. "Xinghe, please clear those small stones over there," he instructed, pointing to several spots that might affect the tent's stability. "All right, Lu Xinghe replied enthusiastically, scurrying over to remove the stones. Lu Wenjing also sprang into action. Rather than touching the tent bag, he approached the supplies, methodically unpacking the items and categorizing them on a spread waterproof cloth. Tools with tools, food with food. Survival gear with survival gear. His movements were organized and efficient. Then, he picked up a multifunctional military knife and some rope. Striding toward the edge of the slope where a few sturdy saplings grew. I will cut some suitable support poles and stakes. He briefly explained to Minli before selecting and trimming branches. Minli glanced at him, but remained silent. Indeed, the original tent poles might not be robust enough. So preparing additional wooden stakes was a prudent decision. Wenjing's considerations were thorough. He accelerated his ground-clearing efforts while mentally planning the tent's placement and orientation. The entrance should avoid the wind and possible rainwater flow, ideally allowing for morning sunlight exposure. "Dad, the stones are cleared," Lu Xinghe exclaimed, brushing the dirt from his hands as he returned. "Good," Yu Minli nodded, then began to untie the tent bag, extracting the fabric, poles, stakes, and other components one by one. "Come, Xinghe, help me spread out the fabric." "Yes, just like that," Pula taught. The father and son worked in perfect harmony. And soon, a large piece of deep green fabric lay spread out in the chosen spot. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing returned with several straight, smooth branches. He surveyed Minli and Xinghe's progress without uttering a word, crouching down to pick up one of the tent's original metal supports. He compared it with his crafted wooden poles, gauging their length and thickness. As Minli was examining how to assemble the tent's cross supports, Wenjing approached him, offering 2 wooden poles that were more suitable in both length and strength. "Replace these 2 main support rods with these. It will be more stable." His tone was calm, as though stating an objective fact. Minli accepted the poles, their solid feel and smooth surface ensuring they would not damage the tent fabric. Testing their flexibility and strength, he found them indeed superior to the original thin metal tubes. "Thank you." He efficiently replaced the critical support with the poles Wenjing provided, and, as expected, the entire tent framework stability immediately improved. Wenjing was also busy picking up stakes and a small rubber mallet from the supplies, beginning to hammer the stakes into the ground at appropriate angles and intervals along the tent's base. His movements were precise and vigorous, each strike solidly embedding the stakes deep into the ground, clearly indicating that this was not his first endeavor in such labor. Yu Minli was inside, securing the inner tent, hanging hooks and organizing sleeping bags. Lu Xinghe glanced around, feeling the urge to contribute, and picked up a small water bottle. "Dad, I'll go fetch some water," he said, dashing toward the stream. "Be careful. Don't get too close to the water," Yu Minli immediately called out. "Got it." Lu Xinghe's voice echoed back from distance. With the efficient and skilled assistance of Lu Wenjing, the progress of setting up the tent was remarkably swift. In less than half an hour, a sturdy, well-structured, and exemplary deep green tent stood firmly on the hillside, billowing gracefully in the breeze. In contrast to the nearby families still grappling with tangled tent poles or struggling with crooked setups, Yu Minli's family could be likened to the epitome of luxury accommodations. Yu Minli patted the firm side of the tent, feeling quite satisfied. He turned to Lu Wenjing, who had just set down his hammer. Beads of sweat glistened on Lu Wenjing's brow in the sunlight, and the sharp lines of his profile seemed softened by the labor. He was cleaning his military knife with a cloth when he caught Yu Minli's gaze and looked up. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Clearing his throat, Yu Minli averted his gaze. "Thank you for your hard work. Now we should think about dinner." He glanced at the meager supplies of compressed rations in their pack, then towards the lush mountains and the stream. The production team surely hadn't team-mandated that they could only consume the provided food. Otherwise, this wilderness survival challenge would be misleading. The map and the rules did not mention any prohibition against foraging from the natural surroundings. An idea formed in Yu Minli's mind. He bent down to retrieve a small pot, a multifunctional military knife, which Lu Wenjing had returned after using, and a flint, tucking a small packet of salt into his pocket. "Xinghe," he called his son, "let us go scout out what we can eat tonight." "Scout." Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed back, carrying the water-filled bottle. "Dad, are we going hunting?" "Let us just take a look first," Yu Minli replied. "Hunting is a matter of luck," but finding some edible wild vegetables or mushrooms, or perhaps catching a few small fish or shrimp, should not be too difficult. Wenjing sheathed his clean knife and stood up. Do you need help? Minli glanced at him. You stay at the camp and start the fire. We'll gather some firewood and be back. With that, he took Xinghe's hand, and the two of them headed toward the edge of the woods down the slope. Wenjing remained in place, watching the pair gradually disappear into the dappled shadows of the forest, before turning to collect the scattered twigs and leaves around the camp for the fire. Meanwhile, Minli and Xinghe had already stepped into the fringe of the woods. The forest is not particularly dense, with sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. A thick carpet of fallen leaves blankets the earth, yielding softly underfoot. The air is imbued with a refreshing scent of grass and earth. Surrounding them, wildflowers bloom, painting the landscape with vibrant colors. Minli could not resist inhaling deeply, relishing this long-awaited, earthy fragrance of fresh air. In his previous life, he often ventured into the wild, familiar with this scent of nature, even feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Watch your step. Avoid stepping on snakes, he advised his son while scanning the surroundings. Dad, look at that, exclaimed Xinghe, his keen eyes pointing towards a large tree where several clusters of grayish-brown mushrooms with thick caps were nestled at the base. Minli approached, crouching down to examine them closely, leaning in to inhale their aroma before nodding. These are oyster mushrooms. They are edible. He carefully sliced a few off with his military knife, placing them into a waterproof bag he carried. Remember, mushrooms that are brightly colored, oddly shaped, or possess a peculiar smell should never be touched. Many are toxic. All right, I've got it. This is the correct way to survive in the wilderness. I've learned something. They continued deeper into the forest, and Minli discovered wild chives and several familiar wild vegetables, gathering them as well. As they passed a small patch of moist moss, he stumbled upon a few wild strawberries. Though small, their vibrant red hue was enticing. These could be eaten directly. Get a try, he said, plucking one and wiping it clean before handing it to Xinghe. Xinghe popped it into his mouth, his eyes immediately narrowing in delight. So sweet. Shoo! Minli suddenly signaled for silence, pulling his son down behind a bush. Not far ahead, a stream curved, forming a small pool. The water was crystal clear, revealing a few small fish swimming leisurely. Minli's eyes sparkled with excitement. He assessed the terrain. The pool was shallow, with rocky edges. Lowering his voice, he said to Xinghe, "Do you see those fish? Let's see if we can catch a couple." He picked up several slender, sturdy twigs from the ground, swiftly sharpening one end with his knife to fashion a makeshift spear. He then cut several lengths of flexible vine. Stay here and keep quiet, Minli instructed his son before removing his shoes and socks, rolling up his pants. Armed with the makeshift spear and vines, he silently waded into the chilly stream. Holding his breath, he stood motionless in water up to his calves, fixating on a fish foraging among the rocks. Sunlight danced on the water surface, casting a clear shadow of the fish. Xinghe watched anxiously from the bank, his eyes unwavering. Minli's arm muscles tensed as the moment approached. He thrust the sharpened twig downward with lightning speed. Water splashed slightly. When he lifted it again, a fish, still wriggling and about the size of his palm, was impaled on the tip. "Wow, Dad, that's impressive." Xinghe couldn't help but whisper in excitement. Minli chuckled, repeating the process to catch another, slightly smaller fish. Then, he threaded the vines through the fish's gills, stringing the two together. Once ashore, he quickly scaled the fish and cleaned out their insides with his knife, his movements so skilled that they left one in awe. Wow, Minli possesses such remarkable skills, spearing fish with such precision. Teacher Yu is truly handsome, and his skills are impressive. Let us depart. We have gathered a good harvest. Minli donned his shoes and socks, carrying fish and wild vegetables in one hand as the two made their way back. At the campsite, Wenjing had successfully kindled a small fire using dry twigs and a limited supply of kindling provided by the production team. The flames were modest yet stable, with a small pot perched atop, boiling stream water. Upon noticing Minli and Xinghe's return, his gaze fell upon their bounty, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. "Father, look, Dad caught fish, and mushrooms and strawberries. Lu Xinghe exclaimed eagerly as he dashed over to present their finds. Lu Wenjing examined the fish, which had been cleaned meticulously. Quite well done. He turned his attention to Yu Minli, offering a succinct assessment. Your skills are commendable. Yu Minli produced the wild vegetables and mushrooms, stating, I found some garnishes. Is the water in the pot boiling? Let's first prepare a wild vegetable and mushroom soup. The fish can be roasted. It's boiling. Lu Wenjing replied as he carefully moved the pot slightly away from the fire using a twig clamp to prevent it from overflowing. Yu Minli tore the clean vegetables and mushrooms into small pieces, adding a pinch of salt. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing fashioned 2 simple grills from twigs, placing the skewered fish beside the fire, turning them slowly to roast. The drippings sizzled in the flames, filling the air with a tantalizing scent. Lu Xinghe squatted by the fire, eyeing the pot of soup and the golden brown fish, his stomach audibly grumbling, which elicited a chuckle from Yu Minli. Other families gradually took notice of the commotion. Guan Yuanyuan wrinkled her nose and tugged at Guanzhu, saying to Dad, It smells so good. What delicious food are Uncle Yu and the others making? Yin Shui, Ting's father, Xiao Qiong, displayed his prowess as an architect. Their tent was swiftly erected, not only sturdy, but also exhibiting a professional precision in its anchoring and windproofing. The family of 3 promptly began preparing their dinner as well. In contrast, Sichuan's group was still struggling with their tent, with Dai sweating profusely. Jiang Shui and Zhuang Hanji had managed to set up their tent, albeit rather rudimentarily. At that moment, Jiang Shui was examining the packaging of compressed rations. Dai finally surrendered to his plight, wiping his sweat, and called out to Yu Minli, Teacher Yu, your tent is exceptionally well put together. May I consult you later? Also, how did you catch that fish? Yu Minli looked up with a smile. No problem. The fish were caught in the small pool below. It's not difficult. Lu Wenjing retrieved a perfectly roasted fish, its exterior crisp yet tender within, holding it on a clean large leaf before handing it to the eagerly awaiting Lu Xinghe. Be careful, it's hot. He then presented another similarly prepared fish to Yu Minli, who accepted it with gratitude, blew on it, and took a bite. The fish was succulent and flavorful. Despite being seasoned only with salt, it possessed a natural freshness and smoky essence that surpassed many meticulously crafted dishes. President Lu is remarkably skilled at grilling fish. What a family of outdoor survival champions. The contrast is stark. Over at Dai's place, their tent is still flat. Lu Xinghe was already squinting with delight as he enjoyed his meal, his lips smeared with a bit of charcoal ash. Dad, it's delicious. Father, you've roasted it perfectly. Lu Wenjing gazed at him, the corners of his lips curving slightly in a barely perceptible smile as he handed him a tissue. The sunset cast a golden hue over the hillside, with wisps of smoke curling upwards and the aroma of food mingling with the fresh scent of foliage. Yu Minli savored a warm bowl of wild vegetable soup, observing his son's contented eating, basking in the warmth of the campfire, and the faint fragrance emanating from the person beside him. After satisfying their hunger, the 3 tidied up their belongings. Yu Minli glanced at the distant Dai family, still struggling with their lopsided tent, then looked towards the creek before addressing the 2 beside him. Why don't you go catch a few fish from the creek to give to them? I'll help them set up the tent. Lu Xinghe nodded. All right, we'll bring fish to Chuan and Yuanyuan. They will surely be delighted. Lu Wenjing set down the polished military knife, stood up, and casually picked up a nearby tree branch, his voice steady. Let us go. He paused, looking at Yu Minli, and added, Be careful, it gets dark quickly. Yu Minli waved his hand, picking up a spare rope and stakes from the ground, and walked toward Dai. Don't worry, this task is no challenge for me, and you too should watch your step. Avoid the deeper water. Chapter 39, Wilderness Survival 2. Uncle Yu, you are incredible. Sichuan couldn't help but praise Yu Minli, mimicking the actions, having completed the task in the blink of an eye. From now on, you are my hero. Chuan's words are so sweet. Teacher, you must be overjoyed. Ha! You are my hero. Very well, Teacher Yu, you've worked hard, Dai added politely. Here are some oranges as a token of appreciation. Pei Shaoyan stuffed several oranges into Yu Minli's arms. You're too kind, really unnecessary. Yu Minli waved his hand in refusal. Take them, take them. It's the least I can do. All right, thank you. Yu Minli then went to assist Guan Yun's group in reinforcing the bottom of their tent. Guanju watched as the stakes were firmly secured, clapping his thigh and laughing. Teacher Yu, you're truly remarkable. I struggled for ages and couldn't get it right. Guan Yuan returned from picking some flowers just in time to see Yu Minli successfully assembling their tent. She ran over, holding a bouquet of colorful wildflowers. Uncle Yu, you are amazing. Here's some flowers for you. Yu Minli looked at the little girl before him, clutching a handful of vibrant wildflowers with dirt still on her fingertips. Her eyes sparkling like stars in a mountain stream. His lips unconsciously curved into a smile as he accepted the bouquet, fragrant with the crispness of the wilderness, and said, Thank you, Yuan. Yu Minli then visited Zhuang Hanji's group, noting that their tent was quite well set up with attention to detail. However, Zhuang Hanji was struggling to start a fire, while Jiang Shui stood nearby, attempting to assist with a stick, clearly lacking experience. Mars flickered momentarily on the igniter before reluctantly extinguishing, leaving behind a wisp of blue smoke. Zhuang Hanji wiped the sweat from his brow. His small face bore little expression, yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of frustration. Why not simply utilize the fire starter provided by the production team? Yu Minli approached and crouched beside the fire pit, contemplating the method of friction firemaking. Zhuang Hanji spoke calmly, gesturing toward a heated branch and a wooden drill, asserting that this method aligned more closely with the essence of survival in the wild. Yu Minli examined the rudimentary firemaking tools crafted by Zhuang Hanji. Though crude, their basic structure was sound. The idea was commendable, and the courage admirable. He picked up the branch serving as the drill, feeling its heated end, yet acknowledged that friction firemaking demands high standards of material, skill, and patience, particularly in these relatively humid woods, where success rates are dismally low. We possess more efficient tools, and our primary objective is to ensure basic survival, such as warmth and boiling water. He took the flint and steel from beside him, extracting a bit of dry tinder prepared by the production team, and said, Observe closely. He swiftly scraped the steel against the flint, and sparks instantly ignited the tinder. With gentle breaths, a small flame flickered to life. First, ignite this pile of dry leaves, then gradually add fine twigs. Once the fire stabilizes, you may add thicker branches. As he demonstrated, he elucidated the importance of constructing a hollow structure to facilitate airflow. Zhuang Hanji watched intently, nodding, then took the flint and steel, attempting to emulate Yu Minli's technique. The first spark missed its mark, the second lacked sufficient force, but on the third attempt, a small flame finally kindled atop the carefully protected tinder. He swiftly transferred it beneath the prepared leaves and twigs, mimicking Yu Minli's gentle breaths. The flame eagerly licked at the dry leaves, quickly spreading. Success! A rare fluctuation of excitement graced Zhuang Hanji's voice, and his eyes sparkled momentarily. Jiang Shui sighed with relief, watching her son with pride. Thank you, Teacher Yu. You're welcome. As long as the fire is alive. Be mindful of the wind tonight and ensure the fire pit is not too close to the tent, while also maintaining a safe distance for warmth, Yu Minli replied, rising and brushing off the dust from his hands. You are well prepared. Things will progress more smoothly. He glanced at the simple wooden drill near Zhuang Hanji's feet, adding, When daylight comes, you may try friction firemaking again. The lighting will be better and finding dry materials will be easier. Zhuang Hanji nodded once more. Only then did Yu Minli turn to return, continuing to check on the situations of other families. The sun had completely dipped beyond the mountain ridge, leaving behind a resplendent tapestry of deep purple and orange hues in the twilight sky. The hues of the forest deepened, and the calls of returning birds echoed in succession. The warmth in the air quickly dissipated, giving way to a refreshing coolness. Campfires were lit one after another, their flickering flames dispelling the darkness and chill. Yu Minli returned to his campsite, where Lu Wenjing and Lu Xinghe had also brought back their catch of fish. Several sizable grass carp were skewered through the gills with sharpened branches, their scales glistening with a moist sheen under the dimming twilight. Minli approached, his gaze sweeping over the plump fish, nodding in appreciation before lifting his chin towards the two. Not bad. How quickly you've caught so many fish. He paused, glancing at Xinghe beside him, and spoke plainly. Xinghe, please select 4 of the largest to send over to them. We'll keep the smaller ones for ourselves tomorrow. Xinghe nodded in agreement and walked off. Wenjing observed the fresh flowers in Minli's hand and inquired, "Did you pick those?" Minli shook his head, placing the flowers into a plastic bottle that had been emptied of water, responding, "No, they were given to me by Yuan. They're quite lovely, so I accepted them." Wenjing nodded, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a heavy silence as Minli sat on a stone beside the fire, the evening chill settling in. He patted the empty space beside him, inviting someone to sit down. Wenjing's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, the firelight dancing in his deep-set eyes, revealing a hint of elusive emotion. He did not refuse and settled down on a stump next to Minli. They maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too close, enough to feel each other's warmth without crossing boundaries. The flames crackled as they licked at the wood, their orange glow casting elongated shadows of the two onto the tent, swaying gently with the flickering flames. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with the distant hooting of an owl and the faint chirping of insects amplifying the clarity of their silence. "Why is it so quiet?" Minli broke the stillness. "Should I initiate a conversation?" Wenjing suggested. "No. Why should I be the one to speak first?" Minli responded. Wenjing, sensing his reluctance to break the ice, felt a subtle smile creep into his eyes. He absent-mindedly fiddled with the fire before him, sparks flying up, dazzling in their brightness. Deliberately lowering his tone, he infused his words with the coolness of the night and a hint of warmth. "Are you staging a little play in your mind?" Minli's ears flushed a sudden red as he turned to glare at him, though his tone lacked conviction. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wenjing chuckled softly, the sound mingling with the crackling of the fire, creating an alluring ambience. He tilted his head to regard Minli, his gaze landing on the latter's reddened ears, and leisurely remarked, "You seem quite engrossed. I can hear your internal struggle." Minli raised a hand to cover his ears, but the warmth creeping to his neck did not diminish. He defiantly retorted, "You heard wrong." "Oh, was that merely a figment of my imagination?" Hearing someone wrestle with whether to speak first? Minli exclaimed, "Old dog, just wait." He turned away, fixating on the dancing flames in silence, the redness of his ears cascading down to his neck. Suddenly, a large leaf appeared before him. Wenjing retrieved a parcel of fruit he had plucked from the tree, carefully wrapped in leaves, specifically to present to him. Li was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising his gaze to Wenjing. The man's countenance bore no superfluous expression, maintaining his usual composed and austere demeanor. Yet the flickering firelight within his eyes added a touch of warmth to their profound depths. His gesture of offering the fruit was effortless, as if it were merely a casual act. "Found it by the stream, not many, give it taste." Wenjing's voice was low and steady, devoid of any discernible emotional inflection. Li's throat tightened, momentarily at a loss for words. "What did I just miss?" "I merely stepped away to admire the starry treasures and deliver some fish for a while. President Liu is quite indulgent. Help. This bundle of fruit exudes the essence of a love token." Cold-faced teacher Yu's ears are flushed. "Stop pretending and just accept it." "No way. The husband duo has driven me mad. This proximity, this firelight. It's difficult to conclude without a kiss, for heaven's sake. Don't make me kneel and plead with you." After a brief hesitation, he extended his hand, cautiously plucking one fruit. The skin was thin and soft, pleasantly cool upon entry. As his teeth broke the surface, the sweet and sour juice, infused with the essence of the forest, burst forth, instantly cleansing the heaviness of the grilled fish and charcoal. "Very sweet," he murmured, his gaze lingering on the remaining fruit, then shifting to Wenjing. "Thank you." Chapter 40, Wilderness Survival 3, Lost in My Husband's Embrace. "You're sweet too, Li. Everyone, this has me feeling calcium deficient." Having tasted half, Li suddenly recalled the 2 oranges Pei Shaoyan had earlier handed him. He reached into his coat pocket, retrieving the 2 still warm oranges. and presented them to Lu Wenjing. Here, in the spirit of reciprocity. His tone was casual, yet his eyes remained fixed on the other's face, offering one for him and the other for the starry sky. Lu Wenjing's gaze lowered slightly, observing the two plump, orange-hued fruits resting in Yu Onli's palm. "You should keep them," he said calmly. "Take them if I offer." Yu Onli leaned forward a bit more, his fingertips nearly brushing against Lu Wenjing's sleeve, his tone carrying an undeniable insistence. "I don't enjoy sour flavors." Lu Wenjing paused for a moment, then finally reached out to accept them. "All right," he replied softly, holding the two oranges in his hand, but not immediately stowing them away, simply watching quietly. "Dad, Father," Lu Xinghe came running back from a distance, his hair slightly damp, breath still a tad hurried from his exertion. "I've delivered the fish." Thank you for your hard work." Yu Onli stood up, gesturing for Lu Xinghe to take a seat on the stone where he had just been perched, inviting him to rest for a while. He then settled down on the pile of firewood beside him, his movements so natural it seemed entirely expected. Once seated, he nodded towards Lu Wenjing. "Here, give him one." Only then did Lu Wenjing stir, separating one of the oranges he had been cradling in his palm and handing it to Lu Xinghe. "Thank you, Father." Lu Xinghe accepted it, his eyes brightening as they gleamed, his gaze flitting between Yu Onli and Lu Wenjing, seemingly catching an intangible, shifting atmosphere. The three gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation as the night gradually deepened unbeknownst to them. The flames flickered low, and the stars began to shine brightly. As the hour grew late, the three of them finished their ablutions and prepared to rest. Minli lifted the flap of his tent, bending to enter, when suddenly he heard Lu Wenjing's voice behind him. "Madam." The sound resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. Minli paused, turning back. The dying embers of the campfire cast a faint red glow behind Lu Wenjing, outlining his tall silhouette. "What is it?" Lu Wenjing stood a few paces away, his features somewhat obscured in the dim light, with only his eyes reflecting a glimmer. He hesitated momentarily, his voice steady and calm. "I don't have a sleeping bag." Minli raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Where's your sleeping bag?" Lu Wenjing remained silent for a moment, replying, "I don't know." Furrowing his brow, Minli turned to another tent. "Xinghe, does your father's sleeping bag happen to be with you?" Lu Xinghe poked his head out from the tent, responding, "Huh? I didn't take it." Minli raised a hand to his forehead, silently sighing. Could it be that no one prepared a sleeping bag for this ancestor? Under the cover of night, the corners of Lu Wenjing's mouth subtly twitched. "Should we look again?" "Perhaps I left it in the tent," he suggested in his usual tone. Minli stepped into his tent, searching by the light of the camping lamp. However, after rummaging through every corner, he only found a large double sleeping bag, lonely on a moisture-proof mat. "This is unfortunate. The steward must have mixed up the sleeping bags. I clearly ordered 3 individual ones. This is troublesome." Outside the tent, the curve of Lu Wenjing's lips deepened silently in the darkness. "Xinghe," Minli called out, peering toward another tent. "Have your father squeezed in with you for the night? The steward seems to have packed the sleeping bags incorrectly." Lu Wenjing interjected, "No way." Lu Xinghe's little head popped out from the tent again, his gaze flickering over his father's face, before instinctively retracting his neck. "Of course not. Dad, I'm already this grown-up. Sharing a sleeping bag with you isn't quite appropriate. Is it?" Minli looked at his innocent son, then at the homeless Lu Wenjing, momentarily at a loss for words. The night breeze swept through the campsite, carrying a cool scent of grass and wood, enveloping the surroundings in a brief silence. He sighed softly and opened the tent flap wider. "Culminate." Lu Wenjing lowered his gaze, softly acknowledging with a slight and without hesitation, obediently bent down to enter. The space within the tent was not spacious. A camping lamp hung in the center, casting a warm yellow glow. The double sleeping bag was already spread out, occupying nearly half the area. The faint scent belonging to Yu Minli mingled with a hint of refreshing passion fruit, silently permeating the confined space. Lu Wenjing sat down on the opposite side of the sleeping bag, with less than half an arm's distance separating them. The tent flap fell, isolating them from the starlight and night breeze outside, yet also sharpening a certain subtle atmosphere. Minli did not look at him. casually unfastening his outer garment while seemingly asking nonchalantly, "Really didn't T find it?" Lu Wenjing's voice resonated in the small space, sounding deep. It might have been left in the car. Though he spoke those words, his gaze fell upon the graceful fingers of Minli as they deftly unbuttoned his shirt. Observing the slender digits gliding under the warm light, his eyes deepened with contemplation. Minli paused in his actions, refraining from further conversation. He removed his coat, folded it neatly, and placed it in the corner, casting a fleeting glance at the double sleeping bag, his brow subtly twitching. He lifted one edge of the sleeping bag, first lying down within it, turning his back to Lu Wenjing, his voice muffled. "The light is on your side. Please turn it off." Following his request, Lu Wenjing extinguished the camping lamp within the tent. Darkness enveloped them instantly, leaving only the sound of their shallow breaths and the soft rustle of fabric. The mattress beside Minli sank slightly, the warmth of Lu Wenjing's body seeping through the thin material of the sleeping bag. Minli shut his eyes, striving to disregard the palpable presence beside him. Yet, as the night deepened in silence, his senses sharpened. The clean, crisp scent of Lu Wenjing. The gentle breeze stirred as he settled, and even the steady rhythm of his breathing invaded Minli's awareness with striking clarity. Just as Minli believed his companion had settled quietly, Lu Wenjing unexpectedly turned over with a light motion. A warm breath brushed against the nape of Minli's neck, causing his spine to stiffen slightly. Lu Wenjing lay comfortably within the sleeping bag, as if it were his rightful domain. He turned his face towards Minli, the warm glow from the camping lamp casting a play of light and shadow across his profile. "My lady," he spoke softly, his voice resonating clearly in the confined space of the tent. "The sleeping bag is spacious enough. You need not lie so far, it won't crowd me." "Who fears being crowded by you?" Minli retorted, shifting closer to the center. "I'd rather suffocate you." Lu Wenjing, upon hearing this, allowed a barely perceptible smile to curve his lips in the dim light. He did not retreat, but instead relaxed, allowing Minli's warmth to seep through the fabric. He replied, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "You are indeed correct, my lady." Minli found himself momentarily speechless by his unflustered response. Warmth creeping to his ears in the dark. Resolutely, he turned away from Lu Wenjing, pulling the sleeping bag up higher, muttering, "Time to sleep? All right." Lu Wenjing's voice was a soft murmur near his ear, deep and gentle, akin to a whispered secret of the night, "My lady." Chapter 41. Wilderness survival. For the following morning, the chirping of birds in the forest awakened the campsite. Upon waking, Minli realized he had unknowingly turned back, resting his forehead against Lu Wenjing's shoulder. His companion's breathing was steady and deep, still with his eyes closed. Morning light filtered through the tent's seams, casting a soft golden hue upon Lu Wenjing's sharply defined profile. Minli stiffened slightly, holding his breath as he carefully shifted backward. Just as he created a small distance, Lu Wenjing's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and the air within the tent fell into a momentary stillness. "Good morning." Minli was the first to avert his gaze, sitting up and striving for a natural tone. "Good morning," Lu Wenjing replied, his voice husky from sleep, also sitting up, his eyes lingering for a moment on Minli's disheveled hair. In silent understanding, they began to tidy themselves and exited the tent in succession. Lu Xinghe was already heating milk by the campfire. Upon seeing them, his eyes curved into crescent moons. "Dad, good morning." Breakfast consisted of simple fare, bread, fried eggs, and hot milk. As the three of them gathered to dine, the atmosphere felt as usual, as if the subtle space and warmth of the previous night's tent had never existed. Just as they finished tidying up the dishes, Yangzi's trademark loudspeaker voice echoed from afar, drawing closer. "Good morning, my dear treasures." She energetically leaped into the center of the camp, raising the loudspeaker and beaming as she surveyed everyone. "Please, my dear treasures, gather by the little river outside the tent with your sleepy eyes and charming figures." The loudspeaker's sound resonated distinctly in the tranquil morning valley. Before long, figures began to emerge from the tents, many still rubbing their eyes, with tousled hair sticking up adorably, sluggishly making their way toward the riverbank. The morning light was soft, casting a gentle golden shimmer on the river surface, while the air was infused with the moist scents of grass and earth. Lu Xinghe and Lu Wenjing had already positioned themselves by the river, both having tidied up and dressed neatly, appearing particularly upright among several guests who still looked drowsy and confused. Minli followed behind them, stifling a small yawn, a hint of physiological tears at the corners of his eyes. Noticing that most people had gathered, Xinghe raised the loudspeaker once more, her smile radiant. "So, how does it feel on the first day of wilderness survival?" She deliberately handed the microphone to Chuan, who sported a messy hairstyle and clearly still had not awakened. "Huh?" Chuan blinked in confusion. "The bed feels a bit hard?" A wave of kind-hearted laughter erupted around him. Xue and Yuan looked beautiful even without makeup. "Good morning, dear. Xiashvidai and his husband are up so early. Huh? Is it menopause? Look at our Chuan. He is just like a little golden retriever." The focus shifted to Minli and Lu Wenjing. Minli replied calmly, "The air is delightful." Lu Wenjing succinctly added, "Quiet." The two spoke almost in unison, then fell silent together. "What about Han Ji and Aunt Shui? How do they feel?" "Not bad," they answered. "Great." Yangzi clapped her hands, successfully redirecting everyone's attention. "Now, let us commence our task for the second day." With a flourish, she produced several pairs of gloves and biodegradable trash bags from behind her, distributing them to the group. Her smile tinged with a hint of mischief. "Listen up, everyone. Today's mission is an environmental cleanup operation around the camp." She pointed toward the forest to the east and the downstream riverbank area, instructing them to collect non-biodegradable waste within the designated area to protect our beautiful wilderness. The requirement was, each male needed to collect at least 5 kilograms of trash, while each female was tasked with 3 kilograms. Yangzi shook her finger, declaring that the time limit was 1 day. The groups would be individual, allowing everyone to form teams or operate solo. Each person who collected the required amount of trash would earn a bounty of sumptuous ingredients for dinner. No sooner had she finished speaking than a chorus of lamentations and discussions erupted. 5 kilograms? How much is that? It looks pretty clean in these mountains. Can there really be that much trash? Ingredient rewards. Let us give it our all for dinner. Ignoring the reactions of those around her, Yoko continued to smile and said, "Of course, to protect our beautiful wilderness. Please be mindful of outdoor safety and do not stray beyond the boundaries set by the production team. We have safety personnel and accompanying PDs around us, so do not hesitate to reach out if any situation arises." She glanced at her watch. "Now, you have 5 minutes to check your gear, and then we shall prepare to depart. The countdown begins." Immediately, everyone sprang into action. Some hurriedly dashed back to their tents for water bottles and hats, while others began readying themselves for the journey ahead. Minli stood still, focused on adjusting the tightness of his gloves. Lu Wenjing positioned himself half a step beside him, scanning the somewhat frantic crowd before returning his gaze to Minli. "Upstream or downstream?" he inquired softly, yet his voice rang clear amidst the clamor. Minli raised his eyes toward the riverbank. The upstream area was denser with trees and slightly steeper, yet abundant in food, making it suitable for their lunch. "Upstream," he concluded. "What do you think, Xinghe?" "I have no objections," Lu Xinghe replied. Nodding in agreement, Lu Wenjing tucked the extra roll of garbage bags into the side pocket of his backpack, then retrieved 2 collapsible water pouches, handing one to each of Minli and Xinghe. "Water," he stated succinctly. The two accepted the pouches, placing them into their waist packs. They then grabbed their large tongs and plastic bags, hoisting their small backpacks as they set off. "Time is up." Yoko's voice echoed through the loudspeaker again. "Environmental warriors. Let us move out." The morning light was just right, and the melodies of birds filled the air. The group dispersed in 2s and 3s in various directions. Minli, Wenjing, and Xinghe chose the eastern forest. They followed a faint path leading upstream. Wenjing led the way, using the tongs to clear away the drooping vines. Minli, steady and observant, followed closely behind. Xinghe, full of enthusiasm, searched diligently, carrying his small backpack. As they ventured further away from the bustling camp, the forest grew increasingly serene. The air was imbued with a rich sense of damp earth and decaying foliage, intermingled with the delicate fragrance of unknown wildflowers. "Dad, look!" Lu Xinghe suddenly lowered his voice, pointing at the base of an ancient tree to their right front. There, partially obscured by a thick layer of decaying leaves and moss, the outline of a faded plastic bottle and several rusted pull tabs became discernible. Minli cautiously used the tongs to peel back the fallen leaves, picking up the plastic bottle and pull tabs, placing them into the garbage bag that Xinghe had opened. "Good eye," he complimented casually. Xinghe smiled, his determination renewed. Meanwhile, Wenjing had noticed something deeper within the underbrush, an old fishing line, nearly swallowed by the foliage, tangled in the low-hanging branches. He approached, patiently untangling it bit by bit and rolling it up. These inconspicuous plastic items could pose deadly traps for wildlife. The trio continued their ascent upstream. Xinghe moved like a nimble deer, occasionally crouching to collect snack wrappers from the grass, and stretching up to retrieve torn plastic bags hanging from the branches. His backpack gradually grew heavier. Minli and Wenjing, meanwhile, worked with clear division of labor. Minli possessed a keen eye, adept at uncovering refuse hidden in visual blind spots or camouflaged within the environment. In contrast, Lu Wenjing exhibited remarkable patience, skillfully addressing stubborn waste that was entangled, lodged, or partially buried, executing each motion with precision and grace. The trio occasionally stumbled upon intriguing finds, such as a uniquely shaped pebble or a vibrant cluster of wild berries. After confirming their non-toxic nature, they sampled a few, only to discover they were not sweet, but rather astringent. Additionally, they uncovered a small, rusted animal trap that appeared to have been abandoned for years, which Lu Wenjing cautiously triggered with a twig before storing it separately as a special type of refuse. As the sun ascended, casting shifting shadows through the forest, they arrived at a more open area by the stream's edge. The water flowed gently, crystal clear, revealing darting fish beneath its surface. After glancing at the time, the trio decided to take a break and enjoy their lunch. Chapter 42, Wilderness Survival 5. While they were having lunch, the tranquility of the stream was abruptly interrupted by the sounds of a few people nearby. "Mom, it seems like it's Teacher Yu and the others ahead," Xinghe exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice as he pointed in the direction of the stream. Jiang Shui followed her son's gaze and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is them." Beside her, Guan Yuanyuan also spotted Teacher Yu's family and immediately tugged at her father Guanzhu and Jiang Shui's sleeves, exclaiming, "Dad and Shui, let us go join Teacher Yu and have lunch together. It will be lively with more people." Guanzhu smiled and nodded. "Sure, it's a good opportunity to greet them." Jiang Shui also responded gently, "Yes, let us go." Thus, the four of them made their way toward the stream. Minli was the first to notice the commotion. Upon raising his gaze and seeing Jiang Shui and her children along with Guanzhu, he set down his rice ball and offered a slight nod in greeting. Lu Wenjing also paused, his gaze calm as he regarded the newcomers. The three stood to welcome them. "Teacher Yu, Mr. Lu, I apologize for interrupting your rest." Jiang Shui began, her tone polite. "It's no trouble at all. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Guan, Yuanyuan, Hanji, please join us," Minli invited, shifting slightly to make room on the stone. Lu Wenjing and Lu Xinghe also made space for Jiang Shui and Guan Yuanyuan. "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Jiang Shui expressed her gratitude. Guan Yuanyuan chimed in sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Zhuang Hanji and Guanzhu sat down beside them, and the adults quickly engaged in pleasant conversation. Guanzhu observed the bags and baskets of refuse beside Minli and remarked, "You've gathered quite a haul. Your efficiency this morning is impressive." Minli humbly replied, "It's primarily because this upstream area is rarely visited, resulting in a concentration of long-standing litter." Jiang Shui also noticed the rusted animal trap that Lu Wenjing had placed aside and inquired with surprise, "What is this?" "It was found in the thicket over there. It's no longer functional, but it's best to take it away for proper disposal," Lu Wenjing succinctly explained. Guan Yuanyuan leaned closer to Lu Xinghe and whispered, "Brother Xinghe, what is the strangest thing you found?" "We just found a large gold chain." "Wow, a gold chain. What a fortune. Is that where my gold necklace went?" "It fell here." Lu Xinghe pondered for a moment before lowering his voice. A paper figure. It was quite eerie. He made a face, startling Guan Yuan. Wow, if I encountered such a thing in the wild, I would run away immediately. Xinghe, how could you scare a Yuan like that? Laughter erupted. The adults exchanged stories about their morning experiences and the challenges they faced, while the children eagerly shared their amusing anecdotes. Jiang Shui produced the provisions they had brought, distributing homemade jerky and dried fruits to everyone. Guanzhu contributed several packs of individually wrapped nuts. The simple fare became exceptionally delightful through the act of sharing. The gentle sound of the stream and the soft breeze surrounded a few families gathered on the stones by the stream, creating a rare moment of leisure amidst the backdrop of a survival mission. The brief respite soon came to an end, as everyone tidied up the litter and their belongings. They prepared to resume the afternoon's endeavors. Before parting ways, Guanzhu proposed, "Shall we have a competition this afternoon? Let's see which group can complete the required weight first." Lu Xinghe and Guan Yuan immediately responded with enthusiasm. Yu Minli and Lu Wenjing exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Sounds good," Yu Minli replied. With that, Zhuang Hanji secured the handle of the last garbage bag around his wrist and bid them farewell. Uncle Lu, Xinghe, see you this afternoon." The group once again split off, heading along the stream towards different areas. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting flickering patterns on the carpet of fallen foliage. The trio of Yu Minli continued their ascent upstream. After an indeterminate amount of time, they paused beside a sunlit grassy slope, surprised by the sight before them. At the base of the slope, near the bend of the stream, lay a massive accumulation of various types of refuse: shattered plastic barrels, tangled fishing nets, faded foam boxes, and rusted aluminum cans, an almost miniature open-air landfill. Wow, have we stumbled upon a garbage nest? Clearly, someone previously took the easy way out and dumped it here. What a lack of integrity. Looks like Lu and the others will exceed their task expectations directly. I bet a pack of spicy strips. That teacher Yu's feelings are quite complex right now, both gratified and irate. It appeared that the recent rising waters had washed down some long-standing debris, which had become ensnared in the grass. Lu Wenjing surveyed the terrain, calmly analyzing the situation. Lu Xinghe gazed at the astonishing scene, unable to contain his exclamation. "Dad, have we hit the jackpot?" Yu Minli inhaled deeply, donned gloves, and grasped the fire tongs. "Let us get to work. Although the quantity is substantial, the variety is diverse. Be careful not to injure yourselves on sharp objects. Here we go." The live broadcast of the large-scale garbage cleanup has begun. President Lu has already quietly lifted the heaviest broken barrel. His husband's strength is at max. Xinghe, don't touch that broken glass. Mommy is scared. Teacher Yu has clearly delineated the tasks. The trio works together with such harmony. The three worked in silence, the only sounds being the faint clinking of the tongs against objects and the rustling of garbage as it was bagged. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air from not far away. There's a snake." Yu Minli almost instantly lifted his head at the sound, dropping the garbage bag in his hands and sprinting towards Lu Xinghe, grasping the fire tongs. "Where is it?" His voice was urgent and deep, with hurried footsteps pressing against the grass, creating a rapid, rustling sound. Lu Wenjing moved with equal swiftness, discarding the cardboard box he had been handling and stepping forward to position himself protectively in front of Lu Xinghe, shielding both Yu Minli and his son behind him. His sharp gaze scanning the patch of grass where Lu Xinghe had just stood. Lu Xinghe's small face turned pale as he pointed towards a dense thicket ahead, where something had just stirred, revealing a pattern form. "Goodness, is it really a snake?" Xinghe darling must be terrified. His voice has changed. Teacher Yu and President Lu reacted so quickly. President Lu's swift motion to shield was so impressive. It exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Yu Minli rushed to Lu Xinghe's side, pulling him back slightly with one hand while gripping a pair of fire tongs tightly in the other. His eyes fixed intently on the thicket. "Do not fear. Stay behind me," he said, his voice low and steady. A medium-sized green snake suddenly darted out from the underbrush, its entire body a vivid green, shimmering in the sunlight as it swiftly slipped into the deeper grass on the other side. Only then did the three of them exhale in relief. Minli patted Lu Xinghe's shoulder reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. The green snake is non-venomous. But it is wise to remain cautious." Lu Xinghe nodded, his expression still shaken but gradually calming. "Okay, I'm fine now. Let us continue." Thus, the trio resumed their task of clearing the litter. However, as Minli turned to attend to another pile of debris, Lu Xinghe discreetly winked at Lu Wenjing, a sly smile curving his lips as he silently mouthed, "Father, did you see that?" Lu Wenjing's gaze sharpened as he looked at his son. Lu Xinghe signaled again, his eyes clearly conveying, "You need to take a lesson, otherwise, how could father possibly acknowledge you?" In an instant, Lu Wenjing grasped his son's clever intent. It turned out that the earlier terrified scream and the pale little face were largely performative. A wave of helplessness surged within him, mixed with the desire to pinch this little rascal's cheek for causing them such needless worry. Yet, simultaneously, a subtle flicker of thought nudged at him. Lu Xinghe's words rippled through the still waters of his mind. Take a lesson? Lu Wenjing's gaze unconsciously drifted towards Minli, who was bent over, facing away from them, deftly grasping a twisted can with the fire tongs, his neck as clean-line focused as though the earlier incident had never transpired. A faint, almost absurd notion flitted across Lu Wenjing's mind. He lowered his eyes, observing his own leather-gloved hands, his fingertips instinctively tightening and then releasing. Perhaps it was worth a try? Chapter 43. Wilderness Survival. 6. There's a snake here too, Lu Wenjing stated, his expression unchanged. What kind of snake? Is it venomous? Minli inquired from a short distance away, still occupied with sorting garbage bags. It's green, quite similar to the one we just saw, Lu Wenjing replied, his tone as calm as if remarking on a mere leaf. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about, Minli responded without lifting his head. Lu Wenjing pondered. What is happening? This is not as anticipated. He silently observed the small snake, its entire body of vibrant green, slowly raising its triangular head before him. The serpent's forked tongue flickered, glimmering with a subtle chill under the sunlight. "Won't you come take a look?" Lu Wenjing inquired once more, his tone laced with a rare, almost imperceptible hint of hesitation. Minli clicked his tongue, intending to reassure him that the green snake posed no threat, but upon raising his gaze, he froze in place. Before him, Lu Wenjing was not faced with a docile green snake. The serpent's head was distinctly triangular, with a slender neck and broad head. Its crimson eyes fixated coldly on Lu Wenjing's direction, while its tail subtly emanated a fiery hue. It was a bamboo viper, venomous. "Lu Wenjing, don't move." Minli's shout sliced through the air, infused with unprecedented panic. In the next moment, he discarded everything in his hands and dashed towards Lu Wenjing, his feet thudding rapidly against the grass. His gaze remained locked on the poised viper, his complexion paling in an instant. Lu Wenjing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Before he could react, he witnessed Minli rushing to his side with astonishing speed, instinctively pulling him back with a fierce tug. "Step back." Minli's voice trembled, unrecognized by even himself, as he positioned himself between Lu Wenjing and the poisonous serpent. The fire tongs held defensively before him, his breath coming in quick, heavy gasps. The bamboo viper seemed startled by the commotion, its body recoiling slightly. The triangular head raised higher, emitting a menacing hiss. Time appeared to come to a standstill. Only the whisper of the wind through the grass and the palpable aura of danger from the serpent remained. Lu Xinghe, too anxious to breathe, watched them closely from the side, gripping his fire tongs tightly, his small face ashen. Had he unwittingly caused more harm than good? Minli stood in a standoff with the viper, utterly focused, even his breathing deliberately softened. He could hear his heartbeat thundering in his ears, the palm gripping the fire tongs cold and clammy. An eternity seemed to stretch, though perhaps only mere seconds passed. The triangular head of the bamboo viper gradually turned, its crimson eyes casting one final glance at them before it vanished silently into the thick grass. The taut string of tension abruptly relaxed. Minli finally exhaled deeply, only then realizing that his back was drenched in cold sweat. He released his nearly frozen fingers, causing the fire tongs to clatter to the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, He turned to look at Wenjing, only to find him slumped against the edge of a nearby trash heap. One hand braced against the ground while the other clutched his calf, his brow furrowed in discomfort. Minli's heart sank. Wenjing, he nearly lunged forward, his voice cracking. Have you been bitten? As the voice of teacher Yu trembled, Wenjing lifted his head, his complexion somewhat pale, yet his demeanor remained relatively composed. No. Minli's heart raced like a roller coaster, rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm. Fortunately, this is terrifying. Everyone, please pay attention to safety. This is too dangerous. Shue, be careful. Darling, don't venture into the thick brush. What happened? The tension in his voice was almost palpable. Wenjing, under the gaze of Minli, which was on the verge of breaking, calmly moved his hand, which had been covering his leg, revealing a 2-inch long gash. Cut open by sharp debris and broken plastic, seeping blood. I accidentally twisted my ankle and fell onto this pile of rubbish. His tone was remarkably flat. Finally relieved, Xinghe hurried over and squatted down to inspect. Father, are you all right? Mifine. Wenjing patted his head, yet his gaze shifted back to Minli. Minli stood frozen, his face transitioning from ashen to crimson, then to a sickly green, ultimately settling into a complex expression of relief mixed with extreme fear and absurd embarrassment. His chest heaved violently, and, after a long pause, he managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. You damn it. Midway through his reprimand, he choked up. He abruptly bent down and hoisted Wenjing up from the edge of the trash heap. The action was far from gentle. Wenjing allowed himself to be lifted, only letting out a muffled groan as he stood. It was then that Minli noticed the once pristine white polo shirt of Wenjing was now marred by dark green stains and mud, a complete mess. Moreover, a distinct imprint of a fire tong, caked with dirt, was glaringly visible on the lower part of his chest, its shape intact and forceful, akin to a seal. Minli awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth, his gaze momentarily drifting. This was evidently the result of his hasty attempt to pull Wenjing back with the fire tong in a moment of panic. Zong Yizhou, sobi. Xinghe's face has turned pale. He is so worried. Ha! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh. Teacher Yu, how could rescuing someone involve such a stamp? Clearing his throat, Minli stated, First, let us return and treat the wound. Who knows what bacteria may be on this refuse? Wenjing glanced down at the conspicuous fire tong imprint on his chest, and then lifted his gaze to Minli, a fleeting hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. All right, he replied, his voice steady. Listen to your husband. Xinghe, gather up the tools. I'll take him back to the camp first, Minli instructed, his tone somewhat urgent. Xinghe obediently nodded. Understood, Dad. Supporting Wenjing, Minli carefully avoided his injured leg as they made their way toward the downstream camp. Xinghe remained behind, beginning to tidy up the scattered tools and the half-filled garbage bags. As Minli assisted Wenjing towards the camp, Xinghe's expression turned increasingly cold, unnoticed by anyone behind them. He was nearly consumed by an obsessive paranoia, a glint of cold hostility flashing in his eyes. Should he encounter another snake, he would not hesitate to deal with it decisively. It's not my fault, protested the snake. Ahead of them, Minli seemed to sense the tension and glanced back, saying, Xinghe, stay close. Coming, Dad, Xinghe promptly replied, quickening his pace to catch up, the icy demeanor on his face fading away, returning to his usual obedient self, though he gripped the fire tongs in his hand with increased intensity. Chapter 44. Survival in the Wilderness. 7. The two of them helped Wenjing to the edge of the camp, where rescuers who had received Xinghe's distress call rushed over. Director Toast was at the forefront, panting heavily, tears streaming down his face. This was his lifeline for ratings and his greatest financial backer. Should anything happen on the show, his career might suffer irreparably. Mr. Liu, how are you? Medical team. Stretcher. Quickly. The tone of Director Toast's voice shifted as he wiped away sweat and perhaps tears, directing the staff who had gathered around. Wenjing waved his hand dismissively, his expression still calm. Superficial wounds. No need for a stretcher. Minli did not release his grip on Wenjing's arm, frowning at the crowd that had encircled them. Let the doctor tend to the wounds first. Everyone else, please step back and avoid blocking the way. His voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority. The crowd instinctively parted to make way. The accompanying doctor promptly knelt down to examine the cuts on Lu Wenjing's leg, then carefully cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged the wounds. The black pant leg was already soaked with blood. Upon lifting the torn fabric, it was evident that while the cut was not deep, it was inflicted by debris, raising the risk of infection. The doctor immediately recommended a tetanus shot. Lu Wenjing nodded in agreement, maintaining a serene expression throughout, though his gaze occasionally drifted to Minli, who stood nearby, still looking rather unwell. Director Toast rubbed his hands together, a look of apprehension on his face. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. Our safety checks were inadequate, and you were put in danger. And Teacher Yu, you have also endured much. Minli remained silent, his focus fixed on the doctor's actions until he saw the wound was properly treated, allowing himself a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was a close call. If the production team had injured this key sponsor, they would likely withdraw funding overnight. Teacher Yu's gaze, just now, seemed capable of incinerating a nest of snakes. Mr. Lu truly possesses remarkable endurance. To sustain such a long cut without a frown is extraordinary. Blood, so much blood. It's painful just to look at. When Lu Wenjing's gaze drifted back to him, Minli finally lifted his eyelids to meet his eyes. That look held little emotion, yet it caused Lu Wenjing to momentarily falter. Once the doctor finished bandaging, he stood up and provided instructions. Keep the wound dry. Change the dressings on schedule. The tetanus shot is already arranged and will be administered shortly. Additionally, should you experience fever or increased redness and swelling of the wound, please report it immediately. Understood. Thank you, Doctor, Lu Wenjing replied politely. Just then, Yangzi and the other guests returned upon hearing the news, instantly enlivening the camp. A chorus of inquiries erupted as everyone expressed their concern for the situation. Lu Xinghe squeezed beside his father and softly inquired, Father, are you all right? I am fine, Lu Wenjing replied. Guan Yuanyuan leaned closer, her large eyes filled with concern. Uncle Lu, are you okay? You frightened us. Jiang Shui and Guanzhu similarly expressed their worries. Zhuang Hanji, curious, pressed for details about the incident but was gently patted on the back by Jiang Shui. Even the two other families, Shichuan's group and Yin Xueting's group, who had been engaged downstream, hurried back upon hearing the news. Amidst the chaos, Minli quietly stepped back a few paces and said to Director Toast, Director, regarding the afternoon's task. Director Toast immediately grasped the situation. Adjust. We must make adjustments. Mr. Lu needs to rest, and Teacher Yu has also been startled. This afternoon, let us arrange some light activities near the campsite, absolutely safe. Director's instinct for survival is commendable. How amusing. The financier is injured, and the whole crew gets a holiday. Teacher Yu, you are perceptive. There's no need. Lu Wenjing suddenly interjected, his voice steady. I am fine. The task can continue. Do not let my incident disrupt everyone's rhythm. Minli furrowed his brow as he looked at him. Lu Wenjing met his gaze and added, I can remain near the campsite to handle some light organizing work or manage logistics. The task of picking up litter can be completed by Xinghe alongside the other family groups. His words were reasonable, maintaining the integrity of the program while considering his own condition and providing Lu Xinghe with an opportunity to continue participating. Director Toast hesitated, glancing at Minli, evidently seeking his approval. Minli studied Lu Wenjing for a few seconds, seemingly searching for any signs of bravado on his face, but the man appeared composed, even exuding a sense of resolute determination. Ultimately, he averted his gaze and nodded to the director. Very well, let us proceed with this arrangement. I will stay to keep an eye on him. The last statement was delivered with such naturalness, as if it were an unquestionable truth. A fleeting glimmer of light passed through Lu Wenjing's eyes. I will stay to keep an eye on him. Now, that's a commanding statement. Teacher Yu, my person, I will oversee. Mr. Lu, did your lips curl up slightly? I captured it. After all, we are like an old married couple. Director Toast, as if granted a reprieve, nodded vigorously. Excellent. Teacher Yu, thank you for your efforts. Accompany Mr. Lu and we will ensure the safety of Xinghe and the other guests. Soon, after Wenjing received his injection and the production team was organized, the guests donned their gear once more and set off to complete the afternoon's environmental task. The campsite became significantly quieter, leaving only a few production staff, medical personnel, and Minli alongside Wenjing. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Minli approached a folding chair designated for rest, pulled one over, and sat down not far from Wenjing, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains and forests. "Are you truly all right?" he suddenly asked, his voice low. Wenjing turned his head to look at him. "I'm truly fine." Next time Minli paused, his tone firm, "Keep a distance from those elongated, moving things." Wenjing remained silent for a moment, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. "All right," he replied, "I shall heed your counsel." "Your counsel?" A deep voice resonated beside him once more. As Minli turned, he noticed Wenjing had approached, his leg bandaged and conspicuous under the sunlight. The doctor and the director lingered a few steps away, seemingly wanting to join, but were deterred by a glance from Wenjing. "What are you doing here instead of resting?" Minli's tone was somewhat brusque. Wenjing offered no reply, merely extending his hand to gently brush against a small, inconspicuous stain on Minli's shirt. It was mud, transferred from when he had supported Wenjing earlier. "It's dirty," Wenjing remarked. Minli glanced down dismissively. "Just wash it when we get back." Wenjing acknowledged with a soft yet did not withdraw his hand, his fingertips unconsciously lingering at the edge of the stain, imparting a barely perceptible warmth. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet Minli's, his voice lowered, audible only to the two of them. "Were you very worried just now?" Minli's body stiffened imperceptibly. Of course, he diverted his gaze, curtly retorting, "If you really got bitten by a venomous snake, would this program even continue?" The director would be the first to despair. Wenjing observed the slight flush of Minli's ears, a trace of faint amusement flickering in his eyes. "Yes," he replied, his tone unusually gentle. "Next time, I will be more cautious." "Next time." Minli abruptly turned back, glaring at him. Wenjing quickly amended, "There won't be a next time." Sunlight bathed the two, casting their shadows close together, nearly overlapping. The clamor of the camp seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier, leaving only the tranquil and delicate space between them. Not far away, Director Toast wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing at the two engaged in quiet conversation, then at the walkie-talkie he held, finally feeling a sense of relief. The benefactor was unharmed, ensuring the ratings and sponsorships were intact. Moreover, the events of the afternoon, wasn't that a topic worth discussing? He stroked his chin, his professional instincts beginning to stir. Chapter 45, Wilderness Survival 8. "Madam," a deep voice sounded beside him. Minli, lost in thought as he gazed into the distant mountains, turned his head with a furrowed brow. "What is it now?" He sensed that this individual had an unusual number of requests today. Wenjing pointed to the conspicuous scorch mark on his chest and the large stain on his back. "I wish to change clothes." Minli assessed him from head to toe. The formerly pristine white polo shirt now appeared utterly disheveled, muddied and stained along with the embarrassing mark. "You really have too many demands," Minli replied, his tone laced with impatience. "You're injured, yet still so particular." Wenjing raised his gaze to him, blinking his distinctly shaped eyes, the thick lashes casting tiny shadows beneath them. His expression was largely neutral, yet his tone bore a hint of nearly imperceptible, almost assertive insistence. "I have a cleanliness obsession." Minli was momentarily taken aback by this pitiable, yet earnest justification, unable to suppress an eye roll. "Ha ha, a cleanliness obsession. Please find a more convincing excuse." "Mr. Yu, I have never encountered such audacious individuals." This reasoning earns a perfect score. Though illogical, it is delivered with fervor. "Mr. Liu, my dear, I am soiled and in need of change of clothes." "Wait," Minli retorted tersely, rising to head towards their tent. He entered the tent and rummaged through Wenjing's bag, where the clothes were neatly folded and organized. He casually retrieved a deep gray shirt of the same style, contemplating for a moment before also selecting a pair of clean, casual trousers, mindful of the injury on his leg for ease of dressing. Returning to the resting area with the garments, Yu Minli thrust the clothes into Lu Wenjing's arms. Here, change yourself. Lu Wenjing accepted the clothes, but made no move to change. Instead, he merely raised his gaze to meet Yu Minli's. What now? Yu Minli inquired. My leg is inconvenient, Lu Wenjing stated calmly, shifting slightly to demonstrate his limited mobility due to the bandaged calf. Yu Minli glared at him, taking a deep breath as he felt a vein pulsing at his temple. He surveyed the surroundings. The production team's personnel were at a distance, and the medical staff were busy organizing their supplies on the other side. In the central resting area of the camp, only the two of them remained for the moment. You truly are a challenge, Yu Minli muttered under his breath. Resigned, he bent down to assist Lu Wenjing's arm. Get up, let's change in the tent. Lu Wenjing leaned on Yu Minli for support, their bodies entwined in an awkward yet intimate manner as they slowly made their way towards the tent. The tent's confines felt rather cramped for two adult men. Yu Minli helped Lu Wenjing sit at the edge of the sleeping bag before stepping outside with a brusque tone. Hurry and change. Madam, assist me. Lu Wenjing called out before Yu Minli could pull aside the curtain. Assist you? Is support necessary for changing clothes? Yu Minli's brows furrowed, his expression revealing his annoyance at Lu Wenjing's antics. Meeting his gaze, Lu Wenjing calmly added, as if elucidating a perfectly reasonable fact. Standing up on one leg is rather unstable. Yu Minli scrutinized him for several seconds, seemingly searching for a flaw in his demeanor. But Lu Wenjing remained composed. With a deep breath, Yu Minli quelled his inexplicable irritation and resignedly returned, extending his hand towards him. Lu Wenjing grasped his hand. His palm was warm and dry, neither too firm nor too gentle, and with Yu Minli's assistance, he gradually stood upright. The proximity drew them closer, the confined space of the tent allowing them to almost sense each other's warmth and breath. Yu Minli detected a faint scent of cedar mingled with Lu Wenjing's naturally crisp aroma, along with a hint of perspiration and dust emanating from a soiled garment. Once Lu Wenjing was steady, he did not release Yu Minli's hand. Instead, he tightened his grip slightly, enveloping Yu Minli's hand in his palm. Let go. Yu Minli warned softly. Afraid of falling, Lu Wenjing justified, raising the shirt with his other hand. Yu Minli averted his gaze, his eyes falling upon the fabric of the tent, acutely aware of the warmth radiating from the hand he held. He could sense Lu Wenjing's movements as he disrobed, the subtle sounds of fabric brushing against skin amplified in the stillness of the space. The soiled shirt was removed and placed directly into Yu Minli's grasp. Yet Lu Wenjing did not relinquish his hold. I truly appreciate it, Yu Minli murmured, casting the shirt aside, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a well-defined, smooth chest and the contours of his shoulders, glowing with a healthy hue in the dim light. He quickly averted his gaze, his throat involuntarily tightening. Lu Wenjing picked up a clean dark gray shirt, shaking it open with one hand, the motion causing him to wince slightly as it tugged at the injury on his side. He inhaled sharply, his body swaying slightly. Instinctively, Yu Minli reached out with his other hand to steady him, gripping his arm. Lu Wenjing raised his eyes to meet his, a fleeting hint of a smile flickering in his gaze, too ephemeral to grasp. Thank you, my lady, he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. Yu Minli remained silent, his expression stern as he observed Lu Wenjing struggle to don a clean garment. Halfway through, Lu Wenjing still held onto Yu Minli's hand. Unable to endure the discomfort any longer, Yu Minli reached out to guide his hand into the other sleeve, smoothing the fabric across his back. He was well aware of the older man's subtle attempts at seduction. Lu Wenjing cooperatively lifted his hand, allowing Yu Minli to assist him. Once dressed, he began to unfasten his trousers. Do you require assistance with that as well? Yu Minli inquired. Lu Wenjing paused, looking up at him, his expression composed yet tinged with confusion. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to maintain balance on one leg. His argument was so resolute that Yu Minli found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Having changed into clean, casual trousers, Lu Wenjing wore the dark gray shirt. Yet the top two buttons of the V-neck remained undone, the collar slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of his collarbone and a small section of his chest. He leaned forward, awkwardly attempting to button the shirt with his empty hand, his movements appearing somewhat clumsy. The dim light within the tent cast shadows that accentuated his lowered brow and the focused lines of his profile. The injury had stripped away some of his usual aloofness, revealing a rare, faint vulnerability. Minli gazed at him for a moment before stepping closer, lifting his hand in front of him. "Remove your hand," he commanded. Wenjing obediently lowered his hand. Minli reached out, his fingertips brushing against the cool buttons. His movements were not gentle, bordering on brusque, yet they were efficient, quickly fastening the buttons and straightening the slightly askew collar. Having completed the task, he prepared to rise, only to feel Wenjing's gentle grip on his wrist. Minli paused, meeting his gaze. Wenjing's hold was light, his thumb grazing the skin on the inside of Minli's wrist with the faintest of touches. "Thank you," Wenjing murmured, his eyes steady as they rested upon Minli's face. Outside the tent, the sun shone brightly, and the camp was tranquil. Inside, the air seemed to suspend, heavy with unspoken words. Minli looked into the closely mirrored depths of Wenjing's eyes, his own reflection clearly visible within them. He strained his wrist, but found it firmly clasped, even tighter than before. "Release me," he rasped. Wenjing complied, yet his fingertips inadvertently grazed across the palm. Minli recoiled as though scalded, abruptly withdrawing his hand and rising to exit the tent, parting the curtain with haste. Fresh air flooded his lungs, and he finally felt the warmth on his face diminish slightly. The texture of that man's skin had been quite pleasant. Behind him, Wenjing observed the fluttering curtain, then glanced down at his pristine attire, a subtle yet unmistakable joy blossoming in his eyes. He raised a hand to gently touch the button at the collar that Minli had just fastened. Yes, this injury was worth enduring. Chapter 46. My two favorite chapters. Around 4 in the afternoon, the sunlight began to soften, casting elongated shadows through the woods. The guests returned to the campsite one by one, their faces flushed from exertion and the satisfaction of completing their tasks. Director Toast had arranged for staff to set up a scale in the center of the campsite, accompanied by a whiteboard to record each team's results. Culminate, esteemed teachers and precious ones. Xinghe called cheerfully through a megaphone, her smile radiant. "You've worked hard. Now let's see the weight of your spoils. We shall weigh in the order of your return." The first to arrive was the Sichuan team. Each of the three carried 2 bulging trash bags, which they carefully placed on the scale. The staff announced, Sichuan team, 72 kilograms, 81 kilograms, 75 kilograms. Total weight, 228 kilograms, significantly exceeding the task. Sichuan team leads by a wide margin. Their efficiency as a trio is remarkable. Dai patted his son on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, while Sichuan scratched his head in delight. Next was the Yin Shueting team, with fewer bags but meticulously organized, each distinctly labeled. 58 kilograms, 75 kilograms, 66 kilograms. Total weight, 199 kilograms, successfully passing. Yin Shueting is so attentive. The girls work with such finesse. Yin Shueting waved at the camera, sharing smiles of joy with her teammates. The Guanzhou father-daughter duo and the Jiang Shui mother-son pair returned shortly thereafter, yielding to one another at the campsite entrance before stepping onto the scale together. Guanzhou team, 65 kilograms, 78 kilograms. Jiang Shui team, 59 kilograms, 82 kilograms. Last to arrive was Xinghe, bearing an oversized trash bag slung over his shoulder, his forehead dampened with sweat, his steps slightly unsteady. The staff placed the bag on the scale, and the numbers announced left everyone momentarily stunned. 83 kilograms. An individual weight of 83 kilograms? Xinghe, you are amazing. Minli promptly twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it over, watching as Xinghe downed nearly half the bottle, then gave him a thumbs up. Congratulations to everyone for exceeding the task, Xinghe exclaimed enthusiastically through the megaphone. Despite a minor mishap this afternoon, the director has decided that all have qualified. The campsite erupted into cheers. Xinghe smiled and gestured for silence before announcing, tonight's reward is an outdoor barbecue feast, which will be arranged immediately. Absolutely fantastic. We've finally waited for this. Long live the director. I'm utterly exhausted and now crave nothing more than a feast on meat. Amidst the resounding cheers, the sun has fully descended behind the mountains. As the night deepens, several barbecue grills have been set up in the campsite. The flickering glow of the charcoal casting a warm light in the dimness. The ambience is simply enchanting, evoking a sense of joy. The gathering around the crackling grill is filled with laughter and the sizzling sound of meat cooking. Occasionally, a splash of oil will incite playful laughter and evasive movements. The director, unbeknownst to when he removed his hat, is intently flipping squid skewers in his hands. Yoko navigates through the crowd, balancing a mountain of plates. Who wants enoki mushrooms? Be careful, they're hot. The evening breeze carries the scent of distant pine forests. Someone raises a beverage can, its metallic surface reflecting the dancing flames. Cheers to today, even though I almost fell into a mud pit this afternoon. The clinking of cans resonates crisply against the night. The firelight illuminates the faces of the crew, filled with merriment. Some animatedly recount amusing tales from the day's tasks, while others listen quietly, smiles gracing their lips. When it comes to barbecuing, it must be Teacher-Yu. Sichuan exclaims, so delicious, I could eat 100 skewers. Everyone's gaze turns to the silent figure, deftly tending the skewers. Minli is slightly bent over, his concentration akin to that of an artist perfecting a masterpiece. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the meat skewers receive even heat over the charcoal. As the fat drips and flames leap, he calmly sprinkles a handful of cumin. The aroma bursts forth, making it hard to resist swallowing. Remarkable. Teacher-Yu, your skills are too good to be kept from a restaurant. Grill some more, grill some more. Minli smiles at the praise and casually hands a cooked chicken wing to Wenjing. Wenjing, in perfect harmony, assists by timely offering chili powder, honey glaze, or replacing the charcoal. He takes a bite, nodding in satisfaction. The two communicate effortlessly with just a glance or a gesture, understanding each other's needs without words. Xinghe and Sichuan continue to flit between the grill and the crowd, acting as servers. Teacher-Yu, another 10 beef skewers. Director, another 20 squid. Coming right up, replies the director. As the food on the grill gradually diminishes, it is continuously replenished. Corn, steamed bun slices, bubbling cheese sausages. Each perfectly cooked item elicits small cheers. The night grows deeper, yet the warmth of the charcoal remains. This scene is simply too beautiful. I must capture it as a wallpaper. Barbecue under the starry sky. Is there anything more healing than this? Even though I'm merely watching them eat, I feel such happiness. I adore this genuine atmosphere of warmth. It's been a long time since I've seen stars so bright. Someone softly murmurs this sentiment, and the group instinctively looks up. Against the deep blue canvas of the sky, the Milky Way stretches clearly across, with diamond-like stars scattered densely. So close it feels as though one could reach out and pluck a handful. The ruckus of the barbecue has gradually quieted down. The charcoal fire occasionally crackles, sending a few sparks soaring upwards, as if yearning to merge with the vast sea of stars above. The evening breeze carries a refreshing chill, yet it cannot disperse the profound tranquility that fills my chest at this moment. My life should be spent indulging in such moments, Guan Yuanyuan remarked. I too cherish this kind of existence, so carefree and unburdened, Sichuan responded. You are still young. It is we, the seasoned elders, who ought to embrace such a life. Sure digested. Who says so? I believe anyone can choose this way of living. Pei Xiaoyun gently nudged Shurdai's arm, her tone a playful scold. Yet her eyes reflected the warmth of the glowing embers. Nearby, Yin Shuiting hugged her knees, her voice soft. I also enjoy chatting and barbecuing with everyone. I used to be immersed in the film crew every day. It feels like ages since I simply looked at the stars and talked with my parents like this. Silly child. Yinny pulled her daughter close, tenderly patting her shoulder. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead. When you have your break, we shall visit that island you've always wanted to see, shall we? Xiao Qiong nodded in agreement, her gaze never straying from her wife and daughter. Jiang Shui quietly listened, the firelight dancing across her gentle face. She spoke softly, her words imbued with maternal warmth and reflection. I used to think that as children grow up and carve out their own worlds, the roles of parents diminish. In our involvement lessons, observing Xinghe immersed in work all the time, my heart ached, fearing the burdens he bore and his solitude. She paused, her gaze shifting to her son beside her, her eyes glimmering with emotion. Being able to share this time together, witnessing him relax and laugh with everyone, brings me a profound sense of peace and joy. Xinghe had been quietly absorbing his mother's words, and at that moment he raised his eyes, reaching out to gently grasp her hand. Beneath the firelight, his typically aloof and stern features were softened with a rare gentleness. Minli listened to the discussions around him, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He glanced at Wenjing beside him, the flickering light casting dynamic shadows on his sharply defined profile. He raised an eyebrow, his voice low yet audible. "So, President Liu, have you unexpectedly found yourself more relaxed during this program?" Wenjing withdrew his gaze from the starry sky to meet Minli's. The glow of the embers illuminated his eyes, dissolving the usual depths of tranquility into a hint of subtle warmth. He did not respond immediately, merely offering a faint acknowledgement that was almost swallowed by the crackling fire. Yet, Minli understood. He noticed the barely perceptible relaxation in Wenjing's jawline and the loosening grip on the chicken skewer. After a moment, Wenjing finally spoke, his tone deep and steady, yet imbued with a touch more warmth than before. "It has indeed been a long time since I simply gazed at the stars like this." Xinghe leaned in, saying, "Dad, let us travel more often in the future." Minli nodded in agreement, affirming his suggestion. Not far away, Director Toast quietly lifted his phone, capturing the moment in his album. Amidst the flames, the eyes of everyone sparkled like stars. Chapter 47. My two favorite chapters. Let us put on a show for everyone, Sichuan exclaimed, springing up from his chair and stepping into the illuminated circle cast by the bonfire, his eyes alight with joy akin to a sky full of stars. "Who can sing the brightest star in the night sky? Join me in a duet." "I can," a clear male voice rang out. Xinghe stood up and, under the gaze of the crowd, walked towards Sichuan. His expression remained calm, yet his steps were resolute. "Director, may I borrow a guitar?" Xinghe turned to Director Toast, who sat at the periphery, his tone casual and familiar. "Of course." Director Toast immediately responded with a smile, magically producing a wooden guitar from behind him, clearly having anticipated this moment. Xinghe accepted the guitar and simply tested a couple of notes. As he slightly lowered his head to adjust the strings, his tousled hair fell forward, casting gentle shadows in the firelight. Sichuan stood half a step beside him, watching intently, a smile dancing on his lips. Fingers glided over the strings, and a melodious prelude flowed forth, imbued with the unique warmth of the bonfire. Sichuan inhaled deeply, raising his hand like an impassioned conductor. "Come, everyone who can sing, join in." The bright voices surged forth first, followed by Xinghe's deep, resonant harmony. The two voices intertwined like two breezes chasing each other through the night. More and more people were drawn in, softly joining the melody. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the solitude and sighs of those who gaze up at it? Can it remember the shadow that walked beside me, lost to the wind? I pray for a transparent heart and tearful eyes. Grant me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies. Whenever I lose sight of my existence, whenever I wander in the dark of night, O brightest star in the night sky, please guide me closer to you. Witnessing such a beautiful moment, Minli hummed softly to the tune, suddenly feeling fortunate to have arrived here. At least in this moment, he was free from the loneliness, confusion, and financial constraints of his past life. At least now, he could simply and peacefully be moved by a melody. He instinctively curved his lips into a smile and turned his head, only to meet Wenjing's gaze. The latter had been watching him for some time, his eyes appearing particularly deep and serene in the firelight, a faint yet unmistakable smile gracing his lips. Minli's heart stirred, but before he could respond, applause drowned out his thoughts. As the song concluded, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. "So beautiful! Wow, that was amazing! I declare, where did our son go to? A masterpiece in my heart. Oh, how I wish we could all gather and play together after the show." The charm of ensemble performances. I'll dance a little. Guan Yuanyuan leaped up, pulling Yin Shiweting along. Sister Shiweting, shall we dance the piece we practiced yesterday? Sure. Yin Shiweting beamed with a radiant smile, rising gracefully to her feet while effortlessly gathering her cascading hair into a neat bun. The two began to dance spontaneously before the bonfire, with Guan Yuanyuan's humming providing a melodic backdrop, and Yin Shiweting's twirls radiating like twinkling stars. Everyone, come join us, Guan Yuanyuan exclaimed with a joyful laugh. Absolutely, responded Shi Chuan, nearly bouncing as he leaped into the circle of dancers. We shall join as well. Xiao Qiong added with a cheerful grin, gentlemanly extending a hand to his wife, Yin Yi. She placed her hand in his, their eyes meeting in a shared smile. And as they rose, their steps bore a hint of the youthful lightness they once possessed. Zhuang Hanji's guitar transitioned seamlessly into a lively strumming, infused with rhythm. Several middle-aged observers, who had remained seated, could no longer resist. They nudged one another playfully, laughing as they stepped into the illuminated dance floor encircled by the bonfire. Aunt Yang, director, teachers from the production team, don't just stand there, Yin Shiweting called out, her cheeks flushed as she waved enthusiastically. Yu Minli, holding Pei Xiaoyan's hand, swayed gently to the beat. Their steps were uncomplicated, yet they shared an unspoken warmth. The flickering flames elongated and intertwined the shadows of all present, merging into a soft, warm silhouette. Xinghe, you should join the fun, Yu Minli urged, glancing at the eager yet slightly hesitant youth beside him. Lu Xinghe cast a brief glance at his father, Lu Wenjing, then at the vibrant crowd, his toes instinctively tapping in time with the rhythm. Yu Minli read the youth's desire to participate, coupled with a fear of being out of place, and recognized the invisible restraint imposed by both himself and Lu Wenjing, who had yet to rise. With a light-hearted tone and a teasing lilt, he encouraged, "Go on. Don't hesitate. Your father has an injury, and I'll stay here with him. We want to join." Lu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Yu Minli, then quickly glanced at his father. Lu Wenjing gave a nearly imperceptible nod. The last trace of hesitation faded from the boy's face, replaced by a brilliant smile as he exclaimed with fervor, "Yes." He darted into the crowd like a liberated bird. Yu Minli chuckled softly, shaking his head as he turned to fetch two folding chairs nearby, along with 2 bottles of chilled soda, glistening with condensation. With a soft pop, he opened a bottle and handed it to Lu Wenjing before settling beside him. Not far away, the crowd had formed a large circle, linking arms and shoulders, their steps a jubilant jumble. Zhuang Hanji, guitar in hand, led the exuberance at the forefront, his melodic notes bursting forth with fervor and infectious energy. The dancing flames illuminated every sweat-drenched, joyous face, blending the sounds of singing, laughter, footsteps, guitar strumming, and the crackling of burning wood into the most vibrant and rich soundtrack of the night. The dance no longer required an audience. Joy itself became the sole rhythm. Yu Minli sipped his icy soda, the bubbles bursting delightfully on his tongue with a hint of sweetness. He reclined comfortably in his chair, casting a sideways glance at Lu Wenjing, who was also gazing at the lively throng, his profile appearing remarkably tranquil amidst the flickering light. The ambience is truly delightful. Tears of joy threaten to spill forth. I long to share a barbecue with my family and friends, to dance by the flickering flames. This feeling, characterized by laughter, playful banter, and the quiet companionship of others, encapsulates the most precious moments in life. My screenshot key has been pressed countless times. Every frame tonight deserves to be a wallpaper. I wish time could freeze at this very instant. Yu Minli suddenly turned to Lu Wenjing and said, "Old Lu." He paused, his voice cutting through the surrounding clamor with remarkable clarity, imbued with a rare sense of relaxation. "Do you think, many years from now, we will still remember this evening?" Lu Wenjing, hearing his name, slowly turned his head, his gaze shifting from the dancing flames to Yu Minli. In his usually unfathomable eyes, the contours of Yu Minli's face were distinctly reflected at that moment. "We will," he replied succinctly, yet with unwavering certainty. The night breeze caressed them, bringing a hint of coolness and tousling Yu Minli's fringe. He refrained from probing further, instead gently clinking his soda bottle against Lu Wenjing's. The soft chime was drowned out by the joyous revelry surrounding them, yet it felt like a small promise resonating within the silence between the two. As the campfire dwindled, voices softened. The group tidied up the remnants of their gathering, retreating in pairs to their respective tents. Whispers and laughter ebbed away like the receding tide, gradually fading into the deep, velvety night. The tent shared by Yu Minli and his companions was pitched a little farther away. Once the flap was drawn, the chaos of the outside world was veiled by a thin layer of fabric, leaving only their gentle breaths and the rustle of cloth. Yu Minli and Lu Wenjing lay side by side on the moisture-resistant mat, cocooned in their sleeping bags. The darkness was not absolute, a faint glimmer. A distant remnant of the campfire and the stars filtered through the tent's small window, faintly outlining the blurred contours of the tent's interior. Yu Minli lay awake, fixated on the indistinct light spot. Beside him, Lu Wenjing's breathing was steady, yet he sensed that his companion was also awake. "Old Lu," he called softly again, his voice resonating clearly in the confined space, tinged with a muffled nasal tone typical of someone lying down. Lu Wenjing responded, his reply brief yet softer than usual, lingering in the stillness. Yu Minli hesitated, seemingly searching for the right words, not intending to be dismissive. After he spoke, he felt a sudden awkwardness and added, "I didn't mean to neglect you." A brief silence enveloped them. Lu Wenjing did not respond immediately. The sound of fabric shifting indicated that he had slightly turned. Yu Minli sensed his gaze upon him in the darkness, even though visibility was obscured. His heart raced. In the darkness, his senses were heightened. He could hear his own slightly hurried breaths and felt the subtle tension in Lu Wenjing's body. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the silence itself bore a significant weight. "I understand." Lu Wenjing finally spoke, his tone steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. "Have you developed feelings for me?" Yu Minli deftly shifted the conversation. Lu Wenjing could feel his breath hitch for a moment, his Adam's apple involuntarily rolling slightly. In the darkness, the faint scent of passion fruit pheromones that belonged to Yu Minli seemed to intensify, intertwining with the crisp aroma of cedar that enveloped him. His fingertips unconsciously tightened, grasping the edge of his clothing, the knuckles paling slightly. The suppressed desire within him stirred, as if this very sentence had drawn it out, slowly coursing through his veins. He did not respond immediately, but instead focused his gaze squarely upon Yu Minli's face. Those eyes, always sharp and piercing, softened somewhat in the shadows, and his voice, lower than usual, carried a barely perceptible huskiness. "Why would you think that?" Yu Minli's tone was laced with a hint of playfulness, floating in the still air. "Then why don't you refute it?" A faint laugh escaped Lu Wenjing's throat as he leaned closer, the distance between them shrinking to a point where they could hear each other's heartbeats. He raised a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against Yu Minli's cheek, the warmth accompanied by a subtle tremor. "Refute what?" His breath caressed Yu Minli's ear, infused with the cold fragrance of cedar. "Should he refute you, or refute myself?" Yu Minli realized he had been careless, asking too soon. This older man was far more astute than he had anticipated. "Just say whether it's true or not." "It is true," Lu Wenjing replied, offering no further explanation, merely stating the fact. Indeed, at that moment, Yu Minli felt his heart leap as if a stone had been cast into a still lake, causing ripples that reverberated violently within his chest, shaking his eardrums. In the darkness, the warmth of Lu Wenjing's fingertips lingered upon his cheek, its heat almost making him retract his neck. He opened his mouth, the carefully crafted words dissolving into chaos, and ultimately, he managed to stammer out, "When did this happen?" "A long time ago." Lu Wenjing lowered his gaze, his voice even more tranquil than the night itself. "And you? Do you still like me?" Yu Minli's mind buzzed. The phrase "a long time" echoed in his thoughts, reverberating relentlessly. How long was a long time? Lu Wenjing's hand remained unchanged, fingertips still pressed against his skin, as if confirming the warmth of a cherished porcelain piece that had been lost and found. Under such intense scrutiny, the habitual rebellion within Yu Minli surfaced unexpectedly. He cleared his throat, deliberately turning his head away, adopting a tone that was light and airy, almost involuntary. Of course not. He paused, as if to bolster his conviction, adding, "Who would like someone as old as you?" The word old slipped from his lips, causing his heart to skip a beat, a pang of guilt washing over him. Yet, the words had been spoken and could not be taken back. He dared not meet Wenjing's gaze. Instead, stiffening his neck and feeling the slight pause of the fingertips upon his cheek, the air seemed to freeze for a second. Then, he heard Wenjing emit a soft chuckle, devoid of discernible emotion, yet it sent shivers down the nape of Minli's neck. "Is that so?" Wenjing murmured, the intonation blurring the line between inquiry and declaration. He did not withdraw. Instead, he leaned in closer, so near that Minli could discern the shadow cast by his lowered eyelashes. Now Wenjing's voice dropped even lower, his breath almost searing against Minli's lips, imbued with a dangerous calm that seemed to see through everything. "What are you hiding from?" The lies, in such proximity and under such an intense gaze, felt as fragile as a layer of window paper, easily pierced. Minli's breath became utterly disordered. Those three words, "what are you hiding from?" bound him like an invisible rope, restraining all instincts to retreat. Wenjing's breath was tantalizingly near, the crisp scent of cedar mingling with something more fervent, more intimate, enveloping him completely. That gaze felt tangible, heavy as it imprinted itself upon his face, leaving him with nowhere to conceal himself. Indeed, he was hiding. His body was more honest than his mind. As Wenjing approached once more, his spine instinctively tightened, pressing against the edge of the sleeping bag. Yet in this confined space, there was no retreat. He attempted to regain his voice, but could only produce a dry syllable. His throat felt constricted with pain, and the places where Wenjing's fingertips had grazed his cheeks burned with an intensity akin to a wildfire, spreading all the way to his ears. Wenjing did not grant him the opportunity to formulate words. He had already moved, not forward, but rather he leaned in more completely. The shadow enveloped him entirely, with an irresistible force. Minli felt a weight on his lips, warm and softer than he had anticipated, yet imbued with an undeniable determination, pressing down with perfect precision. His mind erupted in chaos, completely shutting down. He kissed back instinctively. Wenjing's kiss began heavily, laden with a long-suppressed meaning, but soon that intensity softened, evolving into a delicate and lingering caress, as if he were meticulously tracing the contours of Minli's lips, savoring his breath. Minli passively endured, his fingers unconsciously clenching the sleeping bag beneath him. He nearly forgot to breathe. Just as the air in his lungs was about to wane, Wenjing pulled back slightly, their noses brushing against one another, breaths intertwining, ardent and humid. In the darkness, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if harboring two clusters of dim fire. Now, Wenjing's voice was husky, laced with the breathlessness of their kiss. "Don't say you dislike it." His tone resembled that of an injured fawn, yearning for its owner's affection. Yet his domineering gaze led Minli to believe it was merely an illusion. Minli's breathing quickened, the remnants of their kiss lingering on his lips, a mixture of warmth and tingling sensation. He gazed into Wenjing's eyes, which reflected faint glimmers that seemed capable of consuming everything. All his bravado, stubbornness, and panic were utterly shattered within that kiss. Chapter 49. The first step to winning back a lover, Minli finally regained his senses, unable to endure any longer, and launched a counterattack. With a resounding thud, he slammed his forehead against the chin of the impudent man before him. "Who permitted you to kiss me?" His voice was urgent and hoarse, fraught with a hint of vexation, as his forehead collided with Wenjing's jaw with considerable force, causing both of them to emit a muffled grunt. Wenjing cradled his chin, the pain forcing him back into his seat. After a considerable pause, his voice emerged hoarse from the impact. What if I had been seriously injured? He felt no anger. Rather, his thoughts wandered off course. Did permission imply he could contemplate how to kiss? Wenjing, you scoundrel. He found himself at a loss for words, wanting to curse but deeming it too mild. The term bastard felt insufficiently satisfying. Thus, he could only flail and push against the man beside him. "Do not approach me." He used both hands and feet, lacking any finesse, merely wishing to distance this source of dangerous heat. The sleeping bag restricted his movements, making his attempts feel as harmless as floundering against Wenjing. He had no desire to be pushed out of the sleeping bag like that. The force behind the push was negligible, almost endearing in its playful defiance. With effortless ease, Wenjing extended his long arm, bypassing the feeble barrier, and enveloped the other entirely in his embrace. The motion was decisive, imbued with an undeniable strength. Minli was caught off guard. A startled gasp lodged in his throat as he collided with a solid, warm chest. The crisp scent of cedar enveloped him, more intense and direct than ever before. He froze, all movement abruptly halting as if someone had pressed the pause button. Wenjing. He struggled to lift his head, intending to glare at him, but in this position, his face nearly brushed against the curve of the other's neck. The angle allowed him only a clear view of Wenjing's jawline and the slight movement of his Adam's apple. Minli wrestled a couple more times, but to no avail. Instead, he found himself pulled even tighter. "Do not move." Wenjing's voice resonated from above, deep and steady, with a barely perceptible huskiness. His arms tightened further, enclosing Minli securely, the two of them separated only by layers of fabric, with scarcely any gap between them. "If you move again, I cannot guarantee that my actions will remain less brazen than before." This was a warning, yet it felt more like an ambiguous promise. Warm breath cascaded over Minli's crown, sending a shiver down his spine. Indeed, Minli dared not move. It was not fear, but rather a complex sensation that quickened his heartbeat. He could distinctly feel the steady, powerful rhythm of Wenjing's heart beneath his chest, each beat contrasting sharply with the chaotic tempo of his own. "Let me go," he murmured, muffled against Wenjing's chest, lacking any authority, only embarrassment and a hint of feeble protest. "I will not." Wenjing's response was firm, even adjusting his position to ensure their bodies fit more comfortably, resting his chin gently atop Minli's head. "I was wrong. I should not have acted that way just now." Wenjing quickly apologized, though his intentions remained mischievous. His apology flowed too smoothly, rendering it insincere. He only regretted the kiss, not the current embrace, and thus his grip subconsciously tightened. Damn it! Minli found himself utterly outmatched, unable to speak or fight back, and incapable of breaking free. What could he do? He longed to yield, but did not wish to grant this scoundrel satisfaction so easily. Turning his face away, he chose to disregard the man. "Can't you allow me to pursue you?" "This is merely the first step," Wenjing spoke again. "Who permitted you to pursue me?" Minli was almost amused to the point of laughter by his words, yet trapped in his embrace and unable to escape. That momentary ire swiftly transformed into a different, searing emotion coursing through his body. "I wish to pursue you," Wenjing said, his tone unwavering, filled with earnest longing. "Can you grant me this opportunity?" He deliberately paused, sensing the instant tautness of Minli's body within his grasp. Minli's ears burned with heat. He was certain that Wenjing was being deliberate. This older man, typically as stoic as a stone, was unexpectedly insufferable in matters such as these. "No," he bit out through clenched teeth, falling silent thereafter. He had come to a profound understanding of the adage, the more one says, the more one errs. Wenjing did not expect him to acquiesce. He merely maintained his embrace, his palm gliding slowly and gently across Minli's back, akin to soothing a ruffled cat. Inside the tent, only the intertwined sounds of their breathing remained. Wenjing buried his head in the crook of Minli's neck, his voice carrying a hint of playful affection. "Ali, you may stipulate any conditions, so long as I can pursue you." The term Ali brushed against the most sensitive chord of Minli's heart, like a feather unexpectedly tickling his soul. Wenjing's voice, already deep, now bore a deliberately softened, almost coaxing tone, resonating in Minli's neck. His warm breath scorching the skin and igniting a fire that traveled down his spine. Every drop of blood in Minli seemed to rush to the spot being caressed. He stood there frozen, even holding his breath. Wenjing was being playful? This realization struck him with more force than a kiss or an embrace. The typically composed and somewhat aloof Wenjing, at this moment, resembled a large dog nuzzling against his neck, uttering the most unabashed of words in the softest of tones. "You, shut up." Minli's voice trembled, a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Who gave you permission to call me that? And furthermore, who would set conditions for you? How should I address you then?" Wenjing inquired, lifting his head slightly, his lips nearly brushing against Minli's ear, his breath hot. "Minli? Madam? Or perhaps, darling?" The last two words were whispered so softly, yet they felt like hooks, sharply tugging at Minli's heart. His ears blushed crimson, and he abruptly turned his head in an attempt to evade that maddening breath, only to expose more of his vulnerable neck to Wenjing's lips. "None of that. You are not allowed to call me that," he nearly shouted, but being ensnared in the embrace diminished the force of his outburst, rendering it more akin to a feeble whimper. Moreover, he dared not raise his voice too high, fearing it might disturb the neighboring Xinghe. Wenjing chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating in his chest. He did not pursue the topic of names further, but returned to the initial query. "What about the conditions? Will you truly not mention them? Once this opportunity is missed, it may never return." His tone was laced with coaxing, as if indulging a capricious yet cherished child. "Willing to offer any price." Minli bit his lower lip, his thoughts a chaotic tangle. Conditions? What was this? A negotiation regarding the qualifications for pursuit? Wenjing's tone was so earnest, imbued with an almost reverent anticipation he had never encountered before, that the rebellious refusals lodged in his throat could not be uttered. Silence enveloped the tent, punctuated only by the gentle caress on his back and the breaths that were tantalizingly close, signaling a wordless tug of war and a wait. After a long pause, Minli finally squeezed out a response through clenched teeth, awkwardly declaring, "No more sudden kisses." "All right." Wenjing quickly acquiesced, even adding, "I shall apply in advance from now on. Not in front of others." Minli's voice dropped even lower. "Which way?" Wenjing asked deliberately, sensing the sudden stiffness of the person in his embrace, before chuckling softly. "All right, only when it's just us. I need to think for a long time," Minli concluded, a hint of stubbornness creeping in as he sought to regain his composure. Wenjing fell silent for a moment. Then, with a feather-light touch, pretended his lips accidentally grazed the unprotected skin on Minli's neck, leaving behind a soft kiss. It was not one of passion, but rather a gentle seal of affection. "All right," his voice was tender enough to draw tears. "I will wait, no matter how long it takes." Minli fell silent. He buried his burning face into the sleeping bag, unconsciously curling his fingers around the fabric. The terms had been set, delineating a blurred boundary. Yet beyond that boundary lay Wenjing's poised advances, while within it resided the fortress he had already surrendered. It felt as if he had dug a pit for himself, one that he knew could shatter him upon descent. Yet he had already begun to relish the warmth at its depths. Wenjing did not press further. He merely tightened his embrace, cradling the world's most fragile and precious treasure. Before Minli completely succumbed to slumber, he drowsily mused, "This old man never intended to give me any room to refuse from the very beginning." Wenjing's lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Indeed, he would offer no retreat once the subject was broached. Chapter 50. The request for a good morning kiss. Minli awoke to a solid and warm sensation pressing against him. As his consciousness slowly emerged, he found himself nestled against a broad chest. Blurrily lifting his gaze, he was met with the sight of a prominent Adam's apple, gently rising and falling with each steady breath. The soft morning light filtered through the tent's window, casting a delicate outline on the skin, highlighting a tiny, dark brown mole beside the Adam's apple. That small dark spot against the pale skin exuded an inexplicable allure. Minli's gaze lingered there, his sleepiness dissipating, though his heart faltered unexpectedly. A ridiculous yet vivid thought flared in his mind. "I want to kiss it." "Then kiss it," came the low, amused voice from above, shattering the serene morning air. Minli stiffened, blood rushing to his cheeks, igniting a warmth in his ears. He quickly averted his gaze, wishing he could hide his entire face within the confines of the sleeping bag. Who thought of that?" "I heard you say it in your heart." Minli felt an overwhelming sense of shame, almost forgetting that this person could hear his innermost thoughts. His voice was muffled, tinged with the raspiness of just waking and the embarrassment of being seen through, lacking any confidence. Who? Who wants to kiss? I was just still asleep. Above him, Wenjing chuckled softly, his voice also carrying the hoarseness of awakening along with a hint of delight. He did not expose Minli's clumsy denial, but instead shifted his slightly numb arm, embracing the person in his arms more comfortably. Yes, I was just still asleep. He echoed Minli's words with a tone of indulgence, dreaming that my dearly wanted to kiss me. Who is your dear? Minli, both embarrassed and annoyed, attempted to escape the blush-inducing embrace, but as soon as he moved, he felt the arm around his waist tighten. Don't move. Wenjing's voice deepened with a hint of warning. If you move again, you will face the consequences. Minli immediately froze. After last night, he understood all too well what those consequences entailed. He dared not move again, only indignantly burying his face back into Wenjing's chest, mumbling, "Let go. I want to get up." "It's still early," Wenjing replied, glancing at the faint morning light filtering through the tent. They had not yet risen. "Then let us sleep a little longer," he interrupted, his tone leaving no room for argument, though he softened his voice. "Or perhaps we could have a little chat." "About what?" Minli asked warily. "Let us discuss." Wenjing paused, seemingly contemplating, his fingertips unconsciously tracing gentle circles on Minli's back, "The conditions you mentioned last night. Did I misunderstand any part?" At his words, Minli immediately recalled his naive stipulations and Wenjing's tender promise of waiting as long as it took. Heat surged back to his ears. "No," he replied in a muffled voice. Wenjing's breath drew nearer, warm and brushing against Minli's forehead. "Regarding the privileges during the courtship period, I would like to add one more request." "What?" Minli instinctively looked up, only to meet those deep, captivating eyes. In the soft morning light, the emotions within those eyes were clearer than the night before, gentle and focused, nearly drowning him in their depths. Wenjing gazed at him, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smile. "I request a good morning kiss," he articulated slowly, each word laced with the unique clarity of the morning and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation, a very innocent kind, on the forehead or the cheek, you choose. Minli's heart raced uncontrollably. This older man, he managed to make such a lewd request sound so fresh and refined. And he was asking him to choose? Choose what? He opened his mouth, wanting to refuse, to scold him for being so insatiable. Yet, gazing into Wenjing's face, seeing the unabashed softness and yearning directed solely at him in his eyes, those words lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. The air fell silent, filled only with their gradually synchronizing breaths. After a long pause, Minli suddenly shut his eyes, as if surrendering, and swiftly, with a barely perceptible force, brushed his lips against Wenjing's chin. It was a fleeting contact. Then, he quickly buried his flushed face against Wenjing's chest once more. Like an ostrich refusing to lift its head, his voice barely a whisper, "I've chosen. Now to go back to sleep." Wenjing was momentarily stunned. The gentle touch upon his chin, as light as a feather, carried the unique essence of Minli. Though fleeting, it surged through his body like an electric current. Immediately, an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction washed over him, causing a slight tingling in his heart. He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating, and drew the bashful figure nestled in his arms closer, as if wishing to fuse them into his very being. He placed a tender kiss atop their head, his voice imbued with a contented mirth. "Let us indulge in a little more sleep." Xinghe felt an inexplicable strangeness in the atmosphere of the camp that morning. Besides the crisp scent of dew on the grass and trees, there lingered a hint of taut sweetness he could not quite articulate. A subtle heaviness pervaded the air, which, though clear, seemed to be entangled with invisible threads binding the three of them. His father, Minli, emerged from the tent with a flushed face, not from the sun, but a delicate blush emanating from beneath the skin, creeping down to his ears. The usually boisterous individual who eagerly orchestrated breakfast was unusually quiet today, solely focused on tending the stove. Xinghe's father, Wenjing, was even more peculiar. Typically reticent, he was today particularly sparing with words, hardly uttering a sound. He silently inspected their gear and organized their belongings with his usual steadiness and efficiency. Yet, Xinghe keenly observed his father's seemingly concentrated gaze, which would occasionally, if only briefly, dart toward the figure busily engaged nearby, head bowed. That gaze was profound and serene, like the undercurrents beneath a placid lake. Each time it flicked away, the tips of his father's ears seemed to redden further. Xinghe nibbled on a slice of bread, observing discreetly. The back of his father's hand recoiled slightly when it inadvertently brushed against his during a water handoff. His father's eyes flitted away when he casually arranged a tangled sleeping bag. Ah, Xinghe understood. He leisurely swallowed the last morsel of bread. It was not a quarrel nor a petty disagreement. It was something thicker, a substance requiring him to maintain a slight distance. As Minli turned to fetch the water bottle, Xinghe swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Wenjing. The youth's bright eyes sparkled with mischief and an unspoken understanding. He silently mouthed, "Is it done?" Wenjing continued folding the tent with a steady hand, only slightly lifting his gaze to meet his son's, their eyes brushing against one another momentarily. On his typically impassive face, a barely perceptible smile graced the corner of his lips. He did not speak, but subtly shook his head, the gesture so slight it was nearly imperceptible. Then he lowered his eyelids and returned his task. The barely discernible smile, revealing a glimmer of certainty and patience akin to that of a seasoned hunter. The unspoken message was clear. Soon. Xinghe received the signal with clarity, a smile tugging at his own lips. He ceased his inquiries, turning his attention back to the figure squatting by the stove, whose neck was slightly flushed. With a cheerful tone, he called out, "Dad, is the water boiling?" Festi. Coming right up. Minli's voice followed closely, tinged with an unmistakable hint of disarray. At that moment, Yangzi's vibrant voice resonated through the loudspeaker, shattering the tense yet sweet tranquility. "Good morning, dear parents and children. Did you sleep well last night? Did you hear the owl singing?" The loudspeaker dispelled the subtle stillness. "Xinghe, the water is ready. Please fetch a cup for yourself." Minli's voice returned to its usual tone. Xinghe responded with a cheerful acknowledgement, moving over to pour water, catching a glimpse of his father, Wenjing, who had deftly packed his belongings and stood up. Wenjing's gaze lingered momentarily on Minli's retreating figure before shifting to the center of the camp, intently listening to the forthcoming announcements. "Please gather at the camp center. There is an important matter to discuss." Chapter 51. The instance of Yunshi village. As the crowd congregated in the heart of the camp, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual. Yangzi stood at the forefront, her face devoid of the usual cheerful demeanor, her brow etched with a degree of gravity. She raised her hand to quell the cacophony of murmurs. Speaking in a somber tone, "I sincerely apologize, everyone, but I must deliver some unfortunate news." Instantly, the crowd fell silent, dozens of eyes fixated upon her. Yangzi cleared her throat, her voice notably deeper than usual. "We have just received an urgent weather alert. A torrential downpour is expected in this area tonight, potentially accompanied by strong winds and the risk of localized geological disasters." As her words hung in the air, a wave of anxious murmurs surged through the crowd. "What? It looks so clear. How can it be a downpour? Geological disasters? Isn't that perilous? Oh no, an unexpected situation has arisen. Surely the production team did not foresee this. What a pity. We've only been here for 3 days. Everyone, please prioritize your safety." Yangzi raised her hand again to restore calm, continuing, "For everyone's safety, we must conclude this camping activity ahead of schedule. All tasks planned for this afternoon and evening are now canceled." Sighs of disappointment echoed in unison, but just as the crowd wallowed in regret, Yangzi shifted her tone, a smile finally gracing her lips. "However, I bring good news." She deliberately paused, heightening everyone's anticipation before announcing, "Our wilderness survival mission has officially concluded, and we are now embarking on a brand new village instance. The production team has collaborated with the villagers of an ancient village below. All subsequent tasks will take place in that century-old village. Additionally, transport has been arranged. In half an hour, everyone will depart in groups to descend the mountain. Yay! I thought this episode would end so abruptly. The ancient village instance. It sounds promising. A century-old village? Could there be treasure hunting tasks? I can already envision it. Everyone, please gather your belongings. Remember, safety first, be swift but remain calm. We will continue our adventure in the ancient village below. The instructions were clear, and the objective was defined. Each family promptly set to work. Half an hour later, the camp was nearly packed up, and families returned to the assembly point with their luggage. The shuttle bus has come to a halt on a nearby open space. Xinghe and several staff members are engaged in the final checks and arrangements. The sky remains a brilliant blue, bathed in sunlight, showing no signs of the impending storm. Yet, in the distance, a subtle layer of grayish-white clouds appears to be gathering, barely perceptible. The wheels traverse the last bumpy stretch of dirt road before finally coming to a stop. As the group disembarks, feeling somewhat dazed, they are instantly invigorated upon glimpsing the scene before them. Before their eyes lies a village built into the hillside. A serpentine path of slate winds upward, flanked by houses arranged in orderly rows, most of which retain their traditional earthen or brick structures, their walls mottled with the passage of time. Some rooftops are still adorned with old tiles, their eaves elegantly curving upward. Towering ancient trees stretch their branches from the courtyards, lush and verdant. At the village entrance stands an aged stone archway, its inscriptions becoming increasingly indistinct, adding to the sense of antiquity. In the distance, the faint sounds of roosters crowing, dogs barking, and the gentle murmuring of a stream can be heard. A chorus of awe escapes the group as they curiously glance around. Is this the century-old village? The atmosphere is absolutely enchanting. The slate paths, the old houses, the ancient trees. It feels like a leap back in time. It's exactly as I imagined. Perhaps even more charming. The village chief and several elders have been waiting beneath the archway. The chief, a sprightly elder dressed in simple cloth attire, wears a gentle smile. His eyes clear and bright. Beside him stand several similarly attired villagers, both men and women of various ages, all observing the newcomers with curiosity and warmth. Welcome to Xinghe Village. The chief steps forward, his voice soft yet resonant, gradually quieting the bustling crowd. I am the village chief, Chun. The director and Miss Yangzi have already informed us about the matters at hand. Though the heavens may bring unexpected storms, here in Xinghe Village, we may not have much, but we offer spaciousness and warm hearts. For the next few days, consider this place your home. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. His words are sincere and unadorned, devoid of excessive formality, yet they instill a sense of reassurance, prompting the villagers to nod in agreement, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. Yangzi quickly takes over the conversation. Thank you, Chief Chun, and thank you, dear villagers. We hope we're not imposing. Chief Chun nods. Accommodations have been arranged. They are tidy, empty houses prepared by our families. Let the children and their parents settle in and rest for a while. Have a sip of our village spring water to refresh yourselves. He gestures invitingly, and a cheerful woman in her 40s steps forward. Dear guests, please follow me. I will guide you to your lodgings. Along the way, I'll share more about our village. Yangzi smiles and nods, then turns to the group, clapping her hands to draw their attention. Welcome to Xinghe Village. For the next few days, this will be our new base. You have all traveled far, so let us settle in. The village has prepared several tidy old homes for us. While they may not match hotel standards, they are certainly clean and orderly, and we hope you will truly experience village life. Now, let the villagers first guide everyone to their accommodations to deposit their luggage and take a brief rest. In the afternoon, we will arrange for everyone to meet with the elders of the village to gain an understanding of the village's fundamental circumstances. There are no tasks scheduled for today. Everyone should take this time to relax, and we shall engage in suitable activities tomorrow. However, it is essential to note, Yoko tempered her smile, adopting a serious tone. We must refrain from being overly loud, as it may disturb the villagers' normal lives. This is their ancestral home, and we are merely guests. I hope everyone maintains decorum, respects local customs, and cherishes every blade of grass and every brick and tile here. Should there be any uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire with the local villagers guiding us. Under the leadership of Yoko and several villager guides, the group, laden with luggage, embarked upon the cobblestone path. The sound of their shoes tapping against the stones resonated crisply in the quiet village, accentuating the stillness. Occasionally, villagers peered from doorways or narrow alleys, their faces adorned with innocent curiosity, while some elders sat on small stools at their doorsteps, gently fanning themselves, quietly observing these unexpected visitors. "What a beautiful village!" Guan Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration, particularly enchanted by their attire, which radiated a rich folkloric essence. She pointed towards an elderly woman nearby, who was hanging laundry. The woman wore a deep indigo, hand-woven, cross-collared top paired with matching long trousers, the cuffs adorned with simple yet distinctive patterns. Her hair was elegantly styled in a smooth bun, secured with a wooden hairpin, exuding a charm that spoke of the passage of time. "Indeed, it is lovely, Yuanyuan." Yan Shueting's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Guan Yuanyuan, lowering her voice, though unable to conceal her excitement. "Why don't we suggest to the director that we try on some outfits? Capturing photographs would surely evoke a special ambience. Is that truly possible?" Guan Yuanyuan felt a flutter of excitement, but hesitated slightly, wondering if it might inconvenience them. "I concur," Sichuan interjected. "I also find these ethnic garments quite appealing. It would be wonderful to try them on." The group nodded in agreement. "Let's inquire about it," Minli suggested, already turning to seek out Yoko, who was walking ahead in the procession. "Yoko! Yoko!" Upon hearing their calls, Yoko paused, and after understanding their thoughts, she smiled and nodded. "That is indeed a splendid idea. Experiencing local attire is an integral part of immersing oneself in the culture. Once we are settled, I will discuss with the village chief and the elderly woman to see if we might borrow a few outfits for everyone to try on, or perhaps arrange a simple attire experience." Chapter 52. Fragments of Memory. I truly wish to pen something regarding Lu Wenjing, Minli, and Shaoxing as past. Thus, this chapter may not significantly link to the main storyline of the village narrative, but is merely a heartfelt reflection, compelling me to revisit their lives from over a decade ago. These fragments of memory may flit through Minli's mind like a fleeting panorama. As the city lights began to shimmer, traffic flowed like a weaving ribbon. Minli gripped the steering wheel, her fingertips lightly tapping upon it. Gazing at the elongated string of red tail lights ahead, her brow slightly furrowed. The car's Bluetooth emitted a few beeps, awaiting connection. "Hello, darling." The call connected, and Minli's voice bore a hint of post-work fatigue and evident anxiety. The performance at Xinghe was about to commence. Having just finished work, I found myself caught in traffic, and I would likely arrive a tad late, without time to purchase flowers. He paused, shifting to a tone of natural reliance. "Could you bring a bouquet of baby breath to pick us up after your shift? I'll head over first to cheer for Xinghe. Just come directly to the school auditorium when you arrive." On the other end, Lu Wenjing seemed to be in a meeting, with faint sounds of conversation in the background. "All right," he replied, his voice consistently deep and steady, devoid of any unnecessary questions or hesitation. "Be careful on the road. Don't rush. I'll finish up soon and buy flowers." "Yes, you too. Don't drive too fast," Minli admonished softly, his tone unconsciously softening. "I understand," Lu Wenjing responded briefly, seemingly letting out a light chuckle. "See you shortly." Upon Minli's arrival, the performance had yet to begin, and he felt a sense of relief as he sought out Lu Xinghe behind the stage. The backstage ambience was even more chaotic than the front. Children in colorful costumes scurried about, while the sounds of teachers' admonitions mingled with parents' encouraging words. In a corner, he found his little prince, Lu Xinghe, facing the wall, his small hands tightly gripping a paper with his solitary line. His lips silently mouthed the words repeatedly. The cape he wore was somewhat long, trailing on the ground, and the gems on his cardboard crown shimmered under the lights, exuding a cheap yet earnest brilliance. "Xinghe," Minli called softly. The small figure immediately turned around. Upon seeing his father, the large eyes that were once filled with tension brightened momentarily. only to be overshadowed by a deeper anxiety. He dropped the paper, rushing towards Yu Minli like a startled fawn, tightly embracing his father's leg, burying his face into his pants. "Daddy," came the muffled voice, laced with an imperceptible tremor. "I'm a bit scared." Yu Minli's heart softened, and he crouched down, enveloping his son in his arms. The little one's body was tense, his palms slightly clammy. "What are you afraid of?" "Tell Daddy," he said gently, patting his son's back. "I'm scared I'll forget my lines." Little Xinghe raised his head, his eyes rimmed with red. "I'm afraid of falling when I kneel, that the crown will fall off, and that the princess Wenjing wake up." He poured out a torrent of imagined calamities, his voice dwindling until he buried his face once more. "Isn't Daddy coming?" This layer of worry tugged at Yu Minli's heart. He sighed inwardly and spoke soothingly. "Father is at work, but he will do his utmost to arrive, even if he is a bit late. Isn't Daddy here with you? He will capture your most magnificent moments on camera to show you when he arrives." He cradled his son's small face, gently wiping away a hint of dampness from his eye. "Our Xinghe has practiced for so long. The lines are etched in your heart, aren't they? Let me tighten your crown a little. It won't fall off. The princess will surely awaken because you are the bravest, most loving prince." Little Xinghe sniffled, gazing into Yu Minli's warm and resolute eyes, his tense body gradually relaxing. He quietly asked, "Really?" "Of course." Yu Minli assisted him in readjusting the crown, meticulously tightening the straps and smoothing the cape. "Behold, the charming little prince. When the time comes for him to take the stage, just keep your gaze on your father, as you would during practice, all right?" "Yes." Little Xinghe nodded vigorously, his small hand clasping Yu Minli's fingers, seemingly drawing strength from that connection. The music from the front stage shifted in tone, signaling the imminent commencement of the performance. The teacher began calling the young actors to prepare for their entrance. Yu Minli embraced his son one last time, whispering gently in his ear, "Go for it, my prince." Little Xinghe took a deep breath, released his father's hand, puffed out his chest, and joined the procession towards the side curtain. Before turning away, he glanced back at Yu Minli, who stood firmly in place, giving him a thumbs up, his face radiating trust and encouragement. This was Lu Xinghe's inaugural performance on stage, where he was cast as a prince in the kindergarten graduation showcase. A simplified rendition of Snow White. Lu Xinghe had been chosen to portray the prince who ultimately awakens the princess. For a boy of his age, being a prince symbolized a dashing cape, a gleaming sword, and, most importantly, the task of awakening the princess before all the children and parents. Little Xinghe felt both exhilarated and immensely pressured. He rehearsed his soul line repeatedly. "In the name of true love, awaken, my princess," and practiced the gesture of kneeling on one knee, extending his hand in a gentle, supportive manner. The cape, fashioned from shimmering fabric remnants, became his most treasured possession, donned even at home as he strode confidently around. When it was the prince's turn to take the stage, the spotlight shone upon him. His small figure draped in a somewhat oversized cape, crowned and wielding a sword, as he made his way toward the sleeping Snow White. The audience fell silent, all eyes fixated on this little prince. Yu Minli held his breath, his palms slightly sweaty, yet the camera remained steadily focused on the stage. Little Xinghe paused beside the princess, where, according to the rehearsal, he was to kneel. However, perhaps overwhelmed by nerves, he initially stood stiffly for a couple of seconds before suddenly remembering the action, hastily bending down, but in his eagerness he knelt too forcefully, causing his body to sway slightly, nearly dislodging the crown atop his head. He quickly steadied it, this unanticipated movement eliciting a gentle ripple of laughter from the audience. Little Xinghe's ears he flushed crimson, yet he remained composed. He lifted his gaze toward the audience, where Yu Minli was nodding fervently, the camera's red light illuminating the moment. Drawing strength from this, he steadied himself once more, inhaled deeply, and with a voice still tender, yet striving for solemnity, he clearly enunciated the line he had practiced countless times. "In the name of true love, awaken, my princess." Upon finishing, he extended his gloved hand, gently touching the princess's arm. The princess stirred at the opportune moment, sitting up. The two children, following the script, stood hand in hand, facing the audience. A radiant smile of relief and achievement blossomed on little Xinghe's face, more dazzling than any spotlight. The applause thundered. Minli clapped vigorously, her eyes brimming with warmth. The camera relentlessly followed her son until the final curtain call. As the performance concluded, Wenjing arrived late, cradling a magnificent bouquet of baby-esque breath. The voluminous blossoms enveloped him, resembling a soft cloud or a cascade of twinkling stars. Wenjing's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, honing in on Minli and Xinghe. Upon seeing his son safe and radiant, while Minli gently leaned down to listen to his words, the tension in his shoulders subtly eased. He then stepped forward, and not far away, Minli caught sight of him. With a decisive flourish, she lifted little Xinghe and exclaimed, "The king of the little prince has arrived." At that moment, Wenjing was overwhelmed with joy, his heart swelling as he beheld his beloved family, his eyes filled with an uncontainable tenderness, causing his steps to lighten as he rushed toward happiness. Chapter 53. Copy of Yunxi Village 2. The villagers had arranged accommodations on a household basis, with the 5 groups of guests assigned to 5 neighboring homes, while the program staff resided in several nearby courtyards. Xinghe's group was placed in an ancient building with a southern-facing entrance and a small courtyard. The hosts, a couple in their 50s, surnamed Zhou, were warm-hearted and spoke little, yet moved with remarkable agility. Uncle Zhou had already carried their luggage into the east wing, while Aunt Zhou brought freshly boiled spring water in rustic ceramic bowls, steam wafting gently. Though the house is old, do not mind it. The bedding has been freshly aired and is clean, Aunt Zhou assured them in a strong rural accent, gesturing toward the wing. If you need anything, just call out in the main room. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt Zhou. We appreciate your hospitality. Minli quickly expressed her gratitude, to which Wenjing nodded respectfully. Xinghe curiously surveyed the distinctive ancient building. The small courtyard, paved with green bricks, was adorned with soft moss sprouting between the stones. In the corner, a cluster of balsam flowers bloomed vibrantly, while several strings of corn and red peppers hung from the eaves. The door to the main room stood open, revealing a simple square table and benches within, adorned with somewhat aged New Year paintings. The 2 East Wing rooms were exceptionally tidy, and Minli chose the larger one for herself and Wenjing, leaving the smaller room for Xinghe. As the 3 were arranging their modest belongings, a bright voice called from outside the courtyard gate. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhou, sorry to intrude." "Teacher Yu, Teacher Lu, Xinghe, are you there?" Xinghe was the first to dash outside. Aunt Yangzi entered the small courtyard with a smile, holding several neatly folded sets of clothing in striking indigo and white, embellished with colorful embroidery. "Am I interrupting your rest?" she inquired, glancing at Minli and Wenjing, who followed her out. "I spoke with the village chief, and we happen to have a few clean sets of traditional attire in suitable sizes. Since you just arrived, I thought you might like to try them on, get familiar, and perhaps take some photos for memories. I've delivered sets to the other families as well." She carefully placed 3 male outfits on the square table in the main room, revealing the customary styles of Yunxi Village. The men's attire consisting of a front-buttoned short jacket and loose trousers, while the women's outfits featured a diagonal collar top and a long skirt. The indigo fabric is heavy and crisp, framed with a pristine white border. The collar, cuffs, and hem are adorned with intricate embroidery of cloud patterns and floral motifs, with fine stitches that, while not ostentatious, radiate the warmth of craftsmanship and ethnic charm. Indeed, Xinghe curiously leaned closer, gently caressing the embroidered flowers on the garment, finding them beautiful, reminiscent of scenes from television. Minli also expressed a pleasant surprise, glancing at Wenjing, whose gaze fell upon the garments, scrutinizing them with a hint of caution as if assessing their craftsmanship. These were woven, dyed, and embroidered by the village women, preserved in excellent condition. Yangzi explained that while the sizes may not fit perfectly, the experience of wearing them should be enjoyable. The activities commencing tomorrow might involve traditional customs of the village, and it would be delightful to have a preview. What do you think? Would you like to try them on? Xinghe eagerly looked towards his 2 fathers. Minli chuckled, picking up a men's front-opening short jacket, gesturing. "Sounds good. Shall we give it a try?" Lu Wenjing did not oppose, silently consenting. Wonderful. You may change first, Yangzi said, moving towards the door, then, seemingly recalling something, turned back with a bright smile, adding, by the way, the production team decided not to stream live this afternoon. In the evening, the village chief plans to host a simple welcome bonfire gathering in the central open space of the village. It's not a grand affair, just a small gesture from the villagers to gather and warm up, welcoming us as new guests. Once you're ready, take a moment to rest, and follow Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou over when the time comes. She waved her hand. I won't disturb you further. I still have a few more houses to visit. With that, she departed with a light step, disappearing beyond the courtyard door. As her voice faded, the small courtyard returned to tranquility, accompanied only by the wind whispering through the eaves. Lu Wenjing picked up the indigo garment assigned to him, and with his other hand, naturally took hold of Yu Minli's wrist, whispering, "Let us change inside." Yu Minli was led into the room, feeling the warmth of Lu Wenjing's palm through his fingertips, causing his heart to skip a beat. Lu Xinghe, holding his own attire, followed behind, entering his room. Once inside, Lu Wenjing released his hand and turned to retrieve a small aluminum foil seal bag from the partially closed compartment of his suitcase, handing it to Yu Minli. His movements were fluid and natural, as if merely passing an ordinary item. Yu Minli accepted it, feeling the coolness of the familiar packaging of the suppressive patches. He looked up at Lu Wenjing, only to see him deftly remove his cotton shirt, revealing a well-defined, smooth torso. The afternoon light filtered through the wooden lattice windows, casting a dance of shadows on his broad shoulders and firm waist, his skin radiating a healthy whiteness. Lu Wenjing slightly turned, exposing the nape of his neck entirely to Yu Minli's gaze. That area of skin appeared more delicate compared to the rest, seemingly unremarkable at the moment. Yet his deep voice resonated in the quiet room, calmly stating, "I need a patch. Help me apply one." It was not a request, but a simple notification. Yu Minli held the small aluminum foil bag, his fingertips tingling slightly. "Must you always require my assistance, even for something as trivial as applying a patch? Do you not possess hands of your own?" Lu Wenjing smirked, resting his hands on Yu Minli's waist, a playful grin adorning his face. "Alternatively, we could forego the patch altogether. After all, your cycle has approached, and I am here with you." Upon hearing this, a rosy flush crept across Yu Minli's cheeks. "I would rather not," he retorted firmly, steadying his nerves. He tore open the packaging and retrieved the uniquely textured patch, exuding a subtle hint of mint. He stepped closer, almost able to feel the slightly elevated warmth radiating from Lu Wenjing's body, mingled with the cool, stable scent of cedarwood pheromones, now tinged with a barely perceptible, restless energy. Holding his breath, Yu Minli's fingertips brushed against the warm skin at the nape of Lu Wenjing's neck. He meticulously applied the patch to the slightly raised area, ensuring that the edges adhered perfectly, effectively minimizing the leakage of pheromones and aiding Lu Wenjing in stabilizing his impending physiological fluctuations. The entire process lasted mere seconds. Yet both remained silent. The room was so quiet that they could hear each other's gentle breaths and the distant sounds of the village beyond the window. Once the patch was secured, Yu Minli's fingers lingered at the edge of the patch, softly caressing the skin as a silent gesture of reassurance. Lu Wenjing's body subtly relaxed at this touch. "All done," Yu Minli murmured, retracting his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. Lu Wenjing lifted his gaze to meet Yu Minli's eyes, which were deep and focused, revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. Tension from the approaching cycle, the relaxation of being cared for, and a profound, singular focus that was reserved solely for Yu Minli. "Thank you," he said quietly, reaching for a deep indigo short coat. Yu Minli diverted his gaze, feeling warmth rise in his ears as he picked up his own garments. Once they had both changed, they stepped outside to find Lu Xinghe already donned in his indigo attire, peering curiously at the restless surface of the water in the basin. Standing side by side at the door of the wing, Yu Minli and Lu Wenjing, clad in indigo coarse fabric, appeared surprisingly harmonious. The crisp texture of the garments accentuated Yu Minli's composed demeanor, diminishing the scholarly aura, while the lapel, and white trim highlighted Lu Wenjing's figure, rendering it increasingly sharp. The deep blue complementing his austere temperament. In contrast, Lu Xinghe, wearing the same indigo ensemble, exuded a vibrant energy that radiated youthful exuberance. The fabric failing to conceal his spirited vitality, amplifying the brightness of the blue. Xinghe emerged from the main room, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the refreshed trio. "Oh my, just look at you all. These garments seem tailor-made for your physiques, truly fitting. You all look exceptionally handsome." Her laughter unfurled the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, lingering particularly on Lu Xinghe, whose attire enhanced the spirited charm typical of the children from Yunxi village. All three felt a twinge of bashfulness at the praise, and Minli was the first to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Xinghe. The clothes fit splendidly. We are all ready. If you're not busy, could you show us around the village? The venerable banyan tree and the sweet water, while you mentioned earlier, have piqued our interest immensely." His tone was gentle and courteous, expressing gratitude while seamlessly making a request, ensuring that the enthusiastic host did not feel neglected. Upon hearing this, Xinghe immediately responded with a warm smile. "No rush. The farm work was completed this morning, and now I have some free time. Come, I shall lead you there. That banyan tree is indeed our village's ancestral spirit, rich in vitality." As she spoke, she wiped her hands on her apron, turned to lock the door of the main room with swift movements, and added, "Follow me. I know this path well." With a familiar guide leading the way, they found their journey far superior to wandering about on their own. Minli glanced at Lu Wenjing, who subtly nodded in agreement. Chapter 54. Side story of Yunxi village. Amidst laughter and conversation, the group of four departed from the small courtyard. Xinghe, known for her hospitality, regaled them with tales of the village as they walked. The three listened attentively, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement or posing a question. Just as they were passing a corner, they unexpectedly encountered Zhuanghanji and Jiang Shui, who were out for a stroll. Both had donned the indigo garments provided by the production team. Zhuanghanji, tall and robust, appeared more unrefined in the coarse fabric, shedding his usual elite demeanor for a more grounded simplicity. Jiang Shui, with her hair elegantly pinned up, donned a fitted blouse and flowing skirt that complemented her gentle grace, harmonizing beautifully with the ancient village backdrop. "Mr. Yu, Mr. Lu, Xinghe, Jiang Shui," they greeted cheerfully. "Have you come out to explore as well?" "Indeed. Xinghe is showing us around," Minli replied with a smile, nodding to Zhuanghanji. Lu Wenjing also offered a slight bow. Zhuanghanji glanced at Xinghe beside them and politely remarked, "Hello, Xinghe. I hope we're not interrupting." "Oh, not at all." Xinghe quickly waved her hand, her face beaming with joy. "You are all guests. Let us enjoy this lively outing together." At that moment, a figure came charging down the stone path from the hill nearby. Ah, it was Shi Chuan, in a state of utter disarray that was utterly incongruous with his serene indigo attire, sprinting down the slope with long strides, his face a mixture of terror and absurdity. Behind him, a brightly feathered rooster, complete with a proud comb, gallantly pursued him, flapping its wings and clucking loudly, determined not to relent. "Help! Why is it still chasing me?" Shi Chuan yelled, his voice cracking in panic, far removed from his usual carefree demeanor. This sudden, chaotic scene left everyone at the base of the slope momentarily stunned. Eyes widened in disbelief. Reactions varied among the group. Jiang Shui could hardly contain her laughter, while Zhuanghanji's lips quirked in amusement. Minli initially appeared astonished, but soon joined in the laughter. And even the typically stoic Lu Wenjing exhibited a fleeting glimmer of mirth in his eyes. Xinghe exclaimed with surprise, hurrying forward a few steps, scolding the relentless rooster in her dialect and pretending to pick up stones to shoo it away. By this time, Shi Chuan had tumbled to a halt before the group, his face pale and breathing rapid. Zhuanghanji stood closest to him, noticing the fright that had seized him. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, extending his arms in an attempt to steady him or perhaps shield him. However, in a state of sheer panic, Shi Chuan, oblivious to everything but the imminent presence of his savior, instinctively leaped into the air like a startled koala, throwing himself onto Zhuanghanji. With arms tightly wrapped around Zhuang Hanji's neck and legs encircling his waist, he clung to him desperately, burying his head in the crook of Zhuang Hanji's shoulder while pleading, "Help me. Chase that big rooster away." The entire episode transpired in an instant, causing Zhuang Hanji to stagger back half a step from the unexpected weight and close embrace. Yet, his reflexes were swift. Almost instinctively, he steadied the person clinging to him, his arms securely encircling Sichuan's waist to prevent him from falling. They were of similar height, and in this position, Sichuan was entirely nestled in Zhuang Hanji's embrace, the indigo fabric of their attire pressed tightly together. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback before stifling a laugh, while Minli and Wenjing exchanged astonished glances that soon morphed into smiles. Even Aunt Zhou, who had just chased the rooster away, paused in surprise before breaking into laughter at the sight. Internally, Xinghe mused, "Brother, you've hit the jackpot." It was only after confirming that the terrifying rooster was indeed gone that Sichuan's heart began to steady, and he slowly realized the nature of his predicament, clinging to whom in such a manner. His body stiffened, and his ears turned visibly red as he instinctively released his grip, attempting to slide down from Zhuang Hanji. Just as Sichuan loosened his hold, Zhuang Hanji also relaxed his embrace, albeit still keeping a gentle support to ensure Sichuan regained his footing. They quickly separated, each adjusting their disheveled clothing, while an awkward tension and an unnameable subtle atmosphere lingered in the air. Sichuan's gaze flitted nervously, avoiding Zhuang Hanji's eyes as he cleared his throat and turned to Aunt Zhou, saying, "Thank you, Aunt Zhou. That rooster was truly fierce." Zhuang Hanji's expression remained inscrutable as he raised a hand to smooth his collar, his gaze calmly sweeping over Sichuan's flushed ears without uttering a word. "What made you provoke it?" Aunt Zhou inquired, suppressing her laughter as she scrutinized the still-rattled Sichuan, his ears burning red. In her accent in Mandarin, she continued, "Our big rooster. The villagers call him the general. He usually struts about with great authority, but seldom chases after strangers, unless—" She paused, a knowing twinkle in her eyes. "Unless you found him appealing and wanted to touch his splendid feathers, or perhaps stared too long at his comb." Her question struck with precision. Sichuan, already feeling guilty, blushed even deeper under Aunt Zhou's scrutiny and stammered, I just thought his plumage was so shiny and smooth like satin in the sunlight, and I wanted to take a closer look. I never intended to touch him," he emphasized, who knew he would be so temperamental, not even allowing a mere glance. The group collectively understood. It was mere admiration that had sparked the trouble. Zhuang Hanji, overhearing this, imperceptibly shook his head, an expression that seemed a mix of resignation and amusement. Aunt Zhou chuckled, saying, "The great general is the pride of old Li at the village entrance. He possesses a fierce temperament and a strong sense of territory, and he despises strangers encroaching upon his space. Next time you see him, just admire him from a distance. Do not dare to approach." "I want tea. Sichuan quickly waved his hands, glancing apprehensively in the direction where the rooster had vanished. "I shall take a detour in the future." With this small interlude concluded, the atmosphere became even more lively than before. Jiang Shui playfully teased Sichuan a few times, while Minli gently reassured him to adapt to local customs, emphasizing safety above all. Although Wenjing remained silent, his demeanor was evidently more relaxed than prior. Aunt Zhou led the group through the final alley, and they emerged into a spacious clearing at the heart of the village. In the center stood a monumental ancient locust tree, large enough for several people to embrace, its sprawling branches creating a verdant canopy that showered the area with refreshing shade. At this moment, the shaded area was already bustling with activity. Several sturdy, wide wooden tables had been set up in the clearing, draped with simple blue-patterned cloths, and laden with an array of bowls and dishes. The aroma of food mingled with the scent of firewood, filling the air with a warm, inviting fragrance. Large, rustic bowls brimmed with glossy, tender braised free-range chicken, while tangy wild mountain vegetables offered a refreshing palate cleanser. A bamboo steamer held fragrant corn dumplings, and a savory mushroom soup complemented the spread. Crispy golden potato cakes, though simply arranged, were hearty and exuded the unique rustic charm and warmth of farmhouse hospitality. A dozen villagers were bustling about, adding firewood and arranging dishes. Upon seeing Aunt Zhou arrive with her guests, they greeted her enthusiastically. "Aunt Zhou is here. Have the guests arrived? Please have a seat. It must have been a tiring journey. First, enjoy a sip of our home-brewed wild mountain tea to quench your thirst." Village Chief Chun, also present, had donned a more formal indigo long robe and approached with a cheerful smile. "Please, esteemed guests, take a seat. We will begin the meal shortly." The guests promptly offered polite responses. Minli smiled, expressing, "Chief Chun, you are too kind. We appreciate the effort you and the villagers have put into this feast." Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. "We apologize for the intrusion." Xinghe, Zhuanghanji, Jiang Shui, and Sichuan all extended their gratitude to the village chief and the industrious villagers. The clearing was soon filled with warm exchanges and friendly banter. Under the villagers' warm guidance, everyone gradually took their seats at the long table. The wooden benches, though a bit worn, were clean, and rustic clay cups were filled with warm, wild mountain tea, exuding a unique fragrance. As they sipped their tea, conversations flowed easily between the villagers and the guests, creating a relaxed and harmonious ambience. Once all the guests and members of the production team had gathered, they finally commenced the meal. Village Chief Chun, brimming with enthusiasm, introduced the culinary delights and local anecdotes. And laughter echoed as they enjoyed their food. "This wine is truly delightful. What kind is it?" Pei Xiaoyan inquired after taking a small sip from her clear glass, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Having previously collected fine wines and possessing some knowledge about them, she noted that this wine was crisp and mellow with a lingering aftertaste, accompanied by subtle floral and fruity notes, distinctly different from the commonplace varieties available in the market. Upon hearing this, the village chief, Old Chun, revealed a proud smile. He lifted the coarse pottery wine jug on the table and gestured, "This is our home-brewed Xinghe, made with spring water from the back mountain, combined with several wild fruits and grains unique to our village. An old recipe crafted through traditional methods, aged for several years to perfection. It doesn't induce a headache, but it has a strong after effect, and that pleases our guests." "Homebrewed? No wonder it possesses such a distinctive flavor," Pei Xiaoyan exclaimed, savoring the drink further. "Isn't there a hint of mountain pear and a particular wild berry in this aroma? The grain base is quite substantial." "An aficionado indeed," Old Chin remarked, slightly taken aback but even more delighted. "Precisely. Mountain pears, thorny raspberries, and a type of small red rice we produce here. Our guest truly understands wine." This exchange opened the floodgates to a discussion about Xinghe. Other guests, either knowledgeable about wine or simply curious, gathered around to listen as Old Chin enthusiastically recounted the wine's origins, the challenges of brewing it, and some amusing anecdotes related to it from the village. Chapter 55. Side story of Xinghe village. For the fragrant wine mingled with laughter, and the culinary delights were accompanied by stories, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere around the bonfire. Minli found Xinghe indeed agreeable, lingering in the palate. As he reached for another half-cup, a hand, distinct with knuckles, gently pressed against his wrist. The touch was warm and gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "You shouldn't drink too much." Wenjing's voice resonated beside him, low and steady, standing out amidst the surrounding clamor. Minli paused, turned to look at him. Wenjing's features flickered in the dancing firelight, half illuminated. Yet his gaze remained calm and focused upon Minli's face. In an instant, Minli comprehended. He opened his mouth to argue for just a little more, but under Wenjing's tranquil scrutiny, that feeble resistance quickly dissipated. With a hint of reluctance, he withdrew his hand, muttering softly, "I understand." His tone held a touch of discontent. Seeing him acquiesce, Wenjing finally withdrew his hand, naturally moving Minli's half-filled cup of wine further away and replacing it with a warm cup of wild mountain tea. The fluidity of his actions suggested an ease that felt entirely natural. Across from them, Jiang Shui observed the scene in silence with a slight smile, while Zhuanghanji cast a casual glance their way, his expression unfazed. Xinghe was preoccupied with a golden-brown potato cake, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. However, someone nearby was already succumbing to the effects of intoxication, none other than Shi Chuan, who had been chased by a rooster earlier that afternoon. He clearly underestimated the potency of Yunshi Zui, having indulged too eagerly. His cheeks flushed crimson, eyes glazed, he held an empty wine cup, laughing merrily while gesticulating to an equally rosy-faced elder beside him, his words somewhat slurred. Noticing this, Shi Chuan's father, Shi Dai, furrowed his brow and approached. He patted his son on the shoulder, saying, "Xiao Chuan, that's enough. I'll take you home to rest." Shi Chuan turned his head, taking a moment to focus before recognizing his father. He grinned widely and waved his hand dismissively. "Dad, I'm fine. This wine is great. Better than those foreign ones." With that, he reached for the wine jug once more. Shi Dai, quick-witted and swift, pressed down gently and advised, "There are activities tomorrow. Be obedient and return home first." Although Shi Chuan was intoxicated, a semblance of rationality lingered, perhaps due to his habitual deference to his father. He mumbled a few words, but ultimately complied, relinquishing his wine glass, albeit with a wavering stance. Shi Dai steadied him and glanced over at his wife, Pei Xiaoyan. She was engaged in a lively conversation with the village chief. A wine glass in hand, her cheeks flushed, clearly having indulged as well. Shi Dai felt a pang of indecision. If he escorted his son home, he would be uneasy leaving his wife alone here. Yet, it was equally inappropriate to neglect his son in such a state. Just as he pondered, Zhuang Hanji, seated not far away, set down his chopsticks and approached with a calm demeanor. "Uncle Shi, you stay with Uncle Pei. I will take him home. My place is not far from yours. It's on the way." Shi Dai was taken aback, glanced at Zhuang Hanji, then at his son, who was half leaning against him. Dazed, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Zhuang. This lad, alas, has a weak constitution, yet drinks excessively." "No trouble at all," Zhuang Hanji replied succinctly, taking on a portion of Shi Chuan's weight. Shi Chuan, with bleary eyes, looked at the person supporting him, seeming to recognize him after a moment, and mumbled indistinctly, "Zhuang, brother Zhuang?" "Yes, let us go," Zhuang Hanji replied, his voice steady as he supported Shi Chuan, nodding to Shi Dai and the now-worried Pei Xiaoyan before guiding Shi Chuan, half supporting and half carrying him, towards the lodging area. Shi Chuan's steps were unsteady, leaning heavily against Zhuang Hanji, who remained composed, one hand on his waist and the other steadying his arm. Despite their similar heights, Zhuang Hanji exhibited a remarkable steadiness and strength, bearing the weight with ease. Their figures gradually melded into the shadows of the village's narrow lanes, the firelight behind them casting flickering silhouettes. Watching them depart, Shi Dai exhaled with relief and returned to his wife's side. Pei Xiaoyan cast a worried glance and whispered, "Is it all right to let Xiao Zhuang take him? Shi Chuan tends to babble when drunk. Xiao Zhuang is a reliable young man. He'll be fine." The bonfire continued to crackle with lively chatter. As Zhuang Hanji half-supported Shi Chuan along the flagstone path, they distanced themselves from the raucous noise and brightness of the bonfire, the village enveloping them in a deeper tranquility. Only the lights from the houses along the roadside and the scattered stars and moon overhead illuminated their vague path. Shi Chuan leaned almost entirely against Zhuang Hanji, his steps faltering, muttering incoherently about the fierce rooster one moment, and then exclaiming about the quality of the wine. "Brother Zhuang, you should drink too." The warm breath, laden with the scent of alcohol, mingled with his own refreshing yet slightly flamboyant orange pheromones, brushing against Zhuang Hanji's neck. A barely perceptible frown crossed Zhuang Hanji's brow, yet his arm remained steady, and his pace never faltered. He did not respond verbally, but occasionally exerted a bit more strength to correct Shi Chuan's wobbling steps. Zhuang Shi Chuan suddenly turned his face, his dazed eyes straining to focus on Zhuang Hanji's visage, so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. "I apologize for earlier this afternoon. I mistook you for a tree," he remarked, referring to the earlier incident resembling a koala's clumsy embrace before the bonfire gathering. The effects of alcohol magnified his emotions, loosening his defenses as his tone bore an uncharacteristic, straightforward apology tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Xinghe did not halt his steps. His gaze fixed ahead into the dark alley, his voice resonating with an unusual clarity in the silence. "It's nothing." Those two words were devoid of waves, concealing any hint of emotion. "You truly are not angry?" Sichuan pressed on, his curiosity piqued, his body shifting restlessly in an attempt to discern Xinghe's expression. Xinghe tightened his arms slightly, halting Sichuan's fidgeting, his tone remaining calm. "I am not angry." After a brief pause, he added, "Watch your step." "Oh," Sichuan replied, allowing Xinghe to guide him forward. Silence reigned for mere moments before he murmured again, "You smell quite pleasant, cold and solitary, like crisp sandalwood." This remark overstepped boundaries, laced with the unconscious familiarity that often accompanies inebriation. Xinghe's body momentarily stiffened, his hand resting on Sichuan's waist tightening slightly. The fabric of his coarse clothing barely concealing the warmth of skin and the contours of muscle beneath. The night obscured the fleeting depth in his gaze. "You're intoxicated," he finally stated, his voice deeper than before, imbued with a restrained chill. "Do not speak. Be mindful of your footing." Sichuan seemed momentarily captivated by the undeniable authority in that tone, or perhaps the alcohol had further dulled his senses, leading him to silence. He rested his head heavier against Xinghe's shoulder, mumbling an indistinct reply, becoming considerably more compliant. Xinghe ceased his words, silently supporting him as they ambled through the slumbering alleys of Xinghe village. The starlight dimmed, the cobbled path meandered, and two closely connected figures moved slowly through the night, their breaths and footsteps the only sounds distinctly audible. Upon finally reaching the entrance of Sichuan's dwelling, Xinghe intended to guide him inside, when suddenly, Sichuan's weight shifted unexpectedly. Stumbling, he leaned precariously, and Xinghe swiftly pulled him back, their balance faltering as they collided against the earthen wall. Xinghe emitted a muffled grunt, his elbow cushioning the impact. Sichuan was firmly ensconced in his embrace, forehead resting against Xinghe's shoulder, both ensnared within the corner of the wall, their breaths intertwining in the close proximity. Xinghe acutely sensed the entirety of Sichuan's weight, the heat radiating from him, and the intoxicating pheromones of another alpha. Languid and unguarded, even bearing a hint of entanglement. Sichuan, bewildered, lifted his gaze, his intoxicated eyes clouded, his nose nearly brushing against Xinghe's, long lashes sweeping across the latter's jawline. "Zhuanggu," he mumbled softly, his voice hoarse with a hint of vulnerability. "It hurts." Yet, it was unclear what he referred to. Xinghe's breath quickened, the arm encircling Sichuan's waist tightening, his gaze fixated on the unguarded, flushed face before him. Reason clamored to push away, yet his body remained rooted in place. The intoxicating effects of alcohol, the enveloping night, and their close proximity began to erode the steadfast barriers he had erected. His throat tightened, voice dry and trembling. "Stand steady." Sichuan, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, buried his face in the crook of his neck, murmuring, "It's cold." The dim light elongated their intertwined figures, casting them against the mottled earthen wall in a tangle of shadows. Xinghe closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, and when he opened them again, he forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions beneath, choosing not to engage in discourse with the inebriated. With a surge of strength in his arms, he half embraced, half supported the other, guiding him out of the corner and directly toward the brightly lit hall. Each step was steady yet arduous. The person in his embrace seemed to find a comfortable position, gradually growing quiet, occasionally murmuring incoherently. Yet, Xinghe's heartbeat pounded like a drum, resonating heavily within his chest, each beat clear and alarming in the stillness of the night. Chapter 56, the sub-episode of Xinghe Village on the second day in Xinghe Village. In a bid to enhance the program's allure, the production team insisted that everyone don the indigo coarse cloth garments once more. Following the campfire festivities of the previous night and a night of rest, the participants seemed to have fully acclimated to their attire. As they walked along the bluestone path, the initial awkwardness and novelty of wearing the clothes had faded, giving way to a more relaxed and natural integration into the rural landscape. The early morning in Xinghe village was gently shrouded in a veil of mist, the air cool and moist, infused with the refreshing scent of awakening grass and earth. The crowing of roosters echoed throughout the village, and the early risers, whether carrying water buckets or farming tools, greeted them with warm smiles and friendly nods. Yangzi and the crew awaited the participants beneath the ancient locust tree at the village center. As the group gradually assembled, she cheerfully announced the day's task. "Good morning, everyone. It seems you all had a good rest. Today, we shall immerse ourselves in a traditional agricultural activity of Xinghe village, which is also one of its vital sources of income. Tea picking." She pointed toward the mist-laden hillside behind the village. "Do you see those lush green terraced fields? That's the tea garden. Today, we invite you to become tea farmers. Don your small baskets, and let us ascend the mountain to pick tea. Experienced tea farmers will guide you on which leaves are suitable for picking and how to do so. We will compete as families to see who can pick the best and fastest tea. But most importantly, we wish to cherish the experience and appreciate the labor behind each bud and leaf." With the task revealed, reactions varied, yet most found it refreshing and intriguing. The production team distributed small bamboo baskets and sun hats to each family. Thus, the group, laden with bamboo baskets, donned their hats and dressed in matching indigo garments, traversed the rural dirt path leading to the tea garden. The procession wound its way through the verdant mountains and fields. "I missed you so much after just one day. Wow, everyone is wearing ethnic attire. It feels so authentic. How lovely. I want to wear it too. What are you all carrying the baskets for?" Princess Xue looks stunning. So lively and gentle. Oh my, Xinghe is wearing local earrings. Even if it's just one, it's beautiful and well-coordinated. "Xinghe, when did you adorn your ear with such a lovely piece?" "It looks quite nice," asked Yin Xueting, who had also noticed, smiling as she inquired. She recalled that Lu Xinghe usually did not wear earrings. Lu Xinghe timidly touched his ear, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It was given to me by Grandma Zhou yesterday. She said I looked nice wearing it and encouraged me to try it on. I found it rather special, so I decided to wear it." In front of him, Minli seemed to have overheard and turned around, lifting his phone to capture a photo of Lu Xinghe. Quite nice indeed. It suits you well." Minli's gaze then fell upon Shi Chuan, who was lagging slightly behind in the group. Noticing the other's noticeably swollen and slightly cracked lips, he expressed concern. "Xiao Chuan, what happened to your mouth? Did you hurt yourself last night? Or are you having an allergic reaction to something?" Shi Chuan, who was listening to their conversation, momentarily stiffened at the question. He instinctively raised a hand to touch his lower lip, feeling the painful swelling. A complex expression of embarrassment, annoyance, and shyness crossed his face. "And no, it's nothing," he stammered, avoiding Minli's gaze and daring not to look at the tall figure of Zhuang Hanji walking a short distance ahead. "It might just be that I ate some barbecued meat at the bonfire last night, and then accidentally bit my lip." The explanation sounded somewhat far-fetched. Could a self-inflicted bite cause such swelling? Minli, being the observant person he was, noticed Shi Chuan's hesitance and evasive eyes. Remembering that Zhuang Hanji had been the one to escort him home last night, he began to piece things together. Raising an eyebrow, he chose not to press further, instead offering a knowing smile and a light pat on Shi Chuan's shoulder. "Oh, so you bit it yourself? Well, do be careful today. Drink plenty of water and stay out of the sun in the tea garden. We wouldn't want you to aggravate it." His tone was gentle, yet the knowing smile made Shi Chuan's face flush even more crimson, wishing he could hide his head in his backpack. Nearby, Jiang Shui kindly inquired, "Could it be that you were bitten by an insect? There are quite a few little critters in these mountain woods. I have some ointment if you need it." Xiao Chuan. At this, Shi Chuan felt even more embarrassed and nodded, his cheeks burning. The others in the back, including Shi Dai and Pei Xiaoyan, were oblivious to the conversation. Meanwhile, Zhuang Hanji, who walked somewhat diagonally ahead, did not seem to turn back, his pace steady, though he tightened his grip on the strap of his backpack for a fleeting moment. The dirt path gradually steepened as the tea garden came into view. Layer upon layer of terraced fields spread along the hillside, with neatly arranged green tea trees unfurling their tender buds in the light mist. The air began to fill with a distinctive, refreshing fragrance of tea leaves. A few tea farmers, mostly middle-aged villagers with sun-kissed skin, approached with warm smiles. They eagerly explained how to identify the leaves suitable for picking, one bud with one leaf or one bud with two leaves, and demonstrated the proper technique of gently pinching the tea stem with their fingertips. Be gentle, be quick, and don't pull. Otherwise, you might damage the tea trees and affect the quality of the leaves. Patiently demonstrated an elderly tea farmer known as Grandpa Yang, whose hair had turned gray. Everyone listened attentively, then dispersed to the designated rows of tea plants. Embarking on their first ever tea picking experience, Minli mimicked Grandpa Yang's movements, carefully attempting to pinch the tender bud at the very top, though his actions appeared somewhat clumsy. Wenjing stood beside the tea rows, his gaze focused intently on the branches and leaves. His fingers, long and strong, initially appeared somewhat clumsy, yet he quickly grasped the technique, and his harvesting motions became steady and precise. Before long, a layer of tender green leaves filled the bottom of his basket. The fastest pickers were undoubtedly Jiang Shui and Yin Yi, who nestled in adjacent tea rows, laughing and chatting as their nimble fingers flew, executing their tasks with grace and efficiency. They seemed to possess an innate advantage for such meticulous work, effortlessly identifying and plucking the desirable young buds while sharing anecdotes about village happenings and amusing tales of children. In no time, both of their baskets were nearly half full, their efficiency markedly superior to that of the other guests, who were still adapting cautiously to the task. As the sun reached its zenith, the rays grew intensely hot and glaring, filtering through the gaps in their hats and warming their necks with a gentle burn. The tea garden fell into a more tranquil state, with only the subtle sound of delicate shoots being severed and the occasional soft murmur of conversation breaking the silence. The strain of continuous bending began to manifest as soreness in their backs, and beads of sweat gathered at their brows, cascading down their cheeks. Yet, gazing at the glossy, vibrant green tea leaves accumulating in their baskets, a profound sense of fulfillment, mingled with fatigue, blossomed within each participant. The guiding tea farmer, Grandpa Yang, conducted a round of inspection, his face beaming with satisfaction. Very good. Very good. Everyone has adapted swiftly. The quality of the buds and leaves is truly impressive. If you're tired, take a break and have some water. We're not in a rush. The experience is what matters. Upon hearing this, the group straightened up, stretching their stiff shoulders and necks. The production team timely provided cool tea, served in bamboo tubes and damp towels. Minli accepted the bamboo tube handed to him by Wenjing and took a generous sip of the refreshing, slightly sweet tea, exhaling deeply as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with the damp towel. He glanced at Wenjing, who, despite also perspiring, remained composed, diligently inspecting the tea leaves in his basket and meticulously removing any older leaves that had inadvertently mixed in. Guanzhou encouraged his daughter to rest in the shade beneath a tree, while he handed a bamboo tube of water to Jiang Shui, saying, "Have a sip, Sister Shui. You worked hard." Jiang Shui looked up, accepting the tube with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Guanzhou. You should take a break too. The sun is getting fiercer." She took a sip and admired Guanzhou's hands, which were stained with dirt and tea yet remained deft. "You're remarkably quick and steady in your picking." Guanzhou chuckled modestly. "I've helped with similar farm work at home before, so I have a bit of feel for it. But you, Sister Shui, pick so well and cleanly. That is truly impressive." The two stood by the tea rows, resting and engaging in light conversation. Meanwhile, the younger crowd had already retreated to the shade by the field's edge, their flushed faces beaming as they eagerly gulped water from their bamboo tubes. Chapter 57. Copy of Yunxi Village 6. As Minli felt the day growing increasingly warm, he led Wenjing to seek refuge beneath the shade of a tree. Squatting on the ground, bored and observing the ants at work, Xinghe immediately understood their arrival and stood up to offer the flattest stone in the shaded area. With a smile, Minli extended the bamboo tube, which still contained a modest amount of water, to him. "Have a sip, don't just play around." Xinghe accepted it and took a couple of gulps. Minli settled down beside Wenjing, exhaling a sigh of relief, ready to wipe the sweat from his brow. However, as he turned his gaze towards the tea garden on the opposite side, His eyes were abruptly struck by an intensely glaring flash of white light. The brilliance was sharp yet fleeting, reminiscent of a mirror or metal reflecting the scorching sun, vanishing almost instantaneously, so rapidly that it seemed like an illusion. Instinctively, Minli closed his eyes, furrowing his brow and raising a hand to shield his vision. What happened? Wenjing immediately sensed his discomfort and inquired softly, his gaze sharpening as he scanned the direction Minli had just looked towards. All that lay before them were rolling tea terraces, laborers, and distant mountains, nothing that appeared out of the ordinary. Nothing. Minli rubbed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the blinding light had completely dissipated. His surroundings appeared normal, as if something had merely flashed before his eyes, perhaps a water bottle or lens reflecting the sun. The sun is simply too harsh, he rationalized, considering the various equipment and items the production team and guest had brought along. Yet, Wenjing did not immediately divert his gaze. He lingered in that area for a few seconds longer, his expression deep and marked by a subtle scrutiny. His keen observational skills surpassed those of most, maintaining an instinctive alertness to any unusual detail. Are your eyes uncomfortable now? He turned back to Minli, his tone reverting to its usual calmness. Though his inquiry was meticulous. It's fine, just that moment. Minli shook his head with a smile. I might just be a bit fatigued, my vision is blurred. Wenjing refrained from further comments, instead retrieving a bottle of eye drops from his bag and handing it over. Put in a drop. Minli obediently accepted it. Dad, what's wrong? Xinghe set down the bamboo tube and leaned in with concern. Nothing, just a flash from the camera, Wenjing replied steadily, alleviating his son's worries. Xinghe nodded, not pressing further, and dutifully seated himself on a nearby flat stone. He raised his left hand, skillfully swiping the screen of his sleek and technologically advanced smartwatch on his wrist to access the communication interface. His fingers danced swiftly as he sent a message to a contact, his expression serious. Once sent, he promptly exited the interface, turning off the watch screen as if he had merely accomplished an ordinary task. He then resumed, resting his chin on his hand, observing the ants on the ground, as if nothing had transpired moments before. After applying the eye drops, Minli blinked, feeling a refreshing coolness in his eyes, which brought him considerable relief. He noticed Xinghe fiddling with his watch, assuming he was merely checking the time, and paid it no mind. Wenjing's gaze lingered imperceptibly for half a second on Xinghe's wrist before shifting away, offering no further inquiry. Beneath the shade of the trees, a fleeting tranquility resumed, broken only by the distant sounds of tea picking and the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze. The sun continued to blaze fiercely, causing the tea garden to shimmer with a heat haze. At the moment Qi Yizhou received the notification, he was nestled in a concealed crevice of rock atop a sun-scorched mountain, wielding his hefty 600mm telephoto lens. He blended almost seamlessly with the grayish-brown rocks. Clad in professional camouflage sun protection gear, his face painted with grease, unconcerned as sweat trickled down his forehead into his collar. The lens was securely mounted on a portable tripod, aimed precisely at the verdant tea garden below, where small indigo figures flitted about. His objective was clear, to capture his clumsy yet utterly dedicated wife, Xinghe, as she picked tea, while also documenting the tender interactions of the two fathers nearby, Minli and Wenjing. Through the high-definition viewfinder, he observed Xinghe leaning close to Minli, her small face etched with concern. Minli rubbed his eyes, while Wenjing offered him eye drops, creating a heartwarming tableau. Qi Yizhou's lips curled into a grin as he joyfully pressed the shutter, his heart swelling with pride. My darling truly is understanding and adorable. Just then, the smart device on his wrist, synchronized with Xinghe's, vibrated, revealing an encrypted message from none other than his beloved. Taken aback, Qi Yizhou briefly diverted his eyes from the viewfinder and quickly scanned the message. It was succinct. A single line, "Baby, you're not following me, are you?" A surge of shock and emotion lodged in his chest, rendering him momentarily speechless. He fixated on the text, imagining Xinghe beneath the shade, pretending to observe ants while secretly sending a message, her expression one of playful suspicion. He rubbed his nose, feeling slightly guilty but mostly embarrassed by being caught, tinged with a hint of pride. Look how clever my darling is. His fingers danced across the hidden buttons on the side of the device, crafting a response. Most adored Xinghe Zhou. Impossible. Am I the type of parent who can't trust their child and must follow secretly? Tactical head scratch JPG. Most adored Xinghe Zhou. I'm currently on a certain mountain photographing rare birds. The scenery is splendid. Sending. He swiftly redirected the lens towards the tea garden, capturing Lu Xinghe glancing at her wrist, a small, exasperated smile tugging at her lips, as if to say, I can't believe you. Qi Yizhou nearly burst into laughter atop the mountain. His darling was so adorably expressive, even when pouting. Lu Xinghe was thoroughly exasperated with her overly devoted fan of a husband. Baby, come clean. Qi Yizhou immediately conceded. Most adored Xinghe Zhou. All right, I'm on a nearby mountain. He stared at the screen, reading, baby, followed closely by the unmistakably worried, baby, hurry back. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A warmth enveloped his heart, mingled with an undeniable pang of acidity. Behold, how much his dear one cared for him. He hastily responded with a flurry of messages, eager to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty. My dear Xinghe, rest assured, I am perfectly safe, without a single issue. Equipped to the fullest, seasoned in experience, concealed in a location so discreet that even a fly would struggle to detect me. Yet, I am concerned and wish to see if you are enjoying yourselves, while also capturing some exclusive footage. My dear, fret not. I assure you, I will not disrupt the program, and you shall not even notice my presence. Just consider me invisible. Beneath the shade of the tea garden, Lu Xinghe read the continuous stream of messages, releasing a deep sigh as he rubbed his temples. Qi Yizhou was indeed a source of both frustration and helplessness. He was aware of Qi Yizhou's capabilities. When he claimed safety, it was likely genuine. However, enduring the sweltering heat while hiding amidst the rocky crevices at the mountain's peak could not be pleasant. He pursed his lips, ultimately opting against a firm dismissal, and instead replied, Darling, please remember to apply sunscreen, stay hydrated, and avoid heat stroke. Also, maintain a safe distance and do not interfere with the filming. Upon receiving this message, Qi Yizhou felt an exhilarating rush of joy. His beloved had tacitly approved of his escapade and expressed concern for him. He promptly replied, Received. I promise to adhere to the rules. And you, my darling, drink plenty of water and avoid sun exposure. Love you, moi. Lu Xinghe glanced at the last few words and the accompanying emoji, his ears subtly flushing with a faint hue. He quickly turned off the watch screen, pretending nothing had transpired, and resumed observing the ants. Yet, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curling into a delicate smile, a testament to his fondness for the individual who had him so thoroughly enchanted. Qi Yizhou, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, pressed his eyes back to the viewfinder, filled with enthusiasm. Indeed, he was Lu Xinghe's most devoted fan, the foremost admirer, and an unofficial guardian knight. In pursuit of love, he diligently completed and even exceeded the company's core projects day and night, all to carve out precious leave, rearranging schedules, and stealthily traversing great distances to this location. His colleagues, initially perplexed by his periodic disappearances and speculating whether the boss had some mysterious side venture or inexplicable hobby, gradually became accustomed to it. They even tacitly assisted in covering for him. For instance, when clients or partners inquired, they uniformly stated that she was engaged in a closed artistic exploration and technical endeavor. After all, whenever Qi Yizhou returned from his star-chasing escapades, his mood visibly brightened, lifting the entire company's atmosphere into a state of ease and joy. More importantly, when the boss was in high spirits, salary increases, bonuses, and additional paid leave became commonplace. On his last return, he upgraded everyone's work equipment to the latest high-end models. Previously, he had organized a retreat on a private island, and before that he had, in essence, Qi's mysterious absences had transformed into the studio's talisman of good fortune and a trigger for benefits. Over time, the team even began to look forward to the boss's disappearances, of course, as long as they did not impede major project timelines. Some seasoned employees even joked privately that the boss was simply recharging returning to discharge benefits upon his return. They only knew that the boss had gone to meet an important person and to capture significant photographs. As for who it was, where, and why, Qi Yizhou remained tight-lipped, and everyone else tactfully refrained from inquiring further. As long as the boss returned radiant and generous, he could be chasing aliens for all they cared. Chapter 58. The copy of Yunxi village. Once the tea-picking concluded, the villagers returned to the village with their bamboo baskets, either brimming or scarcely filled. After a simple lunch prepared by the villagers, they took a brief respite before embarking on the afternoon's activity, learning to roast tea. The venue was arranged in a spacious workshop at the western end of the village, typically used for the collective roasting of tea leaves. Upon entering, the rich, toasty aroma of tea enveloped them. Several large iron woks were set over a traditional wood fire, where the flames danced, casting flickering shadows throughout the room. The instruction was once again led by Grandpa Yang, who had guided the tea-picking earlier, along with 2 other seasoned tea roasting masters. In the morning, we picked fresh leaves. Now, we shall transform these fresh leaves into delightful tea, Grandpa Yang proclaimed, lifting a handful of vibrant green leaves. The first step is called spreading green, which involves laying the picked leaves out in a thin layer to rest for a while, allowing some moisture and grassy aroma to dissipate. This has already been attended to. He indicated towards a corner of the workshop where large bamboo trays held the results of their morning labor, naturally withering. Next came the most crucial step, killing the green. Grandpa Yang approached a steaming iron wok, checking the temperature with a deft hand. The heat must be just right, and the technique must be swift. With that, he swiftly scooped a handful of the spread leaves from the bamboo tray, his wrist flicking to evenly scatter the leaves into the wok. Almost immediately, his calloused hands dove into the hot wok, beginning a rapid stir-fry, tossing and mixing with an elegant rhythm. The leaves met the heated surface with a crisp crackle, their originally bright green hue transforming visibly into a deep, muted green. A richer, more complex aroma rose with the steam. Wow! The onlookers gasped, especially the younger crowd, captivated by the spectacle. High energy ahead. A grand display of humanity taming the iron wok. Wow, Grandpa Yang is so impressive. So this is how the tea we drink is made. That wok looks incredibly hot. Yet, it was not as simple as it appeared. While continuing his motions, Grandpa Yang explained that both excessively high and low temperatures were detrimental. If undercooked, the tea retained a grassy flavor. If overcooked, it would become charred. Relying solely on touch and experience. Following the demonstration, it was time for everyone to take a hands-on approach. Of course, under the close guidance and strict supervision of the masters. Minli donned thick cotton gloves to prevent burns and cautiously imitated Grandpa Yang, delicately sprinkling a small handful of tea leaves into a practice wok with a slightly lower temperature. As soon as his hands made contact with the leaves and the wok, he felt the intense heat and nervously began to stir, his movements awkward and stiff, causing the leaves to roll unevenly in the wok. Wenjing stood beside him, also donned in gloves, yet hesitated to act immediately. Instead, he meticulously observed Minli's technique and the condition of the tea leaves in the pot. Only after that did he steadily grasp the tea leaves, exerting force with a subtle yet decisive motion. The leaves, under his careful stir-frying, quickly received even heat, their color transforming more uniformly than those in Minli's pot. Mr. Lu's technique is quite impressive. The master beside them could not help but exclaim, "You, who am I? Where am I? Why is this pot so hot?" "Lu, remain calm, just watch me." Xinghe and his companions were eager to try their hand at it. Other families, guided by their masters, attempted the same. Jiang Shui, Yan Yi, and Yin Xueting, alongside Guan Yuan, continued to exhibit the meticulous patience characteristic of women. Though their strength was somewhat lacking, their dedication to stir-frying was commendable. Zhuang Hanji moved steadily, learning swiftly, while Shi Chuan appeared somewhat distracted, nearly scalded by the pot's edge, prompting his guiding master to repeatedly caution him to be careful. "Xinghe, your pot flipping is adorable. Like a little kitten. Princess Xue and Goddess Yuan are so graceful while stir-frying, as if crafting a piece of art. Yin Xueting and Guan Yuan have such a great synergy. One flips while the other shakes. I ship this sister duo. Zhuang is expressionless, yet his technique is steady. Sure, Chuan. Focus. Look at the pot, not at the people. Does Zhuang have tea leaves on his face? Sure, Chuan. Zhuang's profile while stir-frying lost in thought is so captivating. Ouch. Master. Soda. Ha ha ha. Sure, Chuan is truly the source of joy today, being out of touch from morning till night. Did anyone notice Minli sneakily glancing at the tea leaves in Lu's pot, comparing them to his own with a defiant expression? So adorable. Lu Xinghe, Dad. Yours seems a bit burnt. Minli. Flustered, where? Ah, young grandpa. This child is teachable, everyone. I can smell the aroma of the tea, even through the screen. I want a drink. Harvesting and stir-frying one's own tea. It undoubtedly tastes exceptionally fragrant. Yunxi Village Deep Experience Tour, check. The workshop was filled with steam. The aroma of tea wafting through the air, mingling with the scent of firewood and the sounds of focused, tense, and excited conversations. Minli was in a fierce competition with his pot of tea. He noticed the even, glossy color of Lu Wenjing's leaves, then glanced at his own, which were unevenly colored, with some edges darkening. He couldn't help but tighten his lips, stirring with increased fervor, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, which he neglected to wipe away. Lu Wenjing caught a glimpse of Yu's earnest yet slightly stubborn demeanor, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. His actions did not cease but slowed ever so slightly, as if awaiting something. Mr. Lu, your pot is ready. Any further frying will ruin it. The nearby master timely advised. Minli, suddenly enlightened, hurriedly removed the tea leaves from the pot and spread them to cool on a prepared bamboo sieve. Looking at his creation, which was not perfect but had taken shape, he exhaled deeply, removed his gloves, and wiped his forehead with the back of his hand. Almost simultaneously, Lu Wenjing finished with his tea leaves as well. The two sieves of tea leaves sat side by side, their contrast strikingly evident. Minli touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. You are truly impressive. For the first time, that was quite commendable, he said. Lu Wenjing replied calmly, picking up a towel that was drying nearby and naturally handing it to him. Minli accepted it, wiping his face and neck, and the slight frustration dissipated in the refreshing scent of the towel and Lu Wenjing's concise affirmation. Meanwhile, Shi Chuan, under the careful guidance of his master, finally succeeded in frying a small handful of tea leaves that were barely acceptable. The process had been thrilling, nearly sending the leaves flying out of the pan. But when he finally removed them, he let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress a smile of liberation as he instinctively glanced towards Zhuang Hanji. Zhuang Hanji was just finishing his own tea leaves, his movements deft and precise. Sensing the gaze, he looked up and met Shi Chuan's eyes directly. Shi Chuan's smile faltered, and he quickly turned away, his ears flushed. Zhuang Hanji's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at his perfectly fried tea leaves, then stole a look at Shi Chuan's modest but thankfully unburnt results, subtly shaking his head before turning to wash his hands. Shi Chuan, why are you staring at Zhuang Dalao? Look down. You're blushing. I declare today is a big win for the Han Chuan couple. Zhuang Yingdi's gaze is so indulgent. Indulgent? The sisters upstairs are wearing filters a meter thick. That is clearly a look of disdain. I don't care. The gaze is sparkling. There's definitely something going on. At that moment, Jiang Shui raised her head and caught sight of her son stealing glances at Zhuang Hanji. She immediately reached out and gently tapped his arm, reproaching him softly. What are you doing? Staring at Xiao Chuan. Zhuang Hanji was momentarily taken aback by his mother's sudden intervention. Turning to Jiang Shui, the typically stern expression on his face cracked slightly, revealing a hint of unjust grievance. He glanced towards Shi Chuan and then back at his mother. His voice softer than usual, laced with a touch of helplessness. Mom, I wasn't staring at him. That look I had rather than a glare. It was more of an unconscious gaze at my wife, being so bluntly exposed by his mother, especially with the subject present. Even Zhuang Hanji felt a rare wave of embarrassment wash over him. Shi Chuan, already flustered from being caught peeking, felt his face burn even more upon hearing Jiang Shui's words and Zhuang Hanji's somewhat resigned defense. He wished he could disappear into the floor, quickly waving his hands. He stammered, No, Andy, Zhuang didn't glare at me. It was my fault for looking. I looked in the wrong direction. His voice dwindled, his ears reddening to the point of embarrassment. Jiang Shui observed the rare display of vulnerability on her son's face and the flustered demeanor of Shi Chuan, understanding the situation perfectly, yet feigning seriousness. It's good if that's the case. Xiao Chuan's first time frying tea. Achieving this is quite impressive. You should encourage him more, she added, casting a meaningful glance at Zhuang Hanji. Zhuang Hanji silently turned away, no longer looking at Shi Chuan or arguing. Instead, he picked up a ladle and washed his hands with greater vigor. The sound of rushing water seemed to wash away the moment's awkwardness and the inexplicable restlessness in his heart. Miss Jiang Shui has finally noticed something amiss with her son. The renowned actor Zhuang looks aggrieved, a freshly minted expression meme. Shi Chuan, I'm not. I did not. Don't speak nonsense. Blushing fiercely, Zhuang Hanji, Mom, whose biological mother are you, really? Helplessly washing hands, Jiang Shui, I see through everything and subtly nudge things along. Shi Chuan, spare us the explanations. They only deepen the shadows. We all saw you peeking. Shi Dai and Pei Xiaoyan focused intently on stir-frying tea, unaware that their son was on the verge of being whisked away by another family. The others in the workshop were drawn to the small drama unfolding, their gazes filled with benevolent amusement. Minli could not help but smile, gently nudging the elbow of Lu Wenjing beside him, whispering, "Look, Sister Jiang has made her move." Lu Wenjing replied with a quiet affirmation, his gaze sweeping over the scene, pausing momentarily on Zhuang Hanji's vigorously scrubbing hands and Shi Chuan's flushed profile. He wore an inscrutable expression, yet seemed to grasp the subtle, ongoing chemistry between them. The group transformed the tender leaves they had harvested that morning into fragrant tea through their own efforts. This sense of participation and accomplishment was irreplaceable by mere purchases of finished products. The stir-fried tea was quickly spread out to cool, followed by processes of kneading and drying. Although they only experienced the crucial step of fixation, they deeply appreciated the laborious journey to a fine cup of tea and the wisdom and sweat embedded within traditional craftsmanship. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the workshop windows, casting a golden hue over the bustling figures and the fragrant steam of the tea. The second day in Yunxi village, amidst the gentle warmth at their fingertips and the pervasive aroma of tea, slowly approached its conclusion. Chapter 59. The love song of the ancient village. Everyone busied themselves throughout the afternoon, having dined early and now delighting in the leisurely evening ambience of the village. Meanwhile, the director Toast and Yang Zi of the production team huddled in a corner of the courtyard, their brows furrowed, whispering seriously. Yang Zi, with a concerned frown, leaned closer to Toast. Toast, do you think we've overlooked something significant? Toast stroked his bushy beard, squinting in contemplation as his chubby face underwent several expressions before he hesitantly replied. Could it be that? They exchanged glances, almost in unison, lowering their voices in alarm. Our segment for the Wilderness love song. Indeed, when planning the second episode of the Wilderness Survival Program, in a bid to enhance engagement and depth, the team designed a hidden emotional observation and interaction subplot alongside the usual wilderness experiences. The intention was to subtly catalyze emotional exchanges among the guests, particularly those who were single or had fragile relationships, enabling them to spark unique connections. However, a sudden change in weather had forced the group to relocate hastily. Upon reaching the ancient village, they became entangled in the customs of tea picking and stir-frying, their heads spinning with busyness, ultimately forgetting all about this matter entirely. Toast slapped his forehead. Oh no, we were so engrossed in letting everyone experience the customs. The triggering tasks and scenes for the love song segment haven't even been set up yet. Yoko, in a state of urgency, stamped her feet, exclaiming, "Indeed, with the second evening approaching, if we do not initiate this romantic subplot soon, the audience may accuse us of merely chronicling mundane daily life." However, as she spoke, Toast deftly shifted the conversation, presenting a conundrum. Given the current circumstances, which couples can genuinely radiate chemistry? On the parental front, It was evident that teacher Guan harbored special feelings for teacher Jiang. As for the younger group, I initially thought that Han Ji and Shui Ting might develop a connection, while Xiao Chuan and Yuan Yuan appeared quite compatible. However, surprisingly, Han Ji and Xiao Chuan seemed to grow closer instead. Is that true? Toast's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be false? Did you not observe the interaction between Shi Chuan and Zhuang Hanji during tea preparation today? It was pure gold, filled with promise. Yoko lowered her voice, speaking with conviction. Of course, the warm daily life of Teacher Yu and Teacher Lu's family is also a significant highlight. But we must ignite other possibilities as well. With a twirl of his fingers, Toast, his little eyes gleaming with inspiration, declared, "It's still timely for arrangements. Let us organize a segment called Night Talks in the ancient village during tonight's free activity. We should design tasks that are subtly flirtatious, ideally requiring guests to collaborate closely, whispering sweet nothings to one another. We can enhance the ambience to be more ethereal, fully immersing them in the atmosphere." Excellent idea. Yoko's eyes lit up. I will consult with the village chief and Aunt Chan to see if we can utilize the legendary old locust tree courtyard, where it is said the deity of love once manifested. We can prepare some local specialty red strings of intertwined hearts and wish bells as props. Remember, it must remain low-key and natural. Toast hastily advised. We must ensure the guests do not perceive this as a deliberate arrangement. They should feel that this is simply a unique village activity. Understood. Yoko replied with enthusiasm, swiftly making her way to find the village chief. As Toast watched Yoko's retreating figure, he turned his gaze towards the guests leisurely chatting in pairs within the courtyard, ultimately resting on the well. Shi Chuan and Zhuang Han Ji stood at a comfortable distance, lost in contemplation of the evening glow. He stroked his beard. A smile of a director, subtly concealing his schemes, graced his face. The ancient village romance subplot was about to commence quietly beneath the moonlight. Whispering to himself, he mused, "Let the storm, no, let the budding romance unfold with greater fervor." That evening, having indulged a bit too much, Yu Minli invited Lu Wenjing and Lu Xinghe for a walk to aid digestion. At that moment, the three received a message from the production team. "Where are we going?" "Dad, too. Dear parents and precious ones, tonight there will be a special traditional activity called Night Talks in the ancient village at Yunxi Village. The location is the old locust tree courtyard at the east end of the village, known as a favored gathering spot for young people to share whispers and seek love. Participation is entirely voluntary. We welcome everyone to take a stroll after dinner and experience the charm of the ancient village at night. Don't forget to bring your curiosity." Accompanying the message was a photograph of the old locust tree courtyard, exuding a nostalgic aura, shrouded in moonlight, with dancing shadows and adorned with red strings and small lanterns, creating a profoundly enchanting atmosphere. As Yu Minli finished reading the news, he gently patted his slightly distended belly and chuckled, "Perfect timing. Shall we go for a stroll? It sounds quite intriguing." Lu Xinghe, evidently curious about this place, nodded enthusiastically, "Absolutely. I am eager to see this tree of fate." Lu Wenjing had no objections. He glanced at the message, then at the excited Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe, and responded with a mild, Thus, the trio made their way towards the eastern edge of the village. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the homes flanking the cobblestone path illuminated with a warm, golden glow. The lingering scent of smoke wafted through the air, mingling with the delicate aromas of simmering meals and the fragrance of foliage. Along the way, they encountered other families, equally drawn out by the news, seeking both sustenance and adventure. The old locust tree courtyard was not difficult to find. Its massive, sturdy silhouette loomed in the distance, accompanied by the gentle sway of warm lights hanging beneath its branches, little red lanterns, and colorful wish bells, lovingly placed by the villagers. The courtyard was more spacious than anticipated, with a level ground encircled by neat stone benches and small wooden stools around the ancient tree. In the center lay a modest fire pit constructed of stones, containing a few durable logs that, while not overly bright, cast a comforting glow, adding warmth and a touch of haze to the atmosphere. Village elder Chun and several enthusiastic elders awaited their arrival in the courtyard, greeting them with cheerful smiles. Gome, Gome, please have a seat. In our Yunchi village, we have an old tradition when there's nothing to do at night. Young people love to gather beneath this old locust tree to share their thoughts and seek peace and prosperity. Elder Chun pointed to the numerous red cloth strips tied to the tree. Do you see these? They are wishes from previous years. Today, we have prepared new red silk and wind chimes. Everyone can write or draw something to hang up, embracing local customs and seeking good fortune. Nearby, the elderly women presented brushes and ink, along with neatly cut red silk, wooden plaques, and wind chimes adorned with colorful threads. The brushes were simple, the red silk vibrant, and the wind chimes emitted a soft, melodious tinkling in the evening breeze, all exuding a rustic charm and beautiful symbolism. The production crew mingled among the villagers, assisting in distributing materials and fostering the atmosphere. Yet everything unfolded so naturally, as if this were indeed a customary evening pastime in the village. Minli picked up a length of red silk and turned to Wenjing and Xinghe. What should we write? Xinghe, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly seized a brush and, after a moment's thought, sketched a crooked sun, a tree, and 4 little figures holding hands on the wooden plaque, diligently writing beneath it. May every day be filled with joy. Minli felt a wave of tenderness as he watched and affectionately tousled his hair. After contemplating for a moment, Minli inscribed on the red silk, peace and joy, smooth sailing without worries, a simple wish yet imbued with sincere hope. Once finished, he looked at Wenjing. Holding the brush, Wenjing paused thoughtfully, ultimately writing 2 steady and powerful words on another piece of red silk, as desired. He then took Minli's piece, tied them together in a natural knot, and rose to approach the old locust tree, carefully selecting an appropriate branch to which he affixed them both, hanging them gently from a lower bough. 2 crimson silks fluttered gently in the evening breeze, entwined with peace, joy, smoothness, and the fulfillment of wishes. Minli gazes at the figure before him, the silks tied together, and a warm sensation stirs within his heart. Xinghe leans closer, tossing the silks upwards, where they land perfectly atop a tree. The other guests begin to write and hang their wishes as well. Jiang Shui writes of her family's well-being, while Guanzhu assists her in tying it up. Yin Xueting and Guan Yuanyuan huddle together, laughing and discussing what to write. Zhuang Hanji stands a bit further away, holding silks and a pen, seemingly hesitant. Shichuan scratches his head, struggling to decide on his words. Shi Dai helps his beloved Pei Xiaoyun write a note, their affection palpable. Yin Yi and Xiao Qiong stand nearby, with Xiao Qiong holding a pen. Yin whispers something, and they exchange smiles before Xiao Qiong finally begins to write, evidently penning wishes for family and children. The crackling bonfire, the gentle evening breeze, and the rustling leaves of the old locust tree resonate under the moonlight and lantern glow. As Shichuan gazes at the blank silk in his hands, a sense of turmoil envelopes him. What should he write? Should he wish for prosperous endeavors and abundant wealth? Or perhaps for family happiness and parental health? Maybe a wish for peace and good fortune? How dull. His mind inexplicably drifts to the composed silhouette of Zhuang Hanji from the afternoon tea session, mixed with the lingering sensation of last night's heated, painful touch, mingled with the scent of alcohol and the other's refreshing aura. He shakes his head vigorously, feeling heat rise to his ears. Just as he wrestles with his thoughts, Zhuang Hanji seems to reach a decision, swiftly inscribing a few characters on the silk. Shichuan can't help but stretch his neck to sneak a glance, but only catches a blurred outline. After finishing, Zhuang Hanji strides to the old locust tree, seeking a spot where the branches are sparse, and ties the silk securely. He stands tall, his long arms making the task effortless. After securing it, he lingers beneath the tree for a moment, the moonlight casting a silhouette that is both dignified and tinged with solitude. An inexplicable pang grips Shichuan's heart, and his inner turmoil dissipates suddenly. Seizing the pen, he writes with fervor upon the silk, expressing a tumult of regret, apology, and an indescribable confusion. Once finished, he feels as if he has accomplished a monumental task, and, without pausing to scrutinize his work, strides toward the old locust tree. Intentionally, he approaches a spot farther from Zhuang Hanji's silk, driven by a sense of guilt. For his silk bears the words, "Brother Zhuang, I apologize for last night. I drank too much. It was not intentional. Please do not take it to heart." He tiptoes, striving to tie the silk higher among the branches, but his limited height proves a challenge. After several near misses, he appears somewhat clumsy. Just as he attempts once more and feels disheartened, a hand, defined by prominent knuckles, extends from beside him, naturally taking the silk from his grasp. Shi Chuan is taken aback, turning to meet Zhuang Hanji's expressionless face. Here, Zhuang Hanji states evenly, pointing to a nearby branch at a suitable height, seemingly just wishing to assist. Shi Chuan, startled as if scalded, swiftly reclaimed the crimson silk, clenching it tightly in his hand and concealing it behind his back. The motion so abrupt it nearly tore the delicate fabric. His heart raced like a drum, his face flushed crimson, and his gaze darted away from Zhuang Hanji, who stood surprised, his hand suspended in midair. Tilting his head slightly, Zhuang's eyes fell upon Shi Chuan's reddened ears and the silk clutched behind him, his brow furrowing imperceptibly as he lowered his voice. "What have you written? It seems so mysterious." "In nothing," Shi Chuan stammered, his voice cracking. "Just a simple wish. Who doesn't have a secret?" The more he spoke, the more guilt gnawed at him, wishing he could instantly tuck the silk away into his pocket. Zhuang Hanji remained silent, merely casting a deep, steady gaze upon him. His expression was calm, yet it felt as though he could see through Shi Chuan's clumsy ruse, uncovering the mortifying words inscribed upon the silk. Then, without uttering another word, he retracted his hand and turned away, vanishing back into the shadows at the edge of the crowd, as if the brief moment of closeness and inquiry had never transpired. Shi Chuan stood frozen, clutching the damning evidence. Watching Zhuang Hanji's retreating figure, his heart swelling with regret and turmoil. Desperately, he found a low branch in a secluded corner and hastily tied the crimson silk in a tight knot, as if seeking to bury the secret swiftly. The moonlight was cold, and the silk, adorned with an apology, fluttered subtly in the inconspicuous corner, juxtaposed against Zhuang Hanji's crimson silk, which bore indistinct inscriptions and was tied prominently, separated by an invisible barrier. The onlookers, having completed their silk tying, began to stroll back to their lodgings along the cobbled path, each carrying their own thoughts and wishes. The last rays of the setting sun had faded, the sky now a gentle indigo, with the emerging stars reflecting against the scattered lights of the village. The warm evening breeze of May caressed the flourishing red flowers and green leaves lining the alley, their subtle fragrance perfuming the air, filling the lane with the essence of spring. Minli, Wenjing, and Xinghe walked leisurely, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Xinghe, with keen eyes, spotted a cluster of vibrant vine flowers cascading from a neighbor's garden wall, glimmering with a velvety crimson sheen under the night lights. He quickly urged Minli, "Dad, look at this. Let's take a photo." With a smile, Minli approached, while Wenjing instinctively raised his phone, adjusting the angle. As he focused intently on capturing the moment, his fingertips lightly tapped the screen, framing Minli's profile as he admired the flowers, illuminated by the soft glow of the lights against the dark blossoms, creating a warm ambience. "This one is great," Xinghe exclaimed as he leaned in for a better look, then directed, "Dad, you should stand over there. I'll take your picture." Wenjing passed the phone to his son and joined Minli's side. The two stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the flowering wall, their shoulders naturally brushing against each other. Xinghe expertly directed, "Come a little closer," and smile. Minli turned his head to glance at Wenjing, amusement glimmering in his eyes. Although Wenjing's lips did not curve upward, the contours of his gaze softened as it settled upon Minli's face. Seizing this fleeting moment, Xinghe captured it with a click. The three of them were thoroughly enjoying themselves, taking numerous pictures of one another. As Minli perused the photographs taken by Wenjing, he found them impeccable in composition and lighting, regardless of whether they depicted landscapes or portraits. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "Not bad, old Lu. Your skills really are versatile. Wenjing accepted the phone, his eyes gliding over the screen, displaying Yu Minli's smiling visage, a gentle warmth blossoming within his gaze as he responded with a soft, The evening breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of flowers grew increasingly rich. While admiring the pictures, Yu Minli suddenly recalled something and smiled at Xinghe, saying, "By the way, with so many beautiful photos, why don't you send some to Yizhou? He must miss you since you haven't seen each other in so long." His tone was casual, imbued with familiarity and acceptance towards that future family member. Wenjing cast a sidelong glance at Yu Minli, an expression of resigned understanding mingling with a tranquil indulgence in his eyes. He nodded in agreement. Xinghe, having overheard, promptly retrieved his phone and sent the photos. Wenjing signaled to Xinghe, raising his phone, and suggested, "Let me take a few more pictures of you." Xinghe, catching the hint, immediately claimed he had a stomach ache and needed to leave first. Yu Minli was enjoying the photography session, yet upon seeing Wenjing's earnest expression, he reluctantly acquiesced. He stood once more amidst the blooming flowers, his lips curving into a smile as he posed for the camera. As night deepened and the floral shadows grew faint, Wenjing held his phone, his gaze quietly capturing Yu Minli amidst the blossoms. Yu Minli's smile radiated warmth, appearing exceptionally soft under the interplay of light and petals. Wenjing's fingers hovered above the screen, delaying the shutter release. He gazed at the fully blossomed smile through the lens, the soft glow in his eyes merging with the encroaching night, deep and inscrutable. In that gaze, there was not only indulgence, but also a profound sense of possession and cherishment. "What's wrong?" Yu Minli blinked, a hint of confusion evident. "Nothing," Wenjing replied, his voice light yet clear, finally pressing the shutter and capturing several images in quick succession. He lowered the phone and stepped closer, their shadows nearly overlapping. "Are we done?" Wenjing affirmed, lifting his hand to tuck a loose strand of Yu Minli's hair behind his ear, the warmth of his fingertips gently caressing the shell of Yu Minli's ear. "Are you tired?" "Not at all." Yu Minli shook his head, his throat bobbing slightly. They were so close that he could see his own reflection in Wenjing's eyes, the fervent concentration evident within them. "What is this about?" Yu Minli asked, puzzled. "Do you want to take a photo too?" Wenjing shook his head, proposing a bold idea. "I want to kiss you, may I?" Upon hearing this, Yu Minli's face flushed crimson, even his neck taking on a delicate pink hue. His eyes darted in confusion, instinctively wanting to step back. Yet he found himself against the floral wall, with nowhere to retreat. Wenjing's presence was palpable, exuding an undeniable aura. That blunt proposal, almost audacious in its simplicity, struck the tranquil waters of his heart like a small stone, sending forth tumultuous and chaotic ripples. His voice quivered slightly, tinged with disbelief and embarrassment. "Wenjing, where is this place?" he murmured, lowering his tone as he nervously glanced at both ends of the alley. Although the surroundings were currently serene and devoid of life, one could never be certain that a villager or a member of the production team wouldn't pass by. Wenjing did not withdraw. Instead, he gazed deeply into him, his usually calm eyes revealing a simmering undercurrent of long-suppressed yearning. His voice was husky yet distinctly clear. "It's merely a request. You are free to reject it." Despite his words, his gaze and demeanor left no room for refusal. It was a form of almost tender coercion, ensnaring Yu Minli within the confines of his breath and stare. Yu Minli's heart thundered, blood rushing to his cheeks. He shot a glare at Wenjing, but under that searing gaze, his glare lacked potency, resembling more of a shy reproach. "No, I reject it." Wenjing seemed to anticipate his response, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile, revealing a faint yet calculating arc. He did not encroach further, but instead created a slight distance, his gaze still fixed on Yu Minli, calmly casting the bait. "Very well, rejection is an option." He paused, retrieving his phone and gently gliding his fingertip across the screen to display the photos he had just taken. "However, the photos I captured require a fee for labor." Yu Minli was taken aback, struggling to follow his train of thought. "What labor fee?" Wenjing lifted his gaze, his eyes resting on Yu Minli's slightly parted, alluring lips. His voice was deep, each word pronounced with clarity. One photo, one kiss, a fair exchange. Yu Minli's face blazed crimson, more so than before, with his ears now aflame. He could scarcely believe his ears. This usually taciturn older man had turned into a brazen rogue. A fair exchange? This was clearly taking advantage of the situation. No, it was outright extortion. You're extorting me, he stammered, pointing shakily at Lu Wenjing's phone. How could this be? Indeed, Lu Wenjing replied, unflustered, even adding with apparent leisure. I captured a total of, he feigned counting, then declared, at least 15 photos. You may also opt for a one-time settlement. A one-time settlement. 15 kisses. Yu Minli felt his vision darken, as if he were about to combust. He regarded Lu Wenjing's calm demeanor, as if he were simply listing prices in a fair and open manner, feeling both angered and embarrassed. He bit his lower lip, glancing around in a fluster, unable to meet Lu Wenjing's gaze. The alley remained quiet, the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air. In the distance, faint voices could be heard, likely other guests returning from their stroll. Time was of the essence, and the creditor awaited his response with a serious demeanor. Ultimately, Yu Minli seemed to arrive at a resolute decision, suddenly raising his head to throw a swift glance at Lu Wenjing. He then quickly rose onto his toes, lightly and swiftly brushing his lips against the corner of Lu Wenjing's mouth. In an instant, he withdrew, as swift as a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, like a thief fearful of being discovered. This counts as one. The remaining debt. He uttered this phrase, not daring to glance at Lu Wenjing's reaction, and turned to flee. However, a warm and firm hand firmly grasped his wrist. The laughter in Lu Wenjing's eyes finally surfaced, mingled with unquenched desire and triumphant delight. He gently pulled the fleeing figure back to his side, his voice imbued with evident amusement and an irresistible tenderness. The debt is acceptable, but how shall we calculate the interest? Under the moonlight, the contrast between Yu Minli's face, flushed with shame and indignation, and the unfathomable affection and mockery in Lu Wenjing's gaze was stark. It appeared that the debt dispute of the night would not be resolved anytime soon. Chapter 61. The Romance of the Ancient Village 3. Taking advantage of a pretense of discomfort in his stomach, Lu Xinghe took the lead along the cobblestone path home. As night deepened, most households in the village had extinguished their lights, leaving only a few street lamps casting a dim, hazy glow. Upon passing a narrow alleyway corner, the light was obscured by towering courtyard walls, rendering the outline of the cobblestone path indistinct. Lu Xinghe halted, retrieving his phone from his pocket and activating the flashlight feature. A beam of bright white light pierced the darkness, illuminating the slick stones ahead and the moss in the corners. He cautiously slowed his pace, preparing to navigate carefully, when suddenly a faint call reached his ears. Xinghe. The voice was soft, like a murmur carried by the wind, or as if it came from behind a heavy barrier, imbued with an indescribable emptiness and chill. The tail end seemed to carry an odd, faint hissing sound, dissipating in the stillness of the night breeze. Lu Xinghe stiffened, a sudden chill racing down his spine, his hair standing on end. He abruptly stopped, gripping his phone tightly, the flashlight beam instinctively sweeping towards the direction of the voice. There, on the other side of the corner, lay a shadowy nook engulfed in darkness, cluttered with debris and discarded farming tools, obscuring any visibility. "Who is there?" he inquired in a lowered voice, his clear tone echoing distinctly in the empty alley, tinged with an imperceptible tension. No reply came. Only the night wind rustled through the eaves, stirring a few fallen leaves, accompanied by a distant, indistinct sound from a television somewhere. Standing still, Lu Xinghe felt his heartbeat quicken. He was not just an ordinary scion, nurtured under the influence and special care of Lu Wenjing and Yu Minli. His courage and vigilance far exceeded that of his peers. Yet, that call had been too peculiar, neither a prank nor the voice of a familiar villager. Furrowing his brow, he refrained from advancing into the darkness, instead directing his phone's camera towards that direction, switching to video mode, while his other hand stealthily approached the special smartwatch on his wrist, equipped with emergency alert and location features. "Who is there? Come out," he raised his voice slightly, striving to maintain composure. Still, silence enveloped him. The shadowy corner seemed to be a silent maw, swallowing all sound. Xinghe hesitated. Had he misheard? Or was there truly something there? He clenched his phone, poised to speak again, or perhaps leave to summon help. At that moment, the voice echoed once more, this time slightly clearer, laced with an intentionally lowered, familiar affectation. Xinghe, it's me. The elongated call, tinged with a breathy tone and an odd pitch, caused Xinghe's ears to twitch. The taut string of tension within him snapped, not from fright, but from indignation. The terror and vigilance he had just experienced were instantly replaced by a blazing inferno of anger. He whirled around abruptly, the beam of his flashlight piercing the shadowy corner without mercy, illuminating the flush of fury on his small face, his eyes wide with astonishment. Qi Yizhou, he nearly ground out through clenched teeth, enunciating each word with a low growl, his clear voice brimming with the embarrassment of being toyed with and righteous anger. You actually scared me. Come out. From the shadows came a rustling sound, accompanied by a muffled, barely contained chuckle. Malevolent. A tall figure nimbly emerged from behind a pile of discarded bamboo baskets, moving with a grace that belied his stature. Qi Yizhou was clad in a deep green outfit suitable for concealment, wearing a mischievous grin that had yet to be concealed, along with a hint of guilt from being caught. Darling, don't be angry. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, edging closer. In the beam of the phone's flashlight, his smile appeared almost infuriating. I just saw you walking alone at night and wanted to play a little prank, while keeping you safe. The last part he uttered quickly, attempting to lend some legitimacy to his actions. Protect me? In such a ghostly manner. Xinghe was seething, his chest heaving with indignation, the flashlight's beam forcing Qi Yizhou to squint. Do you have any idea that you nearly gave me a heart attack? I thought. He faltered, the chilling sensation that had gripped his back now lingering in his memory, with the culprit being none other than his husband. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. I was wrong. Qi Yizhou, sensing his beloved's genuine anger, immediately dropped his playful demeanor, bowing his head to bring himself to Xinghe's eye level. His tone sincere as he apologized. I just wanted to tease you, but I didn't mean to scare you. I accept any punishment you deem appropriate. Xinghe regarded his husband's earnest contrition, his anger subsiding somewhat, yet remnants of fury lingered, mingling with a sense of unease and grievance. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, merely fixing his wide, slightly teary eyes on Qi Yizhou. The sight of his beloved's expression tugged at Qi Yizhou's heart, wishing he could rewind time and swallow that foolish prank back. Tentatively, he extended his hand, wanting to caress Xinghe's face, yet fearful of being rebuffed. Darling, please don't be upset, okay? He softened his tone, coaxing gently. I promise I won't scare you like this again. How about you hit me a couple of times to let off some steam? He offered his arm forward. Xinghe looked at the face before him, adorned with a mixture of appeasement and guilt, recalling his husband's constant, attentive care and his relentless pursuit of affection. Ultimately, the remnants of his ire were replaced with a sense of helplessness and a familiar warmth. He sighed, extending his hand to lightly pat Qi Yizhou's arm, a gesture devoid of force, more akin to a proclamation. There shall be no next time. Qi Yizhou immediately assured him, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, tinged with a hint of appeasement. Darling, shall I take you somewhere delightful? Where to? You shall know upon arrival. It's quite close. Xinghe, half curious and half skeptical, allowed himself to be led, no longer resisting. Beneath the clear moonlight, the two navigated the familiar paths of alleys and rural trails, skillfully evading the occasional late-returning villagers and the potential gaze of television cameras, resembling two elusive sprites weaving through the night. After a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes, Qi Yizhou finally halted before a gentle slope. He released Xinghe's hand, turning to face him, his expression a blend of mystery and the exhilaration of revealing a treasure. Arms outstretched, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Welcome, dear, to the world of camellias. Xinghe followed his gesture, instantly captivated by the breathtaking sight before him. They stood at the edge of an expansive hillside, where numerous camellia trees were planted, Although it was not the season for camellias to bloom, curiously, nearly every tree was adorned with countless delicate LED lights, radiating a soft, warm yellow glow. These tiny lights were meticulously entwined around the branches, twinkling in clusters, as if fragments of the entire galaxy had been scattered across this tranquil tea garden. The warm halo illuminated the deep green leaves, and the air was suffused with the crisp scent of night, dew, and foliage, creating a beauty that transcended the earthly realm, resembling a serene and resplendent dream. Lu Xinghe's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. The tea garden they had visited earlier that afternoon lay across the way. This was evidently a more secluded area, untouched by the television crew. I stumbled upon this while scouting in the afternoon, Qi Yizhou said, lowering his voice with a touch of pride. I inquired with the villagers. This is an old tea garden. The yield isn't high anymore, but the scenery is splendid. Occasionally, the village decorates it for a bit of charm. I thought, this would be perfect for an evening visit with my beloved, so I added a few more strings of lights. He pointed to the clusters of lights that were noticeably more dense and uniquely shaped, some even twisted into star or flower forms. Lu Xinghe stepped closer, the warm light casting a golden halo around his youthful, yet already handsome face, his eyes reflecting the myriad of sparkling points. He reached out, gently brushing against the tea leaf outlined in golden light, feeling its cool, supple texture. Do you like it? Qi Yizhou asked from behind him, his gaze unwavering, filled with anticipation. Xinghe nodded earnestly. It's beautiful. He paused, looking at Qi Yizhou. How long did you take to set this up? Such an abundance of lights. It must have taken considerable time for one person to arrange. Qi Yizhou scratched his head, chuckling softly. Not too long, really. I slipped over while you all were roasting tea this afternoon. I was just idling anyway. He spoke lightly, yet Lu Xinghe could vividly imagine him navigating the tea garden alone under the scorching sun or the twilight, meticulously arranging things. The lingering dissatisfaction that had stemmed from his earlier fright dissipated entirely, replaced by a warm current. Qi Yizhou, in his seemingly nonsensical, sometimes irritating manner, clumsily yet stubbornly cared for him. Thank you, Lu Xinghe murmured softly. Qi Yizhou's eyes sparkled with joy, more radiant than witnessing a sea of lights in the garden. No need to thank me. As long as you like it, my dear. He promptly retrieved his ever-present professional camera. Come, stand here. Let me take a few pictures. I guarantee you'll be the most stunning creature in the village tonight. No, in the entire world. This time, Lu Xinghe did not refuse. Obediently positioning himself where Qi Yizhou indicated, with a backdrop of dazzling tea flower lanterns. Qi Yizhou knelt, searching for the perfect angle, muttering to himself, yes, just like that. Gaze over there, darling, splendid. Midway through the shoot, Qi Yizhou suddenly lost interest, rising to embrace Lu Xinghe, his tone turning somber. It's been ages since I've been close to you. I've missed you. Lu Xinghe, perplexed by this sudden shift in mood, returned the embrace, soothing his back. Don't worry, the second phase will conclude in a few days. Qi Yizhou nuzzled into his neck, inhaling the familiar scent of starry night pheromones, his voice muffled. Darling, may I kiss you? Their warm bodies pressed closely together, resembling a large dog desperately seeking affection after being scolded by its owner, causing Lu Xinghe's clothing to become slightly disheveled. Amused yet exasperated, Lu Xinghe maintained a serious facade, insisting no. Qi Yizhou appeared even more aggrieved, lamenting, had I known, I wouldn't have frightened my wife. Oh, can I even have one? No. The little wolf dog nestled against him, persistently nuzzling. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He released Lu Xinghe, plucking a few pure white tea blossoms from nearby, and said, Darling, close your eyes. Lu Xinghe frowned. Please, just close them, Qi Yizhou implored. With a mix of resignation and affection, Lu Xinghe complied. Qi Yizhou held his breath, his heart racing. Swiftly, he delicately plucked the softest petals from the blossoms and affixed them to his lips, which bore a subtle fragrance and a hint of coolness. Then he leaned in slightly, carefully and reverently pressing his petal-clad lips against Lu Xinghe's. How does kissing something count as a kiss? Qi Yizhou thought, feeling quite clever. Lu Xinghe's body shuddered slightly. his eyes snapping open. He felt the unusual, fragrant softness upon his lips and immediately grasped Qi Yizhou's ruse. Yet, gazing at the triumphant expression on his face, his eyes sparkling brighter than the lanterns behind them, Xinghe's initial embarrassment of being outsmarted ultimately succumbed to a blend of exasperation and indulgent amusement. Qi Yizhou possesses an uncanny ability to conjure the most peculiar and whimsical ideas, leaving one both amused and exasperated. Yet his tenacity renders genuine anger impossible. Thus, it must be accepted as is. The moonlight casts a gentle glow, illuminating the path home. Two indistinct figures share a fervent kiss amidst a sea of stars and blossoms. Chapter 62. The duel won on the third day in the ancient village. Wenjing, Minli, and Xinghe withdrew early from the final 2 days of the live program. Urgent news arrived from the old residence. Zhang had fallen ill. The three hastened back to his city, rushing to the old house without pausing to change. The car came to a steady halt before the intricately carved wooden door. As they disembarked, the housekeeper had already been waiting at the entrance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears upon seeing them. "Sir, madam, young master, how is grandfather?" Xinghe followed closely behind, his voice taut with concern. "He just woke for a moment, but now he is asleep again." The housekeeper led them inside, lowering his voice. "The doctor mentioned it is an old ailment, compounded by the recent fluctuations in weather. The old master has not had proper rest, which has exacerbated his condition." In the bedroom on the second floor, Zhang leaned against the headboard, supported by 2 embroidered cushions. Clad in a gray silk Chinese nightgown, with the collar fastened neatly, his complexion was as pale as parchment, accentuating the depth of his eyes. Xinghe stood beside the bed, donned in a white physician's coat over a black dress shirt, his tie undone and collar relaxed. One hand rested in his pocket, while the other idly toyed with a small medicinal box made of rosewood. At the sound of their arrival, he turned his head, his expression neutral, with only a slight raising of his brow. The room was suffused with the mingling scents of traditional Chinese medicine and antiseptics. Wenjing halted at the bedside, his throat tightening as he spoke. "Father, I have returned," Zhang replied, his voice coarse, reminiscent of sandpaper against dry wood. "Grandfather," Xinghe echoed. Zhang's gaze swept over him and finally settled on Minli. "You have all returned. Father, how is your health?" Minli inquired softly. "No harm done. I am not yet at death's door," Zhang interjected. Though his breath was weak, his tone heavy. "I have summoned you all to announce a matter of importance." The air in the room grew suddenly thick with tension. Zhang slowly rotated the prayer beads in his hand, the rosewood glinting faintly under his fingers. "I am voluntarily transferring 15% of my shares to Xinghe. Henceforth, he shall be considered a member of the Liu family." As his words settled, the room fell into a profound silence. Wenjing's brow furrowed, while Minli instinctively clenched the hem of his garment. Xinghe stood frozen, his gaze flitting between his grandfather and Xinghe, who continued to play with the medicinal box, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the declaration. Furthermore, Zhang continued, his eyes deep as ancient wells, turning to Xinghe. "As Xinghe matures and Xinghe remains of similar age, despite being 8 years his senior, they have grown up together. I intend for them to be engaged, and the elders of the clan have consented." This proclamation struck like thunder. Wenjing exclaimed, "Father, this—" Minli's lips trembled, yet no sound emerged. Xinghe felt a buzzing in his ears, and everything around him blurred momentarily. He gazed at Xinghe, who finally lifted his eyes to meet his. In those eyes, there was no trace of surprise, only a hint of amusement, as if everything was well within his grasp. The light outside slanted into the room, casting a faint golden hue on the hem of Xinghe's white coat. The pillbox he held snapped shut with a soft click. "I disagree." Both Wenjing and Minli spoke almost in unison. Zhang lifted his eyelids, a subtle, cold smile gracing his pale face. He slowly stroked the prayer beads, his gaze as still as the depths of a tranquil pool, concealing an undercurrent of pressure. Wenjing, Minli, his voice, though soft, was clear and resolute. "When did my decisions require your consent?" The air seemed to tighten under an invisible grip. Lu Wenjing's jawline was taut, while Minli's complexion turned pale, his hand involuntarily grasping that of Lu Xinghe beside him. "Father," Minli stepped forward, his tone low and restrained. "Xinghe is still young. His future should be his own to choose. Shouldn't the transfer of shares to an outsider be approached with greater caution?" "Outsider?" Lu Zheng echoed the term, his gaze shifting to the quietly observing Xinghe. Xinghe finally stirred, tucking the pillbox into the pocket of his coat, his hands slipping into his pockets, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere in the room. He met Lu Zheng's eyes and then cast a fleeting glance over the Lu family trio, a faint, nearly imperceptible smile gracing his lips. "Grandfather," he began, his voice cool and clear, reminiscent of spring and early winter. "It seems my presence here has caused some discomfort for Uncle Lu and Uncle Yu." He offered no defense, made no pleas, merely stated the fact, which only deepened the complexity of Lu Wenjing's and Minli's expressions. "Yongye is not an outsider." Lu Zheng withdrew his gaze, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Over the years, who has been by my bedside? Who has helped mend this ailing body?" He inhaled deeply, closing his eyes momentarily, seemingly fatigued. Yet when he opened them again, his gaze was keenly fixed on Lu Xinghe. "Xinghe," he called, his voice softened yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "Come here." Lu Xinghe's heart raced as he relinquished Minli's hand and approached the bedside with unsteady steps. He could feel the anxious gazes of his father and Papa behind him, as well as see Yongye's calm, yet almost indifferent gaze from his side. "Grandfather," Lu Zheng extended his frail hand, grasping Lu Xinghe's wrist with surprising strength. "Xinghe, your grandfather is old. My days are few." Lu Zheng's eyes held a mix of affection and a deeper, more calculating intent that Lu Xinghe had never witnessed before. "Yongye possesses the ability and means. Most importantly, he understands this family and you. With him by your side, your grandfather can rest easy." "But grandfather, I know buts." Lu Zheng suddenly erupted in a fit of violent coughing. Xinghe hurried forward to assist, only to be waved away. After a heart-wrenching bout of coughing, Lu Zheng's breath grew weaker, yet his resolve remained unyielding. "This matter is settled. Yongye." Xinghe slightly inclined his body at the foot of Lu Zheng's bed. "Lu grandfather." "Xinghe." Lu Zheng grasped Lu Xinghe's hand once more and turned his gaze to Xinghe, speaking as if expending all his strength. "You two must get along well." Upon finishing his words, he appeared to have exhausted all his spirit, releasing his grip, closing his eyes, leaving only the sound of his labored breathing. The bedroom was enveloped in a profound silence, with only Lu Zheng's breaths and the faint whisper of the wind outside. Lu Xinghe stood frozen in place, the lingering cold touch of his grandfather still palpable on his wrist. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards Xinghe, who was also looking back at him. In his deep, enigmatic eyes, a hint of amusement was increasingly evident. "I absolutely disagree." Minli's voice shattered this eerie exchange, taking a step forward to shield Lu Xinghe behind him. His tone was notably sharp. "For Xinghe to be engaged to anyone, it must receive the consent of both me and Wenjing. Father, you are advanced in years. Focus on enjoying your twilight years. Matters concerning your descendants need not trouble you." Completing his statement in one breath, he tightly grasped Lu Xinghe's wrist and turned to leave. Lu Wenjing's expression was beyond mere coldness. It embodied the frigid stillness that precedes a blizzard, freezing everything in its path. He stepped forward, his gaze like a blade, piercing directly at the two by the bed. "Lu Xing, Xinghe." He addressed them by name, his voice ominously deep. To achieve his ends, he resorted to such manipulations. "It seems my previous indulgence has allowed you both to repeatedly interfere and disrupt our lives." He paused, each word falling like shards of ice, clear and resolute. "From this day forth, all that you hold from the Lu family shall be reclaimed. Do not presume that you, Lu Zheng, can continue to dictate terms as you once did." Chapter 63. Confrontation. Only the faint breaths of the two remained in the room. Xinghe accessed the system interface, where the dramatic anger value currently stood at 5,670 points. A flicker of metallic gold passed through his eyes, reminiscent of data coursing through a precise instrument. The first point of conflict has garnered 500 points. Efficiency is commendable. His slender fingers glided across the virtual interface, the numbers rippling with subtle waves. It appears that extracting emotional energy from the protagonist is proving more effective than anticipated. He paused, seemingly retrieving historical data for comparison, a cold, self-mocking smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The emotional energy previously extracted from Lu Zheng, his aging paranoia, desire for control, and pathological anxiety regarding family legacy, though of acceptable purity, yielded neither the quantity nor intensity of this. His gaze fell upon the dim figure of the elderly man on the bed, a flicker of disdain glinting in the depths of the gold in his eyes. Were it not for this face, so reminiscent of Lu Fengtai, luring forth his guilt and twisted obsession for his beloved through nightly revelry, I fear even the fundamental operations of the system would struggle to be maintained. Yu Minli, his fingertips unconsciously tapped the air as if striking an invisible piano, conjuring a malicious melody that only he could perceive. Had it not been for you, I would not have been reduced to such depths, clinging to survival through these means. His gaze shifted towards the tightly shut door, as if he could penetrate the thick wood and glimpse the departing figures of the family of three, particularly that of the one. But now, the golden glimmer in his eyes refocused, becoming sharp and predatory. Your resentment, your confusion, your anger, and the home you desperately wish to protect will all serve as my finest sustenance. The system interface flickered slightly, revealing a new task prompt. Phase Task 2. Consolidate the identity of a vested interest holder and intensify internal family conflicts. Reward. System Authority Upgrade LV2. Melodramatic Energy Extraction Efficiency 15. Xinghe closed the interface and turned back to the bedside of Lu Zheng. The elder gazed vacantly at the ceiling, his breath faint, resembling a shell drained of its essence, with remnants of past authority and obstinacy reduced to a fragile husk. Xinghe leaned down, his fingertips nearly brushing the elder's withered cheek, yet hesitating. His voice was soft, laced with an eerie tenderness. As for you, Lu Zheng, he continued, have you not always yearned to resurrect your brother, Fengtai? The golden light in his eyes danced, reflecting in Lu Zheng's murky pupils like a blurred echo of a long-gone soul. Why not? He said, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, the words slipping out like a serpent's tongue. Gentle yet lethal. Offer your life as the most splendid sacrifice for this resurrection ritual, shall we? On the bed, Lu Zheng seemed to convulse slightly, a rasping sound escaping his throat, his hollow eyes turning towards Xinghe, yet they reflected nothing but a physiological murkiness, devoid of any lucid will. Xinghe straightened up, casting one last glance at the elder who once held dominion over him, now reduced to his puppet. His eyes devoid of any emotion. Rest well. He tucked the blanket around him with a gesture that could be deemed considerate, yet his tone was as cold as frost. For you are the most crucial prop in this grand spectacle. Having completed his task, he no longer lingered and strode towards the door. The hem of his white coat swept through the air, carrying away the last remnants of warmth. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence this grand performance. Yu Minli tugged at Lu Xinghe, nearly stumbling as they rushed down the stairs, halting abruptly in the corridor deep within the old residence's courtyard, finally releasing his grip. He leaned against the icy columns, his back heaving violently, his chest rising and falling with each frantic breath. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, illuminating his pale visage and the furious red of his eyes. He was truly enraged, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, the knuckles that had gripped Lu Xinghe's wrist still pale. Damn it, he muttered hoarsely, what the hell is this? Is Lu Zheng insane, or is this world truly deranged? He exclaimed, transforming his little lover into the fiancée of his own grandson. Bah, what does he take you for? And what does he consider us? He raised his gaze to the youthful and bewildered face of Lu Xinghe, his heart aching as if it were being torn apart by a knife. Xinghe, what wrong have you committed? How young are you? By what right do they conspire against you, manipulating the course of your life? His agitation grew, his words tumbling forth in a rapid torrent. I can't bear it any longer. Truly, this place These people are utterly rotten to the core. Suddenly, he grasped Lu Xinghe's shoulders, his fingers pressing firmly, his eyes ablaze with an intensity that was terrifying. Xinghe, let us depart, far away. I will take you with me. What Lu family? What shares? What worthless engagement? We shall forsake it all. As long as you are willing to call me Dad in the future, we will leave this place and never return. Lu Xinghe was taken aback by the resolute light in his father's eyes, his throat tightening, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Damn it, I feel like I'm going to be sick. What nonsensical novel is this? What rubbish? I refuse to partake in this any longer. Tomorrow, I will divorce. If I ever return to this Lu family, I am no better than a dog. As Lu Wenjing chased after the two, he caught snippets of their conversation, alongside Yu Minli's nearly shattered cries from within. He halted abruptly in the shadows at the entrance of the corridor. The moonlight illuminated only half of his face, his jawline taut as if about to fracture, and within his normally composed eyes, tumultuous waves surged. There was shock at the uncontrolled utterances directed towards his wife, but more so, an overwhelming fury aimed at the absurd situation before him, as well as at the two individuals responsible for it. He gazed at Lu Xinghe's trembling back and his son's bewildered, terrified expression, and the icy anger that had settled in his chest finally broke free from the last vestiges of rational restraint. He stepped forth from the shadows, each step heavy with purpose. Upon hearing the footsteps, Yu Minli whirled around, his eyes resembling a wounded beast, bristling with spikes, filled with vigilance, despair, and an indescribable pain. He couldn't fathom the depth of his own reaction. It was merely the absurd command from Lu Zhang and the composed demeanor of Xinghe that ignited a wave of repulsion and nausea within him, threatening to shatter the calm facade he had maintained for so long. It was a visceral revulsion, stemming from an extreme loathing for the unscrupulous methods employed by those two, distorting humanity itself. Lu Wenjing approached the two, his demeanor devoid of the emotional outburst exhibited by Yu Minli. Yet the tightness of his lips and the rigidity of his jaw betrayed the storm roiling within. His gaze first fell upon Lu Xinghe's face, etched with confusion, lingering for a moment before shifting to Yu Minli. He refrained from extending his hand or any more intimate gestures. Instead, he stood firm, like a warrior who had finally resolved to uphold the last bastion. His voice was deep, yet imbued with a peculiar gravity that severed through the stagnant air. I have made the necessary arrangements. He paused, ensuring that each word was conveyed with crystal clarity. All shares, permissions, and resources acquired under Lu Zhang's name, as well as those obtained by Xinghe through the Lu family's auspices, have now been entirely frozen and reclaimed from both legal and practical perspectives. He gazed at Yu Minli, whose eyes had suddenly widened, and continued with unwavering conviction. They cannot reach the stars, nor can they harm you in the slightest. At least on the surface, they no longer possess any leverage to threaten us. A chill breeze swept through the corridor, carrying with it the faint coolness of distant foliage. Yet it could not dissipate the heavy atmosphere enveloping the three. Lu Wenjing's words acted as a potent tonic, momentarily stabilizing Yu Minli's crumbling emotions. He then turned towards the main house, his voice hauntingly hoarse, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. There is no need to wait until tomorrow, nor do you need to divorce. He pivoted back to Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe, extending his hand to firmly grasp Yu Minli's trembling one, while his other hand pressed down on Lu Xinghe's slender shoulder. The grip was heavy, infused with an undeniable resolve. Now, we shall leave. This home, from this moment forth, is no longer our concern. He cast one last glance at the old house, which loomed in the night like a slumbering beast. His gaze is cold as ice laced with venom. Lu Zhang, Xinghe, and all this repugnant existence, play your games among yourselves. Chapter 64. Confession 1. When Lu Wenjing and the others returned home, the night was already deep. An oppressive atmosphere cloaked the entire house, leaving no one in the mood to mention dinner. Lu Xinghe's phone vibrated. It was a message from Qi Yizhou. He glanced at the silent figures of his parents and murmured, "I'll step out for a moment," before hastily exiting the door. Lu Wenjing made his way directly to the study, gently closing the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. Yu Minli returned alone to the bedroom. Now, an omega, his physical strength nowhere near what it had been in his previous life. After a day spent traveling, he felt utterly fatigued, both physically and mentally. A dull ache emanated from his glands, a discomfort triggered by the tumult of his emotions and the chaos within his pheromones. He mechanically completed his evening routine. Warm water briefly soothed his skin but could not quell his restless mind. Ultimately, he threw himself onto the soft bed, enveloped by the mingled scent of pheromones that belonged to him and Lu Wenjing, now somewhat disordered. As his body sank into the mattress, his thoughts began to drift, floating amidst the chaotic sensations. The room was only illuminated by a dim bedside lamp, casting a fuzzy outline of his profile. With eyes wide open, he stared at the familiar patterns on the ceiling, yet his mind felt cluttered, as if filled with a tangled mass of thoughts. Various voices, images, and emotions whirled incessantly. Lu Zheng's aged and obstinate face, Xinghe's unsettlingly alluring eyes, Lu Xinghe's bewildered expression, and Lu Wenjing's final, resolute yet heavy words, coupled with his own exclamations of escape and the curses that erupted from within, each played in his mind like a relentless storm. What is happening to me? This question silently emerged from the depths of his heart. He had always been gentle, even perceived by some as somewhat exuberant. Yet today, the wave of nausea and fury surging from the deepest recesses of his being felt so real, so overwhelming, it nearly drowned him. Like a beast whose nest had been thoroughly invaded, threatening the safety of its young, he instinctively revealed his sharp fangs, unbeknownst to himself, solely to protect his family. The thought crystallized within him. Family. Had he truly begun to regard Lu Xinghe and Lu Wenjing as family? This realization left him momentarily stunned. He was unaware that in his previous life he had no family. Alone and solitary, he had never experienced the profound bond of kinship, one willing to brave all adversities. In this life, through a series of unforeseen events, he had become Lu Wenjing's contracted wife and Lu Xinghe's other father. Initially, it may have been merely a matter of identity, a responsibility, a foothold in this new world. Yet, at some point, that concern had transformed into something tangible. The word dad now resonated with warmth, and Lu Wenjing's silent yet steadfast presence had become a source of support. He found himself increasingly enamored with this warmth, as if he were inherently a part of this family. He should cherish all of this. Thus, when malice struck, targeting Lu Xinghe and trampling the dignity and tranquility of the small home he had come to cherish, he lost control, willing to sacrifice everything. If only I were the original owner. At least his identity would be indisputable, and his position would be natural. However, Minli abruptly sat up. What if I'm the real Minli? This sudden thought made his heart skip a beat, but was quickly followed by a deeper confusion. But what about my previous memories? And the timelines don't align. The cold, hard barriers of logic shattered that faint flicker of delusion in an instant. Minli fell back onto the bed, turning onto his side, burying his face in the pillow in a futile attempt to block out the chaotic thoughts that swirled around him. A cold unease began to creep up his spine. Just as he attempted to calm himself with deep breaths, the door creaked open. Familiar, steady footsteps approached, accompanied by a hint of cedar fragrance that was noticeably more subdued than it had been in the living room. Lu Wenjing had finished washing up and returned to the bedroom. What he saw was Minli curled into a small ball, ensconced in the expansive bed, appearing somewhat fragile. Under the dim yellow light, the exposed nape of his neck was pale, the delicate area barely obscured by soft sleepwear. Yet the air was thick with the scent of passion fruit, tinged with evident anxiety and turmoil, in stark contrast to the usual calm and gentle atmosphere. Lu Wenjing hesitated in his steps. When he felt insecure, he would behave this way. This understanding acted as a small key, gently unlocking a compartment deep within Lu Wenjing's memory. It was not the first time. During Star River's childhood illnesses, when he felt helpless, in moments of pressure during significant events, and even earlier, in the nascent stages of their relationship, when they were still getting to know each other, whenever Minli felt uncertain or stressed, his unique passion fruit scent would betray his calm facade, becoming taut and slightly astringent, like an unripe fruit. Yet, it had never been as intense and chaotic as it was tonight. Lu Wenjing, who had previously maintained a steady presence reminiscent of a cedar through deliberate restraint, seemed to be subtly drawn into a deeper heaviness by the unsettling aroma of fruit, akin to a tranquil forest endeavoring to envelop a quivering vine in the wind. He approached the opposite side of the bed, lifted the covers, and reclined. The mattress yielded slightly under his weight, and the palpable aura of a top-tier alpha enveloped him, exuding a clarity and stability akin to a winter cedar forest, quietly tempering the anxious sweetness lingering in the air. Silence stretched between them, yet this time, it bore an unspoken understanding. After a moment, Lu Wenjing's low voice emerged, softer than before. "Ollie, I apologize." Yu Minli, taken aback by the unexpected apology from behind, turned to face Lu Wenjing. In the dim yellow light, he discerned the contours of the man before him, his deep-set eyes devoid of their usual sharpness, now reflecting a weighty emotion as he focused intently on him. "Why are you apologizing?" Yu Minli inquired, his voice muffled by the pillow yet unmistakably clear. The passion fruit's essence mingled more directly with the cedar's scent as he turned, the unsettling bitterness lingering but now tinged with a sense of inquiry. Lu Wenjing's gaze fell upon Yu Minli's face, and he hesitated before responding. It seemed he was carefully choosing his words when he finally spoke. "I did not anticipate." His voice was steady, yet each word resonated with coldness and self-reproach. They remained shameless, surpassing all boundaries without a care. His reference extended beyond the absurd engagement announcement earlier that day, pointing also to Lu Zheng and Xinghe's increasingly blatant scheming and manipulation over the years. He had believed his emotional distance and boundaries were sufficiently clear that he could at least maintain an outward semblance of calm to protect the tranquility of his small family. "It was my oversight," Lu Wenjing continued, his tone coolly declarative, yet Yu Minli could discern the underlying frustration. "I underestimated their greed and overestimated the so-called limits of kinship, allowing you and Xinghe to be ensnared in this repugnant scheme." His apology did not stem from actions taken, but rather from actions not taken, his failure to preemptively guard against and thoroughly sever ties, resulting in a most distasteful of filth splattering onto the lives of those he cherished most. For someone like Lu Wenjing, accustomed to control and the protection of his family, this felt akin to dereliction of duty. Yu Minli gazed at him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The gravity of Lu Wenjing's apology, imbued with a rare, almost defeated emotion, strangely alleviated some of his own tumultuous anger and disgust. It became clear that he was not alone in feeling offended and repulsed. Lu Wenjing, too, bore the weight of guilt. "It is not your fault," Yu Minli finally murmured, his voice imbued with complexity. "They have plotted with intent, making it nearly impossible to defend against." He paused, recalling the chill in Xinghe's eyes, a new wave of coldness washing over him. What exactly did that Xinghe intend? And why had Lu Zheng stooped to such depths? This question remains unanswered, at least for now. However, its emergence signifies that Yu Minli has begun to detach slightly from his solitary anger, attempting to comprehend the absurdity of the situation, and unconsciously engaging in discourse with Lu Wenjing. The moment Lu Wenjing's gaze turned icy upon the mention of those two individuals, his pheromones seemingly acquired a hint of chilling severity. Regardless of their intentions, his voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable determination that would not allow their schemes to succeed. He extended his hand, gently covering Yu Minli's hand that rested by his side, giving it a firm yet warm squeeze, the touch imbued with the strength of calluses. "I promise," he said, meeting Yu Minli's eyes. This succinct assurance, uttered by Lu Wenjing, bore immense weight. It was not a hollow consolation, but rather a solemn commitment grounded in his power, resources, and will. Yu Minli's hand stirred slightly beneath his palm, yet he did not withdraw. In truth, he was no longer troubled by the matter. His thoughts had drifted elsewhere. Had Lu Wenjing's feelings for him deepened to such an extent? A fleeting image crossed his mind. It was a rare sight to witness Lu Wenjing in such a self-effacing and eager demeanor. Yu Minli lowered his gaze, grappling with whether the memory that had just flashed through his mind belonged to him or to the original owner of this body. "Lu Wenjing," Yu Minli finally spoke after a prolonged silence, "are we His voice softened to nearly a whisper, yet it carried a pointed intensity that was unmistakable. The sentence remained unfinished, yet its unspoken implications hung in the air. Though he did not complete his thought, Wenjing seemed to grasp it. His deep-set eyes fixed on him, emotions roiling within, ultimately settling into a fathomless abyss of ink. He did not respond immediately. Instead, the hand that held Minli's tightened slightly. This question pertained to the past and pointed towards the essence of their relationship. Minli was in search of an answer to validate his tumultuous feelings and to clarify the chaotic emotions he could no longer contain. Yes, he was certain. He liked Wenjing very much, and the roots of this affection must have begun long ago. Chapter 65. Confession. Wenjing gazed at the face of Minli. So close at hand, and within those eyes, which often appeared gentle and somewhat distant, reflected his own image, was an unprecedented, clear, and fervent emotion. It was not merely dependence or trust. It was admiration, a light that Wenjing had once believed he would never again witness in those eyes. A brilliance that belonged solely to his Ali. An almost impossible hypothesis detonated in his mind like thunder, igniting a hope that had been smoldering for years, nearly reduced to ashes. Ali, could he have remembered? The impact of this thought was so profound that Wenjing's usual poise and composure shattered in an instant. His deep-set eyes abruptly contracted, swirling with tumultuous waves of excitement, disbelief, and a hint of deeply buried, almost humble fear. Fear that this might merely be an illusion. Fear that this brilliance could vanish in an instant. Ali's voice was painfully dry, nearly devoid of melody. In the next moment, his hands trembled uncontrollably, suddenly lunging forward to grasp Minli's arm tightly. The force was overwhelming, even causing discomfort to the other party. Yet Wenjing remained oblivious. He resembled a drowning man clinging to the only piece of driftwood, or a traveler lost in darkness who has suddenly glimpsed a guiding light. All his emotions, years of anticipation, profound longing, and the vigilant protection he had so carefully maintained, along with the overwhelming joy and uncertainty that surged forth at this moment, were transmitted unreservedly through his trembling hands. His knuckles whitened from the intensity of his grip, his gaze firmly locked onto Minli's eyes, as if he sought to unearth undeniable evidence from within them. His voice, shattered and hoarse from the tumult of emotions, stammered, "You. Are you him?" The words struggled to escape his lips, choked by overwhelming excitement, as his heart thundered within his chest, nearly fracturing his ribs. The cedar pheromones erupted chaotically, cascading forth like an avalanche, potent and tumultuous, enveloping the two of them with the fervent, emotional impact of an alpha. This sudden and intense reaction utterly surpassed Minli's expectations. The pain radiating from his arm caused him to furrow his brow. But it was the fierce emotion in Wenjing's eyes, one that seemed ready to engulf him, alongside the nearly desperate excitement and anticipation that truly unsettled him. Wenjing? Minli winced from the grip, sensing the turmoil of pheromones and the intensity of the gaze. "What is wrong with you? Let go, you're hurting me." He attempted to break free, yet Wenjing's hold was as firm as iron. At this moment, it seemed the other could not hear his words. Stubbornly fixating on him with those eyes ablaze with an unsettling light, repeating his fragmented question. "Do you remember? You remember me, don't you? Ali, you must remember me. Remember?" This term carried profound implications, serving as validation for Minli's previous speculations. Indeed, he was the original host. This realization did not bring the relief of enlightenment, but instead felt like a heavy stone pressing upon his heart, inducing a deeper sense of suffocation. He was not merely a foreign soul inhabiting another's body. He was likely Minli himself, yet for reasons unknown, he had forgotten a critically important past. As for the reasons behind his amnesia and the precise relationship he shared with Wenjing and Xinghe, the answers likely lay hidden within the two individuals he encountered earlier that day. The arrangement he had defined as a contractual marriage, a duty, and the slow blossoming of affection, perhaps to Wenjing, represented a treasured recovery, a flicker of hope after an interminable wait, and a chapter of his life yet to be recalled, one that was indelibly etched in memory. As he gazed at Lu Wenjing's striking features, distorted slightly by intense emotion, felt the crushing strength of the grip upon his arm, and sensed the chaotic tempest of cedar pheromones swirling in the air, Minli finally confronted this possibility. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. He yearned to inquire about their past relationship, to question what he had forgotten, but all words were lodged in his throat. Silenced, he gazed at his beloved, who was so close yet so far. Indeed, even in the absence of memories, the recognition of this love was strikingly vivid at that moment. Observing the fervent light in Lu Wenjing's eyes, which seemed poised to consume him, he felt the air around them, tumultuous like an uncontrollable deluge, saturated with anguish, yearning, and fear emanating from the cedar pheromones. The violent turmoil of these pheromones served as an unmistakable signal. The emotions of an alpha are intricately intertwined with their pheromones, and such immense fluctuations could potentially trigger a disruption in the pheromones, even burdening Lu Wenjing's body. A more primal, instinctive impulse overrode his desire to probe into the past. He could not allow Lu Wenjing to continue in this state. Matters of year could be deliberated later. That could wait. This thought was clear and resolute. Regardless of what had transpired before, the individual before him, who was losing control and suffering because of him, was the most authentic and urgent presence that demanded his attention. Minli took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion and all doubts within him. He ceased his attempts to break free. Instead, he lifted the arm that had been tightly grasped and gently wrapped both arms around Lu Wenjing's quivering back. This embrace carried a soothing intent. It was not constrictive, yet sufficient to envelop the other in his aura. His hands laid upon Lu Wenjing's back, clearly feeling the tension and tremors of the muscles beneath the fabric. He said nothing. Rather, he began to stroke in a steady rhythm, once and again, slowly and resolutely, moving from the center of Lu Wenjing's tense shoulder blades along the line of his spine, softly caressing downward. This was an exceedingly simple gesture, yet conveyed the Omega's most direct intent to soothe the Alpha through pheromones. With his movements, his own sweet and slightly tart passion fruit scent transformed from confusion to an active, submissive release, no longer resisting the cedar storm, but instead flowing like a gentle stream, attempting to permeate, envelop, and calm that turbulence. Lu Wenjing finally regained his voice, low and soft, whispering against Minli's ear like a sigh or the gentlest of comforts. "Stay calm, I am here." He neither admitted to having remembered nor denied it. He merely stated a fact. "I am here." In truth, he could not recall anything. Although a few fragmented memories flickered across his mind, he could not grasp them, and the more he delved, the more chaotic his thoughts became. This embrace, this tender touch, this placid declaration, was akin to a basin of quietly poured warm water. While it could not extinguish the blazing fire instantly, it effectively hindered the spread of the flames. Lu Wenjing's body, taut to its limits, suddenly trembled, transforming his grip on Minli's arm into an embrace. Yet that shivering did not cease. It seemed more like a release that had been suppressed to its utmost. He did not continue to inquire. Instead, he buried his face deeply into Minli's shoulder, his fervent breath cascading upon sensitive skin. Minli could distinctly sense the minute yet uncontrollable tremors of the tall figure in his arms, as well as the unusual warmth and dampness emanating from the shoulder and neck. It felt as if tears were welling up. This realization caused Minli's heart to constrict painfully, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and a sharp ache spread through him. Lu Wenjing, a person who has always been as steadfast as a mountain, surprisingly shed tears. The warmth of his tears was more impactful than any words, silently conveying the tumultuous emotions raging within him at that moment. Minli tightened his embrace around Lu Wenjing's arms. The rhythmic caresses of his palm came to a halt, replaced by the entire hand pressing against Lu's back, as if attempting to soothe both the fierce heartbeat and the swirling emotions. His fragrance, reminiscent of passion fruit, grew softer and more enveloping, weaving delicate threads of comfort between them, striving to absorb the profound sadness and excitement. He remained silent, refraining from gazing at Wenjing's face, simply maintaining the embrace, allowing the other's tears to soak into his shoulder. In the silence, an unspoken understanding flowed between them. With his wordless actions, he communicated, "I feel you. I am here. It is all right to be vulnerable and to release your emotions." Wenjing's breath gradually transformed from an initial rapid intensity to a deep, heavy rhythm, as if each inhalation drew in the stabilizing aura of Minli, while every exhalation released years of pent-up frustration. His head nestled deeper into Minli's neck, seeking the most reliable refuge. The night remained profoundly dark, with silence enveloping the world outside. The unresolved past, the lost memories, the intricate web woven by Xinghe and Xinghe, all hung over him like a cold sword of Damocles, suspended above, uncertain when it would fall. Yet, Minli was unperturbed. At least for this moment, he was unfazed. The person in his arms, who had lost control and wept for him, unveiling his most fragile side without reservation, consumed all of his thoughts. The truth may hold significance, but it paled in urgency compared to the tranquility of the person before him. Time passed, long enough for Wenjing's breath to steady completely, the tightness of the embrace easing into a state of utter reliance. In that serene silence, Minli softly, yet distinctly, spoke. His voice was low, tinged with a slight rasp from the emotions, yet imbued with a calmness akin to dust settling. Each word struck Wenjing's heart. Jing. He called him not as Wenjing, but in a more intimate manner, laden with countless memories and emotions of the present. Regardless of whether I have remembered, I am here. He paused, sensing the subtle stillness in his embrace. I am Minli, your partner, the father of Xinghe. Also, he tightened his embrace further, transforming the unfinished words into a closer hug, punctuated by a kiss as light as a feather upon Wenjing's heart. The One Who Loves You. Chapter 66. An unthoughtful title. When Qi Yizhou received a message from Xinghe, he was nearly beside himself with anger. He had hurried back to his city, trailing behind Xinghe and the others, without even catching his breath before returning to the company to handle a few urgent matters. As he contemplated how to approach a visit to the ancestral home to gain favor with the future grandfather Lu, after all, he intended to marry the precious grandson. He realized he had to present himself suitably. As a result, before he could even start to calculate, a thunderous shock struck him directly on the head. The old master Lu intended to arrange a marriage for his wife with someone else. With that doctor surnamed C, the one who was shrouded in mystery, perpetually orbiting around Xinghe, whose gaze was evidently unsettling. Xinghe. Qi Yizhou nearly crushed the coffee cup in his hand, the dark liquid splattering across the table, mirroring the tumultuous emotions that surged within him, boiling and freezing in an instant. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently. A tempest of rage intermingled with a frenzied sense of being thwarted surged to his head. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, delivering a powerful punch to the solid wood table, which resonated with a dull thud, startling his assistant who had just entered, frozen in place at the door. Xinghe belonged to him. He, Qi Yizhou, had long since recognized this, having loved him for so long with an unwavering determination. How could that old fool presume? And what was that surnamed C worth to even be deemed worthy? What nonsense about share transfers? What cursed engagement? Was Xinghe out of his mind? Or had he been bewitched by that C fellow? Qi Yizhou abruptly rose, pacing restlessly in the office like a beast whose territory had been invaded. He loosened his tie, breathing heavily, his gaze dark and foreboding. No, he cannot sit idly by. Wenjing and Minli would undoubtedly oppose. But the mad couple at the old residence seemed utterly reckless, and conventional methods would likely be too late. Qi Yizhou halted, staring out at the darkening sky, a glint of ruthless determination flickering in his eyes. He pulled out his phone, swiftly scouring through his contacts. There were certain individuals and methods he had not wished to employ so soon, nor expose too much in front of Xinghe. But now, if someone dared to tread upon his bottom line, they should not blame him for being ungracious. Attempting to snatch food from his mouth, they ought to reconsider their capabilities. Prepare the car. He coldly instructed the assistant, who remained frozen at the door, his voice laced with ice. Check the situation at the Liu family's old residence. Especially concerning that sea fellow. He was eager to uncover the true identity of this doctor who had bewitched Liu Zheng and the secrets he harbored. Racing along the route, Qi Yizhou parked outside the Liu villa, not waiting for the assistant to relay more detailed information before sending a message to Liu Xinghe. Your beloved Zhou. Where are you? Baby? I've arrived. He did not wait long before he spotted Liu Xinghe emerging from the villa. The night had deepened, the glow of the street lights illuminating the youth before him. His wife's complexion appeared exceedingly poor, pale to the point of translucence, with lingering red marks around his eyes. Filled with confusion, alarm, and a touch of stubborn defiance. He wore only thin clothing, as if he had rushed out in haste, without even a coat. Qi Yizhou's heart twisted painfully, a wave of rage instantly overshadowed by overwhelming concern. He rushed forward, removing his suit jacket to envelop Liu Xinghe's icy body without hesitation. What happened? Qi Yizhou's voice was low, laced with unmasked anxiety and anger as he grasped Liu Xinghe's hand, which felt cold to the touch. What did they do to you? Was it possible that the old man and that individual with the surname C had not finished their conversation? However, upon witnessing Liu Xinghe's disheveled and forlorn demeanor, Qi Yizhou's heart was already plagued by the gravest of suspicions. The cold glint in his eyes intensified, nearly solidifying into a palpable intent to kill, as the air around them seemed to grow heavy with the wrath of the Alpha. I am fine, Liu Xinghe interjected, his voice somewhat hoarse yet unexpectedly imbued with a forced tranquility. He lifted his gaze to meet Qi Yizhou's. His usually clear and bright eyes now shrouded in a veil of mist, yet deep within shimmered a faint but resilient light. At least for now, nothing was amiss. He allowed Qi Yizhou to envelop him in his coat, drawing warmth from the lingering essence of Qi Yizhou's body heat and the assertive yet comforting scent of his pheromones. This aroma provided a slight reprieve to his taut nerves. It is grandfather. Liu Xinghe took a breath, striving for a calm tone, though the tremor at the end betrayed his composure. He intends to transfer the Liu family's shares to Xinghe, and has proposed that I become engaged to him. Although he was already aware of the news, hearing Liu Xinghe articulate it aloud ignited a surge of rage within Qi Yizhou. He clenched his jaw tightly, suppressing the more violent words that threatened to escape. Gazing at his beloved, pale and fragile, feigning calm, yet unable to mask the feelings of grievance and fear. Qi Yizhou's heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless fine needles, gripped by an invisible hand that tightened mercilessly, causing a profound ache. His beloved was his alone. No one was permitted to take her away, nor to subject her to such indignities. With heartfelt concern, he lowered his head, resting his forehead against Liu Xinghe's, his voice barely above a whisper, imbued with a clumsy tenderness. Darling, you have suffered an injustice. I absolutely will not allow anyone to bully you again, not even to the slightest degree. Liu Xinghe observed the furious yet tender expression on Qi Yizhou's face, finding it both amusing and heartwarming. Who was truly wronged here? It was he who had been forcibly thrust into this engagement. Yet Qi Yizhou appeared more distressed than he. I'm not that troubled, Liu Xinghe countered, gently patting Qi Yizhou's back, striving to lighten the mood. It's my father and grandfather who are more enraged. My father was furious, declaring he would take me away and never return. My grandfather seemed to utter severe threats about reclaiming what was in his possession, insisting we should never return to the old residence. He recounted the events succinctly, omitting the more convoluted emotional turmoil and glossing over the tempest of feelings roiling within him. He simply gazed at Qi Yizhou, as if seeking some form of support in his eyes. Qi Yizhou, I don't know what to do. It's all so absurd. The sight of Liu Xinghe's pale, vulnerable face, though he feigned composure, filled Qi Yizhou with an overwhelming sense of compassion. He released his grip, instead enveloping Liu Xinghe entirely in his embrace, resting his chin atop his head, his voice deep yet resolute. Absurd? This is madness. He tightened his embrace, as if to envelop Liu Xinghe within himself for protection. Listen, my dear, you need not worry about a single word. What nonsense shares, what cursed engagement, so long as Qi Yizhou, draw breath, it shall never come to pass. He pulled back slightly, cradling Lu Xinghe's face in his hands, compelling him to meet his gaze, which burned with an undeniable dominance and resolve. You are mine, my dear. You were, you are, and you shall forever be. No one shall dare to covet you. Not even the king of heaven himself. His pheromones surged with a fierce possessiveness, forming an invisible barrier that firmly confined Lu Xinghe within his realm. This was not oppression, but rather a primal and unambiguous declaration of protection. As for Lu Zheng and the man with the surname Si, a cold glint flickered in Qi Yizhou's eyes. They had dared to extend their claws, and they must be prepared for retribution. Leave this to me. Do not fear. Lu Xinghe nodded, obediently burying his head deeper into Qi Yizhou's broad, warm embrace, nuzzling like a sheltered kitten, greedily absorbing the comforting warmth radiating from him. This warmth and strength momentarily dispelled the chill that enveloped him and the anxiety that gripped his heart. Yet beneath his lowered eyelids a fleeting, sinister glimmer, so unlike his usual clarity, flashed and vanished within the shadows of his dense lashes, unnoticed by the tightly held Qi Yizhou. That glimmer was ephemeral, swift as an illusion, yet bore a cold, instinctual appraisal and calculation. The grandfather's tyrannical nature, Si Yongye's unsettling covetousness and scheming, perhaps their motives extended far beyond this singular event. A sudden thought pierced his mind like an icy shard. This matter might be intricately linked to the past of his father. Lu Xinghe clenched his fists, knuckles paling. After enduring a long, harrowing night, his father had finally returned to normal, and their family had glimpsed a sliver of dawn, only to be shrouded again by this unwarranted storm. Since the tempest had already arrived, rather than waiting for calamity to strike, it was better to take the initiative. Chapter 67. An unnamed title following the absurd family tempest of the previous day, Lu Wenjing and Minli tacitly refrained from waking Lu Xinghe the next morning. The youth had endured immense shock and pressure, necessitating ample rest for recovery. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that a vague emptiness in his stomach roused him, rubbing his slightly swollen temples. He sat up from Qi Yizhou's embrace. The bedroom was tranquil, with sunlight filtering through the curtain seams and casting patterns on the floor. He chose not to awaken Qi Yizhou, but instead completed his morning routine, slipping on his slippers as he exited the bedroom. The house was silent, the air still carrying a hint of the calming cedar scent belonging to Lu Wenjing, blended with the soft sweetness of passion fruit that was characteristic of Minli. Together, these pheromones emanated a gentle serenity. He made his way to the dining area, where he found Minli facing away from him, standing at the kitchen island, seemingly preparing something. He was attired in comfortable loungewear, his figure appearing somewhat slender, yet his movements exuded a poised tranquility. "Dad," Lu Xinghe called out, his voice bearing the raspy timbre of someone recently awakened. Minli turned at the sound, his face now free from the pallor and distress of the previous night, returning to his usual gentleness, though traces of fatigue lingered in his eyes, along with a deeper, ineffable sentiment. He smiled at Lu Xinghe, his tone unaffected. "Awake? Feeling hungry? I prepared some porridge and fried an egg. It will be ready shortly. Your father left for the office early this morning." His demeanor was so calm, as if the tumultuous conflict of the previous night had never transpired. Yet, Lu Xinghe sensed that beneath this tranquility, something had irrevocably changed. The softness and overly accommodating air that typically surrounded Minli seemed to have settled into a more resilient and defined essence. Lu Xinghe responded, taking a seat at the dining table. He observed Minli's busy figure and hesitated before inquiring, "Dad, are you all right?" Minli paused momentarily while plating the fried egg, not turning immediately. After a few seconds, he approached with the food, placing it before Lu Xinghe before taking a seat himself. Xinghe. He regarded Lu Xinghe with earnest eyes, which seemed to convey a clearer understanding than before. He did not specify what had changed, but Lu Xinghe sensed a newfound resolve and strength in his gaze. "Dad, it seems different again. Do not worry about us," Minli replied, stirring the steaming porridge with a spoon, his voice steady. Your father will handle matters concerning the company and the old residents. As for that engagement, he lifted his gaze, a flicker of coldness passing through his eyes. As long as your father and I are here, it shall never come to fruition. His tone, though not vehement, carried an undeniable decisiveness. This demeanor was rare for Lu Xinghe to witness in Minli. You only need to pursue what you desire and take care of yourself, Minli continued, his tone softening, imbued with a paternal concern. If Yizhou reaches out to you, or if you have any thoughts, do share with us. We are family. The weight of the words "we are family" resonated deeply. Lu Xinghe felt a warmth in his heart, accompanied by the heavy burden of responsibility on his shoulders. He nodded, picking up a spoon to begin eating the porridge. The warmth of the food, dispelling some of the chill in his body and the heaviness in his heart. Breakfast unfolded in a serene yet affectionate atmosphere until Minli, seemingly casually, set down his spoon, took a napkin to dab at the corner of his mouth, and nonchalantly asked, "By the way, how is Yizhou? What has he been up to lately? I plan to visit his family today, if that is agreeable." Lu Xinghe, with a mouthful of porridge, abruptly halted, nearly choking. He raised his head to meet Minli's gentle gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. Could he confess that to pacify the irate, news-infuriated big wolf dog, he had not only engaged in affectionate embraces, but had also been compelled, or perhaps half-pushed, to share a bed throughout the night? Certainly not. Last night, Qi Yizhou sought me out. Lu Xinghe quickly organized his thoughts, striving to make his tone sound natural. Since it was quite late, I did not send him back, but instead offered him the guest room for the night. Minli nodded, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither belief nor disbelief. Merely responding with an "oh," his gaze remaining gentle upon Lu Xinghe, as if awaiting further explanation. Feeling increasingly uneasy under that gaze, Lu Xinghe stood abruptly, declaring, "He must still be asleep. I'll go wake him." With that, he practically fled the dining room, hastening upstairs. Upon opening the door to his own bedroom, he found Qi Yizhou still buried beneath the blankets, deep in slumber. His disheveled black hair contrasted sharply with the usually sharp aura he exuded, which had softened considerably in sleep. His profile appeared unexpectedly gentle in the morning light. Lu Xinghe, with little time to admire, rushed over, flinging the covers aside and seizing Qi Yizhou's arm, shaking him vigorously. "Wake up! Stop sleeping." The sudden intrusion startled Qi Yizhou, who furrowed his brow and mumbled sleepily, his eyes barely open. Instinctively, he wrapped his arm around Lu Xinghe, pulling him off balance and onto the bed. "Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer." Qi Yizhou's voice was thick with drowsiness and raspy, his embrace tightening as he nestled his chin against Lu Xinghe's head, his pheromones lazily wafting through the air. Flustered and embarrassed, Lu Xinghe pushed him away. "What are you still doing asleep? Get up. My dad said he is coming to visit your mom today." This declaration struck Qi Yizhou like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. His eyes flew open, pupils constricting, and he loosened his grip reflexively. "What? Who? Where?" "My dad. Hurry up." Lu Xinghe seized the opportunity to wriggle free, standing at the edge of the bed, observing the suddenly alert and slightly bewildered Qi Yizhou. He reiterated, "He said he is coming to visit your mom, right now, immediately. He might be leaving any moment." Qi Yizhou sat up, the blanket slipping away to reveal his well-defined torso. He ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. "Uncle Yu wishes to visit his mother? At this juncture? What could it mean? Is it merely a customary visit? Or perhaps a more formal signal? Or is it an attempt to solidify and advance his relationship with Xinghe?" Recalling the chaos at the Lu household last night, his heart inexplicably quickened. Could this be an unexpected opportunity? "What are you still dawdling for?" Lu Xinghe, noticing Qi Yizhou's daze, grew more anxious. "Get up, wash up, and get dressed. We can't keep my dad waiting, or let him see you like this." Observing Lu Xinghe's flustered demeanor, Qi Yizhou felt the tension he'd just experienced swiftly replaced by another emotion. A smirk graced his lips as he leisurely slid out of bed, his voice laced with the remnants of sleep and a hint of teasing. "What is the rush? A bride must eventually meet her in-laws. Oh, wait. A handsome son-in-law must meet his father-in-law. Besides, isn't Dad the one taking the initiative to see my mom? That can only be a good thing. Though he spoke lightly, he swiftly began searching for his clothes, yet the glimmer in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within. His father-in-law's move was truly unexpected. Chapter 68. Meeting the in-laws, the two lingered upstairs, primarily Qi Yizhou, who wished to bask in the intimacy a little longer, but was resolutely pushed away by Xinghe. After a prolonged period of tidying, they finally descended the staircase, one after the other. Minli observed their descent with an unruffled demeanor, though a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. He prepared 2 servings of breakfast anew and, once the two had dined, tidied both the kitchen and himself. Removing his apron, he strolled into the living room. His gaze landed on Qi Yizhou, who was being disdainfully nudged away by Xinghe. In a gentle yet direct tone, he inquired, "Yizhou, today I intend to pay a visit to your mother. Is that convenient?" Maintaining a calm exterior, Minli's mind raced to process the information. He recalled from the original outline that Qi Yizhou had once enjoyed a prosperous upbringing, only for his father to suffer a business failure, succumb to alcoholism, and eventually perish in a car accident, plunging the family into dire straits, leaving his mother, Yiran, to bear the burden alone. She was a figure of resilience, yet her life was fraught with trials. Although Minli was now fairly certain that he embodied the original character and had lived in this world for many years, his memories of certain past events, particularly those involving characters with whom he had little personal connection, remained hazy. He relied heavily on fragmented recollections from the original narrative and some materials provided by Wenjing. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. The meticulous information Wenjing had conveyed regarding Qi Yizhou's family indicated that his Omega mother, Yiran, had developed severe psychological issues years ago for reasons unknown and had been undergoing treatment, with her condition fluctuating over time. Only recently had her mental state stabilized, significantly following a cutting-edge brain chip implantation surgery. This contradicted the original outline, which made no mention of Yiran's mental struggles, instead emphasizing her fortitude and the burdens left by her prematurely deceased husband. A strong intuition surged within Minli, not unfounded, but rooted in a sensitivity to narrative deviations and a fundamental trust in the reliability of Wenjing's intelligence. The contradiction between the two sources of information hinted at the possibility that Yiran harbored certain concealed, unknown secrets. Perhaps even her psychological issues were shrouded in deeper complexities. A character diverging significantly from the original portrayal was certainly not simple. Minli's gaze remained warm as he regarded Qi Yizhou, patiently awaiting his response. "Of course, Uncle Yu," came the prompt reply, imbued with a youthful eagerness and a hint of bashfulness typically seen in young people meeting their partner's parents. "I must admit, it has been remiss of me not to formally invite you and Uncle Lu to our home after dating Xinghe for such a time. It is truly impolite of me." He presented himself as a junior eager for the approval of his elders, his attitude sincere and his reasoning sound. Standing nearby, Xinghe glanced between Minli and Qi Yizhou, tugging at Qi Yizhou's sleeve and softly inquiring, "Is your mother in good health?" He recalled the condition of Qi Yizhou's mother and asked with a hint of concern. Qi Yizhou gently grasped Xinghe's hand, offering a reassuring squeeze to convey his comfort. He then turned to explain to Uncle Yu. "Uncle Yu, my mother has been dealing with some chronic health issues that required her to rest, so I hesitated to extend an invitation. However, her condition has significantly improved lately, and she often expresses a desire to meet Xinghe and to personally thank you and Uncle Lu for your care. I believe she would be delighted if you could come." Uncle Yu nodded, his smile deepening. "That's wonderful. The events of last night made me realize that we, as parents, should make an effort to connect and understand each other better." He paused, his gaze momentarily drifting to the entwined hands of the two young men. "After all, the future of our children is of great significance." His words were subtle, yet the implication was clear to the three present. Qi Yizhou solemnly nodded. "You are absolutely right. Uncle Yu, I'll call my mother right away to share this good news and let her prepare. No need for any elaborate preparations, just a casual visit." Uncle Yu waved his hand dismissively, his tone relaxed. "If it's convenient for you, we can head over now, especially since the weather is quite pleasant. Very well. I shall follow your lead, Uncle Yu. I'll make the call now, and we can set off shortly. With that, he promptly retrieved his phone to contact his mother. During this brief interlude, Uncle Yu turned and made his way to the storage room. He did not make hasty choices. Instead, he meticulously selected a gentle, nourishing gift box. High-quality fruits and an elegant, soothing aromatic silk scarf, all carefully chosen based on Yi Ran's health condition and preferences, each item reflecting a thoughtful touch. After ensuring the gifts were beautifully packaged, he returned to the living room just as Qi Yizhou concluded his call. Uncle Yu, my mother expressed her warmest welcome and is already preparing. Qi Yizhou approached, his smile radiant. Shall we set off? Indeed. Uncle Yu nodded, handing the gifts to Qi Yizhou. Just a small token. I hope Mrs. Yu won't mind. You are too kind, Uncle Yu. Qi Yizhou replied sincerely as he accepted the gifts. The fact that you can come will make my mother the happiest. The trio exited and entered Qi Yizhou's car, which smoothly glided towards a serene and secure villa district located in the western part of the city. Qi Yizhou parked in front of a modern three-story villa characterized by its minimalist design, predominantly featuring glass and light gray stone. The courtyard, though modest, was meticulously maintained, adorned with clusters of lush bamboo and interspersed with white pebbles, exuding an essence of Eastern tranquility. We've arrived, Uncle Yu, Qi Yizhou announced, stepping out first to open the door for Uncle Yu, then circling around to assist Lu Xinghe. His movements were effortless and fluid. As Uncle Yu exited the vehicle, his gaze swiftly scanned the villa's exterior and courtyard. The simplicity of the design was strikingly clean and efficient, yet the quality of the materials used and the details aligned perfectly with Qi Yizhou's current status. He picked up the gifts, and upon noticing, Qi Yizhou offered to take them, but Uncle Yu gently waved him off. Just a small gesture. I can manage. Respecting his wishes, Qi Yizhou led the two towards the front door. Before they could ring the bell, the heavy wooden door swung open from within. A middle-aged woman dressed in a simple beige knit sweater and dark gray trousers appeared at the entrance. She appeared to be in her 40s. Her hair neatly styled into a low bun, with a few strands of silver subtly intermingled. Her face was slender, her complexion somewhat pallid from a lack of sunlight. Yet the contours of her features hinted at the beauty of her youth. Most striking were her eyes, clear and tranquil, even imbued with a gentle smile. Devoid of any traces of the long-standing mental health issues described in the records. Beneath that calm exterior, however, there seemed to be a penetrating insight, as if she could see into the depths of one's soul. Her gaze lingered on Minli's face for a moment. It was serene and unwavering, yet it seemed to convey an unspoken exhilaration in an instant before shifting to Qi Yizhou, finally resting on Lu Xinghe, where her smile deepened, radiating the warmth characteristic of a nurturing elder. Mom, this is Uncle Yu, Xinghe's father, Qi Yizhou introduced, his tone imbued with a subtle cautiousness unique to his mother. Good day, Ms. Yi. I apologize for the unexpected visit. Minli stepped forward, slightly bowing as he presented a modest gift, a trifling token of respect. Yi Ran accepted it with both hands, her movements gentle and her voice warm. Mr. Yu, you are too kind. Please come in. Her voice was slightly hoarse, yet her enunciation was clear. Yizhou should have invited you over long ago. She gracefully stepped aside to allow them entry. As the three entered the house, the interior maintained the minimalist style of the exterior, dominated by light hues, with an abundance of natural light and immaculate cleanliness. The air was infused with a delicate, calming scent of sandalwood mingled with herbs, creating a comfortable ambience. Mr. Yu, please take a seat. Xinghe, you two, do not stand on ceremony, Yi Ran gestured, settling into a single armchair, her posture upright yet relaxed. Yizhou, please make some tea using the long jing I collected yesterday. All right, Qi Yizhou replied, heading towards the open kitchen's bar counter. Lu Xinghe appeared somewhat reserved as he sat beside Minli. Yi Ran smiled at him, her gaze soft. Xinghe, it's been a while since you last visited Annie, hasn't it? Have you been busy with work lately? Remember to take care of yourself. Hello, Auntie. Lu Xinghe quickly greeted. Thank you for your concern. I have indeed been quite busy with a program I've been participating in. Minli settled into his seat. His demeanor relaxed, yet his gaze remained softly scrutinizing, fixed on Yiran. This Ms. Yi did not align with any of the images he had anticipated, whether as the resilient mother from the original text or the mentally troubled patient from the records. She seemed entirely normal, so much so that it bordered on the intentional. Or perhaps it was a facade of calmness, forcibly restored and stabilized after enduring tremendous storms and even fragmentation. Ms. Yi, how have you been lately? Yu Minli inquired amiably. I heard from Yizhou that you needed some time to recuperate. I hope our visit today hasn't disturbed your rest. My husband has been quite busy with work, and we would love to invite you for dinner once things settle down. Yiran gently shook her head, her smile unwavering. It's no trouble at all. Mr. Lu's work is important. I'm feeling much better now. After the surgery, my recovery has been good. It's just a matter of taking my medication on time and maintaining a peaceful state of mind. When she mentioned the surgery and medication, her tone was flat, as if she were discussing the most mundane of matters. Mr. Yu's visit, I presume, is motivated by the future of the two children? She subtly altered her tone, her gaze clear as she looked at Yu Minli. I too have a fondness for Xinghe. She is pure and radiant. If Yizhou can forge a lasting bond with Xinghe, I would consider it a duty fulfilled on behalf of her father, providing a sense of closure. This statement was both implicit and direct, as she unreservedly illuminated the potential purpose of Yu Minli's visit regarding the relationship between Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou. It was implicit in that she cloaked her approval or encouragement within the context of her late husband's legacy and her responsibilities as a mother, rendering her sentiment heartfelt and reasonable, making it difficult to refuse or question. Yu Minli relished engaging with intelligent individuals, particularly astute women. Indeed, Yu Minli replied, following her lead with a composed tone. Xinghe and Yizhou are of similar ages, and their feelings appear stable. It won't be long before they reach the legal marriage age. He paused briefly, his gentle gaze sweeping over the slightly uneasy Lu Xinghe beside him, and the focused Qi Yizhou across the table, before returning to Yiran's face. I believe it is time for a formal visit to discuss your thoughts. He positioned himself appropriately, serving not only as a gesture of courtesy between future in-laws, but also as a sign of respect for the opinions of the elder on the female side. Matters concerning the children ultimately require the blessings and oversight of their elders to ensure greater stability. His words were meticulously crafted, although it may be premature to discuss marriage. The father was unhurried. Others were anxious. The recent absurd engagement debacle of the Lu family loomed large, and the calculating visage of Si Yongye seemed to linger in his mind. Time waits for no one, and malice certainly does not either. Rather than passively awaiting the next scheme, he preferred to proactively secure opportunities for the two children and establish a more definitive and robust connection for their small family. After all, as parents, it is their responsibility to consider the best interests of their children from the right perspective. Yiran continued to smile kindly, nodding in agreement. She lifted her teacup, her movements deliberate and unhurried, taking a gentle sip before setting it down and looking at Yu Minli with bright eyes. Mr. Yu, your words are indeed sensible. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with a strength born of contemplation. When children are young and their feelings are fervent, they often perceive the path ahead as illuminated. As elders, it is our duty to observe, reflect, and safeguard their interests. She shifted her tone slightly, her sincerity deepening. To be candid, seeing Yizhou and Xinghe together brings me genuine joy and a sense of reassurance. Yizhou is an independent soul with firm convictions. Over the years, the only person who has truly entered his heart and made him willing to settle down is Xinghe. She is a wonderful child, pure and untainted, and I cannot help but admire her. Her heartfelt expression was a testament to a mother's delight and recognition upon witnessing her son find a worthy companion. As for the future, Yiran paused for a moment, her gaze gently drifting between Qi Yizhou and Lu Xinghe. As long as the two children are mutually assured and steadfast in their feelings, we, as elders, shall certainly offer our unwavering support and hope for their happiness. However, she shifted her tone slightly, her voice still gentle yet compelling, causing the listeners to focus intently. Marriage is a significant matter, not merely concerning two individuals, but also involving two families. Should Mr. Yu reconsider allowing the children to spend more time together? Would it not be a tad premature to wed upon reaching the legal age? She contemplated from Lu Xinghe's perspective. She genuinely liked this child, who, despite being an alpha, possessed a commendable character and handled affairs with poise and decorum. Indeed, a product of a well-bred family. Yet, she feared her son's impulsive nature might lead him to take things for granted, ultimately causing heartache. "Mom, I think it's all right," Qi Yizhou interjected, his fingertips absent-mindedly caressing the teacup, the liquid within shimmering with fleeting reflections. "Neither Xinghe nor I are children anymore. We understand what is suitable for us." He glanced up, his gaze resting on Lu Xinghe across the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips, filled with certainty. "In fact, I would prefer to settle things sooner rather than later. The longer we wait, the more I fear complications might arise." Lu Xinghe, seated beside him, remained silent but felt a warmth enveloping his heart, akin to being gently warmed by tea. Yu Minli observed it all, and the last remnants of his concern dissipated significantly. He chuckled softly, a knowing smile crossing his face, realizing that Yi Ran had considered this aspect as well. "Ms. Yi has thought this through," Yu Minli remarked with a relaxed and candid tone. "Since the children have mutual feelings, it is only natural for us, as their elders, to pave a smoother path for them." He paused, looking at Yi Ran with sincerity in his eyes. "To be frank, after yesterday's events, both I and Xinghe's father share the same sentiment. Establishing some form of commitment early brings peace of mind, not only for the children but for both our families as well. We hope they can formalize their intentions. And as for the wedding date, that can be arranged later." Yi Ran understood, nodding slightly, her expression still warm and composed, though the light in her eyes appeared even more resolute. "Mr. Yu and Mr. Lu are both astute individuals." She gently set down her teacup, the base making a soft, crisp sound against the porcelain saucer. "Then let us see how the children feel and choose an appropriate time to discuss the necessary formalities and matters that need to be settled." This statement officially brought the idea of commitment onto the agenda. Although the specifics of when and how were not articulated, the direction was undoubtedly clear. Upon hearing this exchange, Lu Xinghe felt a buzzing in his ears, his heartbeat faltering in rhythm, and a flush of warmth spread uncontrollably across his cheeks and ears. He quickly glanced at Qi Yizhou before averting his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering with intensity. Meanwhile, Qi Yizhou's heart was already a tempest of emotions. Elation and a sense of anticipated fulfillment surged through him. He had waited far too long for this moment. With slow deliberation, he yearned for the morrow to conclude all formalities, and by the day after, to bring his beloved home, marking her as exclusively his, Qi Yizhou, thus sending all envious and calculating gazes packing. The clarity of his mother and Uncle Yu's attitudes was nothing short of a divine opportunity. He could almost envision the splendid expression that would grace the faces of those in the old residence, particularly that of the one bearing the surname Si. Upon hearing the news of their engagement, this excitement, nearly bursting at the seams, silently surged between the two young individuals, resonating with unspoken fervor. They dared not gaze too long into each other's eyes, fearing that their glances might betray too much. Yet they could not help but convey their shared ecstasy through the subtlest of gestures. Lu Xinghe's hand, concealed beneath the table, was tightly clasped by Qi Yizhou, who gently scratched his palm with his fingers, while Qi Yizhou's thumb tenderly caressed the back of Lu Xinghe's hand. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the living room had transformed into one of jubilant celebration. Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe enjoyed a harmonious lunch at the Qi residence, filled with laughter and delightful conversation, which swiftly bridged the gap between the two families amidst the aroma of the meal. After lingering a while longer, Yu Minli eventually rose to take his leave alongside Lu Xinghe. Yi Ran personally escorted them to the door, her demeanor still exuding that gentle and graceful smile. However, as Yu Minli turned, courteously requesting Ms. Yi to remain behind, she suddenly stepped forward, naturally extending her right hand as if to bid farewell with a handshake. Yu Minli, unsuspecting, reciprocated the gesture. Yet in that fleeting moment of their hands clasping, he distinctly felt a cold, hard thin object, roughly the size of a fingernail, deftly slipped into his palm by Yuran. The motion was swift, concealed beneath the guise of a handshake, so much so that even Lu Xinghe and Qi Yizhou, who were mere inches away, remained oblivious. A sudden jolt coursed through Yu Minli's heart, yet his expression betrayed none of his inner turmoil, as if he had merely completed a most ordinary courtesy. Yi Ran's hand quickly withdrew, her smile unwavering, though a fleeting glance of profound meaning passed over her eyes as it met Yu Minli's face. Naturally, he placed his hand into his pocket, and Yi Ran politely suggested that Qi Yizhou accompany them. Qi Yizhou dutifully escorted them to Chongqing International, where Yu Minli could hardly contain his excitement, eager to share this twist of fate and bright news with Lu Wenjing. As the car came to a halt before the imposing office building, Yu Minli promptly opened the door, addressing Qi Yizhou. "Yizhou, thank you for bringing us here. You should return to Misyi now. Xinghe and I need to speak with his father." Qi Yizhou, fully aware of the matter at hand, smiled deeper, nodding in agreement. "Very well. Uncle Yu, take care." "Xinghe." He turned to Lu Xinghe, his tone softening unconsciously. "I'll contact you later." The heat on Lu Xinghe's face lingered, and he muttered an indistinct acknowledgement before swiftly following Yu Minli into the building. The father and son took the exclusive elevator straight to the 99th floor, where the corridor gleamed brightly, the sound of footsteps echoing. Yu Minli proceeded directly to the expansive office at the end of the hall, not pausing for the secretary's announcement, lightly knocking twice before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Lu Wenjing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone conversation. His silhouette was upright, and his tone was stern, indicating he was dealing with a challenging matter. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around with a hint of displeasure, only to soften at the sight of Yu Minli and Lu Xinghe. The coldness in his demeanor melted away, replaced by a flicker of surprise and warmth. He briefly relayed a few words on the phone before hanging up and approaching them. "What brings you here at this hour? Were you not going to the Qi family?" His gaze swept over Yu Minli's visibly delighted face before landing on his son. He noticed that although Lu Xinghe was trying hard to appear calm, his ears were slightly flushed, and his eyes wandered, revealing a mixture of guilt and concealed joy. Yu Minli stepped forward, nearly unable to contain himself as Lu Wenjing approached, lowering his voice with unbridled excitement and a sense of relief. "Old Lu, it's done." Lu Wenjing paused, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. He understood Yu Minli all too well. He would not express such enthusiasm unless he had complete confidence or significant progress. "Done?" he echoed, his voice steady, but his gaze intensely fixed on Yu Minli's face. "What about Yi Ran?" Not only had she agreed, but a genuine smile blossomed on Yu Minli's face, revealing a rare exuberance akin to that of a youthful spirit. He made a gesture like a gun, lowering his chin with a triumphant air. "Haha, what do you think? Am I impressive?" At that moment, Yu Minli resembled a partner who had just completed a challenging negotiation, eagerly awaiting praise, or a companion who had accomplished a significant feat for the family, unable to resist seeking acknowledgement. The lively expression on his face momentarily startled Lu Wenjing, but soon, a faint yet genuine warmth melted the habitual coldness in his gaze. He subtly shook his head, yet the corners of his mouth curled into an almost imperceptible smile, his tone unconsciously indulgent. "Indeed, impressive." This brief acknowledgement illuminated Yu Minli's smile even further, as if he had received an extraordinary reward. His demeanor was so infectious that even Lu Xinghe, still feeling shy, couldn't help but steal a few glances, a smile hidden in his eyes. Yu Minli lowered his hand, glanced at Lu Xinghe, and continued speaking to Lu Wenjing with a grin. "I had a preliminary discussion with Misyi. We can proceed with the engagement to formalize things. She is very supportive, stating that it is better to act sooner rather than later. As for the formalities, our families will discuss it, ensuring that the children are not wronged." Lu Wenjing listened quietly, the contours of his face becoming more pronounced under the light. He did not respond immediately, but walked over to Yu Minli, taking his hand and guiding him to sit on a nearby sofa while attentively listening to his words. He then turned to Lu Xinghe, his voice steady and gentle. "Xinghe, what do you think? Meeting his father's gaze, Lu Xinghe, though still flushed, no longer avoided eye contact. Instead, his expression radiated the clarity and determination of youth. "Dad, I am willing. I won't be with Yizhou." After a moment, he added, his voice soft yet clear, "I believe we can handle whatever comes next." Wenjing regarded his son for a long while, then stood and approached Lu Xinghe, resting his broad hand on his son's shoulder and giving it a firm squeeze. "Good." He spoke in a deep voice, uttering a single word that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 forces, solidifying the very fabric of existence. Then, he turned his gaze towards Minli, his eyes reflecting a steadfast certainty, suggesting that I, too, was nearing the conclusion of my endeavors. Even if Lu Zheng remained resolutely opposed, the opportunistic elders of the Lu family would dare not challenge the course of the Xinghe. As for the Qi family, continue to maintain communication. We should take the initiative in courtesy. After all, it was our proposal to begin with. Regarding the old residents, he let out a cold laugh, but refrained from elaborating. However, the sudden release of a chilling aura swiftly rained in, seemed to drop the temperature of the room by several degrees. If they were perceptive, they would understand what actions were appropriate and what were not. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, dazzlingly bright, outlining the contours of the three individuals within in stark clarity. The heavy stone that had weighed upon Minli's heart for so long finally fell away, as the anxieties, anger, and unease of recent days were dissipated by the sunlight and the formidable confidence in Lu Wenjing's words. Unable to suppress a smile, this time his expression was more relaxed, even carrying a hint of languor as if relieved of a great burden. He playfully tugged at Lu Wenjing's sleeve, his tone light-hearted. All right, I know you're formidable. With President Lu's intervention, what can't be resolved?" This playful gesture and teasing remark entirely eased the tense atmosphere. Lu Wenjing glanced down at the sleeve that had been grasped, choosing not to retract it. Instead, he clasped Minli's wrist, his fingertips gently pressing against the bone. A silent response. Observing from the side, Lu Xinghe couldn't help but smile, sensing that perhaps it was time for him to withdraw, feeling somewhat awkward as a third wheel in this moment. With that thought, he discreetly cleared his throat, shattering the intangible romantic ambience within the room. "Dad, father," he said, rubbing his nose, a faint blush still lingering on his cheeks, yet his eyes regained their usual brightness. "Since we've nearly settled everything, I'll head back to Xinghe for a bit. Aunt Lu should have something to discuss with me." After speaking, he waved goodbye to his two fathers, his steps light as he approached the door, thoughtfully shutting the heavy office door behind him, leaving the warm sunlight and intimate space for them. As the door gently closed, isolating them from the outside world, Lu Wenjing's gaze shifted from the closed door back to Minli's face. The sunlight slanted in, softly illuminating the contours of his profile and casting a delicate shadow from his lashes. The emotions he had deliberately restrained in front of his son now flowed freely within this private sanctuary, as if unshackled. Lu Wenjing remained silent, merely observing him for several seconds, his gaze profound, as if intent on etching Minli's current expression into memory. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Lu Wenjing's scrutiny, Minli instinctively averted his eyes, playfully questioning in his mind, "What are you staring at?" "My face isn't blooming with flowers." Lu Wenjing received his unspoken retort and suddenly chuckled softly. The resonance of his laughter echoed through the quiet office, strikingly clear and irresistibly charming. He remained silent, yet took a step towards the sofa, sitting beside Minli before he could even react. The sofa sank slightly under their combined weight, and, in the next moment, a pair of strong arms enveloped his waist, drawing him into an embrace. The temperature and presence of Lu Wenjing, imbued with the crisp scent of cedar pheromones, instantly enveloped him, causing Minli's body to stiffen slightly, his ears beginning to burn uncontrollably. Lu Wenjing rested his chin gently on Minli's shoulder, his warm breath caressing the skin of his neck, as his voice resonated in Minli's ear, deep and laden with undeniable meaning. "You performed exceptionally today." He paused, sensing the tension in the body within his arms and the sudden acceleration of the heartbeat, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Shall I offer you a reward? Though framed as a question, the undertone of his words conveyed an undeniable sense of obligation to claim it. Minli instinctively recoiled, attempting to create some distance, only to be pulled in tighter. He turned his head slightly, trying to evade the overwhelming warmth of Wenjing's breath. His voice strained with nervousness as he reflexively asked, "What reward?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, realizing how much they resembled anticipation. Wenjing did not respond immediately. He maintained his embrace while his free hand slowly rose, his fingertips gently grazing Minli's flushed earlobe, sending a shiver down his spine. Before gliding along the contours of his cheek, meticulously tracing down to his jawline, imbued with an air of scrutiny and admiration. This languid touch ignited a tumultuous rhythm in Minli's heart, causing him to hold his breath, his body stiff as a statue, unable to even blink. At last, Wenjing's fingers came to rest beneath Minli's chin, applying a gentle pressure to turn his face, compelling him to meet his gaze. Their faces drew perilously close, their noses almost touching. Wenjing's profound eyes, mere inches away, brimmed with a weighty emotion that Minli could both comprehend and yet not fully grasp. Like molten lava confined for too long, finally discovering its escape. The reward was Wenjing's voice, lowered to a near whisper, laced with a fatal allure that brooked no refusal. "You have accomplished much today, my dear. You may indulge a little." He paused, his piercing gaze locking onto Minli's now slightly dazed eyes, his enunciation crisp. "For instance, kiss me now." This was neither a request nor a command, but rather an invitation steeped in indulgence and encouragement. Minli was utterly taken aback, his gaze fixed on Wenjing's lips, captivated by those deep, unfathomable eyes brimming with expectation. His mind went blank, save for the frenzied beating of his heart within his chest. I thought you were going to give me $1 billion instead." A wildly inappropriate, even somewhat absurd, thought suddenly flitted through his chaotic mind like a slippery fish. Wenjing, upon hearing this, was nearly driven to laughter by exasperation. In Ali's eyes, he still seemed devoid of wealth. What was a kiss worth alongside $1 billion? As Minli's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a small fortune seeker struck by an immense monetary reward. His initial shyness and nervousness were utterly swept away by the dazzling figure of 100 million. He nodded vigorously, apprehensive that Wenjing might reconsider, and responded in rapid succession. "Yes, yes, yes. I wholeheartedly agree." Upon concluding his enthusiastic affirmation, he displayed remarkable initiative, entirely forgetting his previous timidity and awkwardness. He tilted his face upward and swiftly pressed his lips against Wenjing's in a decisive peck. The sound was crisp, the motion swift, and the execution nearly flawless. Although the technicality may have been debatable, his enthusiasm was undoubtedly commendable. Immediately after the kiss, he retreated slightly, gazing earnestly at Wenjing. His face still flushed with lingering color, yet his eyes now radiated clear anticipation and urgency, as if to convey, "The reward has been received. Please settle the remaining balance promptly." He even extended his index finger, playfully waving it before Wenjing, reminding him to transfer the funds to his bank account, post-tax. Wenjing found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by Minli's unabashed demeanor, which seemed to prioritize monetary gain over personal connection, boldly demanding payment. The romantic warmth he had envisioned, with tender embraces, never materialized. Instead, it devolved into an absurd transactional exchange. Observing the gleam of expectation in Minli's eyes, Wenjing was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to be amused or irritated. Ultimately, the mixture of helplessness and indulgence overshadowed his other emotions. He lowered his head, resting his forehead against Minli's, letting out a low, bemused sigh. "You." He shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of resigned affection. Minli blinked in confusion, but persisted in his reminder. 100 million. "The lady's reward has been fulfilled," Wenjing stated, straightening up to meet his gaze. His eyes, deep and penetrating, suddenly declared, "Now, my reward must commence as well. 1 kiss in exchange for 100 million, which shall be entrusted to the lady for safekeeping." The kiss is to be redeemed immediately. With that, Wenjing seized the opportunity, capturing the slightly parted lips of Minli, who had momentarily been taken aback by surprise. This time, there was no waiting. It was a direct, irresistible demand. Minli emitted a muffled sound. All unexpressed words and chaotic thoughts obliterated by this powerful and profound kiss. Wenjing's kiss was laden with undeniable force and warmth, declaring his presence much like his character. And as their lips intertwined, the fragrances of cedar and passion fruit melded into an inseparable union. Wait, buddy, you can kiss, but why is your hand so restless? Chapter 71. Reward 2. Initially, Minli was able to keep pace with the gentle rhythm, but as the kiss deepened, he gradually felt breathless, his cheeks aflame. Surrendering to the embrace while unconsciously clutching Wenjing's collar. Just as his mind began to drift into a haze, Wenjing's hand gently found its place on his waist, warmth penetrating through the fabric, instilling a sense of stability. Minli shivered slightly, the sudden closeness rekindling some clarity in his foggy thoughts. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Wenjing's profound stare, which bore both gentle warmth and an unmistakable intensity. Is this too close? He pondered helplessly, unable to move an inch. Wenjing's arms encircled him steadfastly, sheltering him within his embrace, and his slight attempts to shy away only invited a gentler closeness. The contact of their lips did not cease. Rather, it softened, resembling a soothing caress, akin to a silent confession. A warm and reassuring sensation gradually welled up from the depths of his heart, causing his breath to become tender. It seemed that Wenjing sensed his relaxation. As a low, amused sigh escaped his throat, he slightly withdrew, bestowing gentle kisses upon Minli's lips, then his cheeks, and finally tenderly brushing against his reddened earlobes. The hand resting at his waist remained steady and protective, not shifting even slightly. Minli's heartbeat continued to race. It was no longer in a state of panic. Wrapped in such a cherished embrace, he felt an extraordinary sense of security, his body instinctively relaxing as he leaned into the broad, warm shelter. Wenjing held him gently, their foreheads touching, their breaths intertwining softly. He gazed into Minli's glistening eyes, which reflected the faint light from outside and his own silhouette. Are you all right? His voice was low and tender, laced with subtle concern. Unbeknownst to him, Minli had nestled softly against him, his cheeks flushed, the warmth extending to his neck. His breath was slightly erratic, his lips moist, and he merely nodded in silence, too shy to speak. Wenjing observed his bashful demeanor, the mirth in his eyes deepening. He drew Minli closer, ensuring he was more comfortable. The pheromones in the air intertwined silently. The sweet aroma of passion fruit emanating from Minli seemed to bask in sunlight, becoming even more gentle and warm, delicately wrapping around them. This fragrance no longer concealed itself. Instead, it blended naturally with Wenjing's steady and tranquil cedarwood scent. Wenjing's aura remained calm as morning mist in the woods. Yet within that chill, it seemed to be tinged with warmth, softening its edges. The two scents flowed slowly in the quiet space, merging to create a soothing, tender atmosphere that enveloped them both gently. Minli sensed the transformation of his own pheromones, a natural relaxation and intimacy taking hold. He no longer sought to contain it, allowing the warm sweetness to flow freely. Wenjing's voice was soft, imbued with warmth and a smile. Your pheromones are quite comforting. This was not a probe, but a gentle affirmation. Minli's heart warmed, his earlobes reddening even further. He did not deny it. Instead, he leaned his face gently against Wenjing's shoulder, drawing closer in silence. Wenjing chose not to say more, simply holding him quietly, letting their breaths entwine in the tranquility, offering the most reassuring solace through warmth and silent companionship. Time flowed gently in their serene embrace, filling the office with warmth. Minli leaned contentedly against Wenjing, feeling that solid warmth, his nape slightly warm, yet devoid of shyness, replaced by complete trust. Wenjing tightened his embrace, securing him even more closely. He lowered his head, bestowing a kiss as light as a feather upon Yu Minli's soft hair. "Lean on me when you're weary," he murmured softly, his voice akin to a whisper. Yu Minli nodded gently, closing his eyes. "Allow me to escort you to the lounge." In the next moment, he abruptly swept Yu Minli into his arms, who gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping his arms around his neck. Wenjing held him close, striding towards the door that led to the private lounge within the office, his steps steady yet imbued with an urgent eagerness. The door swung open and then softly closed, shutting out all external light and sound. The lounge remained dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of the city seeping through the window, casting indistinct silhouettes. He gently laid Yu Minli upon the broad, plush bed. "Shall we try the promotion machine, my lady?" Wenjing suggested, a playful tone in his voice. "If you perform well, a promotion and a raise will come swiftly." Yu Minli, ensnared by him, felt his body weaken slightly due to the intimacy they had just shared in the current position. He tilted his head, attempting to evade that searing gaze, but the heat on his face intensified as if two flames were igniting at his cheeks. The pheromones in the air began to fluctuate intensely. The previously intertwined scents of cedar and passion fruit seemed to reignite under Wenjing's suggestive words and the palpable pressure of their current stance. Wenjing's cedar pheromone transformed, no longer merely serene or aggressive, but exuding an undeniable authority, akin to a sovereign assessing the performance of his Omega employee. Yu Minli, caught in the clash of pheromones and his body's reactions, grew increasingly flustered, his breath uneven, lashes trembling, his voice trembling slightly. "Were we trying?" "There are no documents here." Wenjing chuckled softly, his fingertips finally pressing the button. The promotion machine emitted a faint, mechanical hum. The back of the chair began to tilt slowly backward, while a gentle yet undeniable rhythmic vibration emanated from beneath the seat. "Documents?" Wenjing's kiss grazed his earlobe, his tongue swiftly tracing the sensitive outline, eliciting a shudder from Yu Minli. "At this moment, you are my most crucial pending document." The promotion machine automatically scanned Yu Minli's every detail. After a brief moment, the machine successfully completed its scan. "Employee performance is satisfactory. Promotion rate 9. Employee is diligent. Promotion rate 13. Employee evaluation is exceptional. Promotion rate 19. Employee compliance meets standards. Promotion rate 22. Employee performance exceeds expectations. Promotion rate 25. Employee perfectly aligns with assessment criteria. Promotion rate 28. Employee pheromone compatibility has surged. Exceptional rating awarded. Promotion rate 31. Congratulations. Total promotion rate exceeds 100. Special grant of exclusive highest authority. Lifetime binding. Never to be reassigned." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and at last, the room was filled with a blush-inducing silence that gradually subsided. The potent pheromones in the air have yet to dissipate entirely, as the scents of cedar and passion fruit intertwine lazily, reminiscent of a tempest, exuding warmth and intimacy that linger after the storm. The uniquely designed elevator has reverted to its original state, albeit with some creases left upon its surface. Yu Minli lies languidly atop the bed, or rather, ensconced in the embrace of Wenjing. His hair, damp with sweat, frames his flushed cheeks, still aglow with a faint rosy hue, while the corners of his eyes are touched by a delicate blush, resembling a flower that has been thoroughly nourished by the rain. Now blooming languidly, with his eyes closed and long lashes fluttering gently, he seems devoid of the strength to even lift his gaze. Wenjing continues to hold him, having transformed his initial assertive grip into a tender caress. He encircles Yu Minli in his arms, one hand lightly stroking his damp back, while the other intertwines their fingers. Tilting his head, Wenjing plants a soft kiss on Yu Minli's heated ear. He deliberately elongates his tone while mentioning the lady's earlier demeanor, sensing the immediate stiffness of the man in his arms before leisurely adding that he has exceeded his KPIs and deserves commendation. In response, Yu Minli, somewhat embarrassed and indignant, bites lightly on his shoulder, leaving a faint imprint as a form of protest. Wenjing, unfazed, merely tightens his embrace. A moment of tranquil silence flows between them, punctuated only by their still unsettled breaths and heartbeats. After enjoying a warm dinner together, Wenjing returns home with Minli. Upon arrival, Wenjing habitually attends to some pressing work before bed, encouraging Minli to wash up and rest while he retreats to his study. The room is softly illuminated by a solitary vintage desk lamp, casting light upon a spacious mahogany desk. Rather than sitting immediately, Wenjing approaches the window, gazing out into the enveloping night and the scattered lights in the distance. After a brief pause, he returns to the desk and activates a secure communication device. He dials a video call to Yizhou, and after a brief waiting tone, the screen illuminates to reveal a man in his 40s. Casually dressed in home attire and sporting thin-framed glasses, he exudes a scholarly demeanor, yet his gaze is sharp and clear, set against a backdrop filled with various electronic devices and books. "Good evening, Mr. Liu," Yizhou greets, adjusting his glasses with a familiar, teasing smile, though a subtle gravity lurks in his eyes. "Is there an issue with the lady's health, or has there been another malfunction with your chip?" His anticipation of a late-night call's purpose is evident. Wenjing's eyes appear particularly profound beneath the screen's glow, and he neither confirms nor denies Yizhou's inquiry, instead responding calmly. "The chip is temporarily stable." Yizhou visibly relaxes, leaning back slightly. That is a relief. When that device becomes unstable, it is no trivial matter. As for the lady, unrelated to Ali, Wenjing interjects, steering the conversation towards the matter at hand, albeit not in the direction Yizhou anticipated. He paused slightly, seemingly contemplating his words, before slowly speaking again, his voice deeper than before. "Recently, I mentioned to you my ability to hear certain thoughts of Ali." Yizhou's expression swiftly shifted from relaxed to an intense seriousness. He adjusted his glasses and leaned forward. "Yes, you did mention it. At that time, our preliminary hypothesis suggested that it might be due to the shared origin of the chips implanted in you, which under extreme emotions or specific conditions might produce some unanticipated resonance or leakage of pheromones or neural signals." His choice of words was notably cautious, tinged with uncertainty. "What is it? Has something occurred recently? Has the frequency or clarity of the thoughts you hear changed?" "There has been a significant reduction," Wenjing replied, causing Yizhou to blink in surprise. "I can hardly perceive them anymore. Only during moments of intense emotional upheaval or in particularly intimate situations, where pheromones are deeply intertwined, do I receive faint and fragmented sensations, far less clear than before." This change evidently caught Yizhou off guard. His brow furrowed as he quickly pondered. "Diminished? Almost imperceptible? This does not align with typical technological malfunctions or natural developments. If the chip were unstable or the connections enhanced, it should be more frequent and clearer. The sudden weakening suggests some form of suppression or interference." He leaned in, his gaze sharpened with focus. "Mr. Liu, please reflect carefully. When did this weakening begin? Around that time, did you and your wife come into contact with anything unusual, or was there any peculiar change in your environment? For instance, exposure to strong electromagnetic interference? Have you taken any new medications? Or has your wife exhibited any abnormalities? Is his pheromone stability compromised? Or does he have any physical discomfort?" Wenjing pondered for a moment, rapidly retracing his thoughts. The change seemed to have begun after returning from the Liu family home. Or perhaps even earlier? Was it during the program we participated in together, or prior to that? The timeline was somewhat hazy, Wenjing admitted, his voice laced with a barely detectable complexity. That a pivotal moment appeared to be when he became aware of my ability to hear his thoughts, after which the clarity gradually diminished. He paused, seemingly organizing his more specific feelings. The last clear sensation occurred on the night of the conflict at the old residence, when his emotions were heightened and his thoughts were distinctly audible. However, since then, including today when I marked him, there was a subtle shift in his tone when mentioning the marking. Despite his emotional fluctuations and the high intertwining of pheromones, I occasionally caught faint, instinctual fragments, such as tension, reassurance, or purely sensory impressions, lacking precise language or coherent thought. He gazed at Yizhou on the screen, his eyes profound. "I believe he wishes for me not to hear his thoughts, and I am consciously reducing my attempts to pry into his innermost privacy." This realization carried a weighty understanding and respect, suggesting that Minli, upon realizing he was being listened to, subconsciously erected defenses or activated a self-protective mechanism. Driven by love and respect, Wenjing voluntarily restrained his uncontrollable abilities, no longer attempting to capture those elusive thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yizhou fell into a contemplative silence. This development was both logical and unexpected. If this were indeed the case, Yizhou cautiously began, it suggests that the madam's autonomy and willpower are remarkably strong, potentially influencing the information exchange at the chip level. This could be a positive sign, indicating that he is not entirely bound as a passive vessel for the chip. However, on the other hand, would the mere knowledge of this fact impose additional psychological pressure on him, perhaps even triggering pheromone disturbances or other stress responses? Have you discussed this matter? Wenjing shook his head. We have not explicitly addressed it. I was initially taken aback, and subsequently seemed to have tacitly accepted it, or perhaps chose a more covert way to cope. He recalled how Minli sometimes deliberately entertained chaotic thoughts to distract him, or at times, his gaze would become exceptionally clear and tranquil, as if he was intentionally emptying his mind. This tacit acceptance and self-imposed shielding might be more mentally exhausting than we imagine. Yizhou analyzed, especially for an omega, maintaining a prolonged psychological defensive state could exacerbate pheromone instability. Mr. Liu, I suggest, Yizhou's tone softened yet remained earnest, that before the chip issue is fundamentally resolved, you may need a more candid mode of communication. At the very least, you should be made aware of the truth regarding the chip you implanted in him. Wenjing's breath hitched almost imperceptibly. However, you must also be clear, Yizhou quickly added, seemingly anticipating the reaction this suggestion would evoke in Wenjing, that you absolutely respect his boundaries and privacy, that the emergence of this ability was never your intention, and you would never misuse it. The suspicion stemming from concealment and the burden of solitary psychological pressure might prove more destructive than the truth itself. He paused, his tone growing somewhat complex, clearly understanding part of the underlying circumstances, although you implanted the chip in him under the most extreme conditions, as a means to awaken and protect the madam's core brain functions that had been compromised due to an accident. It was a medical emergency measure taken out of necessity. Nevertheless, the existence of the chip and its side effects are matters of which the madam has the right to be informed. Allowing